second. I wonder if it'll let me. I wonder if it'll let me. Never been this early. Yeah, it's pretty rare for me to be on here, or at least it has been so far. In the spring term, this will probably actually become normal. Starting this early, because I don't get home as late on Fridays, so and it makes it a little easier for some of the international folks. Let's see. We're still waiting on moderators to pop up. Oh, I gotta do the little share thing, let people know. And then I've got cacao brewing. Off to go get that in a moment. Let's see. Oh, no, not that. Not that. What? Getting invitations to go live together. Let's see. First one, okay. Two. Then, all right, last set. All right, so I've sent off my little share things, as you're supposed to do. So I was running a few minutes late, although this is still quite early anyway. I'm still not actually quite finished with what I was trying to do. Oh yeah, it kind of fits today. It's a anniversary of Wounded Knee. I was trying to set up the class that starts on Tuesday, get that finished because I've got a few things to do over the weekend. And I probably could have finished it within the half an hour I gave myself, but I then ended up changing one of the assignments. So I still need another half hour, 20 to 30 minutes to finish it. But oh well, I may do a little bit while I'm doing it because at this point it's all sort of simple, but I can always come back to it afterwards. Didn't want to make it wait any longer. Okay. Hello, be blessed.
Hello, how are you?
Pretty good. Didn't quite finish what I wanted, but got close. I ended up distracting myself by changing one of the assignments. I'm gonna go grab my cacao because it was just brewing. And then I think there's already people throwing some questions in there, but I'll be right back.
Perfect. Welcome. I didn't realize so many of you would be here so quickly. Yeah, I'd appreciate if you're not already following Liam, if you could hit the follow button, and if you are, if you can hit the yellow heart sign, just because it helps a little bit with the live. If you would like to come up, please request. If you have any questions and can't come up or don't want to come up, then put it in the chat and at me, and I will ask them on your behalf. And I'd also appreciate it if you would share the live as well. Let's get a few people here. Yeah, no, that last live was a very long live. I don't know how some of you did it. Hey, Yusuf, hey, Nasser. Yeah, I don't know how some of you managed to do it. I actually got in quite late into the live, but I had actually woken up at that point. So the time difference is making it easier. But yeah, today's the weekend, so hi Malika, how are you? It's good to see so many familiar faces in here. Always good to see some of you guys that I see either in different lives, and I've found this one. I'm managing to find your way here. So yeah, if you think there's anybody else who would be interested, then please. Amani, we will not talk about it. That was one of the most surreal experiences on TikTok of my life. I will never forget it. Never will I forget it. So yeah, TikTok is a wild place sometimes. You never know what you're going to. Amani, I'm not sure I dare let you up, but okay, let's give it a go. Let's give it a go. Yeah, if you request, I can see if you can come up. But yeah, now that was a wild experience. Hi, Amani. How you
It was
doing?
crazy. Have you seen anything like that before?
Never. Um, yeah, never. You never quite know if people are serious. And when he turned his camera on and we saw where he was,
I lost it when he showed he was in his cell. It's like, what is happening right now?
yeah, no, there was somebody who was beating his chest as he was talking to somebody he found very offensive. And was kind of like, yeah, I'll give you my address, you can come to where I am, I'm a bit of a bad guy and blah blah blah. And then he showed that he was actually in his cell.
In a
So
prison.
it was the most surreal thing, and we all went, what the hell have we just walked into? Yes. I am saying no names, Nasir, but you might be right.
Oh my gosh, that was wild.
Is that somebody
But I
trying to
think we have
trying to fight them?
Yes.
it was, I don't even want to call it a debate, but it was an interesting exchange, to say the least. But yeah, he was so I think we found the if there's a combination of people that are probably the most, oh, how do I put this in the most politically correct way? Hot-headed. I'm just going to call it what it is. Hot-headed. It is Lebanese people and Greek people. No,
Oh,
Lebanese and Cypriot, which was
Yeah, he was saying some crazy stuff.
don't diss the Sicilians, man. Big part of my family's Sicilian.
yeah. He put
they,
hot-headed to a
they
whole
belong
new
in
level.
too.
It was
The
interesting. I've met some Caribbeans, like her, but this was just completely unprovoked.
uh,
It was insane. Yeah, no, never get into a cussing match with a Caribbean, because you will learn words that you probably will never want to hear in your life again. But yes,
that's great.
yeah, today was a surreal experience. It really was. But yeah, mark that one up for a moment on TikTok. But hey, it is what it is. I didn't realize you taught, Amani.
Me, yeah, I'm also a professor.
Ah, what do you teach?
I'm a clinical psychologist, so psychology.
Oh wow. Well,
Yeah,
actually, this is
super
probably
goofy
a
on here.
good time to be able to have the discussion I was hoping to us to have today, which was about nationalism. and just trying to understand what it actually means, like what is its history, and because I'm seeing a lot of videos coming up on my TikTok feed, or on my YouTube feed, of
You showing your butt
Indian
off?
videos where they are boasting about nationalism being a good thing. Yeah, very concerning.
It's in the context of South Asia. Holy shit, that'd be concerning. I have to hope that they don't know what it means, although that's kind of common.
Oh, so they're explaining it as like video after video keeps coming up in my YouTube shorts where they say nationalism is a love for your country.
No, I mean, that's that's basic. Like, I mean, it's functionally illiterate as far as I'm concerned. I mean, it's like it defies the dictionary. So no, it's patriotism is love of country.
Yes.
Patriotism has been around forever. Nationalism is not. I mean, nationalism and patriotism have completely different objects. They're not about the same thing at all. And it's actually quite common to do that, but it's a kind of like understandable literacy fail because they're used almost interchangeably in media, and a lot of people just they learn them wrong. And I don't know, it gets to be one of those questions where maybe at some point along the way you should wonder, why are there two words for this same thing, and maybe look one of them up. But I mean, I think most of us don't do that for things, so that's also kind of understandable. But they really shouldn't be used interchangeably because they have completely different objects. They're not the same thing at all.
I got the impression that the videos were intentionally misleading. Um,
That's possible, but I mean, to do something like that, I mean, the kind of person who's going to do that is somebody trying to lure you into a kind of far right ideology, and that's certainly possible in Modi's India. So I
mm,
wouldn't uh, I wouldn't discount it. Although I think most ignorance in issues like this is probably sincere, just because they are so commonly mistaken. I before I go into this topic, because this comes up in several classes, and frequently I'll ask the room, do people know what the difference is between nationalism and patriotism? Or I'll ask people if they can define the difference between a nation, a state, and a country. And yeah, it's like less than a hand's worth of times that anybody's had a clue. It's really uncommon. And this even among like, college students, college educated type people, it's really, really uncommon.
so, I mean, I don't know about the rest of the panel, but yeah, I've always understood patriotism as a love for your country, whereas nationalism is almost like being blinded by this loyalty to your country that you're willing to, I guess, have in groups and out groups. That's how I've understood it.
I that one I've heard rather a lot, and it's one I've even seen media personalities say, and it's still wrong. Like it still has. I mean, nationalism has literally nothing to do with countries. Nationalism actually emerges as opposition to your country, and it's kind of like a core element of it in many ways. So again, we're dealing with a very fundamental misunderstanding. So I mean, if you want to you guys want to talk about it for a bit, ask things around, or I mean, I can launch into some basic definitions, but I don't know if people want to like share some thoughts first or before I ramble on about that.
Yeah, no, open to the rest of the panel.
For my money, I'd love to hear you speak on it, actually. So it's up to the rest.
You.
I don't know too much about nationalism versus patriotism. Like, my specialty is mental health. But when we look at kind of the psychology of like in group and out group mentality, it really makes a lot of sense in that respect. That people will always try to protect their in-group no matter what, from any threats from the out-group, and that's really what it comes down to. But I don't really have much to say other than that.
Whoa, somebody asked about the walls of Jerusalem in the chat. That'll be neat. Yeah, the relationship between in and out groups is sort of fundamental to this, and as well it plays on a kind of like tribalist psychology, but that starts getting much deeper into the weeds on it, and in how can we differentiate things like tribalism from nationalism or love of nation, things like that. There's a lot of subtleties once we start digging into it. Okay, so the question of in order to define nationalism at all, it really makes a lot of sense to start with defining what a nation is. And in doing that, what I generally do is differentiate between the three words that are most commonly confused in this regard. So that's nation, state, and country. The key here, let's start with the two that would kind of apply to patriotism. So state and country. A state is governing institutions. So borders and laws, policing, rulership, that sort of thing. So anytime you're dealing with that, you're dealing with a state. But you guys may have noticed that some states are sovereign and some are not, i.e. some actually control territory without any higher authority over it, and some do not. So, for example, Texas is a state, but it's not a country. But the United States is also a state. So the United States is a state made up of states, because the United States has a government, but so do lower levels in it. They're more centralized countries out there. France, for example, is highly centralized. The United States is not. The United States has a more federal system where there are lower level entities that have a great deal of power and functioning governments, policing, borders, all kinds of stuff there, but they don't actually have true sovereignty. Texas is not an independent country. So this is sort of useful when you get to questions like Palestine, because Palestine is a state. When I love it when like the Zionist trolls are out there like, Palestine's never been a state. I'm like, Palestine is a state right fucking now. Like literally it is a state, because the PA is a functioning, recognized governing institution. And it has, observer status in the UN. It's present. It has recognition. It has diplomacy. It is a state. What it isn't is a country. Palestine isn't a country, because countries are states with sovereign control of land. Does that make sense so far? So Palestine, because it doesn't have control over the territory, Israel does, it's not truly sovereign, therefore it's not a country, but it absolutely is a state. If you are loyal to your state and or country, you're a patriot. Patriotism has been around as long as states have existed, so it goes back thousands of years. I mean, people were like good loyal Romans, like Roman patriotism, that was a thing. But, so, those are relatively old concepts. A nation is just a group of people with something in common. So, people hugging flags and saying, I love my nation, are being kind of incoherent, because nations don't always have flags, and often don't. And when a nation becomes a nation state, then it makes more sense to say you love your country. It becomes sort of incoherent to say you love your nation, because it invites certain confusions, because countries usually have multiple nations within them. But that gets to a thornier one, because I'm going to tell you guys what a nation state is in just a minute, because that's a very specific type of state. But a nation is a group of people with something in common. So nations, so here's, I'm going to back a further step to make this even clearer, because nation and race and ethnicity are actually somewhat similar terms, occasionally interchangeable, because they're all three flexible social categories. They don't have a physical definition. They don't really refer to anything that you can point to objectively or scientifically, because it depends on who's defining them. In each case, you define them through in-groups and out-groups, through inclusion and exclusion. You set these three characteristics are going to make up, boom, what my nation is. And they can vary a little bit here. But all three, ethnicity, race, and nation, are kind of similar. But there are fine distinctions. So, for example, I will frequently, thinking about the Israel-Palestine conflict that comes up a lot, refer to Jews as an ethnicity, but not truly a nation. So there are subtleties that you can bring up, but it gets very technical to dive into those. But just understand that all three of those terms refer to people, just people, defined by particular characteristics. So if someone says, my nation are people who speak this language and dress this way and eat this kind of food and have this kind of religion, then those are the characteristics, those are the contours of our nation. Where you can start to differentiate nations from ethnicities, for example, is that nations generally have some kind of political identity as well. They don't have institutions. There's no power involved here. There's no structure to them, but they have a certain political identity that ethnicities do not. So somebody asked about Kurdistan. I didn't see the whole questions, but I saw the word go by. Kurdistan can be referred to as a nation, like because there are Kurds who have a political identity that makes them that holds them to be distinct from other peoples around them, and gives them a way to kind of like organize their communities. But Kurdistan isn't a state or a country, but it does have a national identity. Now, where nationalism comes in is nationalism, simply put, is the belief that nations deserve a state. And that's where the definition of a nation state comes in, because a nation state is a particular type of state. So the Assyrian Empire was a state, but it wasn't a nation state. For the Israel-Palestine situation, ancient Judah was a state, but it wasn't a nation state. Nation states are modern developments. States go back into the later Neolithic period. So states have been around for a long time, in terms of like governing institutions. But a nation state is a government designed for a particular ethnic group. Now, there's a distinction between... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, there's a couple of questions. One's pretty straightforward, I think. Somebody said, is Nation of Islam the correct use of the word nation?
Do they mean the NOI group in the US, or do they mean Islam as like globally?
I think Nation of Islam in the US, yeah.
Well, sort of. If you connect NOI to the concept of black nationalism or to black separatism, then yes, because in that guise, it is creating a political identity for its members. But there are a few different currents within NOI over time, and it isn't always explicitly nationalistic, but it has been. So it can be, for sure.
And Nasser also asked, does a nation need a land, as Stalin said?
No, not really, but because nations generally have some kind of political aspiration, they generally think about or aim toward a kind of land. So they generally have a romantic attachment to one. It's almost impossible to conceive of a nation without at least some kind of romantic attachment to a particular chunk of land, because that's one of the things that helps to give it a sense of political identity. But again, NOI is a good example of a national identity that is sort of disconnected from a particular chunk of land. So it's not truly necessary, but it's possible. Okay, so nation is just a group of people, but it's a group of people defined in a particular way and for a political purpose. So the way it can work, and this is where it gets confusing, because you can talk about Christian nationalism or white nationalism, right? Or Jewish nationalism or something. So there's different forms of nationalism that can exist, and they depend upon what features you consider to be relevant. So for many nationalisms, a particular language is important. That's actually extremely common. It's very rare for nationalisms to not have to not have a single language they hold up. But there are a couple. But they don't always have a religion. So nationalisms frequently don't have a set religion, but many of them do. So many put a particular religion, say, well, my nationalism requires this Christian religion to be part of it. But that doesn't matter. Or certain cultural elements. Some will go so far as to say, like, this particular like food type kind of matters, right? This is actually one of the interesting distinctions between the nationalism you see in Eastern Libya versus Western Libya, because there are some significant historic agrarian differences there. So their cuisine becomes a kind of part of their national identity, or the distinctions between like northern and southern Italy today, right? Cuisine is a part of that too. So there are places where minor cultural elements can be picked out, but it can be culture, language, religion, some kind of ethnic or racial identity. There's all kinds of things that can go in there, but all nationalisms and national identities are a part of a political project. And this is why nations don't kind of exist organically. They have to be chosen, in a sense. They're structured, they're defined, and the people defining the nation are choosing those attributes and make this goes into our nation. Sometimes
So
that process is tested, but yeah.
when did the formalize these are the borders and they can't be changed idea of nations and countries become set in stone?
Well, nations don't have borders because, again, a nation is just a group of people. The nationalism can claim particular borders, although those are flexible because they don't actually have anything. States and countries have borders. And the international convention that borders aren't supposed to change is just after World War II. That's relatively recent. But that's a matter of like international politics and the way states relate to each other, and a convention that they settled on. So it's not really connected as much to like the broader definitional part of it. But just so again, like thinking about how nationalism works, right? What nationalism is. So nationalisms and the definition of a nation kind of go together. So what takes a particular culture or ethnicity or group of people and makes them a nation rather than an ethne is having a political project, some kind of political movement to unite them. When those political movements argue specifically for the creation of a state, you're dealing definitely with a nationalism. That's why things like NOI are kind of like, they're on the edges. It in some ways you can look at it, in some ways not. But because it doesn't actually aim directly at a separatism, it's a fuzzier part of the definition. But nationalism is the idea that nations deserve a state. And not just any kind of state, not just any kind of country, but a country for that nation. So I want a country for Slovenes and to advance Slovene interests, and it's for the Slovene people. So what if you're an Italian speaker? Well, you're not really part of that community. It creates interesting tensions. All nationalisms exist by othering people, by creating an in-group and an out-group. And that's the danger of the nation-state model adopted in the 19th century versus previous forms of states. Because a country, it's problematic because of the power relations, the hierarchy, laws if you're an anarchist, all kinds of things like that. But it isn't problematic in the sense of compelling ordinary people emotionally towards atrocities. That the way that nation-states divide people amongst each other makes the nation-state model particularly violent, because the argument here is this state is for this particular nation. That means not only are you unified over borders, so it fits your border question about how borders can change or shift or whatever. So think about, like, I don't know, there are Hungarians in Slovakia and in Serbia, and in Romania. They're scattered around, right? Because the borders don't follow where the nation is. Right, the borders are just a convention, so people will fight over things like that. And that can create external tensions because your nation state wants to represent all the people of that nation. But it also creates internal problems because a nation state has to other its internal population as well, people who don't fit. So historically, Jews often didn't fit the concept of the nation, or Roma or other minorities in Europe, right? Peoples who don't fit. Or you end up with what are effectively genocidal projects inside most nation states. I often give France as an example of that. So before the rise of nationalism, the French state is quite old. The French state goes back to the 4th century at its earliest forms. There's been a state in that area for a long fucking time, but it wasn't a nation state until the 19th century. When it takes on that nation state model, what it has to do, it has to define Frenchness. What does it mean to be French? And that's not just, here's a flag and an anthem. It means, what is the core identity? Nation states need to homogenize people. So if you already have a homogenous population, great, lucky you. That's pretty rare in the world. If you don't have one, you have to create it somehow. And that's where education systems and indoctrination to military, things like that, all become kind of important. I think somebody's unmuted. Is that?
Yeah, it's Serena. Would you mind muting, Serena?
Yeah. So
Thank you.
using the French example again, France was extremely diverse. You know, you had the Breton in the northwest, you know, the Picard in the northeast, the Normans in the north. You had like tons of German speakers in the east. You have all the Occitan languages in the south. So like, you know, Provençal or Gascon. You know, there's tons of distinct languages and local identities all throughout it. When it was just a normal state, no one gave a shit. But a nation state means you're imposing the French language, and gradually all those languages go into decline. You're imposing a kind of national culture, and all those local cultures go into decline because nation states must homogenize. And there's a kind of cultural G-side that's sort of tied to it, which is, again, why the nation state model is problematic. But that's where nationalism itself starts to get fuzzy. Because, again, nationalism, the idea that nations deserve a state, and specifically a nation state. Once that nation state exists, it is any policies or projects or whatever that advance the interests of that particular nation. So that group of people. And that can mean externally against other populations, but it can also mean internally against peoples who are different from you culturally, which is why nationalisms oppose multiculturalism. This is why you see, like, you know, your Trumpist type politicians, you know, your Modis out there, your Orbans, who are nationalists. They're not talking about love for their country. They're talking about love for the way they define the group of people. And anybody who doesn't fit that is poisoning the blood of the nation. Because they're talking about a particular definition of the people that matters to them. So before, again, rambling on and on, I want to pause for a minute, see if there's any
I think
questions,
it'd be a good idea to see if anybody has any questions at this point.
Yeah, because it can take a while to sort this stuff out.
I'm really interested more so in why people become nationalist, and I'm wondering what you think about that. Like, if it's regarding like needing to feel part of a group, like belonging, or this like existential threat that we have to be nationalist and pure, or else like our bloodline will be impure and eventually generations down the line we won't exist anymore. Like that genetic need to kind of continue our gene pool as it is.
Well, there's no genetic need to continue a particular gene pool as it is. That's an imposition of the kind of fear that drives groups like that. Because humans just have a biological need to fuck, to pass on their genes. You know, the selfish gene wants to reproduce itself. But who that person is isn't the point there, right? There's no, like, nations aren't conscious of that process. There's a need to belong, yes, but that's kind of a human need, because humans are, you see, unlike cats, who would actually have a terrible time creating a nationalism. Cats are actually solitary creatures by nature. You can create a clouder of cats, but it takes a bit of work, and there's always conflict within it and dominance hierarchies in it, because cats are naturally solitary hunters. Cats will have kittens. Once the kittens are able to support themselves, they fuck off on their own and do their own thing. And cats tend to live by themselves. Humans are herd animals. Humans are naturally social animals. We live in a group of people, and we partly define ourselves by our group of people. So our evolutionary history diverges from theirs way back and heads us in some very different directions. There are a lot of social animals and a lot of solitary animals. Cats would be kind of like individualist anarchists, because a lot of anarchists are actually like groups. So, like anarcho-communists like living in groups. Individualist anarchists, not necessarily. So yes and no. Cats are probably anarchists, yes, but not all anarchists want to be like cats. Okay, so the key here is not just wanting a group identity. It's wanting the group identity not to change and being fearful of difference. So nationalisms are ultimately rooted in fear of difference, which is the same thing that ultimately drives conservatism and reactionary politics in general. But conservatism isn't enough to push people truly to nationalism as an idea, although it kind of primes the pump, so to speak. But when you're reactionary, when you're more driven by fear, when your fear reaches a critical pitch, and anything that looks different is going to trip you out. So when you're terrified of immigrants, when you're terrified of people who look different from you within it, when you're terrified of people who speak different languages, that's where you head toward nationalism, where nationalism becomes a tempting ideal. So nationalism kind of gives a political language to something that's always been with humans, that kind of reaction. But the reactionary impulse was never very strong because human populations used to be very small and we were scattered pretty widely. When more and more people live closer and closer together, and when more people travel more, and when more populations move. See, humans have always mixed and merged. This is where the racists get it wrong and where genetics doesn't fit in this at all. Humans have always mixed and merged. This is why race is not a biological concept, why ethnicities and cultures are never locked in. They always change. They're in a continuous system, it's continuous flux, evolution. But it's hard to see over time, right? And when the populations are relatively small and they don't travel as much, they're more stable for longer periods of time. Not totally stable. They still evolve, but more slowly. But when you encounter other people and new ideas come in much faster, the pace of cultural evolution accelerates a little. And that terrifies the people with that more conservative psychology and pushes them to be reactionaries. And reactionaries tend to like nationalism. I don't know if that helps, but just to put it in like the psychological terms, the kind of like open, more liberal cosmopolitan impulse and the conservative, like this is how grandpa did it. Those impulses co-evolved. They're part of our evolutionary anthropology. But what forms they take, politically, that has transformed tremendously based on the social contexts.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah,
That's kind
please jump in.
Okay.
I'll make sure that was clear. I think with Amani's part first there, though. I mean, it was that.
Oh, sure.
I think it was Amani that was asking that part. Did it?
Yeah, the part about
I
where
just wanted to follow up, and this is my last question, then I'll drop. But I want to understand in the context of Zionism, is it the same principles that apply, or for Zionists, it's more about like feeling more of an existential threat and more fear of the other?
Well, no, Zionism is literally just a nationalism. It has a kind of there's a kind of generational trauma coming out of European Jewry that's very distinct to the foundations of Zionism, but ultimately it's not that different. That fear is more like it's something related to like just Jewish people as a whole, and it has simply had an influence on the direction that the nationalism took, which is why, and one distinction we need to make later between, because there is a difference between nation states, even pretty aggressive ones like France, and ethnocracies, where the government, through legal terms, privileges a particular people and attacks others. So the fact that Zionism has trended toward ethnocracy is something distinct to Jewish trauma. But Zionism itself, in its modern form, because again, Zionism has been around for ages, but in its 19th century modern political form, Zionism is just a European form of nationalism. It comes out of that same basic context and isn't really any different at the end of the day.
I think Benito said something in the chat that I think is worth mentioning as well. Benito, you mentioned about the Mizrahi as well. Are you able to elaborate on that? And then
Yeah,
Whatever
well,
thought
yeah,
you
he
like.
just said there was like specific trauma from European Jews. I would also include there's trauma for Jews in general
There
across
are,
the
yeah.
yeah.
But
So
but
like
but but Mizrahi Jews didn't create Zionism, which is why I put it that way.
no, but they form the basis, the bulk of it now.
They do now, so which is
Yeah.
it's one of the reasons that it trends more toward ethnocracy too. That there are specific factors there that play into how it's developed in Israel. But Jews in Morocco didn't create the Zionist movement or establish the state. So
Not in a modern
there's something
context, but
distinct about
the
Europe.
participants in cultural Zionism and religious Zionism, of course.
Yeah, exactly. Today, so again, it gets much more complicated when we dive into that. But just like where does Zionism initially come from? It comes out of a particular European trauma. It's obviously evolved considerably in the last 150 years.
I mean, I would expand upon that. I would say there's other forms of Zionism. Obviously, I'd say Zionism was initiated post destruction of the Second Temple and Jews being exiled into Rome and
Right, which is why I said that there are different types of Zionism. In the political form of Zionism, which is a 19th century development in Europe, those are. This is where I try to correct a lot of people talking about how we need to destroy Zionism. Like, no, you can't. What it has to do is transform, because there have always been different forms of Zionism and always different competing trends within it. Zionism is just an attachment to that history and land. That doesn't mean creating an ethnocracy. There's a specific type of Zionism that headed you in that direction. But Zionism itself is a much more complicated term, but where it comes from in its political form, in its modern form is, it's 19th century Europe, which ties it to the development of nationalisms, of nation states, and of scientific racism and everything else. But yeah, it does have entirely different forms too.
Mitch, go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to get the host's name.
Mine?
Oh, no, the host.
Me?
I'm the host.
That orange creature that's been front of like right in front of the lens.
So this one's Minerva. Minerva is my little Roman war goddess. So she's a good patriotic Roman,
Okay, all right.
Imperium Romanum.
So that was. I hope that doesn't count as my question, but I was just. I was curious. Like, it seems to me, and I don't know very much about this topic or this history, but I wonder if you would say it's correct to say that that nationalism, at least in the way we kind of conceive of it now, is preceded by the nation state. And then like a follow-up to that would be what's kind of the genesis of the nation state concept? Like where does that come from, and what on earth can we do about it?
Yeah, the nationalism is what creates nation states. So nationalisms have to precede a nation state.
Well, just to clarify, I'm thinking specifically in terms of like nationalisms that form in opposition to that kind of deformative effect of the nation state, where you have national identities that kind of form in reaction to right.
So nationalism as a concept precedes nation states, because nation states are a product of nationalism as an idea. But within any given nation state, there will be competing nationalisms, and that's actually quite common. There are anti-colonial nationalisms and resistance identities that can develop, so that fits the context of, like, I don't know, Palestine or Algeria or something. But there are also nationalisms that are a reaction to nation-state policies, like, say, Catalan nationalism or Scots nationalism or Basque nationalism, where nationalist movements generally have fought against states. Now, that's true before a nation state comes into existence. So a nationalist movement is set out to create a state. I want to carve Poland out of the Russian Empire and create a country for Poles. That's a nationalist movement. But once Poland exists, are there competing identities within it? Right? And that's where there are other types of nationalisms that can develop. And I think those are the ones you're pointing to there. So yeah, there are a whole range of other types of, different nationalisms that can form after the creation of a nation state. and largely in reaction to its policies. But nationalism itself always preceded the nation state, because before nationalism there was no such thing as a nation state.
So the concept of a nation state, I mean, it can spawn other forms of nationalism and reaction, but it requires nationalism to come to being in the first place. So kind of like what is the genesis then of nationalism before the nation state? And I don't know. I'm very cloudy on the origins and the genesis of the nation state concept, and how exactly that came to kind of like be the not dominant form of European government.
Can you give me like 30 seconds to grab something?
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
I'll be right back. It's just right in the other room right here. If anyone wants to do any housekeeping in a minute, meanwhile.
Just to let everybody on the panel know, we're going to try and see if we can exhaust this topic. So if you have any questions, jump in, I think. Let's see how we get on with that. And then what I'm going to do is just go down the line from top to bottom afterwards. So yeah, let's see how we get on with jumping in, and if it starts getting chaotic, then we'll kind of get to each individual person. So yeah, Mitch, and then Benito, I think, wanted to ask a question after that.
Yeah. Okay. So this is incidentally just this may be something that you guys will see me having to do during the winter and early spring months every now and then. Not always in the lives, but it just depends on what's going on. I have short excursus into a kind of TMI issue. I have very, very severe seasonal allergies that affect me for, depending on the year, up to about half of the year. And I take a lot of medications for allergies, but they actually tie into a defect in my nervous system, probably from a birth trauma. They almost killed me in birth. So I was like, the cord was around my neck, things like that. But what it does is that they tie together. So my allergies can set off very severe pain. They bounced me back and forth for many years between allergy and neurology departments. Like, so these are allergies triggering this, but it should not do this. And they're like, this is clearly nerve pain, but what the fuck? But they eventually came up with a way to define it and a way to treat it. And most of the time, it treats it pretty well for most of the year. But for a few months out of the year, I do occasionally, I still have the pain a bit, and cool water really helps. So I was getting the bad tingling my hands, arms, and feet, so I wanted to grab the cloth. Okay, so you were asking about the genesis of the nation-state model and how because it does differ from earlier state models, and right, where that
and just to clarify that, and also I don't know if it is a diversion. The situation you just described, it has a lot in common with what I'm asking about, because you're not sure what is causing what and which came first, etc. Right? I also was born with the cord tied around my neck, so we have that in common. I don't have whatever you're struggling with right now, but
yeah. Well, probably almost no one does. It's they spent ages trying to figure out what they could do about it, or why, or how they could treat it, and they eventually just came up with a unique classification for it with it. But yeah, they were like, why hasn't he turned? What's going on here? Like, apparently, if I had turned, I would have killed myself. So yay for me. I was
good job.
I was a clever fetus. But yeah, they had to do it. My mother has a massive scar because they did an emergency C-section. They literally killed her on the table. They had to resuscitate her. So it actually it caused health problems for both of us. But they did it really fast. So this is why I don't like to complain about things about my life. I'm very happy to be alive. I don't care about inconveniences. I have loved every year. So, the nation state model is different. And it is a massive evolution from the state concept that goes way, way back. Like the earliest territorial states go back into the Neolithic. It's ultimately a Near Eastern, ideal at its beginnings, but it cropped up all over the world independently. But nation states have a very specific genesis. And the key there is there's an element of European culture that caused real problems in European history and that is Christianity. And Christianity, being an orthodoxic faith, when it ties into power structures, so to states, the states tend to impose a particular type of orthodoxy. They tend to impose a particular vision. And that causes tensions. This is why Christians couldn't tolerate Jews very well, why they forcibly converted tons of pagans, why they fought wars with Muslims. Any religious difference really confused them, but it also affected them internally, because what if there are different forms of Christianity? So heresies would show up. So like the Bogomil heresy or the Cathar heresy, or then you'd have the Protestant Reformation. And suddenly people are starting to connect different forms of Christianity to different political identities. And the wars of religion that came about because of the Protestant Reformation were unbelievably destructive. There are a lot of things about the modern world that ultimately have to be taken back into the Reformation, and it's really disappointing to me that so many high school classes teach the Reformation in theological terms. Oh, Luther was for this, that, and the other thing. Like, that's why. Talk about the significance. Talk about what it did, right? Because there's a ton of things. I'm going to give you just one of them here. The violence that comes out of the wars of religion, just in the German-speaking territories alone, killed somewhere between 1/4 and 1/3 of the entire German-speaking population of Europe. It is an unbelievable clusterfuck of violence. And out of that, people started looking for alternative ways to understand identity and how states and like identities work together. And the very beginnings of what can become a nationalism will start with things like the Peace of Westphalia, but because that's an attempt to separate the religion from it and create a different political identity for people. So instead of like transnational religious identities, I will fight you Calvinists because I'm Catholic and things like that, people would I will fight you Saxons because I'm a Hessian, things like, have like a state identity. But that alone, like the states themselves at the same time are beginning a long-term process in the early modern period of greater and greater centralization of power. And as a corollary to that, what these states found was that in order more effectively to centralize state power, to draw more power into the hands of the sovereign or the capital, it helped to have a more homogeneous identity. So some territories carved themselves up into smaller areas that were more homogeneous. Others set about homogenizing the population. Because if people have more in common with one another, they'll work more effectively together, and they'll trust a government that seems to speak to and for people who are like them. Where historically, and this is a funny one for like moderns, I love trying to get people in classes to think about this. It's really difficult for people to understand just how little people interacted with governments before the modern period. You would go an entire life maybe without ever encountering anybody from government or any kind of government policy or anything. I mean, most people were just completely cut off from it. In certain areas, you'd have a little bit more interaction. So in towns, you might interact with laws a bit more often. But most people didn't really interact with government, and government really didn't do a damn thing for most people. What governments existed to do, because what states were formed to do in the first place, was to establish certain legal norms and then to tax you and draft you into wars. And that's pretty much it. So the government wasn't out there like building hospitals and roads and creating police and all kinds of things like this, and interacting with people on a kind of like cultural and social level. It wasn't trying to deal with social problems. It kind of left people alone for the most part. But as states tried to insert themselves into more and more areas of life, they found it easier to create a more homogeneous identity. And that's where the nation state and nationalist model are born. Out of the needs of like 17th, 18th, 19th century peoples to justify increased state power. So it's kind of a long answer, but
No, no, no. No, I just want to say I'm now also upset that I didn't learn about the Protestant Reformation like in those terms when I was in high school, because it's very illuminating.
So many things. Like here's a fun one, just like as a very short side point. People often underestimate the degree to which the Reformation helped to pave the way toward modern democracies and republics, because When Luther translated the Bible into German and said that, gave you sola scriptura, the Bible is the true authority, read the Bible for yourself and think about it for yourself, this was pretty radical to Europeans who were used to having a priest class interpret for them, which is actually the more common approach through human history. To have like shamans or priests to do that for you. But telling you to do it yourself and think about it yourself quickly got people thinking, well, why don't I do that for myself in other areas? And almost immediately the German peasants' revolt broke out. And people like, and Luther's like, no, calm down. I support your states. Like, dude, you said think for ourselves. Like, no, I didn't mean it in that area. But it's a pretty natural evolution of the idea. Like, if I don't need priests, why do I need kings? It kind of headed people in that direction. So, yeah, the fact that we usually don't make those connections and we just talk about Calvinist and Lutheran theology and Henry VIII being a horny bastard and that's the whole like Protestant Reformation for most high schools, it's such a wasted opportunity because there are so many important elements of the modern world that tie back into the chaos of that period.
I think Benito said he
thank you very much for that. That's awesome.
No problem. Did you have an additional question, Mitch, or
no? I think I've used up more than enough of the time here.
No. I don't mean now, but if you want to hang there for a while, and if when we come down the line, then I'll jump to you. But I think Benito had a question on this topic.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of chime in about nationalism in general. And first of all, Liam, Shabbat Shalom, Achi. I'm very curious. Like, I know some facts about this, but I'd love to get your take on kind of Arab nationalism and what kind of happened in that vacuum. I know, like specifically, like something like Jordan, which was basically like a gift from the British to the Hashemites who are from the Hijaz, and how that was initially part of the Mandate of Palestine, and now it's a separate country. And like, what is their identity outside of Hashemites? And then really, what was like the catalyst outside of Sykes-Picot that really broke up like a unity of Arab nationalism as a whole? Because there was like initially post World War I, it was supposed to be one state, and then obviously Sykes-Picot, and then Israel kind of broke that apart, and then they kind of reunited in the face of Israel, and then they broke apart again. So what's kind of the ebbs and flows of something like Arab nationalism? Because I just think it's interesting. I'd love to get your take.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll try and do the short on this, and then we can see whether there's other questions and dive deeper, so I don't ramble too much. First off, you got to set aside a significant chunk of the Arab world at its earliest stages because it hits them later. Arab nationalism as an idea doesn't exist before the identity crises of the late Ottoman Empire. In particular, during the Tanzimat period of reform in the middle of the 19th century, there's an attempt to develop a kind of Osmanlıçılık, a sort of an Ottomanism, a cosmopolitan nationalism, basically. Sort of aimed to be kind of similar, I guess, to U.S. nationalism as like a civic nationalism. Well, we all share a common history and allegiance to the Sultan. Because with nationalism spreading across Europe, there was the threat of individual peoples inside the empire breaking out and saying, hey, I want to be a Bulgarian nationalist and create Bulgaria, and boom, Bulgaria now exists. So they were more and more worried about that, so they tried to create a cosmopolitan alternative to that. But when the Tanzimat period was overthrown in a coup in 1878, and the parliament sort of suspended, and it went back to being like an absolute monarchy, what you end up with is a new construction of late Ottoman identity that's rooted in Turkish nationalism, that reconceived the Ottoman Empire, instead of being the Empire of Osman and being inherently multinational and cosmopolitan, it came to be the Empire of the Turks, where their unique contributions were most important. In that context, Arabs felt like, what the fuck, bro? Because the state was also centralizing, following the same trends that you'd had in Europe. So they're creating school systems. And in those school systems, they wanted to teach people the Ottoman Turkish as their language. And Arabs were like, dude, we don't speak Turkish. What the fuck? We want to speak Arabic in our schools. So Arabism was created first. Arabism called for greater Arab autonomy in the empire. It's like, okay, great. We get that you guys are redefining what your empire means to you, but whatever, we'd still like to be Arabs, thank you, and speak the Arabic language. Now, I'm going to come back to the term Arab too, because they wouldn't have called themselves Arabs at the time, and I'll say why in a minute. But we want to still speak Arabic in our area. So they campaigned and they pushed and they pleaded there, and eventually there was a significant conference, 1913, just before the war, and they get a lot of concessions about that. World War I is where Arab nationalism comes about, because during World War I, a lot of people opposed Ottoman participation in the war, and they especially opposed the way the Caliph tried to pitch it as a jihad or something. They're like, dude, this is just an imperialist war. This has nothing to do with Islam. What the fuck are you talking about? So Arab nationalism was born in that period. And Arab nationalism was ultimately born in places like Syria and some like the more urbanized areas. And you still today, like there are martyr squares in like Beirut and Damascus that are named for the people that the Ottomans hanged during the war, for speaking out for Arab rights and autonomy and maybe Arab independence from the Ottoman Empire. They were the first people who actually say, maybe we should break away from the Ottoman Empire because we don't like the direction this is going. So that's the beginnings of Arab nationalism. For it to make sense, really, there's a significant political project that has to happen. So this is during these late stages of the Ottoman Empire and in the immediate decade after its collapse, people had to come up with a new way to understand themselves, and Arab is a part of that. I think it's really hard for people to think about this today, but Arab had no political definition before this period, before the 20th century. It wasn't what people would call themselves. You would speak Arabic, but you wouldn't be an Arab. Arab would be like those like desert nomads. The Bedouin were Arabs. Nobody in Damascus was calling themselves an Arab. It just wasn't a part of their sense of self. They spoke Arabic, so they had that identity, which is why for defining the Arab nation, like Arab nationalism, the key is speaking a form of Arabic. That's why Arab ethnic and national identity is a little different from some in the world, because it doesn't matter where you live, what you look like, what your cultural elements are. If you speak a form of Arabic, you're an Arab, because that was what they based it on, was speaking Arabic. But they had to first dust off the word Arab and give it a political sense. They had to kind of like make it a thing. And when they did that, it created the possibility of linking together people speaking different forms of Arabic. So you had forms of pan-Arab nationalism, which is, I think, what you were pointing to when you're talking about the idea of a larger state. But the Hashemites are sort of distinct from that because the Hashemites were trying to create a dynastic state. The Hashemites were not nationalists in any way, nor was the World War I era Arab revolt. That was a dynastic struggle. That was very old school medieval in the way that they were thinking about it. But there were people all through the 40s, 50s, 60s that were pan-Arab nationalists that wanted to link together various territories speaking different forms of Arabic and make a single larger Arab state. That never caught on, in part because Arabic is more of a language subfamily than a language. Egyptian Arabic and Moroccan Arabic and Iraqi Arabic are not mutually intelligible. Like they're different languages that diverge from a common source. So there's a way to link them together in some ways with a kind of transnational political identity and cooperate. That's why things like the Arab League make sense and work, but they don't really suit the kind of local cultural identities that nationalism really thrives on. It's very difficult to link people together when the differences are so wide. It would require a really insane homogenizing process. This is why states that are diverse, Jordan, you brought up as one of those, although it's not nearly as diverse as, say, Iraq, which is even more fucked, or Syria, which is even more fucked. But Jordan is still, in the western part, it's culturally Palestinian. In all the eastern and southern parts, it's Bedouin. It's more like, North Arabia. Like the cultures are very different in those areas. And on top of that, you bolt the Hashemite monarchy and you try to like squish that all together and make it work. So it doesn't make a great deal of sense. What the British were doing was creating states. And Britain and France both set out to create states out of the former Ottoman territories that were essentially ungovernable under nationalist policies, because they wanted to make them dependent upon the British and French empires. Which is why Jordan and Iraq and Syria, it was why they got such weird borders, because they didn't want them to be, more effective homogenous states like European states, because then the people would fight together against the colonizers. They wanted them to fight each other. So they cobbled together states that would be problematic once nationalism was applied. And that has had really, really lamentable effects in the Middle East across the last century. I mean, right at Iraqi independence in the 30s, you have a significant massacre of Assyrians in the north. And you have like multiple, long-running feuds with the Kurds and with Turkmen and everything else. Like there's, the fights internally are a consequence of accepting European nationalism and accepting the borders imposed by Europe. It kind of pushes them into a kind of violent homogenizing process. So it had the intended effects. It made them ungovernable and problematic. But and then when people are always like blaming the global South for the internal problems, hello, like please don't fall into the like bullshit racism here. These problems are a consequence of giving people a conflicting set of ideals. They sold modernity as a package deal, and that includes nationalism, but then they gave them borders where nationalism was going to be problematic. So, I mean,
So it's fair to say that the Europeans defined wholly like the borders of the
Benicio,
post World War
I'm not sure we can hear
I
you
Arab
very well.
state.
Did you catch that, Liam?
Did you say, is it fair that Europe defined wholly the borders?
The borders of the post World War I era for the Arab states.
Yeah. I mean, they didn't ask locals for their participation in this whole process. They defined them entirely in self-serving ways. Every one of those borders was because it was.
And bizarre too in that same time frame. Wasn't there supposed to be in that same agreement that the French and the British were supposed to carve out a Kurdish state, and they just like kind of forgot that one, or what happened there?
There is one, especially if you look at the okay, so the difference between like the two treaties you signed with the Ottoman Empire. The first treaty signed with the Ottoman Empire gave some territory to Russia and carved out an Armenian state and a potential Kurdish state, but that was subject to later negotiations. None of that happened because that sparked a revolution in the Ottoman Empire that created the Turkish Republic, and the Turkish Republic said, fuck you, we're not going to accept that deal. And they had to negotiate a whole new deal. And the negotiation there, I mean, I love telling stories about it because the way the negotiations were carried out, like, holy shit, the Turks had like bowling ball sized nuts when they went into this thing. But they got everything they wanted. But there was originally like an ideal of carving areas out like that out. Yeah. But all of the deals made before that treaty with the Ottomans, those are the problems. Because set aside the Balfour Letter for a second and just look at the contradictions between the Sykes-Picot Agreement, the Constantinople Agreement, and the Hussein McMahon correspondence. That's the United Arab State you were talking about. They were saying the Sharif of Mecca would get an Arab kingdom in all of the Arab territories of the former Ottoman Empire except for Mount Lebanon, which was going to go to France. So, like, basically about a third of modern Lebanon would have been, would have gone to France, and the rest of it, they said, you can have this. They didn't even carve out Palestine. It was all supposed to be an Arab kingdom. But all of that was a lie, because they already knew what they were intending to do, and they'd already worked out agreements between Britain, France, and Russia on how that was going to play out. So the Hussein McMahon correspondence, people pointing back to it now and saying, hey, we should have had that, it was never even offered. It was never even possible. They had already planned to divide it into colonial territories and into, little sort of vassal states, essentially.
I guess question that. Was there any continuity between like the British mandate of Palestine and the separation when Jordan became its own autonomous state? I know it was like Transjordan and...
Oh, it's the same thing. Britain thought about putting them together as one, and then quickly realized it was just easier and made more sense to them to do it as two different territories.
But was there any continuity like prior to even the British mandate of Palestine, like culturally, like before, during Ottoman times, like
in the western part? So like from Irbid and Amman, down through the western part. So like the immediate east bank of the Jordan River is culturally Palestinian. Like they're the same basic people, and the river was not a natural frontier between them. The river's tiny, you know, it was not really a natural border.
Yeah, I
And
think
that
so. You can
cultural
swim across in about
continuity,
1 minute. Yeah.
the cultural continuity isn't just Palestinian or Arab, it's antique, because that's also true in the ancient world. The Canaanite states were also on the east bank of the Jordan, not just the west bank of the Jordan. And then the surrounding desert regions were entirely different culturally, because it's defined more by the areas that you actually can farm, like where you can permanently settle.
Hmm.
All those areas have a long-term cultural continuity where they've shared ideas among each other for thousands of years. But the eastern, so like the northeastern and the southeastern parts of Jordan, those areas were not ever part of it. You know, so that was in the same way that like Western Iraq, you know, the southwestern part was also just tacked on chunk of desert. That's historically has nothing to do with the rest of Iraq.
And I guess did people take issue with the British just handing over this territory to, because the Hashemites, right, are from the Hijaz, they're from Saudi Arabia. And did they take, obviously in Iraq they took issue, they killed they killed the other Hashemite leader of Iraq.
Well, that was much later. That was
Oh,
much
yeah.
later. But there was actually an Arab revolt in Iraq and one in Syria almost immediately in the early 1920s.
Got
Yeah,
it.
and both of those revolts were because of the way that they were carving it up. They weren't nationalist uprisings yet, but they were kind of like proto-nationalist uprisings that were essentially like a, what the fuck, Europeans? What are you doing? And those were crushed with incredible violence.
Was that similar in when Transjordan kind of transformed itself, for lack of a better term, into Jordan? Was there any aggression or any type of pushback against Hashemite like rulership in that area?
There have always been people contesting the Hashemites, but that gets way off of the initial topic here. So we should probably like maybe bounce to some other people's questions and come back to it if you want to later. And we can talk more about, if you guys are interested, we can talk more about the creation of Arab nation states and how difficult it was for Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, Jordan to become functional countries. It has been a deeply problematic process in all of those former Ottoman territories because of the conflicting demands placed upon them. But it separates us from this initial process. Jordan simply changed its name after the 48 conflict, when it took the west bank of the Jordan. So because trans literally means on the other side of, so it no longer made sense.
I'll put that to the chat to see whether or not they want. So if you can give me a yes or a no. But just on the topic that we're on at the moment, there's a couple of questions on it. One was, so it has to do with people's ethnicity as well as their language, or just religion, like Jewish people. So I think they're talking about what's considered as
national identity.
Arab.
Oh wait, hold on. Then I'm confused. Can we try that?
I think the point was trying to understand. Here we are. I don't get how Arab becomes an ethnicity when its origins is based on speaking a language.
Yeah, it's an unusual ethnicity in the world. Because again, remember, we have to remember, race, ethne, and nation are flexible social categories. They don't have a physical definition. There's no way to boil them down in any scientific formula. They're not real things. They're ideas. The Arab nationality is weird in a similar way to the Han Chinese national identity or ethnicity. Han ethnicity only means you're from the area controlled by the Han dynasty 2,000 years ago. That's it. You can speak completely different languages, look completely different, have completely different cultures. Doesn't matter. You're Han Chinese. It's not a biological race. It's not a cultural identity. It's not a linguistic identity. It just means you fell within that territory. So it's weird as an ethnic identity. Arab is also weird as an ethnic identity because all it means is you speak a form of Arabic as your first language, or in the case of like expat communities, you can say you descend from Arabic speakers. So like a lot of my first, second generation Arab friends in the U.S., they can call themselves Arabs or Arab Americans, whether or not they speak Arabic as their first language. But theoretically, that's all it kind of means. So you can be sub-Saharan African black or pale blonde and blue-eyed, and you can be an Arab. It doesn't have anything to do with it. It's not an ethnicity in that sense. And a lot of Arab countries are black, and a lot of a lot of Palestinians and Syrians are blondes. I mean, there's a lot of variation within the Arab world, but they based it on that for political reasons because this is there's a large territory that fell under European control. They needed to link people together in resistance to European power and fight back, and they figured, well, I don't know, to quote Planet of the Apes, apes together strong. Like they wanted to kind of like solidarity. They wanted to link people together. So, well, why don't we just base it on the language? And that way, it doesn't matter if you're Egyptian or Syrian or whatever. We can all have solidarity with each other. We can fight together against colonial control. And that has actually worked, which is why Arabs in Syria can care about what's happening in Algeria, even though they speak different languages and have very different histories and cultures. They think of themselves as both Arabs, even though they're again, in every other way, they're very different from one another. So it was a conscious political choice to create an unusual ethnic definition like that.
So you mentioned earlier on, I think part of this was aspirations as one big Arab nation state that wasn't quite realized.
The Ottoman territories, specifically the ones breaking away from the Ottoman. So that's why I said we have to segment some areas. So it wouldn't have included like Morocco or Algeria in that project at the time. There were arguments to link together the territories that can break away from the Ottomans as a single area instead of it being further subdivided.
So does the Arab League then become almost like a substitute for that idea?
Yeah. Okay. So the initial idea. Okay. So there are stages of this. So the initial idea of unity among the Arab subjects of the Ottoman Empire as a state transformed itself into transnational or pan-Arab nationalism. So pan-Arab nationalism was the successor. Pan-Arab nationalism now opens itself up to the Egyptians and the Libyans and the Moroccans and whatever. Like you're all part of this thing too. So it creates a larger identity, which is why I say Libya literally tried to unite with Syria and Yemen, and create a single country there when they weren't ever historically linked. That's in the pan-Arab nationalist heyday in the 50s, 60s, 70s. The Arab League is exactly a kind of political substitute for the fact that at the end of the day, the peoples in these different Arab areas, because Arab is such a broad category, they have too many differences to easily fit into the concept of the European nation state. So at best, you could create a kind of like United Arab States that had a sort of a civic nationalism. But states with civic nationalisms can be very difficult to administer. I mean, there are massive cultural differences across the U.S., and a lot of Americans can't stand each other because of that. What holds the United States together is a shared history and political institutions, not a shared cultural identity. And that requires a very strong state, which is one of the reasons that the U.S. has a very powerful state. States that were historically very diverse. So France is another good example in Europe because France is a relatively large European country and historically a very diverse area. But it created a highly centralized state that imposed a particular vision on people, and over the last 200 years has basically been G-siding its own like cultural diversity. For the Arabs to have united politically, they would have had to do the same thing. And the post-colonial context makes that difficult because post-colonial states have weaker institutions, oftentimes by design because it favored the Europeans to do so. They don't have strong states. Those states don't usually have full hegemony among the, full support among the population, and therefore they cannot impose the kind of homogenizing forces that would create a stable, larger state like France or the U.S. So I don't know if that helps there. So but yeah, in short, the Arab League is kind of a substitute to hold together a political idea of Arabs working together in solidarity, despite the reality on the ground, meaning they physically can't unite.
Are you able to just quickly explain how we went from 6 countries to 22 countries? And was the only requirement for people to speak Arabic? So the Arab League.
For the because when it was first founded, there weren't that many Arab countries, and not all the territories identified themselves with that political project yet and didn't want to be members. So quite a few countries became countries afterwards, and or gradually adopted the kind of transnational project of Arab unity. They weren't before, they didn't think of themselves that way. I mean, again, culturally and historically, Morocco has nothing to do with Iraq. Like just literally fuck all, nothing. I mean, they both speak a language that descends from classical Arabic, and that's it. They had to converge in a way in the sense of their identity and things that they had in common. They had to adopt modern standard Arabic as an official language to teach in schools, so now people can speak to each other. And modern standard Arabic is created largely because of the project of Arab nationalism, to kind of like give people a way to interact with one another. And then B, they had to adopt a political identity that incorporated a larger Arab world. So that kind of had to happen before it really makes sense to bring more and more territories in. Somebody asked about Somalia. Okay, so the Comoros, Somalia, and Djibouti are members of the Arab League only because they have historical trade relations with the Arab world. Realistically, they started off as observers. Like, we want to be kind of like connected to you because we like the idea of greater like unity and working together and like fuck the Europeans and let's do our own thing. But people don't really speak Arabic there. They adopted it in schools in the same way that it was originally like an elite language for classical learning in those areas. They adopted it as a kind of like elite language for educated people so that people could interact with those Arab countries in greater like international solidarity. But they're not Arab in the same way culturally. Like the Afar languages they're not even the same branch of like, they're not even part of the same like language families. Like there are significant differences, but they have a political reason to work together. So,
well, I think in Somalia it is a language that's taught in schools in some parts of Somalia, and also linguistic kind of similarities between Arabic and Somali is very strong in that a good percentage, I'd almost say maybe 25% plus is
right.
Arabic.
There's significant there's significant influences. It's a different sub branch off the Semitic tree. So there are linkages, and not only do they have some common origins and some vocabulary like way back thousands of years, but they have borrowed from each other a lot. So it's in the same way that like Swahili took in so much Arabic vocabulary over time.
Yes.
There's been a significant influence on the Somali languages of Arabic because of the close proximity and trade links. And that's, again, one of the reasons they want to be part of the Arab League, to connect in there. But the reason it's a school language is part of that larger project, in the same way that like schools create national identities in the first place. Before France rolled out a national school system, French was spoken in the area around Paris. That was literally it. French was not spoken in like, in Bordeaux, right? It just wasn't, right? It wasn't spoken down in Provençal. People in Nice would not speak French. They had to impose that through schools. So some countries like Somalia have been increasing those links through schools, but still it's not a common spoken language. And the common spoken languages aren't descendants of Arabic like they are for, say, like Algerian Darija is a descendant of classical Arabic that's heavily influenced by the Tamazight languages. The Somali languages actually evolved separately and are converging. So it follows a slightly different course.
I just want to check in with Gothdark and Serena. I know you've both been up here. Do you want to ask a question on this topic, or did you have a question for later?
Was that somebody else, or did somebody ask if I'm married?
The chat has been a bit wild tonight. To say the least. Yes.
No.
Gothdark, are you still with us?
Sadly, no. Not anymore.
Serena,
nice.
you said that you had a question. Do you want to jump in on this one, or?
Yes, I just wanted to ask a question. In regards to like Arab, I think a lot of people nowadays think of maybe a certain kind of type of group or people, but I think, as Liam mentioned, it is quite a diverse group of people. Could you maybe like elaborate on what it was historically a little bit more, and obviously what it is considered as now, if that makes sense?
Not really. So do you mean like what it could have meant historically to be Arab before the modern period?
Correct, yes. Because you touched on it a little bit. You mentioned a little bit, but kind of wanted to know a little bit more if that's okay.
So it had a few different ways it worked. First off, historically, it means you're from the Arabian Peninsula. So people from Mecca were Arabs. Yemenis were Arabs. Like the people in the Emirates, they're Arabs. But it only meant the peninsula. So it was a geographic term. And then in the earlier waves of Arab conquest, it retained that sense. So the Arabs were the people who had their garrison towns and administrations and had conquered you and were ruling the territories. They were Arabs. Over time, they spread their language into those areas because of administration. When they started ditching the local languages for administration, when they stopped using things like Persian and whatnot, and they started they had a written form of Arabic and they started using Arabic for everything, then it becomes useful for more people to learn Arabic. So Arabic spreads in the population, and Islam is another main driver for that, because for people to adopt Islam, they want to be able to read Quran, they want to understand what the hell they're saying, so they start learning Arabic. And that creates distinct forms of Arabic, because everywhere these developed, it's the same way that from the very beginning, the different forms of Latin were different because it was the local substrates. What people call vulgar Latin is basically just the Latin as it was learned by people who originally spoke a different language. So French, as a Romance language, has a significant Celtic substrate in its pronunciation. Right? It's why it sounds a bit different from other Romance languages, because the people who initially learned Latin were Gaulish speakers. So they created a distinct form of Latin out of that. Arabic is the same way. So where you had peoples across North Africa speaking various Berber languages or Latin, that's going to affect the way that they learn to speak Arabic. And they'll speak Arabic differently, and then a different distinct spoken form of Arabic evolves in those areas. But outside of the initial period when you're thinking, okay, Arabs are the people who conquered us, learning the languages didn't immediately make somebody an Arab. The words still had to take on a political definition, and that's largely out of the identity crises in the 19th century Ottoman Empire. So people kind of dusted off the word Arab and said, well, we all speak Arabic. Why don't we use that as a unifier? How about that? Like, we could, because we have all these other differences, but we do speak this language. Okay, cool. Well, if we're going to say we're a common people who speak Arabic, we need a word. What would be a word for people who speak Arabic? Oh, Arabs. Shit. Okay. Yeah, we're Arabs. Because in the intervening centuries, especially in the Mashriq, Arab had become kind of a dirty word for people who were less urban. You look at like the heavily urbanized areas of like historic Greater Syria, tons of people in like towns and cities. They thought of themselves as Ottomans, or as having a great Syrian identity, or as having like a local political identity. We're from Nablus. They didn't think of themselves as Arabs. Arabs were the people out there with their camels in the countryside. But Arab was a super, super useful and obvious word for a common political identity. So it was sort of resurrected for that. And that's why, like, Arab today means anybody speaking a form of Arabic and not Bedouin, which is how it was used for a while. And it doesn't just mean people from Arabia. It's a common misconception. I often hit people with my interterm class in January is my modern Mideast survey here. So like one of the things you do at the beginning is you define basic terms. People often think, well, all these countries that speak Arabic, well, they were colonized. Tons of Arabs settled there. Like, no, relatively few people from Arabia ever settled anywhere. It was small garrison towns who generally didn't mix and merge with the local population. The Arab conquerors actually kept themselves apart from the local population. What happened is the local population slowly adopted their language, and that provided a basis for a modern transnational identity. But yeah, so it's a long-term process. But like in the ancient world, it had very, very different meanings than it has today.
Okay, thank you for that, Liam. I appreciate it. I think it's quite interesting learning about the history of certain words and things like that, because I think a lot of the time we don't even think about it, but I quite often reflect on a lot of things. So it's nice kind of being in this circle of people where we're all interested in similar things,
Yeah, no, these are great. Honestly, again, I came onto TikTok because a former student asked me to come on and do a live with him one day, and I
Oh.
kind of got sucked in because of the people. It's because of so like Goth Track and Be Blessed and just all these people that like they're so nice. Like they're so welcoming, and it does create a kind of community. So I've genuinely enjoyed this. This has been fun.
Oh, thank you. I've really enjoyed it too. It's been fun. And I think it is nice having this little community here, especially because, like, I think me and Be Blessed are from the UK, and then you're obviously from America, and there's quite a few people that are just, like, all over the world. And it's quite cute that everyone kind of has one shared interest, which is learning. And I think that's quite cool.
Yeah,
so thank you for that.
Obviously, it kind of like it sort of suits me as a nerd to find communities like this. One of the things I've often joked with people like this, because part of this is like I've always struggled a bit just being a, I don't know, an eccentric, autistic introvert. I always struggled a little bit with some people, and one of the things that was hardest for me growing up was that I'm from a completely working class environment.
Mm-hmm.
And I started learning to read very early in life. I've always been a nerd. So I didn't relate well to people. The first time I actually had conversations with people and it made sense was when in my 30s, when I got into college. And I related to the professors and was hanging out with them. And then I got into graduate school, and I still missed the seminars because in grad school, you're all gathered around a table and you've all read the week's books, like, because they're like, okay, read these 3 books for this week. And we come in and we have the conversation on it. Mm-hmm. And you can actually dive in and talk about stuff with other people that share a common interest. That I didn't experience that until, my late 30s. Like I'd never met people with similar interests. So the fact that since then, I've missed that kind of environment, but I found so many other ways to do that in different social media type things, and now definitely here. Mm-hmm. It fits that same interest. It's like, oh, it's so cool to find people who are also nerds.
Yeah, I agree. That's literally how I feel. I think with like neurodivergence, and you always have like, I guess it's called like a special interest. So I think obviously some people aren't neurodivergent and they're just interested in it. But I think naturally neurodivergent people, we have like special interests and we're like, oh, that's really cool. Okay, cool. Like there's people that actually have the same kind of buzz learning about certain things,
Yeah, and geeks and nerds don't have to be, neurodivergent. Exactly. Geeks get really into a particular special interest of their own. They're like, I love Star Trek, and they're super into that. Or like nerds, like I want to become a subject matter expert. A lot of people who do both of those are not neurodivergent, but we do tend to be kind of extreme in that, largely because we have no other social life. So, but like being able to link to people, whether ASD or not, on the basis of those interests and like that shared aesthetic, that is fascinating to me. So I love that.
I agree, same. I absolutely love it. I think it's so interesting. And yeah, I think what you're doing is really amazing. Like, I think I've been following you for like, since you first started, and it's so cool seeing like your growth because it's just organic and it's not like, it's just coming naturally, and it's nice seeing your community grow and kind of,
people sharing it, like it's been great. I don't know how to amplify these things, but yeah, people just share the stuff around and it grows, which is great. I've really appreciated that.
Oh, you're welcome anytime, and I'll let someone else speak now because I feel like I don't want to hog the time. But yeah, thank you so much for having this conversation with me. It's really interesting and fun. So yeah.
I'm glad you got to ask your question.
I forgot what that one was again. Is that a ring or a teacup? Or it's
bracelet.
A ring, right? A bracelet.
Yes.
I can't get out of my head. It looks like a pink slab of meat. It doesn't. I don't. I think it's the little tail they have on the bottom of it that makes it not fully like round looking.
Yeah, no, it's some of the gifts don't quite appear the way they should. Gothdag, did you want to ask a question on this topic, or was it one for later?
I'll let you ask if there's any like the comment section, then we can get.
No, you go ahead if it's on this topic, because I think we're going to try and exhaust this topic and then open it up to other topics afterwards.
And we also like there's 6 people in there, and I know there's other people that are requesting too, so we kind of like want to keep circulating through people.
Okay,
yes, absolutely.
So nationalism is the topic, correct? something
More or
like
less.
that. Yeah. So
Nationalism and related factors.
yeah, so I asked a question. I was on a panel yesterday with, I think it was two Israelis. They actually lived in Israel. And one of them was an older gentleman, probably sound like he's in his 60s. And I asked the question, I said, this is my opinion too. So it's not like these are facts, right? And the question I asked is like, you guys are so closely related, right? You not like really close, but distant cousin close. And I was like, why would you fight each other, right? Like, it's like for me, for my tribe to go to another tribe that's close by and go, we're gonna take you out, And kind of like, and that's nationalism kind of, I think it plays a big role. Colonialism.
Oh, I think
I
it's
think that's something
Christiana.
else.
Would you mind muting Christiana?
Oh,
We're getting
yeah.
back
Okay.
feedback in Mitch, if you don't mind, please.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back. I thought it was
Got
me.
it. There you go.
So yeah, I was just like, did nationalism and the colonialism, because I know they kind of intertwine throughout the years, are they causing like how the conflicts are? Was that because of that European colonialism? And I don't know if
Yeah. Mostly. Okay, so first off, peoples with more things in common will often fight more than peoples that are very different from them. But that depends on the type of idea. This is true whenever peoples make absolute claims. In particular, this is one of the reasons that Christians were much harder on people with divergent forms of Christianity than they were on non-Christians. So there's some element of that kind of competition, because if your idea is similar to mine but still different, am I wrong? It brings up certain questions. Like you have to question your own identity. No one wants to question your own identity. So therefore, you must be unalived or something. It creates that kind of conflict, but not necessarily. Oftentimes, people who are different but related do get along very, very well. It depends upon the ideas they have, the culture. So there are different factors. So I want to bring that up specifically to say it's not just nationalism that can cause this. There are other ways that tribal instinct can cause violence, but it has to be over some kind of conception of the world that makes the difference a threat. Because if the difference isn't a threat, then I don't care. So like, look at the way in ancient Canaan, some populations stopped eating pork. Their descendants eventually became Jews, and other populations kept eating pork. But they weren't waging wars immediately on each other like, we must kill the non-pork eaters or something. Like, no one was doing that. It was a natural evolution. Eventually you got to that point, but that was more with state power. That's a different issue. But for a long, long time in the early Iron Age, that difference just didn't matter, because it was pretty minor, and no one was thinking that their idea had to be the only one true idea, right, for all peoples. Nationalism, because it is founded on in-groups and out-groups and a kind of and giving them a political identity, i.e. power, it naturally lends itself to violence. Because again, remember, the difference between when we can distinguish a nation from an ethnicity is that nations have to have a political project or identity, something that links them together and gives a political shape, even if it doesn't have sovereignty. And as soon as you start bringing power considerations into it, that pushes people more toward violence, because it's sort of like you can see that just over and over again, not just in questions of national identity. I mentioned Christianity earlier, so I'll point out early Christians were pacifists. I mean, they were extreme pacifists. But as soon as their religion entered the upper classes and got tied to power, it became extraordinarily violent, and it got tied. It wasn't the religion that did it. It was the way that the power politics used the religion. And this is the way nationalism works. Nationalism uses cultural differences. Cultures being different doesn't mean they have to hate each other. People having different religions, different languages, different all this stuff, that doesn't mean we have to fight each other. Where that comes in is when you tie it to political power. And you say, my power identity, my identity as a figure in power is based upon imposing this norm. Oh, you people don't share that norm, ergo we must fight. That's where it overlaps. So not necessarily nationalism. There are other things that can push you in that direction, but power in general, and nationalism is tied to that.
Yep. Okay. Thank you very much.
No problem at all. Did you have a further question, or can I drop you if we need to later?
Oh yeah, I'll drop.
No,
Yeah,
you're good. You can stay there
like
for a
we're
bit.
getting a lot of requests.
Yeah, no,
It's,
I think
it's
this
neat.
is proving to be a popular topic.
Well, cool.
Silpham, I think I've said that correctly. Did you have a question on this that you wanted to ask, or
Silpium. Hey.
yeah, Silphium?
I actually don't have a question right now because you ended up answering it.
Oh,
Oops.
okay. Then yeah, let me
Was
see if somebody.
which one was it?
It was about Arabization itself. So I've been it was exactly that I kept hearing about Arabization in the context of conquest while being vaguely aware that that wasn't the case, but I didn't understand the specifics of, well, how did these people come to adopt Islam or the language, and therefore, what exactly constituted Arabization for the
Yeah,
region?
it's a good one because especially in the context of this current conflict, it often comes up because there are people who use it as a way to make racist comments about Arabs and talk about how the Arab conquest was a colonial project and it imposed its view on people. And there is an element of that, but it's not the extremes that assholes like Ephraim Karsh want to make it. It's more like Roman imperialism or any other major empire when it comes together. When you have a larger political structure, it will have certain norms that people will adopt. So the Romans didn't go around forcing people to adopt their language, but by going around and giving orders only in Latin, it kind of encouraged people to learn it. So different forms of Latin start developing and people have a way to interact. It's similar to when the Arab conquerors began using Arabic in the Umayyad period as their official language for policies. Then when the policies are written out in Arabic and distributed that way, and people get the document, like, what the hell does this say? Shit, I guess I should learn this language. And naturally, it's going to expand from there. The religion gives it a slightly different element to it, and it's one of the ways that it makes it a little bit less of an oppressive dynamic in some ways than you saw with the Roman example. Because the Romans didn't impose a religious orthodoxy in any way and didn't even encourage it. The Romans consciously discouraged kind of like broader religious identity. What they wanted was people to acknowledge the state gods and then keep whatever they had locally because they just didn't care. It wasn't important to them. In the long run, that there was some disadvantages to that decision, but for Islam, it was never imposed by force outside of like individual events. So when people say, well, Islam wasn't imposed by force, I love nuance and qualifiers, so I'll say there were times every now and then when individual states did say you must convert. So there are some fucked up moments there, but it's not a common trend because the religion actually says you shouldn't do this. So people will bring up, oh shit, like it says we're not supposed to do that. And so states can usually be pushed back from that. Most often it spread simply because people saw it and found it interesting. They were attracted to it based on how people behaved. There's actually lines in the Quran that play to that where it says like just live a good Muslim life and be a good example and people will end up converting or they won't, and it's up to them. But all you can do is set a good example. But there's something that they benefited tremendously from. And this is worth noting in terms of that rapid spread of Arabic, because Arabic spreads much faster when people start adopting the Quran because they have to be able to read it to pray. More people started converting to Islam very quickly because of the political conditions in the Roman and Persian empires. The Roman world was racked by religious tensions where different forms of Christians were fighting each other because they disagreed on theological terms. And there were so many like weird compromises and things like, oh, well, it's one God, but it's one God in like 3 parts. And it's like, and it's like a mystery. And so it's like it's a Trinity, man. You just got to believe it. You're like, well, how does that make sense? No, you just got to believe it, man. And then somebody comes along and says, you know what? Jesus was just a prophet, man. And like, they just fooled you on this. Like, oh shit, that's a lot simpler. I'm going to take that because it kind of cuts through the bullshit. And it made it easier for some people theologically that were deeply enmeshed in those religious conflicts, the sectarian conflicts. And the Persian Empire at the time, the late Sassanid Empire, was officially persecuting other religions. It was quite vicious towards non-official religions. So there was a sense among many people there that Islam kind of provided a neutral option and a way of getting out of that history of conflict among like Zoroastrianism and its like various forms like Mazdakism and Zurvanism and whatever, and then like Mandeism and Buddhism and Christianity, all these different like faiths there. It basically like we'll just take this like outsider path that has a very, very simple theology and just says be good to each other, and we'll just go with that instead. So it kind of fits the political context. But that political context and the much quicker conversion, it's still a slow process. In heavily populated areas, I should point out, places like Egypt were majority Christian for centuries. It took a long time in some areas. But in other areas, like other portions of North Africa, it was quite rapid. So the political context really matters, like the local conditions. And those can accelerate the rate of Arabization.
I've got a couple of easy ones for you. Are you Arab or just an Arab speaker? Is a nice and easy one.
No, you can't call me an Arab. My family's, migration origins, I suppose, are Sicilian, Irish, Polish, Bulgarian, Scots. We're from all over the place. Genetically, I have some Berber ancestry, a little bit of Ashkenazi ancestry, probably because of intermarriage in Poland, and then some like Southwest Asian ancestry. So probably like, I don't know, some Syrian or something. Like they have a hard time nailing that down exactly, but a few percent are in the Levant region, but it's hard for them to know exactly what from the DNA tests. But my family's origins all got to the U.S. From mostly from Italy, Poland, and the British Isles in the 19th century. So I'm a mutt. I'm a typical American mutt. I speak several languages very badly, largely because I'm antisocial. Like I'm autistic again, but I can tolerably read quite a few languages. And that's more my exposure to Arabic, is studying Arabic in order to be able to look at documents, to read sources, to read newspapers. So, hi brother. So yeah. I think the Berber ancestry is probably because there's so much North African interaction with Sicily, and I'm a quarter Sicilian. So, there's a significant North African Berber component in Sicilian DNA. So that's how I become North African, I think. But yeah.
And then why does speaking Arabic make you an Arab, but speaking English doesn't make you English?
Oh yeah, you're right. That is an easy one. It's because of the political project. There was a conscious political project in the creation of it. So national identities are political projects. They don't exist otherwise. There are ethnic and cultural identities, but a nation is a distinct group of, this is why, again, so for Jews internationally, before the modern period, we can easily talk about a Jewish ethnicity. And I've seen a lot of people on Twitter recently, and I got a few arguments on this in the last couple of days, saying Jews are not an ethnicity. Like, no, Jews absolutely are an ethnicity. They've always been an ethnicity. But in the modern sense, they weren't a nation. They hadn't been a nation for 2,300 years or something like that. Until a modern national identity was formed, because nation distinguishes itself from ethnicity because it has a political contour. There were distinct Jewish populations in Morocco and Poland and South Asia, and they would all think of themselves as Jews ethnically, even though they culturally had big differences from one another. They all had Torah in common, they all had certain traditions in common, so they had an ethnic understanding of what it meant to be Jewish, but they did not have a unifying national project. So for Arabs, Arab becomes a national identity by choosing Arabic language as its defining feature. That didn't happen for any of the English speakers. It's not a part of the modern history there. So it was a very conscious choice in the early 20th century to settle on that, on that language as the core component to a broader political identity.
And then how would you identify the Levant area?
The Levant is the Eastern Mediterranean. So from the the northern reaches of Syria and, at its farthest extent, a little bit of southern Turkey, all the way down through where Israel, Palestine, and Jordan are. So cut off the desert. Technically, historically, you would leave out the Syrian desert. So the eastern part of Syria is not historically Levantine, nor is the eastern part of Jordan. And technically, the Negev didn't used to be part of the Levant either. We use the term today with a more political contour by using the state boundaries. So all of Israel, Palestine, Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon are the Levant now because of those state boundaries. But historically, it's just this rectangular area that's relatively habitable in the eastern Mediterranean, in between the Mesopotamian and Egyptian areas.
Christina, did you have a question that you wanted to ask on this topic? Oh, we can hardly hear you. I don't know if there's something wrong with your mic at all. No, there's something definitely wrong with your mic, unfortunately. I'm going to drop you and then get you to come back again. Yeah, hopefully she can come back again.
Well, there's a bunch of people asking questions in the chats. If you want a question answered but you can't come up, tag Be Blessed in that question, and she's very good at keeping like a list of the ones to ask. So
I'm trying. It's kind of gone a bit wild at the moment, but again, hopefully another easy one. Is Amazigh a nation?
Yeah, in the sense that there's a political project there. So people have adopted a kind of transnational flag linking together different Berber peoples. There's been projects to resurrect a language. There's a whole bunch of different forms of the language, but there's a standardized writing system and there's more international collaboration. To the extent that there is political activity, yes, we can say, Amazigh make up a nation, but it's a very dispersed one. In the same way that Kurds are a nation, but they speak quite a few different forms of Kurdish and are separated by vast distances. So they're not a very unified nation. They don't have a great deal in common, but they do have a sort of transnational political identity that links them to one another and lets them relate to other people and say, hello, my Amazigh brother. So in that sense, yes, we can say that there is an Amazigh nation.
Susanna, did you want to ask a question on this topic?
Yes, thank you for your put me back. Hello, Professor. How are you? It's very important topic. I am Amazigh. I am not a Berber. Berber, they call us that time empire of Portugal or Italian. They call us Berber because we were, exactly, we was very strong with them. Plus North Africa, they all Amazigh. You know that from half the Egypt to all Mauritania to Morocco. Okay, it's for centuries. It Amazigh. Okay, the first people. Doesn't mean about revelation, the Islamic coming. Okay, we adopt the Islamic. They love it. I mean, they fight. Of course, all religion they coming not easy, but after centuries, they adopt the language. But still, people, we are speaking the Amazigh, the second language. But it's like colonialism, French and Spanish. Half my family, the second language, they speak Spanish, and half we are speaking French, the second language. That's colonizing. But we adopt the Arabic language. Doesn't mean we don't have Arab. They come in for the Islamic revolution. They come in with the Jew and Arab together in a boat. So we wasn't have Amazigh Jew that time before they come in the third the Jewish. We have a three kind of Jewish. We have Amazigh, and we have Arab, and we have after they go to Andalus, and they kick them from the Spain, and they come in Arab and the Jewish together in North Africa. They come in all, they live in North Africa. So we are one family, and we are one family with Portugal, with Italy, and with Croatian. My ADN, I have Croatian, but I am Andalus. I'm from North Morocco, from Rif. So Tanger, Titouan. So doesn't mean we don't have Arab. We have Arab. They living with us. We mix. We are mixed now. We are mixed. You can tell. You can tell this is Jewish, or this is Arab, or this is Amazigh, or Muslim. We are one family, and we get together. We live together for for thousand years. Maybe we have a few Arab, yes, but majority we are Amazigh, and we spoke Arabic, the language in school, and that because they have no alphabet, the Amazigh. Maybe now they have Tifina, they have some couple. Maybe they have no. They speak the language. Maybe they have no alphabet. The language, the Amazigh. So that's what I want to say. But thank you. But about we are Muslim. We Amazigh, after they adopt Islamic, they adopt it with a heart. It's not about just some people, they don't want to be Muslim, but most of them, they're very strong, and they believe it's very hard, and they're proud to be a Muslim. That's what I told you. We have a lot of people, and we have some Jewish. They are guests, the Zionist. They are Morocco, like Ibrahim Sertafi. We have a long time before I born. They against them because they are Moroccan. They're not from there, and they knows what's going on, and they knows the truth. So free Palestine from the river to the sea. Thank you, Professor. I love you so much. Are you Sicilian? You are half Arabic. Sicilian, they mix with Greek and Arab. You know that. And of course, they mix with us too, because Mediterranean. We all one family. So we loving together. We share everybody, and peace with my heart. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I love you all. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Yeah,
Thanks, Susanna.
There's a nice thought at the end there. Really before a lot of the conflicts of the modern period, so really you can only take this back about 500 years, much of the Mediterranean basin was historically linked together culturally. People shared ideas like, oh, you have a different language, you speak a different religion, but we're close enough related. Oh, you use olive oil too? Cool, let's trade. Like tons of people interacted. So there really was a long standing history of transcultural brotherhood in the entire Mediterranean basin, and I would love to see more of that come back in. I like seeing that bit of solidarity. There's a few quick points here I want to sort of like add on from things that Susanna brought up. First off, okay, so for the Amasi people, most are Muslim today, but there are Berber Jews, and historically a lot of them were Catholic too. So there have been other religions in the area. As far as the word, and this is a useful point to make for a lot of people, I go back and forth on them and use both. But when people asked, is there an Amasi national identity, the very fact that the first thing that Susanna talked about was that it's Amasi, not Berber, right, that made that distinction, that tells you there's a nationalist project, that there's a national identity developing there because there's a kind of sensitivity around the word. The reason we use the word Berber frequently in English is the same reason we use like Persian, right? I make the distinction for a lot of people that want to say like Farsi. There's been a political push in the U.S. to call the language Farsi in English, but the historical name in the English language for Farsi is Persian. So when you're talking about the language, it kind of makes sense still to use the word Persian. So it's more a matter of like what language you actually speak. We do occasionally import words from other languages, but it's sort of like if I was talking about Germany and instead of Germany I said Deutschland. It would be kind of like, what the fuck are you talking about? Because the word in English I think it's hilarious because the j sound doesn't even naturally exist in the German language, but they're stuck with it, but it's an exonym. An exonym is a word applied to a people from the outside. So Germany became Germany from the Latin Germania, and Germania was adopted into quite a few successor cultures in the area instead of the internal name, that kind of like, an endonym that would have been like, Deutsch for it. Or Egypt. Egypt's a great one. Yeah. So Misr or Egypt, right? Egypt comes to us from Aegyptus, right? So we're stuck with it for the same reason. If I said Misr, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, it's Egypt. Egypt is the English word for it. So when, and I have to apologize to people with, with the national feelings on it. As a scholar, I'm kind of stuck with this word because this is what we use it in scholarship because it's been a word in English from the beginning, and it kind of means you get stuck with them after a while. So yeah, it's very much like the words we use for Egypt, Germany, everything else, different things. It's just a function of how language works, and it's a difficult way to kind of like change that. Oh, allemand, yeah, it's a difficult process to kind of like change how these things work, but some words can change. In most European languages, Islam used to be called Mohammedanism. And I am super, super happy that we've gotten rid of that for the most part. And it's Islam now. People have accepted that it's Islam. So in the long run, maybe we could, oh, hey, look at that. In the long run, maybe we could, get Amasi well known and lose the Berber word, but it's gonna, so yeah, for the Basque, yeah, Basque is not a, Euskara, like Basque isn't a word. Like we're just sort of stuck with it for it. Yeah, that's just sort of normal around the world. So I just want to make the point there that I won't use the term Berber because I'm being insulting. It's just because it's a function of the English language. But the fact that she raised it that way answers the question: is there an Amasi nation? Yes, obviously, because there's a political project to bring people together. Oh, the script too, the Tifina script. It's actually very old. And it goes back into stone inscriptions way the fuck back, but it was given a modern use. And it's part of that growing national identity by creating, printing presses for it and producing like literature in it that people can learn to read and use, where historically they didn't have that. If they wrote it all, they would write with the Arabic script or the Latin script or something, but recovering an old script, it's the project of resurrecting a Berber writing system is actually similar to, the way that, like, I don't know, modern Hebrew was developed and given its like distinct identity and like, kind of like taking off that way. It's like, it's creating a kind of common linguistic identity. And so I think it's fascinating. So now, yeah, that script is quite common. So anyway, so just a few thoughts based on that, because there's a lot of great points that she raised there that we can build off.
Just from my understanding, I always assumed that Western Sahara, that's seeking to be an independent country, was also the region that the Amazigh are. Is that correct?
No. Historically, that what we would so again using the ancient term, like, so the Berber cultural area is the entirety of the Maghreb, like all of it. So like from the Mediterranean coast down into the Sahara. So it ends before the Sahel, before the grasslands, but it's in the oases in the Sahara and all the way through the Maghreb region. So basically, cut like the eastern half of Libya off, take western Libya and go all the way to the coast, and then go all the way into the Sahara, and you've got historically where that area is. So the peoples today of Morocco and Algeria and Tunisia, they're actually Berber originally. They're Amazigh peoples, but their ancestors mostly Arabized over time. It's for Western Egypt there, because there's some interaction in the Sahara, in the Western Desert. So below the level of the coast, there's some interaction across the Sahara of peoples there. But the coast region of Cyrenaica wouldn't historically have been part of that area. There was a distinct ancient identity there, speaking a language that wasn't part of the Berber language family. But the broader Berber language family, and there are quite a few different spoken languages, quite a few different vernaculars. In many areas, those languages went into decline because of first Latin spread, well, actually first, so Punic, so the Phoenician languages, the Carthaginian languages, and then Latin, and then Arabic. Successive waves of linguistic colonization across North Africa has taken most of the more habitable areas and made them less Berber linguistically. Where it survived more significantly as a cultural identity and linguistic identity is in the more marginal lands, more in the interior. So you still have significant areas speaking Berber languages further in, but the surviving Berber speakers in like Tunisia and Libya and whatnot, they're in very isolated areas. All the more inhabitable areas to the north, they don't anymore. And like the Rift Valley is an unusual exception to that. But again, there's very rugged terrain in the area. So some areas, some pockets survived. And because Morocco is so mountainous, Morocco also, about 40% of the population speak an Amazigh language. So Arabization was much slower because of the rugged terrain. But no, it's a much, much wider area originally.
Got it. Thank you. Christina, let's see if... Hi, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. It took me so long to find my iPad. My child lost it. So I'm back. Okay. So I want to ask a question and then give a little bit of a backstory before you answer, because I don't know if this is the right, I don't know. So I was talking to my mother on Christmas about all of this, and she said that it was Israel before Palestine, and then now they're taking the land back. And I told her I didn't know anything about that, so I needed to research it, and I can't find anything. And I've looked at like maps and stuff, and I don't understand where she gets that information. But the other problem is she was in the United States Air Force along with my dad and my stepdad. So I was not brought up to understand any of this stuff. I actually didn't know about this until I guess October 8th, maybe. But I've always questioned her beliefs, and that's why she and I don't get along. But I'm so confused about the religious aspect of this, because I'm not religious.
Okay, so religious aspect that will beg a few follow-on questions, I think, but we'll need a little clarification. But I can make a quick point here that I think will help and also plays into this whole question about nations and nationalism, because originally the words Yisrael and Palestine, so using think of their original like they refer to specific small subsets of the territory. What was Yisrael, or sometimes interchangeably called Samaria, was the northern hill country, so the northern part of the West Bank and bleeding into the Galil, the valley to the north of it. So that's where that ancient kingdom was. The Palestine, or what we call like Philistia in then Greek, and then later Palestine, or Palestina in Latin, is originally the southwest coast region. So they originally only refer to small subsets. As exonyms, they were applied by different peoples to the entire area. So when you get to the Greeks applied Philistia to the entire southern half of the Levant, which is how we ultimately get the word in Latin. When the Romans wanted to piss off the Jews, they decided to call the whole area Palestine, borrowing the Greek term for it, and tossed the province name Judea, which is the Latinized form of Judah. The way that Jews adopt the word Israel is because after the Assyrians pulled out of the north, because they destroyed the northern kingdom, Judah absorbed the northern area and absorbed then, in a sense, the identity of old Israel. This is where we get the myth of the United Kingdom, so the United Monarchy. So when people are citing the kingdoms of Saul, David, and Solomon covering the whole area, that's technically a political myth written afterwards, but it provides the reason for the whole area originally taking that name Israel. So within Judaism, it becomes Eretz Yisrael, It becomes like the land of Israel, and it takes on a broader identity. But the original political term would actually have been Judah, which is why Jews are Jews and not Israelites or something. The word for the culture was from Judah, the southern political identity. But it historically absorbed Israel and it absorbed that as a part of its identity. So there was a sense that the whole area was referred to as Israel based on the political myth of the United Monarchy. Likewise, the whole area became Palestine because of the way the Greeks and then later Romans referred to it. But originally, those two words only referred to small portions of the country. So there was a small section of it that was Israel and a small section of it that was Palestine, and then the rest of it was a whole bunch of different separate kingdoms, different identities there. So when people say Israel came before Palestine or Palestine came before Israel, it's not true because they literally are both. They both go back into the early Iron Age. They're both ancient names, but only for different subsets. They're equally old terms for a specific corner of the land.
Can I throw a couple of questions from the chat in there as well while you're on this topic? So can you expand on why Jews is considered an ethnicity if there are different distinct Jewish ethnicities? I think they're referring to... yeah.
The key sense is this understanding of Jewishness and a couple... Oh, hat! I love those! And a little mustache. The key there is the sense of self, because you're talking about identities. Ethnicity, again, it's not biological. Ethnicity is not your DNA. People can adopt an ethnicity. You can become Italian. Ethnic identity has always been a flexible category. But it's a self-definition inside communities. So if a community considers itself to be distinct from its neighbors, and it calls that community Jewish, then they're Jews. That's how identities are formed. So it becomes an ethnicity because you call it one. If people say we are Jews and we have a distinct identity from our Polish Catholic neighbors, then that makes it an ethnic identity. And the reason we can talk about it in a transnational capacity is that peoples in Morocco and peoples in Poland both called themselves Jews, and they both had Torah. They both had an ancient text that could kind of give them some kind of common foundation, even though in most other respects they're very different culturally.
So how does that work when you convert?
When you convert, you become part of it. It's similar to the way you can become part of any other nation or national identity, but in the Jewish case, because Judaism is historically less a religion and more a civilization with a common legal foundation, you have halakha. And halakha gives a very specific way of conversion. When you do this, that, and the other thing, you become a Jew. And you're only a convert in the process of converting. Once you're done with that, you're a Jew. And that's the end of that. I mean, I'm maybe 1% Ashkenazi, because of the Polish intermarriage, but I'm not from a Jewish family. I became Jewish, by converting in marriage in the early 90s. But I can't say I'm a Jewish convert because that doesn't make sense. Once you're a Jew because you have adopted that ethnic identity. It's similar to the way immigrants work, right? So if somebody moves to France, they can become French if they adopt a French cultural identity. If they call themselves French and they learn to speak French, then they're French. And their kids grow up speaking French, and those kids are French. I have a bunch of friends in the Afghan German community, right? So they're all out of Bonn, and I swear, their kids and their grandkids and whatnot, they are as German fucking gets. Every possible stereotype about German culture applies to these guys. They look a little different from their neighbors, but they're ethnically German because they have adopted the identity of being Germans. That's how identities have always worked. Ethnicity is not biology. Ethnicity is how you identify yourself culturally. And it's a matter of attaching yourself to a particular personal identity. Does that clarify that a bit?
Yes. Okay, this seems to be one that keeps coming back week after week. But could you explain the Khazarian Empire?
It wasn't really an empire. It's like a steppe empire, meaning it's a bunch of like horse lords, claiming territory for a while and controlling it, and then they gradually assimilated into all the different settled peoples around them. There is a Jewish record that says that some of the ruling class converted to Judaism at some point. We don't know if that actually happened. If it did, it was probably only a small part of them. But culturally, religiously, and every other way, who were the Khazars, they ceased to exist, a millennium ago. They blended into different populations, so they became like Alan and other cultures in the area. Eventually, of course, the Alans disappeared too. There's tons of other cultures that exist in the area. But where they were is basically where today, like, eastern Ukraine is, and then stretching a bit eastward from there across the area just north of the Caucasus, across into that region. That was the area they controlled at their height, but they quickly collapsed as a distinct cultural identity and didn't pass anything on. They became, so think about the questions of ethnicity, right? The people who would have been Khazar ceased to be when they lost that cultural identity and language, and they just assimilated into tons and tons of other peoples and just became something else. Somebody asked, so quickly, so what distinguishes an ethnicity from a nation is having a political project attached to it. So if somebody had wanted to link Moroccan Jews and Polish Jews into a common political identity before and say, we are brothers and we link together in some political fashion, like through institutions, then it could be a nation. But there was nothing like that until the rise of modern Zionism, because you didn't have big transnational institutions that linked them together. They had commonalities. They all had Torah, but they didn't have anything that linked them together in a common political sense. So that's what it kind of means. It doesn't have to have state power, of course. So the Amazi are a great example of that, or Kurds, or tons of other peoples. You don't have to have an actual state or actual power, but you have to have some political institutions that link you together.
So, at what point do different groups of people, or let me try and rephrase that, at what point do we consider a group of people to have sufficiently stopped to exist? Is it when their bloodline stops to exist because of lots of intermixing, or is it when the culture tends to die, or is it a bit of both?
Well, bloodlines never really cease to exist unless you have an extremely isolated population and they literally go extinct and there's no one left living there. So bloodlines seldom go extinct. There are people in the UK today, so some of your neighbors, be blessed, have Neolithic ancestry. Some of their DNA goes back to like the dark-skinned, cavemen who moved into the area first and weren't farmers. But they don't have a cultural identity. All those cultural identities get swamped later. Where you can cease to be a people is when you have nothing left that identifies you as a people, like a self-identity. When you abandon a language and a religion and a culture, when you blend into something else. So when peoples stopped speaking the form of the Turkic language that the Khazars spoke and started speaking different languages and adopted a different political identity that didn't say, I'm Khazar anymore, which is pretty easy because they were a steppe people too. It's much faster with them because they weren't a settled population. They weren't farmers. They weren't like a historically settled people. They moved into an area where peoples had cities. So they adopted the idea of, oh yeah, let's live in cities. But everywhere they went in the territories they conquered had more people in there with different cultural identities than there were Khazars. So eventually they assimilated. It's similar to, okay, so I'll give you an example of a couple of peoples that had slightly larger numbers than they did, because the Khazar population was quite small. Think about the three other peoples that migrated into Europe: the Pechenegs, the Magyars, and the Bulgars. Right? The Bulgars so thoroughly assimilated into the South Slavs that they conquered that all they left behind was their name and some history, but culturally, biologically, religiously, in every possible way, the Bulgars went extinct. They left behind their name, though. The Magyars are also, so the Hungarians are mostly South Slavs. Genetically, they're indistinguishable from their neighbors. but there were enough of them in the area that they were able to impose their language, and their language survived. So some cultural elements for Hungarians actually come out of Western Asia. They migrated in and they settled there, but they intermarried. So their ethnicity passed from them to the people that they'd conquered. Because again, biologically, almost everyone in Hungary is of South Slavic origin. But they adopted a Magyar cultural identity because there were more of them, so that identity survived. The Khazars, they went in the other direction there. They assimilated into the peoples around them culturally and not just biologically. Where the Magyars essentially assimilated biologically, there were so few of them that in their intermarriage, they essentially bred themselves out biologically, but their cultural identity was able to intermingle and thrive and create a distinct identity there. The Khazars, they just blended into the people around them and ceased to be a distinctive people. They lost their name. So somebody asking about, they didn't mass convert. It's a myth. We have literally zero evidence that happened. There is a Jewish record in the Middle Ages of the ruling class being interested in and converting to Judaism. That may have happened. We don't know it happened, but we have a document saying it did. So let's assume, for the sake of argument, that the document is recounting authentic history. And that, again, is always a question where you're dealing with ancient and medieval records, because people make shit up or they mishear things. You don't know it happened. But let's assume that it happened because it's plausible. Peoples did do it. Like that happened in Yemen. I don't know why people don't bring up the Yemen situation more often, because there's a much clearer and obvious case of people converting to Judaism in Yemen, in large scale than there is among Khazars. But assume some of the ruling class did. It ultimately doesn't matter because they lose their cultural identity and they blend into the other peoples in the area. They're not the ancestors of the Ashkenazim. They did not migrate westward. They just blended into all of the other steppe cultures and the North Caucasian cultures, and just ceased to be a distinct people. So it's possible some of the Jews of that region may descend from that link. But I doubt it. I think more of the Jews in that area are actually descendants of the waves of migration into Central Asia that go all the way back into the Persian period. That we know that there's constant waves of Jewish migration into Central Asia. So I think realistically, if there were people who converted among the Khazars, it doesn't ultimately matter because culturally they ceased to exist. And if anybody really was attached to their Judaism among that population, they probably just attached themselves to a different group of Jews in the area that were already there, and they assimilated into that Jewish cultural identity. Because again, there are several indigenous Central Asian forms of Judaism. And any descendants from the Khazars probably assimilated into that population, and then any non-Jews would have just blended into the other cultures around them. But they don't stay a thing. They just disappear. So
I've got a quick one and then I'll pass over to Mitch. So just finishing off a point you made earlier on about which came first, Israel or Palestine. Somebody in the comments said, didn't Canaan come before Judea?
Well, Canaan is not a country. We're talking about political identities here. Canaan is a region. So the different city-state identities along the Phoenician coast, and then the different kingdoms of Ammon and Moab and Edom and Judah and Yisrael, right? They're all Canaanite. So Canaan is like a broader region, and it may be the origin of the Semitic language family or an area that adopted Semitic languages very early on, but it's a broader kind of like it's a broader term for the material culture and languages of the region, not a distinct political identity. The where Philistia was, the peoples there were also Canaanite, but a small number of Aegean migrants settled in. But that also happened up in the Phoenicia too. Like there were in the Bronze Age collapse, a whole bunch of people were displaced. The Hittite Empire collapsed, the Mycenaean Empire collapsed, a whole bunch of people all just like, there's massive chaos. So a lot of people just picked up and moved and ended up in different areas. The Aegeans who settled in all along the Levantine coast, not just where like southwestern Israel is, all the way up through to northern Syria, there's evidence of intermingling there. I've got some great things where like you look at the material culture of the Philistines and the pottery types. They assimilate almost immediately. It's only the very oldest layer in those areas do you have any Aegean aspects. They adopted the local language, and that was that. The only thing that that they leave behind ultimately is their name. So Palestine becomes Philistia, becomes Palestina, becomes Palestine. But it's not a distinct people. They're Canaanite as well. Canaanite just refers to the indigenous Levantine populations. So from northern Syria all the way down to Palestine.
Brilliant. Thank you. I'm going to
There were
pass to
Jews in
Mitch.
church. Yeah,
Rad, would you mind muting for me just so that we don't get feedback?
That there were Jews there.
I'm sorry.
Rad, I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah,
Yeah, would you mind muting for me, and then I'll jump to you after Mitch.
Yeah. Take your time. Let me know when I can ask the question.
Sure. But would you mind muting in the meantime, just so we don't get any feedback? Mitch, go ahead.
All right. Yeah. First off, just want to echo what some others have said, and just say thank you for what you're doing. I mean, this really reminds me very much. I've been out of college for about 10 years now, but it reminds me very much of office hours with my professors. So, I appreciate it. It's a good vibe. It's a rare thing to find on TikTok. So, yeah. Thank you very much. Please keep doing this.
It's a lot of fun.
And I had a question that, you know, it would have been a non sequitur a moment ago, but now it isn't quite as much of one, which is just how do you, or what do you make of the claim, which I've been seeing kind of passed around more and more lately, that the Palestinian people are not a distinct people with kind of a national identity, or they do have a national identity, but it's not exactly legitimate because it was kind of invented by Yasser Arafat a few decades ago. Like that's the algorithm that led me to you, led me through a lot of people making that claim. So I'd love to hear your take on that.
Yeah. Okay. So first of all, again, the entire Levant has a distinct cultural identity going back thousands and thousands of years. And because of constant interactions and trades and whatnot, some elements are held more in common. Realistically, if Britain and France had not gotten involved, that population might have created a greater Syria, because ultimately a lot of the population of the southern Levant still use that term. And a lot of the ancient terms actually apply it to both. So Syria, Palestina, so like the southern part of the Syrian region. And that's just it's still an exonym. It's from a different people entirely, but there is a kind of like term that they could have used. So it didn't have to be that one. But Palestine as a word for the region of the southern Levant, again, goes way the fuck back. You have originally the Palestine people, in Egyptian called Peliset, but their own word was Palestine, so it's a lot closer to what we get from the later descendant terms. It referred to a specific portion of it, but they thought they had pretensions of controlling all of it, so they applied the term more broadly. And when the Greeks wrote about it, they applied the term more broadly, and then the later Romans did. So the word survived into Arabic, and we have references in Arabic all the way through the Middle Ages and into the modern period. So there's just tons and tons of references to it as a geographic term. A political identity is a modern development. And this is where you can tie in people like Arafat and whatnot there. Because what you're doing in any national project, how do you turn an ethnicity, how do you turn a peoplehood, a group of people with some commonalities, into a nation state? Well, you have to create a nation first, and the nation is meaning creating a political identity. So there's an attempt to create a political meaning for the word Palestine. And that is in progress. So in the late 19th century, people could say, I live in Palestine, because there was a region for it. But they wouldn't say, I'm a Palestinian, because there wasn't a national identity or a nationalism, but there is a distinct ethnic identity that provides the basis for it. When people are saying that there are no such thing as Palestinians, they're denying that human beings used to live there, because all human beings everywhere in the world develop a cultural identity. All the assholes out there saying that they're all migrants and from other areas, oh, they're just Saudis or this or that. It's bullshit. I mean, it contradicts all of the available history, all the physical, material, culture evidence, all the linguistic evidence. And it also contradicts fucking biology, because when we sequence the DNA of ancient Canaanite peoples, bodies from 5,000 and 4,000 years ago, Jews, Lebanese, and Palestinians all match them. They're the same fucking people. The peoples of the Levant have been there through hell or high water, through tons of cultural changes and linguistic changes for a long fucking time. But any group of human beings anywhere in the world will develop a distinct cultural and ethnic identity. And if a political project attaches to that, then you can say a nation exists. So the Palestinian nation developed at the same time as the Syrian and Lebanese nations in the 20th century. And I find it hilarious that so many people go way out of their way to delegitimize the Palestinian national identity, specifically because of Israel and the Zionist project, but they don't bother saying Syrians aren't real. But Syrian political identity is also a product of the 20th century. There was no Syrian nation before the 20th century. There were peoples in that area who were aware that they lived in Suri, that they lived in that geographic area, but there wasn't a political term for it. The nations are products of the 20th century. And the Palestinians simply took their local cultural identity and gave it a political form. That's it.
And I mean, would it be fair? Would it be too general to say that those national identities did respond in response to kind of the or did emerge in response to the kind of imposition of the nation state concept, the European nation state on the region?
Yeah, in part they're natural developments, because greater and greater political centralization always tends in this direction anyway, to develop some kind of common political identity. But the nation state model was spread by the Europeans in the 19th century, and more peoples had to adapt to it. So in the 19th and 20th century, national identity spread. A lot of people in the global south said, no fucking way, we don't want it. There were a lot of people who fought the idea of a political national identity, which is why some areas adopted it much later than others. But it is an imposition of what is a distinctly European idea, the nation state, which came out of specific political forces over several centuries in Europe. So the whole world is adapted to it, and unfortunately, a ton of violence is attributable to the rise of nationalism and nation states. But yeah, absolutely. The political form that Palestinian and Syrian and Egyptian identity all took was a response to the Europeans. The oldest national identity in the Arab world is actually the Egyptian one, because it goes back to the beginning of the 19th century, when France conquered it briefly in 1798. They only held it for 3 years, but they conquered it in 1798. There were a lot of people going like, how the fuck did that happen? France is way the hell over there. How did they do this? So they started trying to adapt technically to it. They started developing different governing institutions, and along the way they borrowed some European ideas and they mixed them in with their own ideas. It's a process we call defensive development. Selective borrowing of foreign ideas, making them work for you in order to avoid being colonized. And in the process of that, they created a school system and they started conscripting people into the military. And when they did that, the first thing they had to do is tell these peasants, did you know that you're Egyptian? You're an Egyptian. This is our flag. This is our identity. We fight for Egypt. Oh, okay, cool. I thought I was just a peasant. And you create that sense of like a political identity in the area. As a distinct people, that already existed. But giving it a political form and name, that's a modern ideal, and that's true everywhere.
Okay, thank you very much. And Rod, would you mind if I ask one more question?
No, of course. I'm actually, the more you guys asking, the more I have a harder question for him. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm also wondering. So also there is this conversation around indigeneity, and often it's brought up in the context of trying to determine which people has a stronger claim to the land, and we don't have to get into all of that. But I am curious to know, as far as indigeneity goes and colonization goes, how do you understand the concept of indigeneity? How does a people establish indigeneity? Is it important? Is there a concrete definition?
It's kind of context driven. Technically, indigenous means directly from an area, like in the immediate sense, not in the long-term historical sense. But it can also mean descended from people from the area too. So it is possible to refer to the interesting thing about the Zionist project in Palestine is that the Jews are both colonists and indigenous because their ancestors do come from the Levant. They do have a distinct cultural and historical history. Like they have it's part of their identity and their memory, their collective memory, and they literally have Levantine DNA. So historically, they're indigenous, but they mostly scattered around the world and had to come back. So they're not directly indigenous in the contemporary sense because they're also settlers. They're also colonists. So it really depends upon the context in which you're referring to it. We can say that the Jewish people are not indigenous in terms of the Zionist project because it is a settler colonial project, although some Jews were already there. Of the 80,000 Jews that were present in Palestine in 1914, only 25,000 of them were Zionists. A significant number were just indigenous Arab Jews that have been living there for a long-ass time. So some of the Jews living in Israel, some Israelis, are literally indigenous, like their ancestors never left. But many of them descend from people who moved in later. But in the broader historical sense, there is an indigeneity to Judaism in the region because that's literally where it comes from. Judaism formed in the Levant, and its cultural history is there. So it very much depends on the context.
Right, that makes a lot of sense, and you did blow my mind a little bit by pointing out that they are the Jewish people living in Israel are simultaneously indigenous and colonizers. It makes so much sense. It must be true, but
One thing that this is just a general point for anybody who comes and joins these things. One thing I will frequently do for people is complicate your worldview. I will introduce gray areas because history is always a lot more complex than the very simple national narratives we tend to tell, because our social identities are largely based on a kind of myth making. Different tribes invent myths for themselves because we don't need much. We just need a few things that help to give us a sense of self and identity and purpose, and that drives us along. But if you scratch the surface in every single national identity in the world, it gets much more complex. And I deal in a world of nuance rather than a world of fights between identities. So I will tend to complicate people's understandings.
Yeah, I appreciate it, but I'll stop taking up your time now. Be blessed. You can go ahead and drop me if you want. I'll hang out for further questions if I'm allowed, but happy to make room for others.
Sure, thank you. Okay, so I've got a
If y'all
question
don't mind,
from.
can I refill my cacao?
Yes.
Okay, so a little break for that.
Okay.
While you gather up some questions and whatever else.
Rad, can I just check if you're asking specifically on what we were just talking about before we move on? Otherwise, what I'll do is go top to bottom because I want to try and be fair to people that have been here on the panel for a while.
Let's be fair. Let's be fair always. Okay. Let's be fair, please.
All right, perfect. Yeah, would you mind hitting the mute for me just to make sure that there's no chance that we're going to get interruption? Thank you. So I'll just do in order of how everybody's come up. So I'll do Goth Dark.
Can I say something first before to you?
Yes, sure,
to the people who's sitting. Please, guys, my question is gonna be to help the Muslim people in that sitting here and listening, because I like to. I know what I know, but I like to share what I know to others, Muslim and non-Muslim. But I specifically want to help the Muslim people and the Arabs who Arabs and Muslim, because there's a certain point, certain things I want him to see it and see. Maybe he correct me or I change her ideas on that. Okay, good luck, guys. I'll wait my.
I think it should be good luck to you because it sounds like it is going to be a complicated question. I think M, would you mind also muting for me? And I'll just call on you when it gets to your point. Thank you so much. In the meantime, can you all start furiously tapping the screen just to like the live? We seem to have lagged a little bit on that. Yeah, but if we can try and tap furiously while we wait for Liam to get back, and then we can just take a bit of a rest. Or you can keep tapping if you want. But yeah, there's no reason we should still be at 50,000 when we have been here for quite a while. So thank you. And if you haven't already followed Liam, and it's your first time, then please follow. He does tend to do lives every Friday. At the moment, it's a bit more regular because term time is not on. So yeah, he does tend to pop up. But Friday is a regular slot for this live. The general format is that people come with their questions, and it tends to be a kind of question and answer. But today the topic has been about nationalism, and we've been exploring that and taking questions in and around that topic. So yeah, I think on the whole we have stayed very much on topic, with the occasional kind of look at other topics that are slightly related. Trying to think. So yeah, we're gonna go goth dark, and then we'll see
Be
how we
blessed.
get on.
Can you be blessed? Can you try to get Zubaida? I don't know if she can come because her mother. I know she was sick, but try to get Zubaida and New York. I can't remember her other name. New York something. And the third person we need to, if you can send him a follow to come here. His name Bin C. bin_C. I don't know how you bring them, but this guy is from Kuwait, and this guy one of the new people I would love to bring him to our group and learn from what we're doing. بالعربي اسمه ابن البحر, but in his TikTok is bin_SEA.
I think you might have to do a share. Do you know how to do a share?
No, how that's
Okay,
what.
so at the bottom of the screen on the right hand, there's a little arrow. So if you hit that, it will then come up with people that you can send it to, that either you think would be interested. So you just tap as many as you want, up to 15. Yeah, and then anybody else in the chat who wants to do that, you're more than welcome to. Again, it's the bottom, there's a little arrow. You hit that, and anybody that is following you, you can then share it to if you think that they would be interested, or if you think that there's anybody who should be here as well. But yeah, I think I've exhausted everybody that I wanted to send it to today. Gosh, you guys are keeping me very busy today. The questions have been coming thick and fast.
Thank you. I
Yeah.
did.
All right, brilliant.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just one last request. If you're already following Liam, please do hit the yellow heart next to his name, just because that helps with the live. Essentially, it just means that you join the team. So it kind of allows you to have access to different types of things, like the little heart that you see on screen. And yeah, I think that covers quite a lot today. Okay, so yeah, the chat is definitely keeping me busy.
Yeah, right on. I'm glad more things are going to come up. That's kind of cool.
Okay, so one of them was, when did the lineage from the mother change in Judaism, and when? I'm not sure I read that correctly. I'm trying to find the question.
I didn't understand that at all.
Okay, the question scrolled by a bit too fast for me to try and find it, but bear with me.
No hurry. You get it?
Yeah, no, people are very busy with their questions today.
Oh, good.
An active chat is a good chat, which is good. It just means
For
that
sure.
people are interested in a lot.
I know what he meant with the question. Do you want me to ask the question for you?
Yes, please, if you're able to help.
I think what he or she is trying to say, when Judaism Judaism based on the mother, not on the father.
Oh, that's quite ancient. It's codified in halakha fully with Talmud, obviously, but it's quite ancient. And one of the reasons that that's actually historically very common in the world is that it's really hard to fake identity that way. Like, you know where the kid comes from if it pops out of some gal. But it's the key thing that drives it is diaspora. So as Jews scatter far and wide, one of the things that they want to do is they want to hold on to a distinct ethnic identity. They want to stay Jews. This is actually the main thing impelling the Talmudic project in the first place, because much of Torah law can't be observed without a temple monarchy. So once they become a religion of permanent exile and not a temple state, you have to find ways to hold to the remaining 200 some laws and, kind of like codify how best to live. And one way to avoid fully assimilating too is to come up with an interesting way of understanding dissent. So it becomes an imperative once they lose the homeland to think of it more that way. People have always been able to convert in, and people always did. So conversion into Judaism was still very common wherever Jews settled in and created communities, which is again why Jews look different all around the world. But basically saying that no matter what, if you're born to a Jewish mother, you are a Jew, is a way of trying to hold a community together, even as they're influenced by different cultures. We talked about ethnicities before too. It's like when people were like, how did the Khazars disappear, or things like that, right? It's people lose an identity when they stop calling themselves that, right? So I had somebody like just this morning on Twitter, like completely misrepresenting it, because in Jewish law, in halakha, a Jew who becomes a Buddhist is still a Jew, right? Because your ethnic identity is Jewish, and Judaism isn't historically a religion. It's only understood as a religion in the modern sense. Like, starting around the 18th century, people began thinking of Judaism as a religion. But it's historically more of an ethnic identity, a way of holding people together and clinging to certain traditions and interpretations and rituals that go way back, and holding together a distinct cultural identity. And claiming dissent that way allows you to accommodate some of the diversity. So think about it this way too. Here's a good one. So Jews are going to adopt different languages wherever they go, right? So think about Ladino. Ladino is based in Spanish. Yiddish is basically German. They adopt different languages. So Judeo-Marathi, Judeo-Arabic, there's different languages wherever Jews go. If you adopt another language, if you adopt another people's language, it's very easy to assimilate. It's very easy to lose your identity. So cling to a sense of descent identity through the mother, and then a few weird quirks like, hey, we're going to speak your German, but we're going to write it in our own alphabet, our own script. It helps to keep them distinct. It keeps them from disappearing. The Jews are a really fascinating case in world history of a population absolutely refusing to go extinct when all of the historical forces suggested it should have. Wherever they went, they settled amongst tons of different peoples all around the world, from China to West Africa, and everywhere they went, they managed to survive. Zoroastrianism less so. It's remarkable that it survives, but because it's you can't historically convert into Zoroastrianism, its numbers decline steadily. Jews became, while small, a relatively vibrant minority faith and culture in different parts of the world because people always were able to join the ethnicity, where historically you couldn't join that historic ancient Iranian identity. Zoroastrians, you had to be born to a Zoroastrian parent. Judaism, you can be born to a Jewish mother, but you can also become Jewish. And the goal of the whole structure, including the descent part from women, is about holding together a sense of ethnic identity and not disappearing into the surrounding, much larger cultures.
Thank you. Gothrak, do you have a question that you wanted to ask?
Yeah. It's about the US and nationalism.
Yeah, no, please go ahead. I think that we're just going to have to do question because it's getting quite loaded now. So,
Oh yeah,
yeah.
there's multiple different things going on.
Yes, exactly. So go for it.
So if we keep on going on the trajectory we are in the United States, how close will we be to that nationalism slash Christian nationalism, fascism, like that, the terrible place, right?
I'm sorry, we're already there.
I know, but I'm talking about the
the
bad place. Not like we're there, I know, but like the bad place.
Oh, in terms of like forming the identities, that's already done. In terms of them seizing total control, like you mean U.S. becoming an outright fascist state? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, something like that. Because I understand nationalism when they're trying to make an identity. Usually, the ones that get hurt the most are the minority group.
Yep. Exactly, and that again, it's a matter of power for that dominant identity. The fights over identity have been going on almost from the start. It's this is where the U.S. is an interesting case because we are both a country of immigrants and very much not, because there's a national identity that's always sort of transcended the waves of migration and to which groups have consistently had to fight to be included. So over time, certain groups slowly got admitted into the national identity. But the Irish weren't white. The Italians weren't white. I mean, there were peoples that got here and they didn't fit the national identity that had formed in the U.S. So you think about like the Know Nothing movement of the 1830s and 40s. Like there's a significant nativist anti-immigrant trend always here. But for a long time, it was fractious, it was difficult, it was often violent, but the sense of the nation was able to expand and grow and take in other peoples that it didn't originally want. It's kind of reached for a subset of people who really cling to that nationalism a point where they can't, because at this point most migrants are not European. So there's a significant pushback, and it's creating a much more. I mean, it was, again, this country's always been viciously racist, but it has a much stronger political reactionary element now than it ever did. Oh, a cool hat again. So like the Know Nothings failed to gain power. They failed. They were terrible. They were violent, but they didn't actually seize power. The Klan is the same way. The Klan was very powerful in the 1920s. And largely because it focused on immigration. So we don't want Jews, we don't want Catholics, all these blah, blah, blah. They're not our people. They're not our nation. So they were popular, but they were still a small minority, and they never truly gained power. What's happened is that the reactionary elements in the U.S. gradually coalesced into a political party, starting in the 1950s in particular. And there's a significant shift over time to purge that party of people who disagree with it and bring in more disaffected voices from outside of it with that identity, which means that the nationalism in the U.S. increasingly had a viable political vehicle in the Republican Party. And that's the big difference, is that instead of being a violent nationalism existing in the country, a nativist, reactionary movement existing in the country, instead, it also has a political component. And that makes it a much more powerful nationalist movement. So we've been heading in that direction for quite some time. As far as seizing power, it's really that takes us outside of this topic specifically because it's a matter of looking at how resilient are U.S. institutions. Because so far they have flexed, they have bended, and they have sometimes snapped a bit, but U.S. institutions have held against outright authoritarianism. But we have a big problem in that, especially since the Cold War era, but honestly starting with Lincoln, this is one of the reasons that everyone's always like, oh, Lincoln was a great president. Lincoln massively expanded the executive authority. And that had significant long-term consequences. The imperial presidency, so that develops in the Cold War period in particular, though, makes it a lot easier for an outright nationalist to break our institutions. And that's the danger we find ourselves in now. The power that we gave the executive over the last 70 years, if in the hands of somebody who is committed more to nationalism than to patriotism, those institutions could break and we could cease to be a functioning democracy. We won't be a military state like the classic fascist states. What's building in the U.S. is what we call a managed democracy, something more like Putin's Russia. Yikes. Putin is much a neo-fascist, but they do have elections. You just know who's going to win. They're rigged. We'll continue to have elections, but they'll become a farce. I think we're in danger of enshrining permanent minority rule in the U.S., and that's because of a nationalist movement. So it does tie into the topic, but the part where you're asking how close we are, that takes us more into a technical discussion of state institutions and how resilient or fragile the ones are in the U.S. So maybe we can do that as a topic someday and talk about neo-fascism and its political dimensions, and we could actually expand that to people who are interested, because there are neo-fascist movements in dozens of countries, and there are quite a few of them that I actively pay attention to, because I'm it's one of those like places where, as one of those 75% of classes taught in the U.S. are done by part-timers these days. They've completely undermined my profession. And a lot of us have to work so many hours to survive because the pay is so low that you don't have time to do the scholarship. So it's like the wealthier upper middle class people who get into academia who end up getting to publish all the books. Tons of us
like that's intentional.
And notes piling up, and I've got tons and tons of notes and shit, but I don't have the energy by the time I come home from long-ass commutes and, teaching 9 classes to finish a lot of them. But neo-fascism I have a significant elements of a manuscript, and I've been thinking about the process for a long time. So I follow it in 7 or 8 countries. So we could have a much broader, interesting conversation about that, and people could bring in things from their countries and ones that I don't actually study, and we could have a fun conversation on how close some of these movements are to actual political power and how far away. Yeah. But if you don't mind, I'd love to do that on a different day.
Oh yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I didn't mean
I think that's
for
a
you to
brilliant
go into
idea.
something else.
Yeah,
I think it'd be a fun themed topic that we can announce.
Remind me if you're here next week, maybe, or the next session. Then please remind me, because I do think this is an important discussion to have. If I can quickly tag on a small question on that. What advice do you have on the upcoming US elections, Democrat versus third party?
It would depend on where you are. If you don't want the U.S. to tip into full-blown authoritarianism, then stopping Trump is important. And that means if you're in a swing state, I'd say suck it up and vote for the Democrats, as much as I despise Biden. I fought hard. Biden was the second worst choice in a crowded primary last time. I mean, the only person I would have thought would have been worse would have been Bloomberg. Biden is trash as a person and as a politician, but he's what we got. And as terrible as he is, he can't do as much damage as Trump can. So if you're in like Ohio, Wisconsin, Michigan, whatever, Minnesota, states that can go, Iowa, states that can go either way, please don't vote for the fascists. Please vote for Biden. But I'm in California, and my vote hasn't mattered here in a long fucking time. The last time California went for the Republicans was was for Reagan. So since I started voting in 92, I voted for third parties each time, and it's never mattered. It won't make a damn difference. I voted for Nader 3 fucking times, so I'm probably going to vote for Cornell. I think Brother West is probably my best choice, but in the primary, I'm actually going to vote for Marianne, just because fuck Biden. So in the jungle primary that we have in California, I'm absolutely voting for Marianne, but because I want to register that. But since he's an independent, and if he's still on the ballot in the general election, then Brother West gets my vote there. But I'm in California again, so my vote literally does not. Yeah, Marianne is not perfect, but at least I know her. I've had conversations with her. She's definitely better. She's terrible in some areas, but she's miles better than Biden. I mean, granted, she'd lose in a general election, but that's not the reason I would support her. I just want to lower Biden's total share in the primary as a kind of like fuck you message to the DNC. But Biden is going to win the primary no matter what. There's no way anybody running against him inside the Democratic Party is going to not topple that. It's just not how the power structures work. So again, she's not perfect, but she's better than Genocide Joe. But again, I have the privilege, honestly, of voting for Brother West or something in the general because California's going to go for Biden no matter what. But that's not the case in Iowa or Wisconsin. So if you're in Wisconsin, I can't tell you what to do, and I completely understand if you can't stomach voting for Genocide Joe. But because of what Trump can do, and again, as a person who studies populism and neo-fascism, please vote for Genocide Joe. I mean, if you're in a swing state. So that's all I got to say there.
Gostak, can I drop you?
Can,
I just
can
want
I
to see if I can
comment?
bring some people up.
Can I comment on the last question, please?
Yeah, if you give me just 1 second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, if someone asks me, who should we vote for? Like Mr. I can't remember his name, Mr. Liam. Mr.
Oh,
Liam,
Liam.
he said, please do not vote for Biden, even though because what his name Trump is the worst. My opinion in that's my opinion. If I have to choose between Biden or Trump, I would definitely encourage to vote for Trump. And the reason behind it is, I'm going to give you the reason behind it. The reason behind it is find the worst thing for the country. That what his name Trump, he's the worst for us in this country.
You're an accelerationist.
Okay, so what we do is if we know Biden, he's playing the game right and left, and he's not good. So let's vote for because we can't get the good ones on, and we have a choice between bad and worse. I'll do the worst, so some of this Republican or other one who's 50-50, they will say we'll never do it again, and that's what exactly happened on the first. Trump, when he won the first time, he couldn't win it the second time because he exposed he did a lot of mistake on behalf of the Republican. So in my opinion, at least my vote gonna expose the Republican or certain person. So it'll help me for the next time. We'll have more people, and that's what happened in Biden won because people saw so bad stuff. We exposed what his name Trump so much of it. They ended up going over to Biden. That's my opinion.
Yeah, okay, so I have a few quick thoughts on that. And again, ultimately, what anybody chooses to do is their choice. I can only lay out the different arguments. And I get the whole, like, not voting for the lesser evil and that kind of crap because you're always stuck be feeling complicit in evil, but the U.S. voting system is honestly trash. Our Constitution it's 18th century trash. It just doesn't work. The last third party that actually did well in the U.S. was the Republican Party in 1860, and that's because the Whig Party imploded and ceased to exist. You can't have three functioning parties in the U.S. because of our voting system. And it's not the Electoral College. It's why independents aren't in Congress. It's why you don't have Greens in Congress. I mean, they never get very many, but the UK usually has like one Green member of Parliament. Like small parties can get in. Our voting system makes it essentially impossible outside of the very smallest states. The problem with somebody like Trump and with accelerationism, the idea of like voting for the worst and trying to make things come apart, or which is bad enough because it's going to lead to so much destruction and violence and devastation that it's morally problematic for me. But the idea that it would show the Republicans Trump is Trump is the most popular Republican among Republicans in the entire modern period, in a century, since we started actually keeping good poll data. No one has been this popular among the Republican base, ever. He's more popular than Reagan was at his best. So it won't matter. If you get Trump in there, it's only going to make them super happy. Trump's share of the vote went up in 2020, like the numbers, like not share the vote, but like the total number of people. He got millions more people to vote for him, and Trump's popularity is growing rapidly among Hispanics too. So it's going to have it's dangerous. The danger here is it could be voting to end democracy as we know it. Russia still has elections, but they're fake, and that's because Putin rigged the system once he got in. That didn't have to go that direction. As soon as Putin replaced Yeltsin with his approach to governance, right? So Yeltsin is basically like a trash neoliberal. Ooh, look at that. But Putin is a neo-fascist, and he realized that neo-fascism is a better vehicle for preserving some elements of the old, like, Soviet structure. The old powerful, the police state structure, and that's what he wants back. And he's achieved that. So he's been there since 1999. You're not getting rid of him. He'll die in office. Ooh, look at that. That's the danger with somebody like Trump. And if Trump gets in it and the party accommodates it well enough, and now neo-fascism, just like classic fascism, does have a hard time with succession mechanisms. Who can be the leader? Once you build that strong a cult of personality, who can possibly fill those shoes afterwards? So it's difficult, but if Trump manages to pull this off, then because of the U.S. voting system still too, and the chance he's not going to be able to get a constitutional amendment through right now, he's going to have to pick a successor. And that successor can continue the same kind of policies. And we could be trapped in a neo-fascist authoritarian state. So structurally, just in legal terms, like based on the current conditions and based on just how popular he is, you're not going to teach Republicans a lesson by giving them a terrible present. They thought Trump was the most incompetent president we've had since Warren G. Harding. But people fucking love him for it. And they loved Harding too, which is interesting. Harding had like one of those massive funeral trains going around the country. Everybody loved Harding. Harding was very presidential. Like he looked like a president, but he was so fucking incompetent. But he was loved. And Trump is too. There's nothing, you're not going to change that. And that's just a sad part of the direction this country's been drifting for 70 years. So you will not teach them a lesson by doing this. Just like, people having the same kind of idea, well, I'm going to teach the Democrats a lesson by voting for Nader. Well, that doesn't work. They don't give a shit. They literally don't give a shit if you vote third party, because they'll go for a smaller and smaller share of the electorate. They just don't care. But either way, I don't think that what you're describing actually works, and I think that it has a really big flashing downside. But again, anybody can do whatever the hell they want. That's just my analysis of it.
Since this subject is very important right now, because we are in 2024, I'm going to reply to what you just said. Of course, everybody has a right to...
We can talk briefly on this, but I want to steer it back after this last question, and then make a note too, if you can, be blessed. Maybe this could be a topic too.
I was just thinking the same thing. Yeah.
Actually,
so maybe like in January, like one of the January lives can be like, let's talk about the history of third parties and political structures and where we're going.
Actually, I already wrote so many 3 pages already. I'm not gonna go over everything, but that subject I have to interrupt because it's very important. That's one thing. Everybody can do whatever they want, but acceleration, taking the lesser of evil. We've been going through this for so many years that didn't make a difference.
It can't change anything. That again, that's our legal structure. We're fucked.
Okay.
The U.S. Constitution is the obstacle to third parties.
Okay.
As much as I love the people, they don't work here.
Okay, but I'm just saying is we already experimental. We've been going through this for so many years right now, and nothing changed. Why not change? Use accelerating. That's my opinion. That's just an opinion. The way I think That's number one.
Yeah,
Number two,
I have a lot of friends that don't believe it, so
yeah.
I feel like
Number two, we have an Arabic expression said إذا ما خربت ما بتصلح, which is mean if it didn't go really bad, they're not gonna fix it. So let it go
yeah,
bad. Let it go bad. As bad as now they have to change. And there is a
yeah,
lot of Republican right now, they start freaking out about EPEC, whatever that they call themselves, and about how they control the government, they control the president, control everything. So these people who used to be Republican, now they become a lot more. And that's the last thing I'm gonna say about this.
yeah. And again, I understand the perspective, and it's something I think we could have a productive conversation on in January if we should plan that one and actually announce it in advance. The closing point I'll make on that one, though, in terms of pushing it to the worst, what people are often hoping is that if you break the system, if you push it over the edge with the worst possible outcome, then it can inspire people to a real political revolution that could be better. The problem is the direction our culture has drifted for 70 years. A lot of people will be happy with a fascist authoritarian state here. You know, support for actual democracy is really low among conservatives, really low. And among conservative independents, it's even worse. And a lot of younger people just don't care. No, Trump did not avoid war. Please don't remember when saying Trump is an anti-war president. Trump kept us involved in so much shit, and Trump literally committed acts of war against Iran. You know, it was only the Iranians deciding they didn't want to fight that prevented that. Trump is not an anti-war president. Holy shit. Anyway, the issue here is that if we tip into that, it will be hard to get out. And so people hoping for a real revolution here, this country doesn't have leftists. There are very few of us. So we might have some Red Dawn action, you know, I'll be out in the high desert with my buddies, you know, but we won't topple that system. You will damn this country for generations to get out of it. Because unlike the situation in Europe with a lot of those states, you won't have a big devastating war, because we don't have the kind of neighbors that can really attack. I mean, Mexico's not going to invade the U.S. So the chances of warfare creating conditions to topple the state are almost non-existent. It could create an authoritarian model that could survive for generations. And that's what terrifies me. The structural conditions are simply are different here than they are in a lot of other places. So that, I think, it would make a good conversation. I've had to have a lot of thoughts about this because again, as an anarchist, and you know, as I talk to other ones, a lot of anarchists are accelerationists. So I've had a lot of cause to interact with their arguments on it and to apply that analytically to what I know of our system. And it's frankly terrifying. So yeah, again, it's a big topic though. We absolutely should. Oh God, Mexico is invading America. Please, we don't need any fucking Yahtzees in this fucking conversation. Immigrants are not invaders. Fucking nativists.
Yeah, no,
People making those comments are literally the people who wore Klan hoods in the 1920s. It's exactly the same rhetoric. It's exactly the same fucking argument. Oh, wow, look at that. I'm your king, fag, go. Okay, so this guy needs to be booted.
yeah.
Even the name alone is fucking terrible. I have no
I
patience.
don't know how they managed to find the live, but there's been a few of them that I've rejected already to come up.
Yeah, I get for me, baseball bats are what Yahtzees get. You know, they don't deserve an argument. I won't debate the kind of person that John Brown would have shot.
I think
it's not worth my trouble.
Friday afternoon, and some of them might be lacking activities, but maybe some fresh air would do. Anyway, so question is, how can a religion be an ethnicity, and are the Bosniaks ethnically Muslim?
Bosniak political identity is a modern development. This again, it shows you how national identities are flexible political projects. Serbs, Croats, and Bosniaks are the same people. They have the same culture, the same shared history. There's only a religious difference, and related to that, a script difference between Croats and Serbs. But you tell Croats and Serbs are the same people, and like, fuck you, and you get a big fight over it, because in the latter half of the 20th century, they developed a distinct political identity that separated them. And Bosniaks are caught in the middle. They were the smaller of the three religious groups in the area, and they've had to develop a national identity in response. So their national identity is honestly only rooted in the religious difference. That's all that separates Bosniaks from Croats and Serbs. It's the same fucking people. Their ancestors converted to Islam at some point in the Ottoman centuries. The Ottomans controlled that area for a long fucking time. And at some point, their ancestors just converted. That's all there is to it. Ethnically, they're exactly the same people. But they have a distinct national identity now, and we have to respect that. Religions naturally aren't ethnicities, but religion, because it's a distinguishing factor, it says, my religion is different from yours, so it gives me a different personal identity. That can motivate people to turn that into a political identity. Anything can become the basis for a political identity. Language, culture, religions, even fucking food. Right? Whatever distinguishes you from your neighbors can be the foundations on which you build a distinct political identity. And as soon as a political identity exists, it's a nation. So Jews are an ethnicity, but they're now a nation too, because of the Zionist project. And there are a lot of Jewish nationalists in Israel-Palestine who actually hate the Israeli state. You know, it's not the state that they're loyal to, it's the idea of Zionism and a Jewish nationalism. The project created the nation, and that's literally where all of them come from. If people organize, you turn an ethnicity into a nation. So religion can be the foundation in that case for any of them. Oh, here's a good one. So Daesh or ISIL, ISIS, whatever the hell you want to call them, that Islamic State group, that's a nationalist movement, right? It's not Islam that motivates them. It's a distinct form of nationalism that they wrap in Islam, and they used Islam as the basis for their national identity. And there's a long history of that in the region. One of the reasons for one of the chief reasons for the Ottoman G-sides during World War I is because late Ottoman identity was founded on the Turkish language and Islam. So anybody who didn't fit the Turkish language or Islam, so Greeks, Armenians, Syriacs, Assyrians, Chaldeans, they were all fucked because they didn't have them. They didn't turn as hard on the Kurds at the time because the Kurds were at least Muslim, even though they didn't speak Turkish. But because the other minorities weren't Muslim, and Muslim had become a part of the Ottoman political identity, it had horrifying consequences. Religions can always fall into this trap. So again, nationalism is very flexible that way.
And then one quick question before I pass to Silton. When did the Jewish heritage change to the maternal line? I feel like we've already answered this, but Zia's, I think, wants further clarification.
The maternal one, it's necessary because of diaspora. So it is locked in place in Talmud. It has earlier antecedents in the area because matrilineal descent is actually quite common. Honestly, a significant number of the tribes of Arabia in the pre-Islamic period were matrilineal and tracked it the same way, and it's Islam that locked in patrilineal descent. Matrilineal descent is not uncommon in the region, but it wasn't a universal among Jews. It wasn't a part of all Jewish identity. It became a part of it because of diaspora as a way to avoid assimilation or full assimilation.
So do you know when that changed and who decided that it should be the maternal line?
About a bit under 2,000 years ago. So during the Roman Jewish Wars, because people have been driven out faster and faster for a long time. So you see like significant diasporas developing because of the Chaldeans, because of the Persians, because of the Greeks. There are Jews more and more. So it's catching on as an idea during the Hellenistic period, so before the Romans. So it's already there and present. It's locked in halakha because of Talmud, so like in the 2nd and 3rd centuries CE. But it develops and becomes a norm over the 6 centuries before that because of the growing diaspora. You know, once Jews are living in Alexandria and Babylon and not just the Holy Land, you got to have some way to avoid becoming Babylonian and Greek, right? So how do you avoid that? How do you do that? Well, you create an ethnic sense and a sense of descent. So it definitely predates Talmud, but Talmud makes it essentially an almost universal, because most Jews follow Talmud.
Silfam? Sophiam? I don't know if you're still there at all.
Amira, what are you doing?
Silfam?
I need
Sophiam?
to start, guys, because I cannot stay for any longer. I mean,
Bear with me. I'm just going to go to one person before you, which is M. M, did you have a question that you wanted to ask? And thanks for your patience.
Something?
I don't know where everybody's gone. M, are you there?
Oh, Ibn Mariam.
No, actually, I went to the kitchen to, to get a snack. Assalamu alaikum, Professor.
Alaikum salam.
Alaikum salam.
In terms of ethnicity and race, Black Ethiopian Jews in Africa, and European Jews and Middle Eastern Jews, and then for more background, when the prophet, peace be upon him, traveled to the heavens, he went on. At some point, he was asked, about the prophets he saw. He said about Sayyidina Musa alayhi salam that he was of Black origin, some kind of African origin.
Oh, Musa?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely not. Actually, the problem here, and again, so whenever we bring up ancient history here, I always want to try and I want to apologize to any that's sincerely religious. You don't have to pay attention to me on this, but I have to approach things as a historian. Moses may so Moshe, Moses, and Musa are all the same person. It's just different languages for the same word. Okay, so if I say Moshe, I mean Musa, I mean Moses. He probably didn't exist as a single person. It's probably more a composite in the stories to make an important point where there's an integration of the people holding Yahweh as the chief god and the people holding El as the chief god, and to accommodate an Egyptian cultural influence, because the name for Moshe and Aharon is actually Egyptian in origin. They're not originally Hebrew words. So Moses probably wasn't an actual person, but there may be a person on which he's based. So because obviously there is some cultural overlap and some interesting influence from the Egyptian and Midianite sides of that. But Egyptians and Midianites, both of the possible cultural origins for a Moses figure, neither of them are Black African. The Egyptians interacted with the Nubian and Kushite peoples to the south, and there were people of sub-Saharan African origin living in Egypt, but most Egyptians were not sub-Saharan African Black. So the Black identity that we think of as sub-Saharan African, it's not the origin for anybody in Arabia or the Levant or North Africa. All the interaction later is because of later migration and intermarriage and bloodlines. So there's tons of Black people in Arabia today, but their ancestors are actually from south of the Sahara. And the Moses figure is not. So, but I know for a lot of cultural reasons, there's a lot of people who make Isa Black or Musa Black or anything else. There's a lot of interesting stories within particular communities that do that, and I understand why those exist. I just have to say, as a historian only, they're not really factual.
Are you saying the earlier inhabitants of North Africa was not one of Black people?
North Africa never was. No, the people of sub-Saharan African origin in North Africa today was because constant intermarriage. So I sometimes show in classes, like when talking about North Africa, I've shown a picture of a big family in Morocco. I'm like, okay, so who's the Sharif here? Who is the head of the family, the one with the best bloodline going back to the Prophet? Which guy's in charge in this family photo? And it was the darkest guy in the picture. Because the concepts of race didn't exist in exactly the same way, but there was constant intermarriage with sub-Saharan African concubines and whatnot. There were people that brought up and intermingled. But North Africa just because the darker your skin is a function of how close you are to the equator. That's all it is. The genes that can make us black, like in terms of skin color, are present in all humans. But if you put a population in a different area, over thousands of years, they will change. So if you go back and look, for example, in I'm very early on, I mentioned some people in Be Blessed's country in the UK, go back to Neolithic times and not just the later waves of migrants and settlers and conquerors. The original settlers of the UK, they were black. They were very dark skinned. But that's because they're a migratory force slowly working their way out of East Africa, which is where humans come from in general. But they're living in a northerly climate where they don't have the heavy sun exposure, and they do need to maximize how much vitamin D you pull from the sun. So the lighter skin increases the amount of vitamin D you can get when there's less sun available. So their skin lightened over time. If you move toward a tropical area over time, your descendants will get darker and darker. It's harder for people to see because it takes thousands of years to happen. But this is one of the reasons that race is not a biological concept. The darker skin part is true for all of us. North Africa, because it's not near the equator, was never black. The darker skin is from south of the Sahara.
So who are these indigenous people of Northern Africa?
Well, again, it depends on what you want to think about as indigeneity. Historically, all human beings emerged in East Africa, but then they migrated around in different areas and settled in different places and ended up in all different looking like all different ways. And there's like fun stories for how all these different forms worked out. But if you want to talk about like the earliest populations that are distinct and settled there, not like hunter-gatherers, not passing through, but like, I'm going to live here forever and farm. The first people who did that in North Africa, they looked like me. I mean, they had a Mediterranean complexion. Eventually, not initially, because again, everyone migrated out of East Africa, so we were all darker to begin with. But their skin lightened to this tone because this is the best adapted to the amount of sun the Mediterranean gets. So like an Italian complexion, a Greek complexion, an Egyptian complexion, kind of like olive skin, kind of bronzish. So that's the original Amazi appearance and North African appearance.
So they came from the Mediterranean. Is that what you think?
Originally, all humans come from East Africa, but the populations that settled there permanently are the ones who became the Mediterranean type, like the coloration of skin, because that suits the geography. This is why, like the historic populations of Spain and Italy and Greece and North Africa, they all have a very similar skin tone because that's the best suited to the amount of sunlight there. But that skin tone developed there. It's not that they were like that when they moved in. It's what developed because of where they lived. The environment produced the people. Does that help?
Yeah, that makes sense in a way. So how about the black Ethiopian Jews, the relationship, ethnicity in and race and religion in
So
the
thinking
part
of like well, if we're thinking about what we can call like I guess roughly black Jews, the biggest population would be the ones from like the Ethiopian highlands and whatnot. So we're to like Ethiopian Eritrea, there's significant Jewish populations that were in there because some Jews settled there a long time ago and people intermarried and converted and a Jewish identity survived. It eventually had to adapt a bit, so they eventually, they translated Torah into Ge'ez, an ancient Ethiopic language, but they kept the stories. They kept the identity. Falash is actually often considered a slur, so we probably shouldn't use it. They tend to call themselves the Beta Israel. So like Ethiopian Jews or Beta Israel is probably the better term for them. Falash was sort of applied to them from the outside. And it's sort of like the way people often people of Amasi origin often don't like Berber. It's sort of similar to that. You can use it, but just so we know. There's a significant Jewish population there, and some of those migrate around. So some of those Jews ended up in Egypt, but most Egyptian Jews migrated there from the Levant. So they settled there during the Greek period mostly. So they're not they wouldn't look like that. But some of the Beta Israel settled further north and moved around just because of cities and trade and interaction and like cultural interaction. Just like tons of sub-Saharan African people moved up and intermarried into Egypt too. This is why some Egyptians are pretty black. So there's a long history of intermarriage there. The other Jewish populations of Africa, so like the ones down by the Zimbabwe or whatever, it's a little harder to account for. But some elements of the culture do migrate around to other parts of Africa, and other people have adopted the identity. There's actually a very controversial population. So far, the like rabbinical authorities of Israel, who fully accepted the Bere Israel as Jews, they don't accept the Zimbabwean Jews yet as Jews. But there's a lot of complex politics there. But the ones you're mentioning in Egypt, they're because of the Ethiopian Jews that actually go back about 2,500 years. They've been Jewish for a long fucking time.
I have a question. This idea of
Hold on, Aruella.
nationalism. Yeah.
Just 1 second, because there's a bit of an order. I just want to make sure that we stick to that. Em, are you done?
Yeah, no, in relation, so therefore then one can surmise that the skin tone of say people in Northern Africa all those thousands of years ago were not as clear as they are today. They may have been a bit darker,
They
a
would
bit
have been darker.
brownish.
They would have been darker. But again, that's true of all humans everywhere. The ancestors of the Chinese were black. Everyone was, because we came from the savannas of East Africa where there's a shitload of sun. But as we move to different areas where the amount of sunlight varies, different you adapt. You know, like the genome responds to that naturally. The genes that can regulate the amount of melanin in the skin is present in all of us, and like it's like certain things will trigger them, and it'll trigger to activate more over generations. It's a very slow shift, but it can happen anywhere. So yeah, originally the ancestors of the North Africans, they were black, but by the time they settled and had farms, so you go back thousands and thousands of years ago, they looked like me. Like they weren't black anymore. But it's the same thing with, again, the English. If you go back 12,000 years to the first settlers in England, they were black too. So like, I don't know, what is it, like Cheddar Man and things like that, or I think is one of them. Like there's like things that they've sequenced, like, the DNA, like reconstructed what this person would have looked like, they were black. But it goes away over time.
Yeah. Okay. And lastly, please be blessed. Thanks for the opportunity. Back to U.S. politics. Can a permanent minority rule lead to secession, regional secession, and all that?
That's a really good one we should dive deeper into on the day that we talk about this. So please keep in touch, follow whatever, so that you can be in that conversation, because I think it would be fun. The short answer is that our Constitution makes it impossible. That's actually what the whole Civil War thing was about. Like they literally established a precedent saying no one can secede and that they will respond by force. So this is why, I mean, it's funny when people try to like there's a Cal exit on the ballot, like California should secede or Texas should secede. Yeah, we can pass all the resolutions we want. The federal government's just going to do this. They're not going to allow it. Okay. So, I mean, it would have to turn to like a violent secessionist movement, and we've already proven in our history that we will unalive American citizens who try to do that. So it won't happen. It will just make the situation more violent, and that's one of the reasons, again, that I'm terrified. But that's a part of a much bigger conversation if you want to hear, because there's a lot of reasons why I'm worried about that shift. This is one of them, because there would be pressures. People would want to get the hell out. The whole West Coast would be like, fuck this Trumpist thing. We want out. We try to secede, but we can't.
Even the East Coast too, likely.
The Northeast wouldn't want, yeah, I mean, but there's no way to do it short of violence, and that's why I'm terrified, because the scale of violence in the first Civil War, if you apply that to modern populations, that's tens of millions of people. We don't, I don't want to, and we have heavily armed the federal government. They have way too many guns, and they're not afraid to use them on citizens. So. But again, please let's talk about that on a different day too, where we can dive.
Lastly, I just want to say that thank you for your scholarship, your intellectual honesty. I can clearly see on TikTok, the right would have a counterbalance to your views. Look forward to it. It's gonna happen. You'll be very popular. You will hit 100 million followers soon before you know it. They'll have to have a counterbalance to you. Otherwise, you will have you are captivating because people can see the honesty in your scholarship.
Thanks. Yeah,
Thank you so much. I'll be blessed. Thank you.
I
I'm a
No,
big
you're
fan.
more than welcome.
appreciate that.
Thank
And
you.
I'm glad it helps because in person it's been somewhat problematic at times in my life. My tendency always is going to be to veer toward honesty, which means on some level I'm going to piss everybody off. There's always a way where I'm going to say no, I don't actually agree with that. I can't be a partisan to any individual thing because I find flaws in every idea because I've read too widely to fall for any one single idea. There's always nuance for me. So it's interesting that in this environment, my tendency towards nuance and trying to work with everybody here, it kind of works for people. I'm actually very happy about that. It's refreshing because yeah, a lot of people they're not really happy, if you're not completely on their team with something. And I can't be with anybody, because there's problems with all of it. So it's it puts me in a weird position. But I'm glad it works here. I'm very happy about that. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh man, I'm going through this fast.
Next week then.
I
Yeah.
love this stuff. I've been mixing cacao and coffee. It's like 3/4 cacao, 1/4 decaf coffee, and it's just such an interest. Oh, and then I use oat milk with it. It's. I mean, I could drink this all day long. I often do. It's great.
Yeah, Em, I hope we'll see you next week on Friday. But yeah, if you hit follow on Liam's by Liam's name, you should be able to see if he comes live anytime between now and next Friday. But yeah.
Are you ready
interesting
for me
questions.
now?
I'm ready for you. Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I want to let you know my background is scientific. If I went to art and reading and history, I would have failed my school. Okay, but I am 100%. I'm very powerful for what I went to school for. So, okay, that's number one. But I have a few questions first for you. My question number one. Believe it, even though this question I'm gonna ask very silly, but trust me, there is something big behind it. So, guys, be patient. My first question for you, Mr. Lime, how many cats do you have?
Very, very serious, tough question right there. Because I have a smaller house right now, in a few years I want to add on in the back, but this place is less than 900 square feet, and it's packed with, I have 52 bookcases, so it's a pretty small house. So I can't have more than 3. But I like the politics among cats. I like building a stable clouder, like a group, a family of cats. So 3 is my ideal.
Okay.
I currently have 2 because Moshe died a couple of months ago. Okay. Or almost 2 months or something like that. So I'm in the new year. One of my little resolutions is to start hunting for a new cat that I can slowly introduce into it and get back to 3. But my top cat died a couple months ago, and I'm still a little bummed about that. But I've kind of gotten used to Minerva's now top cat. you see her a lot. But if I was doing this before, it would have been Moshe in my lap.
The reason behind the question is a personality question.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
That question, I want to see if you are a selfish or not. You are not a selfish person.
No, not naturally.
Okay,
that's
the reason I asked the question. Person. I want to know if you are a selfish person or not. And I'm telling you right now, guys, this person is not selfish at all, because selfish people, they would not care about they care about themselves. You did not. You want more than one cat, so at least those cats can associate and play with each other, so you care about their personality.
Yeah, it's
so this is a personality question.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go next question. Yeah. Okay.
Can I add something to that just for fun?
Go ahead.
I had people ask me a really fun question a few years ago that I enjoyed thinking about. What did you most learn from being around animals? Because I love critters. I grew up with tons of pets around, you know, and I have dog, cats. I've had I've had a whole bunch of other animals too. But the thing that I've learned most from them is that they're all individuals. For me, and I now have a lot of friends that, like, for them the animal is like, it's a possession, it's a pet, it's like an accessory in their lives. But for me, this is another person, and she has unique needs and interests and desires. And the reason that my critters end up being so happy and well adjusted here is that I treat them with some respect. You know, like, I treat them the way they want to be treated instead of forcing my attention on them in the way that I might like. And I think that I love the political dynamics of that. It's always been fascinating to me. It's something. I sometimes tell people that I started studying animal psychology, but, well, humans are animals too, but I started studying other animal psychology as a way to get better at working with people because they're a little simpler. And the more I can understand the differences between cat and dog psychology, and then recognizing the subtle differences among different cats and their own personalities and needs, or dogs, same thing, the easier it is for me to get better at recognizing that in people, which has always been a huge weakness for me. So yeah, I it's an interesting way of putting it. I never really thought about that in sense of selfishness, but I am very interested in what's good for them, not what's good for me. I want them to be happy. So it's,
and that shows that you are not selfish. That's why I asked that question.
yeah, thanks. That's an interesting way of putting that. I appreciate that.
My second question for you is, I came late in, I don't know anything on your background. My first question to you, what is your nationality?
Well, Californian. I'm from California. So it depends on what you mean by that. My identity my political identity is I'm a person from California. And then beyond that, it's United States. So I guess American. Because my every branch of my family got here in the 1870s. So we've been here for a long fucking time.
Okay, so you are American.
It depends on what specifically you mean.
Okay, but if someone in the street and ask you, look at you, and he may think you are from Middle East, he may think about wherever, and then I'm gonna ask you, what nationality are you? So your answer is you are an American, correct?
Well, for me, that's the closest you could get. I mean, again, I don't care for national identities because I'm an anarchist. But that's the simplest answer there. If people are looking for what is the background of my family, if you want to know where my family is from, that's different.
What I want is how would you see yourself? What do you see yourself inside of you? Is it you see yourself American?
I don't.
I mean, okay.
I don't. I'm too much the individualist anarchist. I don't cling to a national identity or an ethnic identity.
Okay.
I'm just me.
Okay.
My political identity is Californian and then American, but I don't have an ethnic identity that's important to me. I don't have something that, like, connects me that way.
What is your religion or belief?
Well, that depends. It's a more complicated question than you might think. On some level, I don't have one. Because I have no ritual observances in my life. On some level, I have a spirituality that you can kind of call religious, because I guess I'm kind of a pantheist or a monist or something like that. Like I've sort of sacralized nature or the universe. Like it's beautiful. Like I love looking at the stars. I love trees. I love all the critters around me. Everything is beautiful. So nature is God for me. Like the entire cosmos is God. So in some way, you could call me a Spinozist or a monist or a pantheist. If you're looking for how communities would define me, I'm technically Jewish because I did a Jewish conversion when I married initially in the early 1990s. So in that way, I'm culturally Jewish. But I don't practice a religion beyond my reverence for nature and love for nature. So from the closest you could get from me is, yeah, I'd say I'm kind of a pantheist or Spinozist.
Okay, to be Jewish, you have to believe there is a God and God created.
No, that's the fascinating thing about Judaism, and they knew absolutely that I had no God when I converted, and I converted under conservative auspices, not under some like reform congregation. It's not important. You can literally be an atheist and convert to Orthodox Judaism, because it's not a religion in the same sense. It doesn't depend upon belief. That's one of the things I always found fascinating about Judaism, and one of the reasons that Judaism is really ethnic more than it is religious, because it doesn't have a need for a particular belief. There's a massive, massive variation in Jewish beliefs. And yeah, it is. I mean, people can convert with no God at all. And I actually know literal Christians, believers in Jesus as Messiah, who converted to Orthodox Judaism, and under Orthodox auspices, and the Orthodox rabbis overseeing the whole process knew they were Christians. The key was, will you commit to living a Jewish life and following Torah law? That's all they care about. That it isn't like, what do you believe happens when you die? That's not a question in becoming Jewish.
By the way, I'm not trying to investigate the gentleman, Dr. Lime, Mr. Lime.
Yeah, I'm shameless. People can ask me anything.
Although I might have to cut you off after this question, so choose wisely.
It does go too. We're wandering too far off the field.
The reason behind my question, guys, is for us to take the information in science, you have to do a certain study. You have to make sure when you go, you find the right study, the right resource, the right information from the right people. Okay, I'm trying to, what do you call it?
You're investigating my biases.
Yeah, so
Fascinating.
so I know
okay.
I be able to. People will take your opinion better that way and more.
Okay, cool.
Okay, you understand the reason behind
Okay,
it.
So very simple point here. I will never identify as an atheist because atheism is a kind of like active, ideal. It's an identity. It's something that you push there, right? I don't identify with any of them. I study them. So I study atheists the same way that I study Judaism and Zoroastrianism and Buddhism and Christianity and Islam. I'm fascinated by all of them. I find religious traditions beautiful. And I love the fact that humans have an evolved desire for meaning and purpose in life. And we find all these different ways to do this. So religions are a common way to do that. So are philosophies. So philosophy is fascinating too. But I find that whole dynamic really interesting. But I'm consciously an outsider to all of the perspectives. So I don't identify with theism or atheism or anything else. I'm comfortable dealing with and being respectful to any religious tradition. Anyway, the topic today was more nationalism and national identities. This is tangentially related, especially because the question of like Judaism as an ethnicity or religion came up earlier. But it is a bit of a tangent. But I kind of appreciate the question on some level because it's so seldom asked, right? And I am really fascinated by philosophy and religion in general.
To simplify it, I mean, if I want to talk about a heart disease, I want to talk to a specialist in heart disease. If someone else has an opinion, we can call it opinion. But if everybody knows your background and your my next question is going to be what's your educational background and your what they call it, your life experience background.
I think you mean the professional background.
Yeah, we should. So we should wind this line of thought down after this one. But I'll just point out simply, I'm a scholar by nature. I'm one of those like savant types that started reading very early, and I've always been reading philosophy and religions. I got sucked into that very, very early on, and despite coming from a poor working class family, I managed to get into college in my 30s and went through to a PhD. I have a doctorate in the history of ideas specifically. So it's not focused on a specific country or issue or whatever there, because there's different types of history: social history, military history, diplomatic history. There's all kinds of different things. Mine is the history of ideas, what we call intellectual history. So I professionally study philosophy and religions and cultures and where people come from and and again national identity, like, which is on the other side of the room. And it's interesting you bring up like the sciences. I'm a dabbler only, but my big interest is actually biology and evolutionary psychology and evolutionary anthropology. So I have a whole wall on that topic in the other room because it relates so much to the question, to one of the core concerns I have in my life, which is, how do people define themselves? What makes us human, and how do we relate to each other? Like questions of basic identity, I find fascinating, but all of it is interesting. So as far as my background, my doctorate, I have a doctorate in history of ideas, and I study questions of like identity formation, nations, religions, cultures, things like that.
Okay. Biography. I
Is
already
that cool
finished with that.
is that cool to wind that down?
No, actually, you said everything is just now we know who we are talking to, not Mr.
Oh, you're
Lyman.
just new here, Rad. We've
Oh,
all.
I'm new. I'm new. Our
He's
first
completely
time.
new, yeah.
Now, you said during question and answer, you have a few statements. You said I wanna check with you on them. We'll start with one of them. Number one, you said in the 20th century, they start to consider Jewish as a religion, not as a nationality.
In the 18th. It's a long process, but the fight is really full blown by the 18th century.
Okay, so they start using Judaism as a religion, not as a nationality. Is that correct?
Well, it becomes understood in different contexts that way. So from the outside, we start defining it as a religion instead of a peoplehood. But it's realistically both, and always was. But in the context of the study of religions, and in the context of a knight, how cool is that? I had a helmet for a minute. In certain contexts, we start studying it as a religion and referring to it as, what is your religion? Oh, I'm Jewish. That wouldn't have been a question before. If you were a Jew, you were a Jew, and it didn't matter what your belief was. And it still doesn't, which is one of the things that confuses people. Honestly, I think it's regrettable that we did that, because the more people think of Judaism as a religion, the harder it is to understand the cultural dimensions of it and the fact that not all Jews share the same beliefs. They just don't. I mean, Jews can believe in reincarnation, Jews can believe in heaven, Jews can believe in nothing at all, Jews can believe in God, Jews can believe in no God. You're still Jewish.
Actually, I think it's very intelligent of the Jewish when they consider themselves. When you ask them what's your nationality, they say I am Jewish, and this has happened to me in one of those laboratory. I worked in one of those chemistry laboratory with the DNA sequencing for West Nile virus. There's one lady, professor. She was Middle. I knew she was Middle Eastern, so I asked her, "What is your nationality?" And she responded back to me, and she said, "I am Jewish." So I keep asking, no, I'm in nationality. She kept saying, I am Jewish. So I respond back to her and said to her, I didn't ask you about your religion. I asked you what nationality, what country you were born and raised on. And then she said, I am Poland. And that is very intelligent of that community when they call themselves by saying that. That's why when after that in 2001, 2000 and 2001, after that I learned from her. And if someone asks me, where are you, what nationality are you, I tell them I am Muslim. Are you Lebanese? I say I am Muslim. Are you Arab? I am Muslim. Because if we united as a Muslim, now we are bigger and stronger.
Yeah, it's interesting.
The Jewish are doing it correctly.
Yeah, if you think of it specifically in ethnic terms, that can work, and it's interesting as a concept. The problem is, you have to avoid falling into the nationalist camp, because Muslim nationalism is where things like Daesh come from. Right, calling for a political project to unify Muslims and impose a particular vision on it. So it can end up being as problematic as Zionism is. When you take that identity and you give it a political form, the fact that it others and it creates like in groups and out groups and it can get very problematic. So as long as you keep it in the ethnic camp, sure, that's a really interesting way of doing it. Jews have been doing it for a long fucking time, but there's a way of doing it with Islam too. If anyone's fascinating with they've ever heard this whole Judaism wasn't a religion, this is an interesting take on it. It's a very technical book. It does assume some knowledge of different things, but it's an interesting intellectual history of those debates. As far as how people constitute what is a Jew and what makes them a Jew, I've got a ton of books on that. It's a much more complex topic, but this is a good introduction to the debate over how Judaism transformed in the way that the outside world perceived it relative to the way that it always thought of itself, which was not a religion. Judaism was an ethical civilization. It was a set of rituals and commands and local structures. Okay, there's a rabbinical court. If we've got a disagreement with my neighbors, I can go to the Beit Din and they'll sort that out. That's how Judaism thought of itself, as an identity for a particular people scattered around the world trying to hold on to a cultural identity. What individual Judaism, because it's an orthopraxic faith, not an orthodoxic faith, was never centered on belief. It was always centered on practice, what you do. So if you live a Jewish life, if you're willing to observe Torah law within your community, you're Jewish regardless of what you believe. So it's a very different understanding. But there's an interesting way you can connect that to Islam too, because Islam also is orthopraxic. And I've literally met atheists.
They did that long time ago.
Hold on, Rad.
I know Muslim atheists.
Hold on, Rad.
So it works too.
So even though technically the Ummah is, encompasses everybody who's Muslim, can it also function as a national identity?
Yeah. But again, the danger there is when national identities, because they're political and political identities seek power, that's how you get groups that start othering people. And the people who ended up falling into Daesh, they lived next to Christians and Yazidis for centuries, but suddenly they started persecuting them. So it's dangerous as an identity in the same way that Zionism has proven to be dangerous as a political identity. But as an ethnic and cultural identity, because Islam is orthopraxic, because it focuses much more on your sense of identity and what you do in life, it's technically possible. It's just less common for Muslims to do it that way, because Islam historically has said there's 5 major beliefs. And if you don't believe in there's one God and Muhammad is his prophet, and there's prophets and messengers of God and things like that. If you don't have a handful of these things, it's very hard for some people to accept that. But again, I know a lot of people who do it, who self-identify as Muslim, but their God is more like my God. Their God is their God is nature. So
this is where I probably need to lean towards Rad's understanding.
Let me respond to you, B. Let me respond to what you just said.
Bear with me 1 second, Rad.
I think we need to broaden we need to move to bring other people in, because usually we bounce around more quickly between different people to make this seem more like a broader conversation with more people. The danger is it goes too much back and forth between us. But I have enjoyed a lot of the questions, so it's interesting.
So I just want to ask on this particular point, because and I'm leaning to Rad to correct me, but if I'm not mistaken, nationalism is a big no-no in Islam. Is that right or wrong, Rad?
100% wrong, because when the Islam came to Al Jazeera Al Arabiya, Sayyidina Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam came, and we did do the nationalization by Islam, not by Kuwaiti or Arabi or Ajami. The Quran said, "La farqa bayna Arabiyyin aw Ajamin illa bil Islam." So actually, what the Jewish is doing by nationalizing themselves, or the Nazis as a Jewish, that's the correct way, because they taken advantage of how old their religion, and then they are combining every Jewish in all over the world. Poland, Israel, Africa, they become bigger that way. Islam was ruling the whole universe because they did it that way. But when they are separated, when become Saudi and United Arab, and then now we become smaller. And that's why.
I'm not sure I agree with that, because again,
in the transition historically, it was fought. I mean, when nationalism was spreading as an idea in the 19th century, a huge number of Islamic jurists stood up and said, "No, this is bullshit. You've got writings from Muhammad Abdu on that. You've got writings from Al-Afghani on that. There was a significant push in the 19th century and early 20th century to say nationalism is un-Islamic. In the long run, nationalism kind of took over because it's insidious. It ends up creating and dividing Muslims up against each other, and takes us back to the whole fitna shit early on that Muslims fought against. It broke the idea of a kind of like transnational ummah. But nationalism was an outside foreign idea, and it wasn't accepted then. And it's just the adoption of particular school systems and the political structures imposed in the colonial period that kind of normalized it over time.
This
Okay.
is something
It was
is
fought
Oh
fact.
no, Rad, I think I'm gonna have to put you on hold because no, a few people have been waiting, so I just want to make sure that I get them the opportunity to speak as well.
Yeah, let's come back to some of these songs another day. Let's keep bouncing around. Ooh,
sure.
Look at that.
Yemen. I'm just gonna call Yemen because that's the flag I can see.
Oh, look at that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Sorry, what's your name? Or can I just call you Yemen?
Yeah, my name is Berg anyway.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead with your question.
I have really a quick question, which is about the connection between the Queen of Sheba in Ethiopia and Yemen, and also why there is more evidence of Jewish in Ethiopia than in Jerusalem.
Why is there more what? What was the
more archaeology evidence for Jews?
For Jews in Ethiopia?
Yeah, more than anywhere else.
Well, not more than anywhere else, certainly. The most archaeology connected to the development of Judaism is in the Levant, where it comes from. But there's a significant community that's been there for a long time, and really anywhere Jews have been, they leave behind a ton of evidence. It's just that some communities are studied more than others. So, for example, a lot of the Central Asian Jewish communities haven't gotten the same level of scholarly attention, but there's a lot of interesting things in journal articles talking about them. There's a lot about the Ethiopian Jewish community because it was politically fascinating to people because they were separated for so long. There's a lot of geographic barriers and political barriers, and because they diverged a bit. I mean, just the fact that they translated Torah into Ge'ez from Hebrew is fascinating, and they split from the main trunk of Judaism before Talmud. So they had all the basics for it, but they had their own interpretations because they didn't have all of that compilation. So because it fascinated people, there was a lot of studies. That's all there is to that. It's not that there's anything distinct about that community that makes it more archaeologically significant in terms of the amount of material culture. It just interested people enough to spend time studying it. For Queen of Sheba, that just depends on someone's particular interpretation and culture, because the Queen of Sheba is a myth. It's not an actual thing. But it's a way of understanding certain relations between East Africa and the Jewish world. So when people were interacting with East African Jews and Levantine Jews, the idea of Solomon and the Queen of Sheba was a way of kind of folding in a story that made sense, that helped to explain it. In the same way that I think, realistically, that's where figures like Moshe come in. Why do we need him? Well, because there's an interesting synthesis in religious ideas and cultural ideas, and we have to understand how this process happened. So we need figures. We need mythic figures and stories to explain why an idea changed. The Queen of Sheba serves a similar function. It helps people understand things, and the relationship to Yemen is largely because Yemen historically interacted a lot with East Africa. The South Arabian languages, which are different from Arabic, but there's several South Arabian languages, they are much more closely related to the Semitic languages of East Africa than they are to all the other Semitic branches to the north of them. There's a lot more historical trade back and forth. So the Queen of Sheba concept, as a myth, as an idea, passed into Yemen as well. So they gave it their own spin. So the stories there told in Yemen about the Queen of Sheba are different from the ones told in Ethiopia and different from the ones told by Levantine Jews. But they all have a way of using this story because it served particular functions. So that's the short there is it really depends on who you want to talk to and why. From a historical standpoint, she didn't exist. from a cultural standpoint, it depends very much on whether you're talking about Yemenite traditions or Ethiopian traditions or whatever on what the story is.
Thank you. I just want to see your opinion.
Thanks,
Can I,
Yemen.
because I want to go, can I go? There's just a couple of things I have to respond to his answers. Go ahead.
For like
I have.
the topic for the day is actually, somebody's asking there. It's actually about national identities and nationalisms. We just got kind of sucked into some tangents about
That's
because
what I'm
religion
talking
and
about.
nationality come together for people, but we really want to make sure that everybody gets a chance to bring things in out of the chat and everything else. So if there's more questions in the chat, I'd like to hit some of those first, if you don't mind, and then we can, if there's something else, then we can come back.
Yes, so one of the questions was, hey, Belly, I don't know how I couldn't get you to come up, so I'll throw to you because you've been trying to ask the question for a while.
Well, it's still trying to connect. I think I think it was having a hard time connecting for.
Okay.
No, you're okay. I just realized because I think my account is like on private and you can't really see it when I'm
Ah, okay.
requesting. Yeah. This is really heartening. This is really sweet. I loved all the questions Rod asked actually, because I love getting to know you, Liam.
Oh, well, that's neat. Yeah, I again, people have kept picking my brain on different topics, but I don't talk about me very much, so it was sort of interesting.
All right, let me take it away from you though.
I'm naturally shameless, so I'll answer anything. So be careful
Let
what
me
people
take it
ask.
back away. I'm taking it back away from you, okay?
Just be careful what you ask if you don't really want to know.
No, you're so fun. I am glad that you have fun in these lives too, because I always have fun here. I run to these lives. So my question is a little bit so I had to write this question down earlier because it was touched on at one point, but this live has gone on for a little while, so I really just don't remember where it happened. But it has to do with the disconnect between like the reality of the UN definition back established in 1948 of genocide, and sorry, how a lot of people look back and compare contemporary genocide or genocides. They're unfolding right before our eyes. We're seeing it happen in real time. And to, for example, the age cost and even like misconceptions about the age cost that sort of been passed down through some simplified narratives that you get taught in history class. And there's not an insignificant portion of the Israeli population that is Palestinian. But from the Israeli government argument, they're saying that their actions are primarily out of self-defense. And some have said that the difference that they're not trying to eliminate their own Palestinian population, but those that are in contested territories such as like Gaza and the West Bank.
I've seen exactly this argument you're raising a lot lately.
Me too.
And,
That's
and
why I'm
it's
asking
usually
about it.
infuriating.
It is. It is.
It's because everyone seems to think that G-side means unaliving large numbers of people. It's partly it's a flaw in our education, but in some cases it's people actually being intellectually dishonest. The problem is we talk about the Shoah, and that's people's understanding of it. Or maybe if you know a bit more about it, you might have encountered, say, the Armenians or something like that. Or maybe you thought about, the Amerindians or something. But it's always about large-scale unaliving. And that's not what it means. It's about attacking a people for their identity. And that can involve unaliving, but it can also involve cultural forced assimilation, which is why the children one is on there. The fifth. If anybody hasn't read the UN convention that defined it, so there's a scholar who's working this out and defining this, and then because of the Shoah, there's in the new UN, there's a whole idea and a debate, and they bring this stuff in, and they developed a formal definition. Please look it up. There are 5 things that make up G-side, any one of which can define something as it. And one of them is actually seizing children and then raising them in a different ethnicity. So like the residential schools in Canada and the US that took Amerindian children and tried to make them white, or in Australia for like the Aboriginal populations that they took them in, seized them from their families. That was G-side. It didn't involve unaliving, but it killed the culture. And that was the point. So that's what's happening to Israeli Arabs, because they are excluded from so many social institutions, because they are marginalized, because there's not their culture isn't respected, and because they're cut off from so much of the wider Arab and Palestinian world. It's an attempt to harm their identity and drive them out. And they have been subject to tons of negative policies, like land seizures, for example. Tons of people who are literally Israeli citizens have their land seized by the state and handed to Jewish settlers inside the country. It's not just something that happens in the territories. There's a ton of stuff that happens there, and that all kind of fits. So when somebody says, well, it's not happening inside Israel to our Arab populations or whatever, those people are lying. They're lying because they're not actually using the word the way it's defined. And the process is definitely weaker there than in the territories. It's definitely not as oppressive, because this is a thing for anybody who doesn't know. When Israel was created, the UN and international authorities demanded that they do two things: grant citizenship to the Arabs who hadn't been chased out. So again, they didn't flee voluntarily, they were chased out. About 170,000 people were left that they didn't leave. They demanded that they grant them citizenship, and they demanded a right of return for the refugees. Israel agreed to both. It just welched on the second one. It refused to do it. It said, yes, we'll do that, and then immediately said, no, we won't. The first one it did. It granted citizenship, but it kept them under military rule for 20 years because it made it easier to dispossess people and screw things up for them. But they did eventually take that away too. They were forced to give them citizenship, and because of that, they have recourse to the courts. They can sue. They have some ways to defend themselves. So it's harder to attack them in the same way. But the nationalist policies against their ethnicity and their identity are exactly the same. And that's the core of what G-side is about.
So,
sorry, before we move on from this point, can you also elaborate on what's meant by...
No, I remember. You're good. Keep going, Blessing.
Can you elaborate on what's meant by cultural genocide? Because that's not something that's defined, is it? I don't remember it from the list.
Well, it's okay, because it's anything that's making it like difficult for people to survive and thrive. And if you create those difficult conditions, so that's like in the second or third points, like the difficult conditions there are intended to weaken a people's identity. A ball cap. How cool is that? And they often have that effect. This, for example, is the kind of thing that you can see in quite a few European countries towards their own minority populations over time, weeding out the different cultures. And you can definitely see it, like the term cultural G-side should definitely fit the fifth one. The one about children, that's really all it's about. And this happened. This, like the Shoah, the most famous case of G-side in modern history only uses 4 of the 5. The reason the 5th is on there is because Lemkin was thinking about the Ottoman genocides. The stuff that happened to Armenian and Greek and whatnot. The last speakers of the Pontic Greek language are dying right now because the peoples who weren't chased out or unalived during that process, they were Turkified. And their kids were taught Turkish, and eventually they just lose that cultural identity. They cease to be Greek, they cease to be Pontic Greek, and become Turks. This happened to a lot of the surviving Armenians that were still there. One of my absolute favorite, my absolute favorite Turkish language singer is Hayko Cepkin. If anybody doesn't know him, he's a classically trained singer and musician. Like his albums are astonishingly diverse. He can go from like synth pop to classical to like black metal sounds in the same song. It's like really complex, fascinating music, and he's a great singer. But Turkish, right? But he's ethnically Armenian. Like his family origin, his history is Armenian, but they're part of the Turkified surviving remnant. So that's what we kind of mean by that. It's those policies that slowly remove that. So the Armenianness in him is gone. It survives in a name, and that's it. But yeah,
I have a
that's
question
some
about
of it's
the
there. You know?
not about the artist, which sounds awesome,
What was
but
that?
I have a question about you described well the Armenian genocide, and I was just thinking like there's a very obvious parallel between Armenians being forced into the desert by the Ottomans, similar to many other genocides being forced into a desert. Do you think that that's a
The Herero?
mechanism of genocide? Is that like a weapon of that? Because I see that happening now when they're forcing them into the desert now, south.
Yeah, the Germans did that, and the Ottomans borrowed the idea from the Germans, and the Ottomans did it. You know, and yeah, it's been borrowed since then too, and it is applicable in the current situation.
What
We
an
don't know if they'll
evil.
get away with it, but
Oh my
it is
gosh.
part of it's also one of the reasons that you've seen a lot of Palestinian populations pushed into more and more marginal lands too, and held there. One of the reasons they ring them in and keep them from settling in different parts of the country is to keep the best land away from them, because the more you can put them in marginal land, it's a softer version of exactly the same kind of policy. If you can make it difficult to survive, and again, setting up difficult conditions of life is one of those 5 points.
It is.
So
It is. It's about
yeah,
the conditions.
the marches toward Deir ez-Zor are definitely a model, you know, but they weren't the first one to do it. Oh, what's the musician?
Several people asked.
Give me a second to type this, because his name is Turkish, so the letters don't always make the same sound they would make in English. Ayklo Chipkin. The C is like a J sound. Anyway, brilliant singer. Hi.
Okay. So interesting. Yeah, I just wasn't sure because I'm not as knowledgeable as you.
I don't think any of us are, to be honest. So
No, for real. I don't know
you're
what
in
to
good
say there.
company.
Don't make me
So
turn red.
so you do believe that that is another. Okay, then this is my other question. This is
It is.
solely different from my other question. I'm so-
And
okay.
don't let people get away with saying that, well, Israel has Arabs inside it, so that they're not doing it to them, so blah blah blah. Don't let them fall for that, because what has been happening to Israeli Arabs, with the 1948 Arabs, the Palestinians inside Arab, it has fit the same thing the entire time. The only difference is the international community forced them to give them citizenship, so they have some recourse to the courts. That's why the West Bank and Gaza were never annexed. It's literally the only reason. Because doing so, they would be compelled to give citizenship, and that would make it harder to do some of the shit that they can get away with in these areas.
And
But
I'm thinking too, the
there are
parallel
still
again is like,
policies affecting them, and it's the same ideology affecting the ones inside. So we cannot leave that out.
yeah,
I know a lot of Israeli Arabs, and they have suffered too.
yeah, for sure.
Don't let people don't let Israel apologists get away with that shit.
No,
There's a
I
lot
don't.
of
It's just
great
like
research on the Israeli Arabs.
they, yeah. So the other thing is like when we think about that, that has happened again in history where they have started outwards where, you know, their contested territories, they will attack and dominate those areas first, and then the people inside are afraid. Do you think that the people inside of Israel right now, the Palestinians, are in danger?
In danger of the same kind of policies? No.
No, I mean
Largely
in
again
danger
because of the legal.
eventually.
Again, it depends. It's dependent on the legal structure. Now, The problem here with Israel as a state, and this gets back to a flaw in its core ideology and the fact that Ben Gurion chose not to create a constitution. The arguments around that, honestly, are fascinating, but they had a chance. If Ben Gurion had been willing to work with the secular right, with like Jabotinsky's faction, they could have written a constitution for the state. Instead, he made a coalition with the religious parties and chose not to defer it entirely. And it just, decade after decade, it was deferred and they never wrote one, which means that in the absence of a formal written constitution, the guiding ideology outside of common law is Zionism. And there are conflicts between common law and Zionism. This is one of the reasons that Bibi is trying to destroy the High Court, because the Supreme Court is constrained by common law precedent, and he wants to impose an ideological vision that breaks that. So trying to control the courts is vitally important because common law has been the only break stopping Israel from being a much more violent apartheid state. If they manage to pull off that, if, on the direction they're going, on the direction the politics are going, and honestly, the conflict here, and this is how the H group plays into their hands. The more you terrify Israelis, and the more they support the far right, and the more power the far right gets, the more it can erode those institutions. It's similar to the Trumpist question earlier, honestly. The more they can erode those institutions, if they do that, and the common law breaks are taken away institutionally, then absolutely the Israeli Arabs are in trouble. Because the only reason they're tolerated is the existence of common law and their citizenship. But a lot of people currently in government and several parties, right, including the Israel Our Home Party, have wanted to take citizenship away from Israeli Arabs. Make them Palestinians, like turn them over to the Palestinian Authority, strip them of their citizenship. If you strip them of their citizenship, the protections are gone and all their land will go too. So that
and they've tried too. Back in 2018, they passed that law, right?
Yeah. There's been the marriage law too. Like, is that the one you're thinking of? Like, there's places where they stop people from marrying between the territories, and they literally took citizenship away from people who had married. That was the first time you were actually able to take citizenship away. But what people want to do, they're looking for precedents to take all the citizenship away from them and expel them. And that's the key we have to worry about here. It's right now it's not possible. Right now it is legally impossible for them to do that. But many factions on the Israeli right are trying to create the conditions that can make that happen. So it's not going to happen immediately, but it is foreseeable at least, and it's one of the reasons that I'm terrified about the direction that country is going.
Hi, host. Hi, everybody on the panel.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Give me 1 second, please, Bella. Belly, have you had a chance to finish? Can I move on or?
Oh yeah, you're good. Thank you, Liam.
My pleasure.
Go ahead, Bella.
Oh, I was just saying hi, that's all. I was just saying hello to the platform, that's all. I just thought it was rude to come up and not say hi.
Oh, no, that's fine. Did you have a question that you wanted to ask?
I did, but I was gonna wait for everybody else until.
Oh, no, it's your turn, so go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Somebody asked about the law, like.
They may be repeated questions, because I did come in towards the end of Belly's questions. Wow, Belly, we're gonna be really, he's gonna mix us up, and I'm here for it. Belly and Bella, I love that. Honestly, I'm about to expose one of the most embarrassing things about myself. That's my mom's nickname for me, is Belly. Anyway, I have this discussion a lot with a lot of Israelis, and Zionists in particular. And these might be some repeated questions, like I said, because I came in towards the end of Belly's questions. But if I were to be asked, what rights are not afforded to Israeli Arabs, what would be those kind of direct hard-hitting points I could kind of hit with these Zionists to advocate for Israeli Arabs?
Right, when they try to say Israel is a democracy and they have rights. Yeah, I love the whole Israel is the only democracy. It's not a liberal democracy. The Israeli Arabs have citizenship, but they have some limits on it, and that's important. Okay, so one of the first things you can hit, and one of the first things that actually helps to, identify Israel as an apartheid state, even though people would never think of it this way, is that they're exempted from conscription. Because what Israel has done from the beginning is it's used the terms of service, the 1 to 3 years you spend in service there, as a way of building a common national identity, as a way of building a sense of social solidarity. And they explicitly kept the Arabs out of it. You can join, you can volunteer to do it, and some do, although it really, it's difficult for them because it's such a cliquish institution. But by exempting them only from conscription, it was saying, you're not an equal in our society. You're not really welcome here. You're only tolerated. We don't want to integrate you into our body politic.
I've heard it's like due to mistrust, is what I've read.
Again, that's because of the national identities. If
right.
if they'd extended that at the time and brought them in, then it would have created a shared identity between them that would have built those layers of trust. The reason the trust isn't there is because they wanted a Jewish ethno-state and they weren't Jews. The only reason they trusted the Druzi is that the Druzi for 1,000 years have been willing to support anybody in power. Any political authority, doesn't matter. They will support whoever's in power because that was how they survived in the first place. We won't cause trouble for you, bro, if you don't cause trouble for us. Like that. So that
got you.
It made it easy for them to work with them. But all the other Arabs were excluded from it because they didn't want to integrate them and build that sense of trust. Now, as far as the specific restrictions on them, okay, so one thing to keep in mind here is the way that a lot of discrimination law works. And this is where the absence of an actual constitution and Bill of Rights is important. Discrimination is legal in Israel. Like you can literally turn someone down for housing or a job because they have an Arabic accent, to their Hebrew. Oh, you're an Arab, right? Oh, sorry, we can't rent to you. Which, is illegal in the U.S. because there's protected categories in law. That doesn't exist for them there.
They don't have protected classes?
What was that?
They don't have protected classes?
No. Not guaranteeing the same equal rights for everybody.
So, what about for people who are disabled?
There are specific laws protecting them, but not in these ethnic terms. Arabs are not protected and given equal citizenship.
That's crazy. So wow.
Which is why you can also discriminate against black people in Ethiopia. So a lot of the Ethiopian Jews and the sub-Saharan African migrants to Israel, they also face a ton of discrimination because there's no racial protections. So, and you can do that on a community level too. So it's not just and I've seen signs outside businesses that say, we proudly employ no Arabs. A lot of people are very blatant about this. But it's not just on the individual landlord or business. You can actually do it on a communal level. So there are whole cities where in their city covenant, no Arabs can live there. No Irish can apply.
Oh yeah, I've seen that for sure.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. You can literally say okay, yeah, no one can move in. And then you can't. You literally can't buy a house. It's literally impossible to buy a house. No one can sell it to you because it's against the laws for that community. So it's like people would love to do that here. In the wake of Hurricane Katrina, back in 5 or something in the U.S., they couldn't pass a no blacks allowed kind of law because that's against U.S. federal law. But they actually passed ordinances as people were starting to move back in that said you couldn't rent to anybody who wasn't a blood relative. Because the goal for a lot of the racists there was to make sure that black people didn't move into their neighborhoods during the Reconstruction. They wanted to maintain some segregation. Now, they were caught and it got overturned, but they literally tried to pass a law saying you had to be a blood relative to rent. Right, to try and keep their neighborhood white. They failed because of federal laws. Israel does not have anything equivalent. So communities in Israel can do exactly what New Orleans tried to do. So that's a bigger condition. So it's not only individual businesses and landowners or housing owners can discriminate, but whole communities can do so, which has kept them trapped in different areas.
They're not even secretive about it like America. America's gentrification, we're going to keep it kind of shh. But redlining shh. But
it's not legal to be open about it here.
Oh my goodness.
But
I'm so sorry. You're just it just makes me kind of what Belly said, fear for the Arab Israelis.
Again, I hear you, and again, it's if the legal protections are removed, they're in real trouble. But they already face discrimination even as citizens. So you can be denied jobs, you can be denied housing, you can be denied moving into particular communities. You can also be, you can easily have your land seized. There are whole communities in Israel where land was seized and the people were expelled, and then they built settlements on that land. So like the city of Carmiel, so a little bit like southeast of Haifa, was built on Israeli Arab land, so on Palestinian land that was seized from the legal owners and turned over. As far as land ownership itself, this is where there's a huge complication because of the Nakba, but all the land purchased by the Jewish National Fund in the decades before the creation of the state, the way that the JNF works, the land can never be sold, so it has to be administered by that. You can build houses and sell the houses that are on there, but the land itself is always going to be owned by the JNF. And the reason for that is in its charter, any land that the JNF has can only be rented to Jews. It can only be leased to Jews. So it's literally discriminatory in its structure. Now the problem with that one too is that when Israel was formed and a lot of institutions kind of like took on official guys, the JNF was folded into the Israel Land Authority. So all that land is actually state-owned land. So there's a little commie aspect of Israel there. So there's a huge chunk of state-owned land. That state-owned land can never be sold, and it cannot be leased to non-Jews. And the amount of land went way the hell up because all the land that they declared absentee when people were chased out of the country at its formation, they turned it over to the JNF. So huge chunks of land where Palestinians used to live and where that was their home before, it now cannot even be rented to them. It is permanently under Jewish control. So there's a real trick there. So and again, this is one of the places where you have to address Israel in legal terms. I'm not trying to do this as like a rhetorical or kind of like attacking them kind of thing. I'm saying literally Israel's an apartheid state because you have government institutions that say only Jews can live here, and that's literally the law. That's the very definition of an apartheid state. So it's when people are saying, well, Israel's not an apartheid state, I'm like, dude, you don't even know the laws in your own country. What the fuck? I mean, it tells you how isolated people are. So many Israelis just never bother getting to know what the situation is like for the Israeli Arabs. I know tons of people who are actually pretty liberal and, oh yeah, two-state solution, blah, blah, I have no problem here. They've never interacted with Israeli Arabs. They just don't talk to them. It's just, they're outside their social circle and therefore outside of their area of concern. So the way that these things impact other people is honestly unknown. I think honestly a lot of Israelis might be scandalized if they saw how bad it really was, but it never occurs to them to look into it. This is actually one of the reasons I mentioned the IDF first. So if you give me a second here, one of the reasons it's so important is that Israelis are a fairly cliquish people. They tend to create a social circle while they're in the military that might create friendships that last their entire lives. So the times that they spend, those couple 2-3 years that they spend on active duty, they're establishing lifelong friendships and people that they can relate to. The fact that they don't have that exposure to the non-Druzi Israeli Arabs, in that process means that many of them never interact with them. They're never exposed. They don't interact. They're segregated in some very literal senses. And I think that has a lot of harmful social consequences.
Is it okay with you if I, while you were talking, I found a source, to like be able to, because I like to find sources so I can say to them, like, look right here. It says it right here. You know what I mean?
Books. I'm not good at websites.
No, you're good. May I show people directly like the source so they know where to find it too?
I don't know how. I mean, what you mean, like posting a link or something?
I'm not.
You're trying to
how
like
I can make you bigger.
I don't think we can. I don't know if we can see that. I think it's too small. If you can like just copy the URL or something and just put it in the chat or something, does that work? Because I don't think we can see that. I know I can't. Oh, somebody in the chat I saw said they're from Haifa. Yeah, I lived in Haifa an entire summer one year, and I spoke to a lot of people there. Even though there are Palestinians who literally live in Haifa, I'm like, dude, they're like right down there. You can walk to Wadi Nisnas and chat with them. They're like, oh, why would I do that? I'm a Jew. Like it just never occurs to people. They avoid each other. Ooh, look, glasses. They just like it never occurs to people to actually cross those social boundaries and interact. So you see like Arabs meeting each other, they recognize each other, they talk immediately, and then everyone ignores them like they're not in the room. Like it's a fascinating dynamic.
That is, that's heartbreaking.
I know, I'm with you. Yeah, no, it was very hard. Honestly, the thing that most got me.
Is it like Jim Crow era, kinda? Would you describe it that way?
I was going to say that too.
Or whatever. Like, what got you really to care about this issue on an emotional level? It was living there. It was seeing it. I mean, it was so upsetting that it really got me to dive much deeper into the weeds on this than I might have otherwise.
It very much, I would say, kind of resembles how white Americans treat many Black Americans, even white liberals.
Exactly.
Sort of.
Not in my neighborhood.
In your neighbor? No, I'm kidding. Hi,
all that bullshit.
Hello, baby.
Oh, yeah, I haven't seen you for a while. Yeah, welcome back.
Hi. I know. I was totally trying to take kind of emotional breaks because this is very hard to watch and to sort of guard and grieve and then pick up again and grieve and advocate, while still posting videos. But global white supremacy is very much a thing, and European, and I keep pointing out that this is European Israeli white supremacy. So y'all say that term.
And one of the reasons that there was so much discrimination towards Yemeni Jews, Ethiopian Jews, a lot of Mizrahim. One of the reasons that many of them got to be so like far right is that they view if the Palestinians are there as a whipping boy, then it won't be on them. It was how they it's sort of like how a lot, and this is a sad part of like, not my family per se, because my family was yeah, but that's a long story there. But there's a lot of Irish Americans, in the 19th and early 20th century that became white by becoming super fucking racist.
Yes.
It's a path to it. So a lot of the Mizrahim became more racist towards Palestinians as a way of becoming, better accepted in Ashkenazi society. It's really sad.
Is it similar to like the model minority type thing?
Yeah, it's not too dissimilar from that at all. Yeah, if anybody's interested in that dynamic, I think that it's getting older now, but I think Shafir and Pelid's work on this is still like unparalleled as far as like looking at those changes inside like Israeli Jewish identity and how people had to kind of embrace the worst aspects of Zionism in order to be accepted as Jewish fully and have like that full national citizenship.
As far as like you've made the comparison to like the Bantustans in South Africa and like some of the earlier lives, and I was just wondering like
for the territories.
Sorry?
For the territory specifically, for like the West Bank.
Yeah, for the West Bank and Gaza. And I'm just wondering like if you'd want to like compare and contrast kind of like what exactly made them similar and like how their creations were different or related.
Yeah, it's similar both in different ways. It's similar both to the reservation system in the U.S. and to the Bantu system in late apartheid South Africa. The idea is to create distinct areas, like a geographic unit. We're going to circle this little area here, and inside that area, we're going to put some Palestinians in charge. And we're going to offload some of our responsibilities for governing the population to people in that area so they feel they have a sense of autonomy. But they have no sovereignty. They have no actual control. They only have some municipal responsibilities for the people in the area. That's like the fiction that if anybody who doesn't know the history around this, in order to try to clean up its image, because more and more people around the world, and I really credit a lot of like African Americans for this, for the really great work that they did, you know, in the 70s and 80s, kind of pushing this issue. More and more people are recognizing just how fucked South Africa was. So they're trying to like clean their image up. There's like, oh no, we're not super bad. They're independent. Look, there's a separate Xhosa state. Like they have their own thing. Like it's not ours, and they can run their own affairs. And see, we're not bad. But what they did was they created essentially a giant outdoor prison, put some internal guards in charge of it, but didn't actually give them independence.
Yes.
So it's very similar to the dynamic I think that you get in a lot of areas under PA control. And the fact that they're carved up into smaller, very small cantonments in there, it's, I mean, at least the Bantustans were generally huge, you know, like, because the population was here, the populations are much more tightly intermingled because there's so many settlers in the West Bank. You end up with very, very small, isolated cantonments with some Palestinians in charge of policing, but no actual Palestinian authority per se. All of their authority derives from Israel's authority. All their power comes from Israel. So again, as far as the theme for tonight, it gets back to that concept of nationalism. You had that in both South Africa and in Israel here. The key here is to be a South African in the pre-apartheid period meant to be white. So the so-called coloreds, the South Asians, the black indigenous populations, they didn't count, and they had to come up with some other category for them.
I'm really sorry to it's still in the vein of nationalism, but what do you think about the Cape independence movement in that context?
I'm not sure where to start with something like that. I mean, part of that is a matter of like linguistic identity. Afrikaans is much more widely spoken in the Cape than it is in the rest of South Africa. And because English has taken on a kind of lingua franca in the same way that it has in South Asia, because there's so many indigenous languages. I mean, if somebody speaks Sotho and somebody speaks Xhosa and somebody speaks, you know, Afrikaans, they can't talk to each other. But if they all learn English in secondary school, then they can talk to each other. And in the long run, what that tends to do is make English a more dominant language. And over time, that can erode identity. I think a lot of people are worried about losing Afrikaans. And in the same way that I like the support for all minority languages, I think that Afrikaans should be preserved. It's sort of fascinating because it broke off from Dutch in the 17th century. So it preserves some features of Old Dutch that the Dutch language has lost. But it's also taken in a lot of influences from the languages of South Africa. So it's interesting as a language. But when people try to take a language and make a national identity out of it, you fall into exactly the same trap of nationalism. You tie it to power, you create in-groups and out-groups, and you persecute people. Yes. So the separation would then, okay, it's going to fuck all the speakers of Bantu languages and English and everything else. It just creates a new kind of ethno-state policed by language. I don't like that.
One of the things that many South Africans are saying, I get my hair retwisted. For those of you who see the image of me, I have natural hair. I have locks, and so I get my hair retwisted in a shop that is owned by a woman from Trinidad. And so I was sitting in the shop today with her doing the work, or actually waiting for her, and the gentleman who was sitting next to me is getting his hair cut. And as we begun to talk about Palestine came up, and he said, that is Africa. He said Palestine, he's Nigerian. He said Palestine is Africa. And
in the sense of feeling colonized, yeah?
Yes. And so he said the people who live in Israel, who call themselves Israeli, are Europeans. And so those are the connections, are historically Europeans, and those are the connections that black and brown folks are making across the world. One of the posts that I made today for black folks who are distancing themselves, black and brown folks who distancing themselves from the genocide in Palestine, is that Harriet Tubman had said that I would have freed 1,000 slaves only if they knew that they were slaves. And I very clearly said it here on TikTok and also on Facebook and Instagram that you are the kind of Black folks, I said, who are distancing yourselves from Palestine and the plight and the genocide of Palestinians, are the kind of Black folks that Harriet Tubman would have unalived and left behind.
Fighting talk, TJ. But I'm not sure I entirely agree.
I mean, that's not far off from what I said about John Brown earlier. So, don't argue with people that John Brown would have unalived. It's not worth your time. You gave me an opportunity here to bring something up. So if you guys don't mind, there's something I want to raise that I've seen in a lot of discussions on Twitter and whatnot, but also in some TikToks that kind of irks me in the whole Israel-Palestine issue lately. Because a lot of people seem to be invested in delegitimizing the identity of Israelis in some ways that I find actually kind of racist, even specifically about the Arab origins of many of them. Now, the key here is, you mentioned Israelis are European. That's true in the core cultural identity because Ashkenazim created the state. But there was massive waves of Mizrahim, and until the 1990s waves of migration from the former Soviet Union, Mizrahim were actually a majority of Israeli Jews. So they were people from North Africa and Iraq and Iran and Yemen and all, and then later like the Beta Israel, like all these people that are not European at all. Today they're still about 45% of the population.
Exactly. Yes.
And so that's still, even after the waves of former Soviet migration, there's still about half the population, which is why in the long run, things like using the oud and the Arab scales, the little makams, and like introducing certain foods. It's how like hummus and like falafel and couscous became Israeli foods.
Yes.
Couscous became Israeli because 200,000 Moroccan Jews moved there. So it is Israeli in that sense. It's just not, originally, like whatever. It wasn't originally a Jewish food, but it was an Arab Jew food from the Maghreb. And it's sort of like become a part of their cultural identity. So for better or worse, you can like it or not like it, there is a hybrid civilization that's developed in Israel from disparate roots from Jews from all over the world that have brought different elements of their original culture and squished them together. And some of that is Arab. I saw a video just earlier today where people are saying like, oh, look at these these Israelis dancing to Arab music. They're appropriating our music. I'm like, it was their music too, because they were Arab fucking Jews who spoke Arabic, who moved there, and they brought their fucking music. Now, a lot of them are still Ashkenazim, and a lot of the ruling class is historically Ashkenazim, but the culture is a hybrid, and we should at least acknowledge that fact. I
think this is.
I keep saying to American Jewish brothers and sisters that not to acknowledge the Arab presence in Judaism is frankly racist.
Yeah, it is. And honestly, this is one of the reasons I shared the Being Israeli book, because historically Ashkenazi society was really fucking racist toward other Jews. And it took decades for people to feel comfortable playing the oud again, because they felt that they had to conform to a European identity. But over time, they managed to blend the ideas in together and to introduce an Arab Jewish component and an Iranian Jewish component and an Ethiopian Jewish component. I mean, there's a lot of Ethiopian foods that are spreading through Israel. It's over time, all these things blend together, and that's just because humans interact with each other and we all share ideas. You can't, no cultures stay perfect. So Israel it's partly a European society, but it's also partly an Arab society. And I have fun with this one, like in my geography quizzes or whatever, like for the Middle East classes, because I'll make a distinction between the Arab world and the Arab League. In the Arab League, Comoros is part of it. but it's not historically part of the Arab world because it didn't adopt a fully Arab language or culture, right? But Israel is part of the Arab world, but it'll never be part of the Arab League because 22% of Israelis are literally Palestinians, and about 40-some% of Israelis are literally of Arab origins. So
What
they're a hybrid society, you know? I mean, whether
Sorry,
you
bear
like it
with
or
me, guys.
not.
Hold on 1 second. I just want to make sure that I just jump back on 2 points before we go too far away. Just on the point that TJ was saying with regards to, I guess, Black solidarity with regards to the Palestinian movement. I think, yes, partly what you said, but I also think that there's partly a recognition of the levels of shared experience when it comes to oppression that people are, whether it's under colonialism, or whether it is under a level of, I guess, nationalism that feels like it's leading towards white supremacy. So I think there's those two aspects that some people connect with. So it's not just the aspect of gosh, I've forgotten what you said earlier on now.
Sorry, we wandered too long here.
But yeah, so I think there's that aspect, and I think there's also an aspect that, again, a lot of people discount how big the Muslim community within Black people is, and for some people it's the Islamic connection as well. So I think there's several fronts that people have that connection to show solidarity with with Palestinian people. But I do understand that there is an aspect of you're looking at this also from an American lens. With regards to what we were saying about the identification of certain cultural practices and foods and so on, I'm not sure I agree that transfer works in the same way. So, for example, when we were talking about couscous, I think it becomes Moroccan rather than Israeli because it's still an aspect of, it's still tied to the Moroccan identity of the person who is Israeli as opposed to, or Jewish Israeli, as opposed to specifically to do with their Israeli identity. And I think there is a level of resentment there with the Palestinian people because they know that their culture is also part of the genocide. Hence why I was saying, about the
That's why hummus and falafel are problematic because those are Levantine foods.
Yes.
And hummus and falafel are like Israel's national foods now, but they're also Palestinian. So people,
as is chocolate hummus, which is an in joke for everybody who understands.
Yeah, I mean it's like something can, okay. So the fun one here is like, okay, so pizza, right? Right. Pizza is Southern Italian, but it's also American, and the pizza is different, and it means different things in different places. But we adopted it, and it became one of our national foods. But it's literally originally like Neapolitan. It's from Southern Italy, and it has a distinct kind of understanding there. And Neapolitan pizza tastes nothing like fucking Domino's. But
yes, absolutely. But I think
it just takes on a new form inside Israel. So it's couscous is still very much Moroccan, but it's also a part of Israel's consciousness now.
Are the upside down rice and chicken?
The maklube?
Yes. Oh, which is so good. And I had that while traveling through Palestine. Our sumac grilled chicken. So I had that while visiting the olive harvest in the West Bank. So where the olive oil is just to die for.
And I think it is these indicators of Palestinian indigeneity that is so held dear because it is part of what people are holding on to, whether you are Palestinian in Palestine or Palestinian in the diaspora. So that resentment, I think, stands.
The resentment is totally understandable, and it fits our topic earlier of nationalism because it becomes a part of both those items and those foods. That's why I mentioned foods can be part of a national identity, as well as the resentments are a reflection of Palestinian nationalism and trauma. But at the same time, there were a buttload of Syrian Jews who moved to Israel and brought Levantine cuisine with them. So, I mean, I totally understand the Syrian, the Palestinian perspective on it, and I respect how hurtful it is to hear that, but some Israelis came by this naturally because that's what their parents cooked, because they grew up in an Arab environment originally, and they made hummus and falafel at home. It's not all of the Israelis didn't come from Poland. So
No, I understand, but I think it's the deliberate attempt of erasure that they struggle with, because
that's so like Trader. You have Trader Joe's there, right? Because it's a German company. You have Trader Joe's.
Definitely not. No.
Okay,
I think the only thing that's come over is Whole Foods.
Okay, so Trader Joe's, is because we get Trader Joe's, and there's all these like funky little brands that they do, and their couscous, I won't buy it there. And I won't buy it there because the package says Israeli couscous. And it doesn't say it because it comes from Israel. It says it because they're trying to identify it as Israeli food.
Yes.
Now, that's fucked up. But the fact that it is a native Israeli dish now because of the Moroccan Jews who moved there, that's fine. I got no problem with that. But the attempted erasure in public for the wider general public just to identify this with them instead of with Morocco, that's fucked up.
Yeah. Even things like the dubka being now kind of because it is so popular. I think we have to acknowledge that popular culture does travel, right? But had it been acknowledged as Palestinian, then it wouldn't be an issue. But you won't see the Zionist kind of movement acknowledge it as Palestinian because there is a political aspect. So I think that
because of nationalism. Yeah.
In that vein,
and that's why the cultural. That's why we had to talk about culture earlier when we were talking about G-side.
Yeah.
What you're describing is an attempt at cultural G-side. It's an attempt at an appropriation in a way that erases. It's one thing to appropriate and acknowledge, even if you change it. So again, pizza is a fun example there. And we all say, yes, it's originally Italian, but we fucked it up and made it ours. But the Israelis don't do that. They do it in a way that tries to say it was only ever theirs and Palestinians don't exist.
Yeah.
In that vein of erasure, I've heard people argue that the word Mizrahim was invented as a form of erasure. I mean, to what extent is that true?
It's
You're
not
actually the second person that asked that today.
It's a form of, but it is a form of Orientalism, because that's all it really means. It means like Eastern Jews. It's trying to say like inferior non-European Jews, which is why you can say Iranian and Central Asian and Moroccan Jews are all Mizrahim. They don't have anything in common culturally. The Jews of Uzbekistan and the Jews of Morocco are not the same fucking people, in the same way that like Ashkenazim had a common Yiddish heritage that they shared and carried. It's a generic racist category. So I wouldn't say it's a form of erasure, but it is a way of like boxing people in a racist way.
Yeah, it really was developed by like the modern form of Israel.
Yeah, it's not it's a Zionist term. Not it was passed around before Israel existed, but there was significant amount of like discrimination towards the non-European Jews for being culturally inferior. And the Oriental, it's like when people in Europe and the US used to call people Orientals, like it's that sense of like they're different, they're Eastern, they're other, they're not, they can't possibly mix in with us. Mizrahim was a way of saying they are fundamentally different, and realistically, in the first few decades of the state, this is another fun reason to read Being Israeli, it was very difficult for intermarriages to happen. Ashkenazim did not intermarry with Mizrahim. It was very much a part of their sense of self, and that's an element of European imperialist racism that they brought with them, a sense of that, as TJ was saying, white supremacy. Oh, before I forget, so TJ, if you can hear, there's a small excerpt I put up. It's really fuzzy looking, but I put up an excerpt from an in-person teach-in I did at a broader event at a local college. And there was different speakers. I was brought on to kind of like give a little bit of historical context before a whole bunch of different speakers came up talking about their personal experiences, their family, their expulsions. And one of the speakers was an African-American activist who consciously focused on the linkage there and saying, yeah, Malcolm X, when he heard about this shit, he was all like, yeah, I'm with the Palestinians. And like, there's a long history of contact between the communities that I find interesting, and I think we should discuss more because it also parallels the historical interaction between American Jews and African Americans and the shared solidarity and oppression that was there. So in the 50s and 60s, tons of Eastern Jews were down there in Selma, fighting with people. Today African Americans can see the same kind of oppression towards Palestinians.
Yes.
I find that whole dynamic really interesting.
And,
Yeah, I
and
think
that
that
is
would be a very interesting one.
and that is one of the most painful parts of this, because we've seen and we've experienced and we know that historically many things about the civil rights movement would not have been financed if it wasn't for Jewish money and Jewish synagogues stepping up and walking with my elders, with my ancestors for freedom in Selma and beyond. And now, as we fast forward to this, and we see other folks who look like us, maybe a couple shades lighter, that there is the same blood memory and connection to oppression, and genocide and continued genocide and the erasing of Palestinian and also erasing of Black culture and Native American culture here in America. So
Yeah, I honestly wish that so for that one, and the reason it's sort of fuzzy is that they had cameras in terrible places for that event, but I was able to excerpt like 10 minutes worth of my talk on it. But when they did that, they wanted it to be sort of internal, so it was put up on a website only for people to see within that college. I wish I had the ability to excerpt the speech from the Black activist, because it was powerful, and the kind of like the shared poetic experiences and things like that he brought up there. I think that I like that there's increasing awareness, and that there are people in the African American community talking about it, because the African American community is a lot more powerful than it thinks it is. And I give a lot of credit there to the end for South African apartheid. The pushes in the U.S. that finally got the U.S. fucking Congress to move and to override Reagan's veto. That's down to African Americans. They did a lot of good work on that shit. And if they get involved heavily in the Palestine issue, it will have a huge impact in shifting American discourses, and it'll really kick the ass of the Democratic Party, because the Democratic Party has gotten so super pro-Israeli.
Yes.
And African Americans are the key to breaking that linkage.
I think that's known. But yeah, TJ, I think let's see if we can try and schedule that for a future live, because I think that's a very interesting topic to delve into.
I just shared my email address with you.
Okay,
with me?
With all of you. You too.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's on the live.
Oh, it's in the chat. Okay, cool.
Yes.
Cactus, are you done? Can I jump to the next person?
Oh yeah. I had a question, but it slipped out of my mind, so don't worry about me.
Yeah, if I can, so A1, and just for the sake of making sure that we don't get an interruption, can I ask everybody that's not the person asking the question to mute, so that we don't get any feedback? So A1, go for it.
I don't see it. If there's an email address in the chat, I don't see it. Did you DM it possibly?
I forgot to say, no, it won't allow emails and the websites to come through. Okay. So yeah, don't worry. I'll ask TJ when I'll get him to send it to me, and then we'll go from there.
I'd love to communicate somewhere. Maybe we can plan like a joint, one of those like I did the other day with Chip. Maybe we can do like a joint live thing and have some fun conversation.
That's a great idea.
I just sent it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. So A1, go for it.
Yeah, hi Liam. Good evening, everyone. I really enjoyed my conversation with you last night. And I forgot to ask you a couple of questions, if you don't mind, that I just wanted some follow-up on the stuff. I don't know if you remember what we spoke about last night. However, why are American politicians very pro-Israeli regardless? Is there... I have some assumption that it is related to the Anglican Church being advocating for an Israeli state before the return of Jesus, or that is completely irrelevant. Before you
No, Christian Zionism is a good part of it. So and the Anglicans were a part of that too. And a lot of people are saying money. Please, this is one of the things I find most problematic about a lot of pro-Palestinian discourse is the emphasis on AIPAC. We've got to talk about this.
Yeah,
So anyway,
I don't think money is the case, and I think there is some religious ideology behind it. However, I'm going to listen to your comment on that, and I'd really appreciate your input. The other question that I want to ask, because I don't want to stay on the mic for too long, I'm kind of with family, so it's a bit loud here, so I had to go to a separate room. The other question that I want to, which is more of a history question, is there any archaeological evidence to any of the characters or the prophets, messengers in the Old Testament and Torah, and what is your comment on like the proof, or is this just Israelite kind of? Apart from them being mentioned in Old Testament and some of it in Quran, what is your comment from a historian kind of perspective about these characters and people, that King David or whatever, like all these famous characters in the Old Testament? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm going to mute myself. I don't want to be you to hear any of the noise that around me. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, brother, for the question.
Yeah. Okay. So we can dive a bit deeper on that latter question on one of the days that we spend more time talking about ancient history, because that does seem to come up a lot, and I really appreciate those conversations. The short answer is yes and no on this one, because especially for the older figures mentioned in it, so like your Noahs, your Abrahams, even Moses type figures, they're essentially figures of myth. I think that it's likely that there was a inspiring figure or figures around the Moses story, but as an actual distinct character, no, there's zero archaeological evidence, and there's no evidence for the Exodus. Like in the way that it's understood, it didn't happen. A kind of Exodus did, because some of the Semitic population of the Egyptian Delta did move back in, but that wasn't, they didn't like cross an ocean. There wasn't a fight. They weren't slaves. It's not like that, but there was an interaction, and a blending together of ideas. And it's one of the places where you can see some henotheistic influence from a particular period in New Kingdom Egypt. But there's, like much of ancient history, or myth, there's always like a kernel of truth. There's something to it. And there's kernels of truth to a lot of them. So for even the Noah story, the flood narratives have a history in Mesopotamia and a very specific purpose, and Levantine populations gave it their own distinct meaning. They took it in, but they took it in a slightly different way, and they gave a particular moral lesson out of it. So the Noah character is important, but not as a person. Later figures, there is actually evidence for. Now, with some of them, like your David type figures, David was more likely, somewhere between a minor king and a tribal chieftain over Judah, because Israel and Judah were not originally one. There was no empire of David and Solomon. It wasn't a large unified monarchy, but there was a state of Judah. It does have a history, and the origins of the character of David are from stories passed down around important founding early kings. It's kind of like, okay, so you guys maybe have heard of the King Arthur stories. So King Arthur is an important history figure in English history. The romances about King Arthur were written in the Middle Ages, and they are all fiction. They're all made up. The Round Table's made up, Lancelot's made up, all that's bullshit. And it had very specific narrative purposes in the Middle Ages. But there are Welsh legends of a particular Romano-Celtic king who put up a resistance to the Saxon settlement. And that's the origin of the Arthur story. So there are Celtic, Welsh elements. Like there's a Romano-Celtic core to that story that is real. So there is a King Arthur, but he's not wearing shining armor in a castle. He would have had a hill fort, basically a bunch of dirt piled up with a wooden palisade. That's Arthur's castle. So it wouldn't look like that. King David's kingdom is similar. The Davidic kingdom of Judah was a tiny, impoverished state on the edge of a desert, but it did exist, and we do have archaeological evidence for it existing. It's just slightly different from the biblical story. We even have seals for people, like for individual kings mentioned. So we have archaeological evidence for a number of important kings like Hezekiah or Josiah. We have found inscriptions discussing them. The prophet Isaiah, we actually have his seal from working in the court. We literally have, and it's and things like this. They're in Paleo Hebrew, so they're not in the script that people can write in now. They're in the script that looks like Phoenician or Canaanite script. But we have in Paleo Hebrew the seal for Isaiah. Now, a lot of what's in the book is still written later, because the book of Isaiah in the Bible actually has 3 different authors, and the second and third parts of it were written much, much later, in the post-exilic context. But the core of that story, passed on orally and eventually taking a written form, does go back to an actual human being. So the way to look at biblical histories here is that there is a kernel of truth to a lot of it, but there's also a lot of mythologization because it was written as a national mythology. It wasn't written as history in the modern sense. And this is true of all ancient records. Hell, if you look at ancient Egyptian records, they wrote histories. They never lost a single battle ever. Like, not one. Because if they lost, they just didn't bother writing it down, or they lied and they said they won. They completely inverted it. Ancient histories have to be taken with a grain of salt.
My friend, you are taking me back to my years in seminary.
That's my job, right?
Oh my God, thank you. So I'm so geeking out right now. And everything that Reverend Dr. Dale Irwin, do you know that name, Dale Irwin? Who
I've heard the name, I think, but I can't connect it to anything right now. But I've heard the name.
Church history. So he was the president of New York Theological Seminary, a mentor, a friend. He beat me up during church history. He was really mean. And I remember starting seminary, and he had us draw the map, the biblical map. He said, "I want you to go on a treasure hunt. But not in this century. But I want you to go back." I was like, "No, I know, Miss Kitty. I know. Yes, I know."
Mitch according to Mitch, this is the real host of this live.
Hi, hello, little host. Those pretty eyes. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm a sucker for little ones. Oh, those eyes are beautiful.
She's a good kid.
Yes. But yeah, the 3 Isaiahs. Oh, 3 Isaiahs.
It's really important because it's one of the single biggest points of evidence for a Zoroastrian impact on Judaism. Because 2nd and 3rd Isaiah are written in the Persian period. And they're the first really definitive monotheistic statements, that you've got. I mean, the Torah has no monotheistic statements in it. It can be read as a monotheist, but in its own language and context, it's a polytheistic and henotheistic text. Like, we worship El, but these other gods exist too. And there's so many fascinating elements of Canaanite myth that are present in the Hebrew Bible. And when we found tons of the actual written Canaanite myths, we found their own records, and you can see them side by side. It really helps to clarify what they meant and the actual fights that are present in a lot of the Hebrew Bible. There's a lot of just as a fun sort of aside one. I can't resist little ones here. So there's a point, I think it's in Kings, but there's somebody who basically defiled the temple by bringing in a cultic symbol to Asherah, the wooden stake for the goddess Asherah, and it's ruining the temple. We have to go and do all the rituals to purify the temple. What that's actually reminding people of is that the folk religion remembered that El had a wife, because Asherah is the wife of the Canaanite sky god, right? God had a wife. And the later versions, as Judaism is developing, create a very distinctly masculinized religion as it heads toward henotheism and eventually monotheism that pushes that out. What that story does, if you read it literally, then it's a fight between monotheism and pagan polytheism. In context, it's a fight within the community over the meaning of Judaism, because people still held to that earlier idea. And it plays into our topic today of nations and nationalism and ethnicities anyway, because it becomes an important foundational element of Jewish ethnic identity to be monotheists, which is why it's very difficult for people to read a lot of these records and why a lot of the archaeology pisses off believing Jews as well as believing Christians, because they need it to be literally true as it's written in the Bible. But the Bible is a political and national text representing the perspective of the people who won that fight. And it contains within it elements of the conflict culturally between people who had very different understandings of what the religion meant.
And I think that is a struggle that a lot of modern day folks are having in understanding Palestine. Like, I mean, I must say that I fell in love first with the historic Palestine, with the historic monotheistic Jewish community, not the one who we now know as a Jewish Israeli community, but the historic, but Deborah and Moses.
Yeah, the biblical stories. I mean, a lot of us had that. I mean, we read these stories and they're like, oh, these are great stories. You know, like this is some powerful shit. And honestly, it's one of the greatest Jewish contributions to world history is the way that the Bible itself, I mean, it is unparalleled as literature in the ancient world. You know, but it is a product of a long-term process of arguments and editing and redaction too. But they're powerful stories in there.
If I can sneak another question.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you want to finish the thought, like about the first love you had? Because I can relate to that, but you were going somewhere with it.
Okay. I'm back. My first love was Moses and Deborah. The story of Deborah, the story of Rachel and the city of Ramah, all of those beautiful places. The story of Mary and Jesus, and I mean those were my first interactions, even as a kid, right? Before church history, with the Jewish origins of ancient texts. The relationship, and it's one of the things why I keep the other reasons why I keep pushing and keep saying that Islam and that Judaism and Christianity are part of a beautiful historic Abrahamic tradition that has moral and that has traditional with it, connected to it together.
Yeah, I think the thing that's beautiful about all of them, and it gets back to the point somebody was asking earlier about my background and how I relate to these different topics here. I look at all of them as beautiful and powerful myths because that's why they worked. That's why they were adopted and worked. I have arguments a lot with the kind of minimalists or people who argue against the idea of a historical Jesus. Because much of what's actually written in the Gospels can't easily be tied to a single person. And the actual figure of Jesus or Isa could be a composite. At the very least, a lot of the stories were filled in, like the gaps were filled in. But I am of the opinion that there is a core teacher, a rabbi, a person preaching. And honestly, if you look at the etymology of the name, dude wasn't a carpenter. Dude was literally a rabbi. It goes back to an Aramaic word for teacher. And he was preaching at a 3-year mission, preaching up in the Galil and blah, 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 eventually got himself killed. But I think there is a core historical truth to it. But what makes the story beautiful, and this is where I have a hard time with both the anti-Jesus type atheists and the fundamentalists, is that what makes Christianity beautiful is the strength of the myth, of the stories, of the moral lessons told. I mean, anybody, if you understand the parable of the Good Samaritan in context, it is a powerful anti-racist statement. It is a powerful anti-nationalist statement. It is actually a beautiful story about how anybody can be a beautiful person and you shouldn't judge a book by its cover, because it reflects the fact that Jews and Samaritans fucking hated each other. You know, it reflects a religious tension present at the time that we've simply forgotten because everyone forgets who the fuck the Samaritans were. The stories themselves, they're powerful and they have lessons to teach no matter what you think of the historicity of any of it, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. It's still gorgeous stuff, and it can give us a sense of meaning and purpose in life.
I once gave a sermon in Ohio when there was an anti-LGBT bill that was anti-trans bill that was being passed. I recounted Jesus's relationship with the eunuch. I mean, what a beautiful story found in Matthew of Jesus's relationship with the eunuch, that where we see through a queer lens of Jesus standing with and seeing a trans person as a powerful member of society, a powerful influence on the politics of the time and with political leaders. And so the beauty of that story, the power of that story through the queer lens that says to LGBT folks, that says to trans siblings, that Jesus says that you matter, that your work matters, that your voice for justice and liberation matters, and that the power within you is the power felt in society.
Yeah. And I think even the way that we render that as eunuch too, it honestly like it hurts some of the story. You know, like it's harder for people. It's similar to like the Good Samaritan story in the sense that the cultural context shifts so much that it's difficult to understand what it's really after. But you're dealing with a kind of not, sex and gender nonconformity is the core like of the issue. You know that and Jesus doesn't have a problem there. There's a neat question in the chat that I want to point to just briefly. The question of like, was Jesus married? I don't think the Mary Magdalene thing works there, but I think it's undeniable that he was married. And there's a key way of seeing that. In the call to the early disciples, what is he telling them? Leave behind your family, leave behind your wife, and follow me. He's calling them to a special preaching mission. So very likely he had a family and kids that he has set aside for the sake of a particular mission to go out there and preach. And he's traveling. He's an itinerant preacher going from village to village, town to town, spreading a particular message. And he's bringing people with him that also do the same thing. When he says to people, leave behind your wife and follow me to spread this groovy new version of Judaism I've got, it's kind of clear that he must have done the same fucking thing. You don't get to 30 years old in the first century in Judaism without getting married. I mean, dude could have been gay as hell and he still would have been forced to be married. It was just the social expectation, So it just, clearly he was married, but you have to set that aside because it's not important to the story in a sense. The fact that they set aside their family for a very specific mission, that's the key there. And we often forget that the context here is first century Judaism and its challenges in a Roman and Hellenistic context. All of this history is lost because we don't remember it, because our cultural context is so different. How the hell do you get 21st century Americans to relate to first century fucking Palestine? It's a real challenge. But if you don't grapple with some of that history, you don't get the full value of the stories in some way.
Seminary.
Even if the seminary, again, in Jewish and Christian seminaries all across this country, everyone learns this shit. It's just very difficult to bring to the pulpit because it's so far out of people's lives. It's very difficult to incorporate what you guys learn in seminary in the actual lessons in church, because the most important thing is the power of the stories and the moral lessons in the stories. And the historicity of it at that point is irrelevant. What we draw out of the Gospels is the powerful stories. And it relates again to this question of nations and ethnicities that we start with in the day here, because it's about giving people a sense of identity and meaning in life. How should I relate to people? How should I relate to people in my community as well as to the other? That's why I love the Good Samaritan story.
And that's one of the things that I love. I know my sister wants to speak. That's one of the things I love about the tradition of the Black Church, right? That I will bring to the UN, by the way, very soon, because I've been approved to use Tillman Chapel as a new church start. Which is located right there at 777 UN Plaza. But one of the things that I love about the Black church tradition is the partnership with historic texts, the song, the poetry, of using the poetry. Talking about, for example, the woman named Rachel in a city called Ramah. How she looks over and she cries and she screams in mourning for her children. And then when she's transitioned to heaven, that she makes a agreement with the God of her understanding, that she can conjure up those tears and those grief. So we see her relationship in Matthew and her action in Matthew as she looks over the heavenly balcony and she cries for children who are being massacred. And so how do we linguistically, hermeneutically see that? That we now hear her looking over the heavenly balcony and crying over 18,000 Palestinian children. Is that now we see her looking over the heavenly balcony and crying over migrants who are being placed on buses by evil white men who hate brown people and are afraid of brown people changing this nation. And so we see her crying for migrants, looking over the heavenly balcony, and we see, and then I drew a visualization of St. Peter running down the heavenly running down the corridor of heaven, saying, "Jesus, look, someone." She's crying again for children. She's crying again for her children. So what is that? What does that mean for us? And so there's now the call of response. What does that say to the congregation? What is the expectation of the congregation? That the congregation joins her in crying for children as we march in the streets for free Palestine, as we march in the street for better conditions for migrants living in police stations in Chicago and in New York City. So yeah,
making the stories real and live for people. Yeah, like relating them to issues. I do the same thing with history, trying to like help people relate to it in their own lives. Show them the parallels. There's Be Blessed. I have I just noticed something, and this is why I make little notes to myself. There was a 2-part question. We got sucked into one half of it, and then I get sucked, like, Brother TJ's points, and we just like wandered way the hell off. I want to get back to the whole, like, why does Congress support Israel? Is that okay?
Yes, please. Yeah.
That was the first part of like a 2-part question, and we ended up rounding off on one of them. This is something that comes up a lot, and a lot of people threw money into the chat, and a shit ton of people talk about AIPAC, and I'm always like, okay, AIPAC is problematic, but so is all of our fucking lobbying. But why do people take the money? And the reason I try to push people away from the money is like, okay, so if you had like, if some Chinese billionaire stepped in with like a pro-communist PAC and started giving out money to everybody who's going to like, love the CPC and, the China line and whatever, would people in Congress take that money? No. You could say, I'm going to give you $100,000 for your next election if you blah, 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 do this. They wouldn't do it because it doesn't support their current position. The reason people take AIPAC money is they are already pro-Israel. And the reasons they are pro-Israel are complicated. And this is why I think people love to point to AIPAC and money, because it's easy. And a lot of people prefer what is easy to what is nuanced and complicated, especially when we're building our own kind of like personal mythos for things. The danger of it in this case is it plays directly into anti-Semitic tropes about Jewish money and control of politicians and media. And I see it all the time. Oh, Jews have bought all the politicians. They gave them Israeli citizenship. They control them that way. They own all the media. Like 5 out of 6 corporations are Jewish owned, Zionist owned. Like, no. Corporations are owned by fucking shareholders and they're fucking capitalists. They're after money. The key here for the U.S. Congress, there are several distinct factors that push people into it. The single biggest one is going to be the views of a lot of constituents. A lot of Americans have been raised to be pro-Israel, and that's because a lot of churches were pro-Israel and a lot of synagogues were pro-Israel. So people, regardless of the theology behind it, a lot of Protestant Christians are like hardcore pro-Israel, and they don't understand that the reason their churches were supporting it was apocalyptic. They just heard, support Israel, they're our brothers, we should support them. And okay, cool. And you grow up with that. So a lot of believing people in this country grew up thinking Israel is important to me, so I'm going to support the politician who looks out for them. And it plays in, of course, in America's history of like anti-Muslim prejudices, you know, because, hey, they're fighting a bunch of Arabs. And so then the mythology that Israel spun, and this is a very conscious thing. Ben Gurion was a lot more clever about manipulating American public opinion than Yasser Arafat was in this way. They painted a mythology of like all these Arab states coming in and they're going to crush us, and it's plucky little Israel, and it's like David versus Goliath, and we're little David, and you want to stand with David on the side of righteousness, and it's all horse shit. They were the stronger party in every part of it, but it's a powerful myth, and it fits into a little bit with what we were talking about with TJ, the use of like stories and how it works with people. That mythology of standing with the little guy against oppressors, especially those oppressors are brown people that you don't like, then it's really powerful for people's identity. It digs in very deep roots that are hard to get out. So Christianity is the single biggest fucking reason that Israel is so prominent in the U.S. Congress, because this is still, for better or worse, a super Christian country, and particularly the more hardcore evangelical forms of Christianity are the most politically relevant. Is that
Yeah,
Carlitos?
Carlito, would you mind?
Can you mute?
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Yeah, there's something bubbling in the background. So that's the biggest one there. It's the people, and the politicians are going where the people are. So they'll take that money because they know most of their constituents are okay with it. If popular opinion turned toward the Palestinians, that would change. But even if you look at the generational shifts in American popular opinion, and there's a significant shift between boomers, Gen X, millennials, and Gen Z on views of Israel. And you get down to like, you know, the most Gen Z, whatever you want to call them, like they are far less pro-Israel. It's less than half. But it's still in the 40s. It's like a lot of them are still pro-Israel. But if you look at the pro-Palestine polls, the same kind of opinion polls, they've hardly budged. Most people, even where they're more skeptical of Israel, most ordinary people don't share the views that you're seeing on TikTok among your friends talking about this. Most Americans just don't give a shit about Palestine because we have a smaller Arab population in the U.S. That Arab population is more concentrated in a few areas. Most people don't interact with them. It's similar to what we were talking about earlier with even a lot of Israeli Jews never interact with Israeli Arabs. It's just outside their social circles. So you don't really have an exposure to it, and it hasn't been humanized as a story. So people just don't give a fuck, you know, and the popular opinion stays that way. Now, popular opinion is not as hardcore pro-Israel as the Congress is. The Congress is out of step that way. And especially when you look at the generational falls, the reasons for that are the political aspects of it. The fact that they are a useful part of U.S. empire. That we don't do bases there like we do in a lot of other places, but the fact that their interests align with ours versus a lot of other parts of the Middle East makes them a useful part of a broader architecture of power. And at the end of the day, that's the same reason that the Brits opened the door to Jewish migration with the Balfour Letter. Because putting a European population in an area you want to control long term is useful, right? It is valuable. It's also the same reason that once they had culturally assimilated so many South Asians, they moved so many South Asians to different parts of Africa. You know, because if you can plant them in Kenya and South Africa and whatnot, you can create a population that's more loyal to the idea of empire, right? And doesn't have the local roots that would fight for resistance. It's a very similar dynamic. Having that Europeanized culture in the region, it's the same reason that for France carved out Lebanon. They wanted to create a permanent Catholic enclave in the Middle East that was culturally linked to France. And next thing you know, you got all these kids named Francois and Michel in the area and people speaking French, and that worked for them. Problem is, you know, the country's not, it's like 30% of the population. It doesn't work that way. But that was France's goal, was to create a population in the area that was more culturally loyal to them. That's the key issue for us. And the thing people forget when they talk about American relations here, it's not our large Jewish population. It's not AIPAC money. It's the fact that we are an evil empire and they are a settler colony. And we relate well to other settler colonies like Canada or Australia. And they are a Europeanized population in an area where we struggle strategically to control the resources and power structures. So they are useful to American power politics. And there is a serious religious connection here. If you combine those two elements, there's no fucking way we wouldn't be super pro-Israel. Yeah, if the people in Congress did not want to support Israel, they wouldn't be taking AIPAC money. And criticizing the money just falls into an anti-Semitic trope. Criticize the reason they're doing it. Raise awareness. Get Christians to understand how fucked it is to support an apartheid ethnocracy. Change the culture here. If you change the views of Americans, they'll stop taking that money. But they're going to take that money as long as a majority of their constituents love Israel. And that's simply the fact today.
So if I can just quickly ask a question on one of the points of loyalty, when it comes to particularly the evangelical American viewpoint. Is the creation of Israel against, okay, maybe I misunderstood the question, but okay. Is the creation of Israel against Judaism / the Torah since the Messiah hasn't returned?
Yeah, so that's a tricky one. The creation of the state, no. If they were to create a third temple before a recognized Messiah, yes. But this is why a lot of the people who want that have been preparing for it, studying for it, training to be priests. They're like ready to do it if they get the ability to do so. But especially for believing Jews too, like the hardcore, like the Haredim, things like that. For them, you have to recognize Hamashiach first, and the Messiah will lead you in taking the territory and building it. But if you in the simplest terms, you can interpret it as saying the state is a problem, but realistically it's not. Because the Haredim can live there and still consider themselves to be living in exile. Because what it means to be a Jewish state in halakha is that it is a monarchy under the line of David with a high priesthood at the temple. So Israel is not a Jewish state from their perspective. Calling it a religiously Jewish state before that point, before you have a Messiah and a temple and a monarchy, that would be problematic for them because that would actually violate the definition of it in halakha. But a country full of Jews in the area doesn't affect Jewish law at all. It's about the monarchy under David and the temple. That's what makes it a Jewish state in religious terms. Israel's not a Jewish state in religious terms. It's just a country full of Jews.
Thank you. So
and yeah,
I know that you.
As Sadat is saying in chat there, this is why a lot of the religious Zionists, and they're a small part of the total population, but they're growing. This is why they want to build a third temple, because they have accepted an ideology, and it's a very recent development, but it goes back in the late 19th century. There's a trend within Judaism, and a small one, that says you can encourage the Messiah to come. Rather than waiting passively for God to do it, if you do certain things to lay the foundations for it, then the Messiah, then God will say, oh, you are worthy of redemption, and send the Messiah then. This is why, they want to blow up the Dome of the Rock and build the third temple. Because if they do that, they think they can force God's hand. A lot of Jews consider that to be heretical. The Haredim would consider that to be heretical. So that would be a violation of halakha, because the text is pretty clear realistically about the Messiah coming first. But there is a minority interpretation that suggests you can, if by sanctifying the land and planting a bunch of Jews there and building all this stuff to prepare for it, you can prove your worthy. And this is a thing there's a thing about Judaism that's true in Buddhism and in Hinduism and in Christianity and Islam. It's a religion of redemption. And the Jewish people, because of the exile, the interpretation is they disappointed God, and that's why they lost their home. They need to get back into God's favor, so they're looking for redemption. And there are different interpretations of how to get there. For some people, it's just hold to the laws that are left, convince God that you're good enough to hold to what's left, and that will be enough for God eventually to forgive you. I think one of the reasons that the religious Zionist ideology works for a lot of people is that after almost 2,000 fucking years, people can say, well, I guess that didn't work, and the Messiah is not going to come just because we have Talmud. Maybe we can convince him we're worthy in another way. So some people are trying to view the Israeli state as a halakhic state in waiting. Like they can transform it into a religious state, and by transforming it into a religious state, then God will send the Messiah. So yes and no to the question. There is a significant interpretation of Judaism that actually thinks you can do all this shit first in order to bring the Messiah down. But it's a fight inside the culture.
Cool. Freedom, did you have a point on this? Or if not, I'm going down the line with questions.
I was going to ask you a question about the Khazarian Empire thing and things of that nature.
You might have to hold on that one for me if you don't mind, because we've covered that one. But yeah, if you hold, because I'm just going down the line in order of how people came up.
Yeah, and I've answered it in several weeks too. Like it comes up a lot, but it's a good one just because, like similar to the AIPAC issue that I just hit there. Honestly, a lot of the rhetoric that gets passed around ends up being problematic, and I think it hurts the Palestinian cause. I think if we fall into some of these traps, you're basically handing the Zionists ammunition to delegitimize the Palestinian movement. So I do relish the opportunity to talk about things like AIPAC or the Khazars or all the other bullshit that goes around, because we have to get that out of our discourse. I think that we are hurting the pro-Palestine movement.
Okay.
So Freedom,
yes,
hold
go
on
ahead.
for me one sec, because there's other people who are before you, so I'll come to you.
But I will comment on it again quickly. Yeah. No problem there.
Okay, so just hold for me, and if you don't mind muting until I get to your question. Silfam, I know that you came back up, so I want to give you the opportunity to ask your question from earlier.
Hi, thanks. I had two questions that are sort of surrounding controversial things that I guess I've seen, but I haven't been able to find any learning on. The first thing is going back to when we were discussing Mizrahi Jews earlier, right? Is there any credibility to Avi Shleim's claims that they were driven into Israel not only by, by, I guess, like anti-Jewish sentiment based on, the conflict and whatever, but also by Israel itself or entities within Israel? That's the first one, because I understand that there's his discussion of it in his book, but I wasn't able to get his book. And the second thing is back to TJ's discussion about, the connection between, the Black struggle. I have been in Black activist spaces, and they are skeptical about supporting Palestine because of the notion that Afro-Palestinians are, called al-Abid and referred to as slaves, and they experience their own discrimination. So I just wanted to hear your perspective on that.
No, so my perspective. So on that one, and the place that relates to what TJ was saying, yeah, that makes sense a lot, because the fact that the core, like the beginning heart of what becomes Israeli popular culture, is actually 19th century racist imperialist European views. It is deeply anti-Black, and Israel is actually a pretty damn racist country, especially towards Black Africans, and that affects like Sudanese migrants as well as the Ethiopian Jews. So seeing that, I totally get where that. I think the problem with reach, and this is something that maybe TJ could talk, or maybe we could do like a big joint one later there, because I think there's multiple reasons why the Palestine cause is hard in Black churches. And I think that this is one of them, but I think ultimately a lot of it is just growing up on the Bible stories and relating to the story of Israel too. Like it's difficult because you don't have the same level of exposure to the Palestinian narratives and their understanding, but there's a powerful cultural connection to a lot of Jewish history. You know, I mean, look at the way that like the Moses exile story was used in the slavery period in the U.S. You know, now how many hymns built around that freedom from slavery narrative. It's a very powerful and personal connection there. But I think what you bring up there, Sylphium, is also important because anybody who's aware of what happens to Black people in Israel is gonna be like, and towards like even like the Jewish population there. It's like it's complicated. The first part there. Oh gosh, I lost my train of thought. Briefly, what was the first question we were asked on here? My short-term memory is terrible.
The Mizrahi Jews, and it was
Abishleims. Okay, so thanks. Yeah, usually when I forget something quickly, I need like a word, and it'll get me going. Okay, so the story there is a mix, right? This is one of those places where it really is a mix of two things. A lot of people were driven out by people within the Arab states. Because of the way they understood the creation of Israel and the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians and the anger over that shit and the connection between Israel and the imperial powers. The 56 War is a huge stepping stone there because Israel literally signed up with Britain and France to invade an Arab country. So it's they had really good reason to associate Israel with European empire and colonialism. And they were anti-colonial at the end of the day. And unfortunately, that meant they turned on a lot of their own Jewish population. That's just ordinary people being kind of ignorant and lashing out because Israel called itself a state for the Jews and a Jewish state. And, oh yeah, my neighbor is Jewish, he must identify with that. And it gets back to my criticism of the whole like dual loyalty trope that shows up in the US as well. There's a sense that, well, a Jew here can't truly be American because he might be siding with Israel. That's the kind of attitude you had in some places in Egypt. So that does happen. But a lot of the drive out is also exacerbated by the Israelis. So some of the move here, there's actually three different dynamics. One of them is completely unrelated to it. A lot of people left the Arab world and went to Israel because of a kind of millenarian faith. They saw in the way that Israel was, spinning the stories about its wars, the whole David and Goliath bullshit there, they thought they must be living in the Messianic age. Because how else would they win in the 6-Day War or the 48 War or something like that when they were surrounded by powers and they prevailed anyway? God must be on their side. People just didn't know enough of what was actually happening, and it inspired a belief and encouraged. So that's how a lot of Maghrebi Jews moved. They were more traditionally religious, and they thought this must be the Messianic age. So that had nothing to do with persecution or with Mossad. But that's one of the reasons people moved. But you've got some persecution, some legitimate persecution of ordinary, again, let's be honest, ignorant people lashing out against Jews because of the way Israel depicted itself, as well as a kind of millenarian hope that this may be the age that Hamashiach comes back. But Mossad did do some fucked up shit. I'll give you two quick examples. One is a series of bombings that were carried out in Iraq because the Iraqi Jewish community was quite happy where it was. They were about a third of the population of Baghdad. Oh, look at this hat. And they'd been there for, 2,600 years, something like that. It was the oldest Jewish community outside of the Holy Land. And they were an important part of society. They had a sense of fear had to be built up around that. Oh, hello. So they consciously did that. And when the Iraqi Jews arrived, they were treated like shit too. Like, hi, I'm a dentist from Baghdad. Oh, cool. Here's a shovel. You're a farmer now. Get the fuck out. Like it was people moving in the 1950s from the Arab world to Israel were not well treated by the early Zionist leadership. But they did consciously push that. In Egypt, one of the ways it's an interesting mix is that the Israelis actually, what is this? It's the, oh crap, I'm blanking on his name. It'll occur to me in a minute, but it's named for a cabinet official. And he had this secret plan to get Egyptian Jews to set, I'm a knight. To get Egyptian Jews to set bombs at the American and British embassies, and blow those up. And then they would blame that on the Muslim Brotherhood and, you know, create like more tensions there and more reasons to fight Egypt and whatnot there, show that they're radicals and everything like that, because it would help like the Israeli narrative and get America to be more anti-Arab, get them on their side. The problem is the plan was exposed. Now, most Egyptian Jews were loyal Egyptians. They were perfectly happy where they were, and they were not Zionists. There were a handful of them that were Zionists, because go figure, anybody anywhere in the world can adopt that ideal. So a handful of Egyptian Jews were Zionists, and they were the ones who were recruited to do this. Ooh, sunglasses. But they were caught and exposed, and actually Nasser executed a few of them. But when this was revealed, a lot of ordinary Egyptians turned on their neighbors. So there was a fucked up thing Israel did using Egyptian Jews. Most Egyptian Jews had fuck all to do with it and were perfectly happy to be Egyptians. But, the Lavon, that's it. Thank you. I'm totally blanking on the fucker's name. I'm always mixing up the name Lavon with Allon. Like Lavon plan, Allon plan, like they sound so similar that it like, and once I hear the one of them in my head, it's hard to push the other out. Like, no, I know it's not the Allon plan. What the fuck is it? And I can't remember it. So that's just the way my memory works. Oh well. But yeah, thank you for that. That was very helpful. But the most Egyptian Jews, again, super happy to be Egyptian, but their neighbors turned on them, and that's where again the dual loyalty anti-Semitic trope rears its head, because people said, well, these guys did it, they turned on our country, and they were trying to get our country attacked by Britain and the US, so you might do it too, therefore get the fuck out. And Egyptians drove the Jews out. It's sad too, because the Egyptian Jewish community is also one of the oldest. I mean, it goes back into the Hellenistic period. They've been in Egypt for a long fucking time.
So much of this is just humans reacting to, it's just fear based. Like I realize so much of our stuff, so much of our negative history is just based in just fear. The one other thing I wanted to ask is, I know it's kind of like really widely known that the last, or at least the last expulsion of Jews out of that land was, I think, like the Romans in what it was 70 BC or something, somewhere around there.
Expulsion, I mean, I'm not sure what you mean. Like, and actually a lot happened after that. I mean, like there was a much more significant one in the early 2nd century because of the Bar Kokhba revolt, and then there's later waves of conflict in the 4th and 5th centuries. There's a lot of people driven out over a long. It's not just around the First Roman-Jewish War.
Okay, so that is exactly what I wanted to know. Basically, none of the things that I've read sort of explain, well, who is left there, who exists there, what happens after to that society. Like there's a bridge between that and the Byzantines. Like I just don't understand who is occupying the space there after. So if it's too complicated, feel free to leave it alone. But
no,
if you could,
there's a simple answer to it. I mean, the details, yeah, we could wander off, and it's a better one for one of the days we focus much more on ancient history. But the short answer is actually pretty easy. A lot of people were converting over time, so plenty of the people who became Palestinians were actually Jews. And for a while, Judaism was literally illegal. Like because of the Roman-Jewish wars, the Romans were like, fuck, you guys can't be happy to be Romans? Well, fuck you then. And they started persecuting the faith. And that caused people to become Hellenists and then later Christians. So many of the Palestinians literally descend from 1st century Jews who became Hellenists and then later Christians. And of course, because it's part of the empire, there's always mixing around and moving of people, but there was never a huge amount. I mean, most of the core population that stayed there was indigenous, which is why Palestinian DNA can be taken all the way back into the Stone Age. The core population just kept changing cultural identities and religions over time. So this is another one of the reasons that this conflict frustrates me so much, and why we can tie it into the questions of national identity and nationalism, because literally Jews and Palestinians are the same fucking people if you go back far enough. They just developed different identities and different histories that got them antagonistic towards one another. They descend from the same populations. So Palestinians are frequently Jews and Samaritans that converted. The Samaritan population actually declined much more rapidly, but it took longer. The Jews had converted a lot of them earlier on because the temple states were so oppressive towards the Samaritan population. But many of them held on to their identity. There was still a very, very large Samaritan population in the Roman period. But there was I think it's in the 5th century. It's in the 5th or 6th century. Might be the 6th. There was a very significant Samaritan uprising against the Byzantines. And when they rose up, a lot of them were unalived in large numbers, and they suddenly drew the ire of the empire. And because the empire was officially Christian at the time, it had even more reason to persecute them. So many of those Samaritans converted to Christianity. So a whole hell of a lot of the Palestinians of the northern hill country are ethnically Samaritan if you go back far enough. They just that's who they became. So, Mike, is somebody calling somebody else like a Khazar? Oh, please don't do that. I hope nobody's doing that, because I mean, no one is descended from that. That's the point. But anyway, the Palestinian population ultimately it goes back to the same populations that were there in the 1st century. Most of the population is never expelled. Chunks of them leave, due to persecution. Others simply convert, because as much as any particular religious community wants to think that will never happen to me, we have solidarity and faith, we would never give up, people do. People say, well, it's not worth it to me, I'd rather keep my home. It's worth it to me to worship Zeus, and I'll just do that. Or I'll just take the Jesus person and I'll do that. I'll become Christian. And they stay. Just like, think about the Jews of Spain and Portugal, right? We talk a lot about the Sephardim that held to that identity and were expelled, but most of the Jews of Spain and Portugal stayed, which is why something like a third of the people of Spain actually have some Jewish ancestry, because so fucking many Jews there, they just converted to Catholicism and stayed. That's the same kind of dynamic that you had in ancient Palestine. Significant numbers of the population stayed, they just converted. And a lot of the ones who converted to Hellenism and later Christianity then later converted to Islam. So a lot of Muslim Palestinians were originally Jews. It's just, or Samaritans. It's just how that works out. But that's the short answer to that dynamic. I'm sorry, that's probably still a little too long, but that's how that kind of works, at least.
I'll drop out now, right? Because I know questions.
Yeah, no, the questions are piling up, unfortunately. Okay, so I'm going to go Carlito. I'm just literally just going to go down the line. So Carlito, it's over to you. What's your question, if you don't mind?
Well, yeah, I was actually going to ask about some of the books, but he was actually going somewhere with this, where he was at. So I would like to save the question for the next for the topic that is next, though, because it was more very similar to the freedom Philistine was asking about.
No, I don't remember what that one was.
The king of the Khazarian theory.
Oh yeah, again, it's okay. So I'll just hit the short on that again, just because that's two different people. So the short answer here is that we have a medieval Jewish source saying that some of the ruling class converted to Judaism. We don't know if it happened. It may have happened. I think it's entirely plausible because it happened. We have really well attested conversions in Yemen, for example. People do convert to Judaism. So what you've got from that is the ruling class of a essentially nomadic population. Oh, somebody else, Truth Seekers, also is bringing the same thing. People keep doing it. I fucking hate that this shit circulates around, because at the end of the day, it's anti-Semitic bullshit.
Well, I think it's coming from different angles, because I suspect Truthlight is talking about forced Islamic conversion, which isn't a thing, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, it has happened. It's not. It's a violation of basic Islamic law, but it has happened at times. So I mean, we need to be fair and at least acknowledge those times. But for the Khazars again, the it's possible some of the ruling class converted. If any of them stayed Jews, they probably just blended into the other Jewish communities of Central Asia and disappeared, because the Khazars themselves disappeared. They didn't. It's anti-Semitic because people are often saying the Khazars converted to Judaism, migrated to Europe, and became the Ashkenazim, and then they went there, and because of that, they have no biological claim to Jewish ancestry. But again, that completely misses how Judaism works, right? I mean, you accept that ethnicity. If you convert to it, you're a Jew, and that's the end of that. And of course, at that point, you're going to start intermarrying anyway, and some of that Levantine DNA gets into your kids no matter what, because go figure, Jews all fuck each other like any other people. But people have always converted to Judaism, which is why there are Chinese Jews and Indian Jews and Moroccan Jews. Everyone's always done that. There's tons of other DNA. And no, there is zero DNA research proving the Khazar theory, Maria. There is one study that was immediately exposed by tons of other biologists as a fraud because it didn't even have any Khazar DNA. They looked at Armenians. It's bullshit. It's literally a lie. And there's a ton of articles from the same year attacking it in medical journals saying, what the fuck is this shit? The problem with science, and the way a lot of people don't understand how science works, is that just because there's a study or an article doesn't mean it's true. It has to be reproducible and supported by tons of other things. When a whole bunch of other studies support the same conclusion, then it becomes accepted fact. Only then. And every other study has said, no, the Ashkenazim have Levantine DNA. Plus, if you bring in the historical angle, we know when the Ashkenazim developed in the Rhine fucking River Valley in the western part of Germany, and Ashkenazi culture moved eastward. The Khazars didn't move westward. What the Khazars did was they assimilated into other cultures like the Alans in that region of West Central Asia. They assimilated and ceased to exist because they were not a settled people. They were semi-nomadic pastoralists. And in the context of their conquests, they very quickly assimilated the way of life of the people who were already settled in the area, and they lost their own culture and language. So they ceased to exist as a people. So the idea that they somehow imposed Judaism on a large population and then migrated westward and became Ashkenazim, I mean, Ashkenazi literally fucking means German, right? It's from the German-speaking peoples in the Rhine Valley. So please, when people bring up the Khazar theory, they're just trying to delegitimize Ashkenazim, and by trying to point to like DNA shit anyway, it's literally fucking racist. Now, granted, the Zionist arguments also about it are racist because your DNA does not give you title to land, nor does the Bible. Bible is not a land deed, and nor is your fucking blood. It's not the point. Yeah, it gets into like race science. It's when people bring up the Khazar bullshit, they're literally replicating a lot of like 19th century bullshit race science. We don't need that crap. It is harmful to the Palestinian cause. Anybody spreading Khazar stories are literally hurting Palestine's case. If you want to convince a lot of Americans, and if you want to convince a lot of other Jews to turn against what Israel is doing to Palestinians, delegitimizing their identity is a really shitty way to do it. It's fucking racist.
Which brings me to one of them books though, the Babylon of Talmud and Kabbalah of Talmud. They actually they seem to have practices very like much of a cultism in it, like in some type of hate speech and how the non-Jew, yeah,
there's some horrible shit in Talmud, yeah.
Yeah, and how the non-Jews are like animals, like they proclaimed in the Talmud, and yeah.
Yeah, the key there, and this is another one there where where people's simply not knowing enough about a topic before they pass on an idea gets really problematic. Talmud collects everyone's fucking arguments. So it is intentionally a collection of debates. So there are people making really racist fucking statements in Talmud and people making exactly the opposite statement and saying, no, that's stupid. The Torah says to take care of your neighbors and other people. So for it's sort of like hadith. You can spin hadith and make Muslims into monsters, but to do so you have to ignore all the other hadith that contradict it. Talmud is
Exactly.
even more complicated because Talmud is a whole bunch of different people with conflicting ideas. And the way people traditionally study Talmud, I'm going to take you briefly into like the yeshiva world here. The way people study Talmud is they sit at two desks across from each other in pairs, and they both study a passage, and then they argue about it. Like taking different sides and acting out and seeing if they can match the rhetoric of the other person. And it's a way of testing certain arguments and seeing if a particular argument is good or bad. Talmud doesn't have it's not a definitive list. It doesn't say like, these are all the things we believe. These are all the laws. No, it's like, here's a rule and here's exactly the opposite of the rule. And it leaves it to you to think about it. This is the origins of, like I mentioned much earlier in this discussion here, like how Judaism has always been tolerant of different beliefs in many ways. It's because it values that argument. It's where the old joke, 2 Jews, 3 opinions comes from. Jews don't agree with each other on fucking anything. And that's literally the core of Talmud. Talmud is a set of arguments. So for every terrible part of Talmud you can pull out that's racist as fuck, and I can list a lot of them. And I know a lot of them because a lot of religious Zionists use this shit, and I've written articles criticizing them for doing it. They pull the worst shit out because it fits their ethno-nationalism. But exactly the opposite argument is also in Talmud. And even some of the bad ones are even contradicted by the same fucking person, because maybe somebody was having a bad day, but they saved everything, all of his good ideas and his bad ideas. Talmud isn't a book you can read cover to cover. It's literally a collection of arguments and controversies. So please be very cautious about doing that. There's a reason people spend decades studying that shit. And when you want to get to like the more occulty, like spiritual type stuff, especially if you get into like Kabbalah, like you can't even get into that shit until you've mastered Talmud. It's a very complicated thing. So anyway, just be careful about citing Talmud too, because in the same way you can fall into a trap where you're attacking people in an ignorant way that makes it very easy for them to delegitimize your arguments. And if they can shut you down on that point, they don't have to listen to you about Palestine. If they hear you talking in a way that says, oh, this person doesn't know jack shit about Judaism, therefore they must be full of shit in general. And then they've heard nothing you've said about Palestine. It hurts us. It hurts the pro-Palestine cause.
Which this leads me to my next question for you. What do you think about these rabbis that are saying it's okay to kill babies and all of that?
They're fucking assholes. I mean, and this again, I've written against these people. I actually, reposted something not long ago, a piece that I wrote like 12 or 13 years ago, tearing into this, because one of the guys who came up recently saying it's totally okay to like bomb hospitals is the same motherfucker I wrote about 13 years ago. Like this Dov Lior fucker is still around. A lot of these religious Zionist rabbis, they're just racists. And I think the problem here, and what people really need to do is, does the KKK speak for all Christians?
No.
Just ask yourself that. And because the Klan are Christians. They literally are. They build their entire identity around Christianity. But if they are not your exemplar for Christians, then they must be shitty Christians somehow, right? Or I don't know, are Daesh or Al Qaeda the very best Muslims? Are they the model for Muslims all around the world? If the answer is no, then don't do the same thing to Jews, because these people are motherfucking racists who are then twisting their religion to support their racism. I know religious Zionist rabbis who've argued that if there's a car accident outside your house on Shabbat and a non-Jew is hurt, you cannot help him, you should let him die. Or if you need a blood transfusion, you can't take it from a Palestinian because they have inferior blood. They're not fully human. These people are just, it's like scientific racism. It's like the fucking Klan. So if it's not a representative of what Judaism is, it is a way that some people can twist this shit. And they do pull the worst pieces out of Talmud, twist them out of their context and make them mean something else, in the same way that your bin Laden's pulled the worst shit out of the Quran, stripped it out of its own context, gave it a completely different meaning, and justified unaliving people. It's exactly the same process. For criticizing that, my suggestion. What was that?
Hold on,
Bin
Frida.
Laden was a CIA trope, just like Saddam Hussein.
No. That strips agency, honestly, from Arabs. There are people within the community that have taken those views. He's just not a trained cleric, so he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. The fact that he took money from the American government is nothing to do with his interpretations of Quran.
Right, I understand
The key here is what I would suggest when it comes to questions like those religious Zionist rabbis. Leave it to people like me to argue that shit. Or leave it to actual rabbis. Leave it to people who've actually studied this shit, who know Talmud, who can argue against it, because they can argue within the context of the tradition and they can show where they are stupid. If you attack it without really knowing the basis of their arguments, then the problem here is you can fall into a trap where you give somebody ammunition to delegitimize you.
Yeah, there's a lady that I want to bring over here. She was live in another chat, trying to say that Palestine never existed and everything else. She said that she's a Jew that converted to Christianity, and I'm sure she's a evangelical, true,
Right
calls
wing.
herself a Christian Zionist, right wing. Yeah, so she was arguing with me over Palestine, and she's trying to give me sites one of the sites is that of Australia, as if Australia is going to know Palestinian history.
Frida, can I suggest you direct her towards Hasmonius and Maccabea's live?
Yes,
I
I
think
will.
they'd enjoy having a chat with her.
Yeah.
Do you know who I'm talking about?
No, I wanted to bring her here.
Okay, so this is one of those topics, and again, there's a reason that I say please let me talk about to these fundamentalist motherfuckers, and rather than people who haven't studied it. There's a lot on this topic, but there's if you're interested in these kind of topics, right? So there's so I interacted with this guy briefly when I was there once, and then he died a while back though. But questions of messianism here, or okay, so I mentioned how you can kind of bring the Messiah, some of that idea. So Morgenstern's book is useful here.
Would you mind just holding that one up just a little bit longer, please? Because again, we've had a couple of questions with regards to the heifers and all sorts. So I think a few people might be interested in this.
Okay, that's actually mentioned in one of Gornberg's book. I've got one that'll help with that question too in a minute.
Okay.
This is getting to be a bit an older one here, but there's an excerpt from this I use in one of my classes still. So that's still useful in some ways. And then Gorenberg actually talks a little bit about the heifer and the people trying to recreate the temple. This book is literally about people who want to blow up the dome and build a temple. Right. So yeah, it's a nice shorter book here. And then Israel Shahak, another older scholar here. This is a fun introduction, I think, to some of this. It's pretty harrowing reading. But with this kind of stuff, you can at least get some exposure to the arguments within Judaism about how awful these people are. But to really counter them and address them, you have to know some Talmud. You have to know how it works. And the problem here, and I've seen a lot of people fall into this trap where they're basically saying, oh, well, these guys are using Talmud. They cited Talmud, and it says this awful shit about other people. That must mean, Jews are bad people and racist. And then they turn this around. And what you're falling into a trap that actually delegitimizes Palestinians instead, because most Jews think those people are fucking morons. It's literally racists who are trying to spin things, and it's no different from one of the fun parallels I've sometimes used. There was a group of people in Idaho for a long time. So taking it closer to the Western U.S. where I am, the World Church of the Creator argued that Jews were mud people with no souls who were created by Satan, and they're Christians. Now, do most Christians think that Jews are soulless mud people created by Satan? No. But if we took them as the example of Christians, then you'd have to say Christianity is a deeply racist, evil fucking religion, right? That's the danger you fall into when you cite people like Dov Lior, and his interpretations of Talmud, because his interpretation of Talmud is because he is a racist piece of shit.
Makes sense.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to Matt.
Oh, the other was here. I forgot. Oh, I didn't. We were talking. But this is from an earlier topic, but my brain grabbed it anyway.
Freedom, would you mind muting for me, just so that we don't get any feedback? Thank you. Mads, thanks. I am saying it correct. It is Mads, right?
It's Madia, but you can just call
Madia.
me like Mods.
Mods. Okay. Yeah, thanks
Yeah.
for bearing with us. I know that you've been here for a while, so but I thought it would be easier if you asked a question rather than me bumbling through it.
Oh yeah, thank you for bringing me up. I have many more questions, but I'm going to keep it down to this. So, first of all, hi, Professor. I wrote down everything I wanted to tell you. So, a little background to my question. So, last night I saw pictures of some US leaders worshiping at the Jerusalem Wall, which surprised me because I assumed that the Jerusalem Wall would be the.
Hold on a second. I sometimes struggle a little bit with audio processing, and some of that went too fast.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It was something about a wall, and it was somewhere around the word wall, and I lost.
Yeah, so I brought up this question about 3 hours ago in the chat, and you said that it would be interesting to talk about, but I had to leave for a class, and I just came back. So this is just a little background to my question.
Not too long.
So last night I saw pictures of some of the U.S. Previous presidents, worshiping at the Jerusalem Wall, which surprised me because I assumed that the Jerusalem Wall would be to the Jews what Mecca is to the Muslims. So I didn't expect someone who isn't Jewish to worship at the wall. And last I checked, all of these leaders were Christian. I think there was a picture of Trump and Obama and Biden. And so I try to look into the rules of worshiping when it comes to the Jerusalem Wall, but I thought it would just be better to save this for you. So I wanted to know, what is the history and significance of the Jerusalem Wall? And is it also important to Christians as it is to the Jewish people? A little follow-up, are there rules to the worshiping? And like I said, I didn't know that Christians could also worship there. So what are the rules to that? What's the significance to Christians? And yeah, sorry, I know it's many questions in one, but I'm just very curious.
There's three parts. So the history of the wall, its significance, and if there's any significance to Christians. I forgot. I should clarify that word there. And then any rules about it. Okay. If I start talking about the history of it, I'll lose track of the other two questions. So I'll do that in reverse.
Should I get off the panel? Or
no, it's fine for now. And
you're good to stay there.
Okay.
Because if there's any follow-ups, like if I miss something or you need to clarify something, but then once you're totally satisfied with the question, then we can swap around.
Thank you.
But please stick around because I want to make sure that I get all the points that you really want. For rules, it really depends. The state ultimately controls access to the area, which is why they can orchestrate a nice photo op and W can go to the wall or some shit. But the Haredim are day-to-day kind of in control of it, and they can be complete pricks to people. I have literally seen women trying to go and worship on the male side because they segregate it and they make the women's side smaller, and they've literally taken buckets of human feces and thrown them at them. I mean, they try to control it in a very kind of terroristic-y way. So day to day, it's basically the people who are kind of like down there doing it. But ultimately, the state can dictate how some of that stuff works, so anybody can go down to do it. As far as for Christians, it doesn't have any actual religious significance. Their holy sites are different parts of the city. So the Via Dolorosa, the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, and things like that are important. But it's not. The wall was not a Roman fort. We'll come to that in a moment. But it doesn't have any religious significance to Christians, and Christians don't actually worship there. The photos you're seeing are not of Christians worshiping, because the Jews who are there, they're davening and praying for the temple to be restored and for the Messiah to come. They have a very specific approach to that and what they're doing. What Christians are doing is they're acknowledging its importance to Jews. They're like bowing their head in silent appreciation, and they allow them to because the wall is filled with like little notes. People can write little messages and stuff it in there, and there's like a particular tradition around that. They get cleaned out regularly. It's not like they stay there, but they allow people to do things like that too. But it's not worship in the sense because there are no Christian prayers about it or significance to Christians. It's a matter of acknowledging the importance this has to Jews. And it's similar in that way to like, if like a president visits a mosque, you know, they're there because they're respecting Muslim constituents and the significance there, but it's not that it's religiously significant to them. And I think that takes us well back to what it is and why it's significant to Jews. And somebody asked me to do a video a while back about the first temple and the later ones. So the short of this is there's a hill. So imagine a hill. And the hill is a site where an early, like back when it's still polytheistic, there's a temple to El up on top of this hill, and an exposed altar on it. Originally be an open air altar on top of it. Eventually you kind of enclose it and build a little room on top of that. And ultimately that becomes the first temple. One of the reasons we don't have any archaeology directly about the first temple itself is it's all built over. It anything that was originally there was long ago demolished. The thing that was built there later on the site that kind of built up around it, what people tend to call Solomon's Temple, would have been taking the earlier open air temple to El on the site and fully enclosing it and building something around it. We know a lot of that was wood if we take the Bible seriously because they imported cedars from Lebanon to build it. So it's a very different type of thing than you might imagine, but imagine like a mostly, stone and wood kind of construction on the very top of a hill enclosing the original stone altar. That structure was destroyed. It wasn't some massive, grand, powerful thing because Solomon didn't actually have an empire. It was a relatively poor territory, and the temple is in Judah, the very poor southern state. It's not part of Israel, which was the richer state in the hill country. But it is a religious site going back a long fucking time. So it was a religious site. There was a temple there. It just wasn't some grand ass thing. It was rebuilt in the Persian period once the destruction here, it comes with the final destruction of the original one is when the Chaldeans have lost all patience with Judah as a vassal state that keeps rebelling against them and trying to ally with the Egyptians and fight back. So like, fuck this. We gotta teach these guys a lesson. They burn the temple down and they take the elites into captivity in Mesopotamia. The Bible says it's all the people. It's not really true, but they do take the elites, and that's the origins of the Iraqi Jewish community that was there for 2,600 years. But that temple is destroyed. It's rebuilt once the Persians topple the Chaldeans, and it's rebuilt with Persian money. So they here's some cash, go back and rebuild your temple. As long as you're loyal, we got no problem with you. And they were super loyal to the Persians. They rebuilt their temple. So that's the beginnings of the second temple. That changed a lot because in the Roman period, Herod heavily rebuilt the second temple. So most of what we have archaeologically is from the last stage of the second temple period. So there was a temple going back a few hundred years before that, back into the Persian period, so like at the time of Nehemiah and whatnot. But in the time of Herod, that's where most of what we have today. And what happens there is it's not just a temple on a hill anymore. They built walls around it, creating a large raised rectangular space. So there's what's underground is the hill mostly, and then some tunnels and, passageways that would have led up to the top. They've actually partly excavated some of that to see at least some of it, but it's difficult to do because they don't want to destabilize anything on top of it. So it's actually kind of political too, but it's not really a structure inside it. It's kind of like asking what's inside the pyramids, mostly rock and stone, but there are some tunnels and whatnot. So the second temple you've got built up there originally after the time of Cyrus in the Persian period is a temple on top of a hill. What you have is a fully enclosed space with heavy walls built around at the time of Herod. So the very lower levels, these these like minibus sized blocks, that's actually from Herod's era. And what they do is they fill the whole area in to create a very large raised platform, and that allows you to build a much larger temple on top. Because if you're only building at the top of a hill, at the site where an original exposed outdoor temple would have been in the polytheistic period, you don't have much space to build a very grand Roman-style temple. If you enclose that with walls and fill it in with rubble so that it's a big flat space, what we today see as the Haram al-Sharif or Temple Mount, that allows you to build a grander structure on top, and that's what they did. So Herod's temple is a rebuild of the second temple. So in some ways, it is a third temple, but we don't call it that. Third temple is a term for what they want to build in the future. But just archaeologically, you can kind of think of it that way because Herod completely rebuilt what was built in the Persian period. So you've got now this big-ass temple on top of it. That's what's destroyed in the year 70 by the Romans. Because the Romans did the same basic thing that the Chaldeans did. They're like, you Jews are a pain in the ass to us. Fuck you. We're going to destroy your temple. And they burned it all down. What's left are the outer walls. If you look at the wall today, if you can pull up a picture like the Western Wall or Wailing Wall or whatever you want to call it, like the upper part of it, some of that actually only goes into the Ottoman periods because they fix them. It's a lot of the smaller stones, but most of the wall you can see, the big ass blocks there, and the part that goes well below ground because the ground level in Jerusalem is much higher than it was 2,000 years ago. All the lower blocks, that all goes back to Herod's time. The wall goes all the way around, though. We care about the Western Wall for one very specific reason. The Eastern Wall has a Muslim cemetery, and Jews are forbidden from worshiping in a Muslim cemetery. There was a Roman fort, but it's a different structure. So somebody keeps mentioning forts. It's not the temple. There were Roman walls and forts and whatnot around there, but it's not the temple part. The other walls have things built up against them. So especially like the north side and the northwest side, there's buildings right up against the fucking wall, so you can't pray at it. The space where the Western Wall was, up until 1967, did have a neighborhood there, but there was alleyways. There was a way to access it. You could see it. The buildings weren't built against it. I don't know if anybody knows how, in the ancient world, you tend to build on top of and right up against things. You don't leave nice, big, wide spaces between houses. So most places things are built right up against it and you can't access it at all. But there was a broad, wide space where you could go there and people traditionally went and prayed there, right? Because they could get to it. As the numbers are going up population-wise, it was impinging on the flow of traffic in that neighborhood, and that actually sparked some early conflicts. There's a long story about the Western Wall riots, and I don't want to get sidetracked there, but it's a significant early part of the Zionist struggle. But after the 67 war, the Israelis, before the war was even over, they sent in bulldozers and demolished the Maghrebi quarter in order to clear that Western Wall plaza you can see today. So a nice big open space where you can see the wall, that didn't exist before 67. There was a neighborhood there of houses and shops, and that was bulldozed. And now people can line up and you can see it from a distance. But there was always an alley. There was always a way you could stand there and see it. And the reason it's important to Jews is that it's the only place that is a physical reminder you can see, but you can also pray at it. Because if you walk around the outside of Jerusalem, you go around Mount Olive side, whatever, like look at it, you can see the wall on the east side. It's there. That's still Herod's wall. But there's a Muslim cemetery built right there. And that was also kind of deliberate, but set that aside. There's a Muslim cemetery there. So you can't go and pray at it. And Jews wanted a place where they could pray and pray for the Messiah to come back and the temple to be rebuilt. They're afraid to go up to the top of it historically because even after Muslims allowed them to move back into Jerusalem, they wouldn't go up on the top, onto the Haram al-Sharif, because no one knows exactly the shape of the original temple, and there was a large space that was reserved only for the priest to enter. Only the high priest can enter the Holy of Holies. And this is the place where God's, in again, Jewish myth, God's presence touches it. Imagine like God's finger is touching the Temple Mount all the time. Like his presence never leaves the mount. And they don't want to accidentally walk into that space because that would religiously be a problem. So Jews traditionally wouldn't pray on the top even if they're allowed to. But the wall is close to it. And it felt to people like this is the closest I can get to where the temple was, but still actually pray. So I'm going to go here and pray for the temple to come back. That's its significance to Jews in a nutshell. Sorry if that was a little too long, but that's why they go there, because it's a visual, physical reminder of the temple destroyed in the Roman period and the last temple to actually exist.
Mads, you good with that?
Yes, thank you so much. Can I go with a follow-up question, or are we short on time?
If you don't mind holding for 1 second, I just want to put something to Liam.
Oh, okay.
There's somebody in the chat who seems incredibly antagonized and feels like he wants to raise an objection.
Objection.
And I want to raise him as long as, again, I'm going to make it very clear, Pulsar, if you do come up and Liam says it's okay, you're going to have to be respectful. So yes, he's insisting this is a religious war, and I feel like,
no. Fuck
yeah.
no.
No, it's definitely not a religious war, but I wonder if it's worth hearing his objection. Maybe there's some education that can happen there.
Maybe it depends. You know, it depends on how he raises it. If it's raised in a very antagonistic way, then it's going to be more harm than it's worth. But if it's raised respectfully enough, and I can address it, because yeah, there's a reason no one who studies the Israel-Palestine conflict says it's a religious conflict. Like literally none of us. So yeah, but it is
My
important.
finger will be my finger will be on the X button very quickly. So
okay, sure. Let's
give it a
but
go.
if you guys don't mind, while he's coming up and whatnot here, can I
yes, sure.
use the loo and refill my cacao? It's been a while since I've studied.
I'll speak to him until you come up.
Okay, cool.
Oh, where is he gone?
Oh, do you have to go outside, Miss Dog? You have to go pee. What do you mean?
There you go, Pulsar. Your invitation has been sent. So come on up.
Here.
Oh, now you don't want to come up. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. Well, that's been interesting.
They never do, be blessed. I don't know if you can hear me, but they never do.
No, of
Seems
course.
like...
That's why I thought let's see if we can attempt to let him get it out of his system, and maybe you
Sure.
can take some learnings with him. But
well,
clearly that wasn't the plan. But hey, it is what it is. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes people just need to let off steam. So anyway, it is what it is.
You gave him the opportunity.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, no, if you're enjoying the live and it's your first time, then make sure that you hit the follow if you'd like to be kept up to date on future lives. If you have been here before and haven't hit the yellow heart, please do, because it does help with the live. I don't know if you can see, it says popular live, so clearly we're having an impact in terms of people being able to see the live. And if you want to share it, then please do. Yeah, we're very grateful to have Liam offer us this time, in addition to his teaching schedule and everything else. So, yeah, anytime we can take, we're always grateful. Although he does seem to have these marathon lives. I think we've been on here for quite a while today, so I just need to do a time check with him in a minute. But yes, for anybody who doesn't understand, the whole purpose of this is that it's a scholarly live. Liam is a professor. We are taking the opportunity, in some cases, to unlearn a lot of misinformation, in other cases, to learn new information where there's gaps. So, for a lot of us, it is an opportunity to ask questions about things that we had been wondering about, things we've misunderstood, and so on. So, it is a valuable opportunity, and I personally value it. I think quite a few of you who I see regularly also value it. So that being the case, we want to try and make sure we are respectful. Yes, random dude. I wasn't ignoring. I just want to make sure that we pace people coming up so that it doesn't get too chock-a-block, and I don't want to let anybody down if we have to do a time check. So yeah.
Yep. Be blessed. I wanted to say with the time check because I mean, he's been on for a long time. I was at my friend's house like 5 hours ago. I got food, came home. I've been here this whole time. It seems like it's been a very long time.
Yes.
That was like
Liam
I don't
seems to have a lot more
4?
stamina than we do in being able to kind of manage these lives. A lot of the time, I just check with him how he's doing, how long he wants to go for, and he said he's enjoying these. So I just check with him on how long he wants to do and manage accordingly.
That's fantastic. But
Yeah.
yeah, I'm like, how long have I been here? 6 hours?
I don't know actually how long
It's
we've been,
winter break,
but today's
and
been a
it's
long
winter
one.
break, and this is very relaxing to me.
I love
So
that.
it's a nice way to unwind. I mean, honestly, on some level, I kind of miss the engagement with the students during the semester. And because I live alone on a mountain, this is a nice way for me to kind of like, get to talk about some of my interests when I'm not in class sessions. So I like that, which is why I can do them a bit more often and longer during winter break, because it's just fun. During the year, I can probably still do, I can still probably go for quite a few hours, but only on the Friday evenings. I'm probably going to only go live once a week once we're back in the spring term. But in winter, I've got a bit more flex. During the year, I have to get up at like 4 a.m. to get to work. But I do not have to, I can get up whatever the hell I want tomorrow. So, making my coffee.
Yes. So, Erica, I think you just wanted to have a quick, I believe, thank you to Liam. So
Yeah,
I'll let you go first.
Okay. Yeah,
And then I'll go back to Mads and then go down the line.
I'll be somewhat quick. I do have a graduate degree in religious studies, but I'm mostly down in the chat, and I'm here every time he's live, and it's so weird. Be blessed. Like, hi, it's nice to meet you officially.
Well, lovely to
But
meet you too.
yeah.
But it's also nice to hear what your graduate degree is on. I am trying to encourage TJ to do a live. Him being a pastor, I think he'll offer some interesting perspectives.
Yeah, I was listening to TJ earlier. I'm wondering, I don't know if he's can hear or if he's still here, but yeah, I have my master's in divinity, but it's mostly focused on Buddhism. So I'm a former chaplain, hospice chaplain, and so that's also part of my personality when I'm kind of like, I need to check on Liam, like kind of once a chaplain, always a chaplain. So, but yeah, that's a little bit of my background. And I get nervous on lives, but it's Liam, and I appreciate office hours and appreciate hanging with you guys every Friday.
No, we're always pleased to be able to see regular faces come up. But yeah, no, absolutely no reason to be nervous. Yeah, we're genuinely friendly over here, and it tends to be a very calm live. At least we try and ensure it that way. But today has been interesting.
For sure. The anxiety's on
Yeah,
my side, you know.
yeah, no, today's been interesting. I sometimes feel like it's maybe about two people with 10 accounts, and they just keep changing accounts and keep coming back again over and over again. You're like, Lord, but here
Hey,
we are.
she doesn't come in as much because my dog is very old, and she doesn't get around as well. But if anyone wants to see my Amira dog, Amira. This is my Amira. She's my old lady. She's
Sweet.
retired. She spends most of her time sleeping or sitting on the back deck.
Sweet. Well, hi, Professor Lamb. I wanted to come up. I wanted to come up and express my appreciation for you. I so appreciate you. I'm here on several different. So, it's
Oh,
Erica
camera's
Ray.
on. Thank you. I love it when people turn their cameras on. It makes it feel so much more real for my poor little brain. So thank you.
I've heard that a few times, so I'm working through my anxiety, and I know that it's very late for me. That's also why I wanted to check in with you and just introduce myself a little bit. Yeah, my background is an MDiv, but I grew up very, very, actually very Church of Christ, like third generation Church of Christ. Kind of got out from from that and really worked through my MDiv mostly in Buddhism, very heavily in Tibetan Buddhism, actually. So a lot of deconstructing there. And then now I feel like where I am now is I'm like deconstructing more of like seminary and all that. And I just so appreciate the community that you're building and um, yeah, just what you're doing here. And I also want to check in with you because I've been in this life for like 6 hours. So I'm glad that you're liking it. And I guess, and maybe one question that I have, and this is maybe my once a chaplain, always a chaplain kind of perspective, is I look at so many things through values, and maybe we can pen this and come back to it, but within a lot of the historical context that you are, so much more articulate and knowledgeable on than I am, within that, I'm wondering how we start having conversations about values and empathy and compassion within this historical context, because like you are the expert at the facts. My brain, yeah, my brain works the way that my brain works this time around. But like those are some of the conversations of like how are we moving forward? And yeah, I really appreciate you too. You're helping me move from like a liberal to a leftist, and a lot of the people that I am meeting out here, I well, and also like I've it's been very hard for me to find people that think similarly to me. So I'm exploring out here on the internet, and I'm just very happy. I'm here every time you go live. So you of me.
Well, thank
But
you, thank you.
yeah, put a
I
pen in
appreciate
that
that.
though.
So thanks for coming up. I love that there's so many people who like who follow along and join into these things, but they never pop up with the questions, But I've noticed when I see the little list at the end, there's quite a few people who stick around for a long time. Like wow. So,
Yeah, I'm Archer. I'm also Archer, and then like the Erica M div that's probably liking, and then me. So you like all those three, the I guess I'm the female trinity that's like supporting you over here. Yeah.
I keep getting these hats. It keeps making me want to grab one of my hats.
Yeah. I will say too that like within this, I've moved from, I would say that I'm not religious at all, and that's why I'm a former chaplain. So stepping out of having being being in a religious role as my vocation has allowed me space to start actually, dismantling even more of that. So, but that empathy question, the empathy and the values and
Yeah,
the compassion within the historical context.
I
If
I really appreciate that actually as a thought. This is something that when I tried to be politically involved and tried to work with people in my local area in politics, one of the things that I tried to make arguments for was that people should actually go to the churches and mosques and synagogues and meet with people and talk to them. And when you do that, you don't give them your boilerplate speeches. You actually put things into their own into their own context, their own language. If I'm in a mosque, I'm going to quote Quran. If I'm in a synagogue, I'm going to quote Torah. I'm going to use their language and point to the common values. And I think that particularly for leftists and for Democrats, there's often a reticence to do that. One of the things that's made the Republican Party so strong in this country is that they're perfectly willing to speak entirely in values language and fuck the facts. And liberals love to try and like counter that. Well, no, that's factually inaccurate, and that's falling into a trap because it's ceding the ground to them in a sense. It's letting them choose the field of battle, and it's a field of battle that's actually politically not appealing to people. Where folks like FDR were so powerful as politicians was because they spoke in terms of values, our emotional connection to each other, our need to help each other, and that resonates with people in a way if you can make it real for them. I think one of the keys here, and this is where sometimes and I'm obviously guilty of this just because it's something that I study, but I think so much of the time we spend focusing on the flaws in the Israeli state, and we spend less time really helping people understand that ordinary people are being ground beneath the wheels of this machine. If you, instead of putting people on the defensive in that sense, start talking about the shared values. If there was a way to then say, connect people's values together and show them, hey, what you're doing is kind of like betraying Judaism in a way. Like these are our shared values. And I think that there's great ways to do that. I'm not an expert at it. The only advantage I've ever had in those kind of spaces is that I'm comfortable with the scriptures of quite a few religions. So I can pull out pieces that make sense and that fit what I'm getting at. But for possibly obvious reasons, I'm not the best person to relate to people on an emotional level. I have a hard time with that kind of language. To me, I'm kind of a religious outsider in a sense that I've never. The only time I feel like a religious experience is like laying outside and looking at the stars. That to me, staring into the infinite void of the cosmos, or like that's you look at like those Hubble Deep Field photos and realize, holy shit, this universe is big. That's a kind of like spiritual experience for me, but that doesn't help you relate to people in a church. So I don't really have the language for it. I don't have the capacity on some levels for that. So I really appreciate meeting and working with people where I can maybe contribute some ideas or thoughts and they can find a way to reach the human beings that because I don't have that skill. Because I think it is a very important one. And I think honestly, if we're going to make real progress on this kind of moral issue, as on so many others, we have to put it in moral language because that's how most people are really going to think. That's what touches them, on a deep level, where a factual disquisition on the architecture of oppression in the territories is gonna like blah 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 blah. My eyes glaze over, like some of us get like really impassioned, like holy shit, how can you do this to people? But for a lot of people, like that sounds very technical and boring, and like I don't want to talk about where fences are running and whose land was cut off. I don't give a shit. But if you can like I don't know, like we were talking before with TJ earlier, if you can take like, parables or passages out of scripture and make it real for people in a way that says that this is something you should care about because you should care about this because Jesus said so, or the Buddha said so, or this, because it's taking it to where they are. It meets them where they're already standing rather than forcing them to come to you. It's kind of like the language of framing. You frame things for the audience you're talking to. That's not dishonest. That's just communicating effectively.
Totally.
So that's I really appreciate what you're discussing there in the sense of like,
I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just want.
It's fine. I do it accidentally all the time to people just because that's me. But please.
I just want to add and just one little piece, and I think that I relate so much of what you're saying because being a former interfaith chaplain, where like at that time I kind of went from going from extreme Christian cult upbringing, being Bible school teacher, all of that, exploring, and then being being a religious Buddhist, having to dismantle that, then being an interfaith chaplain, right? And especially in hospital trauma, hospital, hospice, and either being the one that connects the person to their faith community to help family with grief, bereavement, all of that. And so, but then burning out from that, and then now being a religious outsider, because now I'm actually much more, when you were describing like your spiritual framework, I'm much more that I wouldn't actually consider myself religious at all, even though I have the background that I do. But I keep on coming back to this to this question, and I'm sitting at this place now where I feel that any um any idea, even if it's a religious ideology, if it's not helping us become more kind and more compassionate to other humans, then it needs to be questioned, even if it's a religion, even if it's a tradition. And I don't know, like there's that feels pretty risky, to not risky to say in this group, but it feels very risky to say, coming from, like, I would never ever say that if I was still in my former position. Now
this
that
is
I'm on
why
the
people
outside,
like
I'm
me
able
don't
to.
belong at pulpits.
Exactly. And also why I obviously I can go into academia, but I'm like now seeing all the cults and all the like the programming, the like my eyes are so open to all of the continual propaganda. And so I don't know, I'm kind of rambling. I just wanted it to Hi, I'm Erica, and I'll ramble
No,
sometimes in your live
I
interrupt.
appreciate that.
But
Honestly, I think we should like, and this is something I was kind of talking about earlier with brother TJ. There, it's like if we can get people together to talk about these issues and find ways to frame them in a way that really reaches different faith communities, I think we're doing a fantastic service. I think that we'd really help the issue because I think most people respond better to values-based rhetoric than to, I mean, yeah, there's plenty of people, myself included, that would prefer, like, give me the cold hard facts and let me do my analysis. And like, that works for me. An emotional argument immediately falls flat with me. You know, it just like, what? Don't do that. I'm autistic. Give me the facts. You know, but that's not uncommon. That's not common. You know, like, and even the people who are more interested in fact stuff, you know, a lot of your more liberal type people, they still respond better emotionally, you know, and in values than even to that material. They just want a mix of the two. But a significant part of the population we're ignoring, and as long as we aren't really talking to the more conservative, values-based people, as long as we can't sway them. I mean, people were asking earlier, how the hell do you get the U.S. Congress to stop being so in lockstep with an ethno-state? Well, you got to break the voters' understanding of that, and that means you have to talk to conservatives. If you're only talking to liberals or leftists, this country's going to stay in solidarity till the end, in the same way that it was very difficult to break our connection to South Africa. The Republican Party was super committed to apartheid. I don't know if people remember that shit, you know, but they really, really were. And what helped to break it was reaching enough of their own voting base to start shifting the conversation, to weaken that solidarity. You don't have to convert all of them. You just have to get enough of that voting base to change perspective. And the way to do that, I think, is yours, not mine. I think speak to their values.
I think it's both. And maybe I'll bring my grandfather on TikTok and I'll bring him in this room and we can, because like all of
Please
my
do.
family is conservative and
Let's do it.
For my own mental health, I'm like, y'all are my family. You don't know that, but like,
As long
I
as
think it's
people are willing
both.
to put up with me, I mean, when people have actually been open enough to have a conversation with me, even with my own social awkwardness in person at times, I have managed to reach quite a few people of very conservative positions and help them find their own way out of it. And I think it's a matter of trying to be respectful to where they are. You know, even if I can't fully relate to it, I try to understand, why does someone feel the way they do? What is the basis of it? Because it's not going to be the same one I have, you know? Why do they think that way? And then if you can be respectful to the why of it, you can help them find a way to unfuck themselves in a way, to like walk away from those ideas because you're putting it in those terms. And I think that's honestly the key to so many of our political problems, whether you're talking about the southern border or anything else, like tons of issues that convulse American society. If people were willing to just take seriously the other side's emotional concern and frame the response to it in those ways, you could get them to drop the horse shit that they've fallen for. I think the Israel-Palestine conflict is a really, really good test case for that people can use.
Yeah, I love that you brought up the Good Samaritan earlier, because that's something that I've been thinking of for a long time, ever since, because it really is so many of the stories in the Bible are more like koans. They're paradoxical. They're not moral stories. They're kind of like what's the
Gospels?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
and
so many of them are like, they're intentionally confusing because the point is to confuse. It's just like fucking Zen. This makes no fucking sense, but that's the whole point. I love that.
I love it, and I actually used to spend. I'm a single mom now, but before I had my daughter, I spent years, about 7 years. I would go into a silent meditation retreat over Christmas and the New Year's, and that's how I would spend this time, and that was like such an honor and such obviously an incredible privilege to be able to like spend time with the mind and But yeah, I love that you brought that up. So anyway, I will stop, but I appreciate y'all. Be blessed. You are amazing. And
Thank
you
you.
need
I
help
appreciate that.
modding, let me know. And yeah, maybe you and I can tag team sometime.
Yeah, well,
The
yes,
mind
we
and the heart.
might have to. Would you mind sending me a message, please?
I actually just sent the basic moderator thing if you're interested.
Okay, sounds great.
Yeah.
So, but you have to be blessed. Work with that. Yeah.
Okay, sounds great. Yeah.
Yeah, send me a message and then we'll see if we can push TJ for that live, because I think yeah, you'd add some valuable contribution to it. But yeah, thank you. I'm going to drop you and let's see if we can get our friend Pulsar up here. There you go, Pulsar. Here's your chance to not only comment but actually to come up. Let's see if he decides to take it up this time to come up and chat. Oh, look at that. Pulsar only wants to antagonize in the chat. Just...
That's very truthful
You
of
don't
you.
have to be. No, Pulsar, I'm giving you one last chance. Come up and just state your objections. You don't have to be knowledgeable. You just have to state what your objection is. That's all. We're not going to fight you. Just be respectful and you're good.
Somebody just asked what was the topic. It was originally like nations and nationalism, and I occasionally try to steer it back to at least make a connection to the earlier topic. But we were talking a lot about nations and nationalisms and ethnic identities and that sort of thing. But it's the longer it goes on, the more it's going to tend to wander a little bit, and that's usually fine. But that's still generally the theme, and I am trying to relate things to it where I can.
Okay. So now he's saying his English is bad. Okay, Pulsar. We'll leave you to it. Anyway, yeah, so let's see if we can stop typing for a second and just listen for a while. Anyway, so Mad, sorry about that.
What was the basic
yeah,
area? Was the basic area like this? This is a religious dispute? Was that it?
Yes.
Okay, because the core of it really is the conflict is rooted in nationalisms, and in particular in the Jewish response starting in the Haskalah in the 19th century to anti-Semitism and building its own kind of nationalism. And it built that around Judaism, which means it uses some language from Judaism. But again, remember, Judaism is an ethnicity, not just a religion. Most of the founders of Zionism, most of the authors of early Zionist texts, whether you're looking at Moses Hess or Theodor Herzl, and most of the founders of the state, including Ben Gurion, they're literally atheists. They're not religious in any possible way. It has become, where you have to be a little nuanced is, for many people, this has become a religious conflict. And that's where the religious Zionists matter, and where Christian Zionists matter, and where Islamists matter. They have added a cultural dimension to it that involves religion. But at its core, it's a nationalist struggle to seize the land and delegitimize the other people who live there, and then a nationalist response to that by building their own nationalism. All early Palestinian resistance, all of it was secular. All of it. It was all secular leftist. You know, Fatah, the Popular Front, the PLO, all these early groups were secular leftist groups. Over time, it has taken on more religious dimensions, and I think that's where you can kind of see it in religious terms. But it's not the origins of the conflict, and it's not what it is for most people. One thing that I think honestly confuses a lot of people, and this is a fun point here about Israeli Jews. Israeli Jews are more secular than American Jews by far. Most Israeli Jews are agnostic at best. They're not religious. Most of them have never seen the inside of a synagogue. There are far fewer synagogues per person in any Jewish area of Israel than there are in the U.S. They just don't go. I've said about this in several places where I've rented rooms. So I'm like, okay, here I am. I'm living in Rehovot for a while. Let's see what this is like. And I start walking street after street after street. Where are the synagogues? Where are the synagogues? Where are the synagogues? It's really hard to find them because they don't go. Religion is the thing for most people there, and it's not the core of the conflict, but it is important to a minority on all sides of it. You know, Muslim, Christian, and Jewish. So it is a dimension. It's just not the source of any of it. That's the short of that. And yeah, someone's saying not Australians. Yeah, I have a lot of Israeli friends. I mean, plenty of Israelis are batshit crazy, but plenty of other ones are like, I've marched repeatedly with like solidarity groups there, like mixed of like, Israelis, Palestinians, like end this shit, change it all. A lot of Israelis want to tear that fucking shit down and make Israel a normal country. But there are also tons of racist assholes there too. It's like anywhere else,
Don't ask too much there, Liam, because I think we might have one in the chat, but let's see if they manage to request.
Have one of what?
Okay, I'm back,
Somebody
Liam.
who's been incredibly problematic in previous lives, actually.
Honestly, if anybody gets problematic in the sense of being antagonistic or racist, I mean, I'll just boot them. I mean, this is not a debate bro space, and I have, again, I'll repeat the thing I said earlier. I won't argue with people that John Brown would unalive. I have no patience for racists. I think that there are great people out there who are really good at sitting down with them and helping like Klansmen unfuck themselves. I'm not the person to do that. I just do not have the patience for it. So yeah, it's not. If somebody's going to be out there like Jewish supremacy, there was somebody earlier. It's like get over it. We won. We took the land. I'm like, fuck it. I booted the person immediately. I mean, I don't have time for that kind of triumphalist bullshit.
Like I said, there is one of them in the chat, but anyway, I'll pretend not to see that person for the time.
Okay.
If they cause a problem, just boot them. Don't feel like you can't. Do that.
No. It's in part of me is thinking maybe they might have some takeaway from the conversation.
Liam, I have an interesting question.
But again, Freedom, if you don't mind muting, I just want to make sure that we stay in order. Otherwise, we'll because we seem to have jumped all over the place. So yeah, if you mute for me, and I'll jump back to you when it gets to your turn. Mads, do you want to ask your final question, and then I can go down the line?
There was a follow-up earlier.
Yes, exactly. And I felt bad because I thought. Anyway, go ahead, Mads.
No, it's totally okay. Even when we go into different topics, I learned so much from you guys. So thank you for that. So one of the questions that I had is, so I do know that where the Dome of the Rock is built is religiously significant for all three Abrahamic religions. I was speaking to a theologian, is that how you say that word? I was speaking to one a couple months ago, right after October 7th happened, and he brought up something that I've never heard before. He said, when will Islam remove the Dome of the Rock from the city of David? The scholars put the Dome of the Rock on the second temple of Judaism, and Muslims get rewarded for their blowing up of buildings, which obviously I was very against because I myself am Muslim. So that really did upset me. But that's what I wanted to ask you, is because I've been hearing so many things of the location of the Dome of the Rock. I've been hearing that it was built on top of a Roman wasteland.
It was actually
Roman.
That's good. It was literally a trash heap.
Okay, so it wasn't like that. That wasn't where the ancient.
It was. No, it was. It's just that the Christians fucking hate Jews originally. So yeah. Anyway, okay. I'll let you finish.
So also that it was built on top of it. I heard that. So it was also built on top of like an ancient Roman fort. So it being built on top of the Roman wasteland. So I'm just, it's hard for me to really find sources, and I feel like you're my best source right now. So, and you really are the best source. So what I wanted to ask is, so when they do bring up this argument of, in a way they make it seem as if the Muslims built the Dome of the Rock there in a way to kind of erase Judaism from that land. So that's what I'm getting from it, is what, when people use that argument. So what was the, I don't know how to word this, like what was the reason, what is people's thought process, and what is the history of where these different sites are built?
Yeah, that is the argument, but it is factually wrong. So the way this works, and I think a lot of people forget this just because Islam did evolve a bit both during the life of the Prophet and in the first few centuries afterwards. In its earliest stages, Muhammad was literally pitching himself as a prophet within the Jewish tradition and was hoping to be accepted that way, which is why so many Torah stories are a part of it. He's heavily influenced by Judaism, and this is why Abraham is a really important prophet in Islam. When the Arabs got to Jerusalem, it had been under Roman control for quite some time. After the Second Roman-Jewish War, the Bar Kokhba revolt, which was much more violently put down, the temple had already been destroyed, but the Bar Kokhba revolt kind of like finished it off for the Romans in a sense. They're like, fuck these people. And they literally barred Jews from being present in Jerusalem. They locked them out. They changed the name to Aelia Capitolina and rebuilt it as a Hellenistic city. Because the empire later Christianized, it went from being a culturally Hellenistic city to being a culturally Hellenistic Christian city. And the Christian sites were the only parts that were important there. And the Romans literally used the site of the old temple as a waste heap. They put their feces up there. They put all kinds of crap they didn't want. They were deliberately dissing the Jews because there's a sibling rivalry at Christianity's origin, because Christianity starts as a sect within Judaism and then rapidly takes on its own identity as it spreads in the Roman world. And the fight there gets quite brutal on both sides. But obviously the Christians are ones with more power, so there you go. They had barred Jews from it, and they treated the temple site with utter disdain. When the Muslims got there, they did two things. First, they opened it up so Jews could come back. So if they hated Jews, why did they do that? Why did they say, hey, you can come back to Jerusalem, it's all good now? The other thing that's important is they went looking for the site. They take me to the temple site, I want to see this. And they're like, holy shit, look, it's a waste. How could you do this? And they cleaned it up and they rebuilt it. And the dome there is not built to diss the old temple, it's built to honor Abraham. I think what a lot of people making those comments do is they forget that, they forget first off that Islam is an Abrahamic faith and makes Abraham an important prophet for them. Second only to Jews is Abraham's significance for Islam. Not as much for Christianity. The stories are there because they stole the Hebrew Bible and made it part of that, but Abraham isn't a super important figure in Christianity as a faith. It's just part of it. But for Islam, Abraham is really important because it's kind of foundational to some of their cultural identity as well. And they look at him as like the first pure monotheist. That's, again, not strictly accurate, but let's not get into that. But that's the significance in Islam is like, this is the beginning. This is the first person who says there's only one God and we got to worship only one God. It's, that oneness, that tawheed, that's the important part for Islam anyway, which is why, again, Abraham is important. They built the site there because the exposed rock at the top of the hill, I was talking earlier for your question about like where the site comes from. At the top of the hill, there's a piece of exposed bedrock. And that rock in Jewish tradition is where Abraham almost sacrificed Isaac. And in Muslim traditions, where he almost sacrificed Ishmael to prove his loyalty to God. Now, again, Abraham, mythic figure, that doesn't matter. This is the belief. The belief in both religions is that this is the site where that almost happened. And therefore, it is an extremely holy site. The Dome of the Rock isn't a mosque. It's a shrine. It's literally a shrine to Abraham. And it contains that rock. There's some lines, kind of like early drafts of the Quran. That's a sort of a fun one there. You can see like the text that ends up in the final book is slightly different. But there's text on the walls up inside there. And then there's just the rock. There's really nothing else in there. And you don't go in there to pray. No one's doing salat in there. You go in there for silent contemplation of the oneness of God. So it's built there literally to honor the first prophet of Judaism. So when people try to spin that into some kind of like an insult to Judaism, like, what the fuck? I mean, the simple fact is the site hadn't had a Jewish temple for many fucking centuries. And Islam saw itself as a natural successor to Judaism as continuing Judaism's mission. Remember, Muhammad originally wanted to be seen as a Jewish prophet, as part of their tradition and as correcting it. So it's it's a complete mischaracterization of the why of it. Now, the simple fact is, it is in the location. So it is kind of in the way for people who want a third temple. So I can see why somebody might feel miffed by that. But the temple had been gone for 6 fucking centuries and it had been turned into a trash heap. The Muslims actually cleaned it up and honored it because they honor Abraham. And I think that realistically we should be thankful for that. And honestly, it's amazing it survived. It is the finest surviving example of Umayyad era architecture. We don't have much that the early Muslims built. Most of the things that they built fell apart later. It didn't survive. So the fact that it is pretty much in the same condition it was, I mean, it's been, repaired a few times, but never fundamentally altered. I think it's honestly remarkable that it's there, and we really should be thankful for that too, just because it's an important part of world history. So that's the short of that.
Do you think he meant, when he said Dome of the Rock, do you think he meant Al-Aqsa Mosque? Because I do know that those two get mixed up. So would Al-Aqsa's location maybe be?
No, because the temple realistically would have been in the center, and the dome is in the very center, where Al-Aqsa is on the far southern edge. Mm-hmm. And if anybody doesn't know Haram al-Sharif, the northern part it's basically like an orchard. There's lots of trees to walk around in. It's a nice, quiet place for contemplation. But the dome is in the very center. And the imagery, again, this wasn't a platform. This was a hill. And they built a platform by enclosing the space and filling it all in. The middle there is likely where the temple was. Now, no one knows exactly, which is why it's controversial in Judaism and why a lot of the Haredim think that the religious Zionists are fucking heretics for thinking they can rebuild a temple, because they don't, until Messiah gets there, they don't think that they really would know exactly where the temple was. But it's pretty fucking obvious that the temple was in the middle at the exposed bedrock, and realistically the rock inside the dome is probably where the Holy of Holies was. The altar that only the high priest could access makes sense. It would be the altar, the original altar of God that was on that site, going all the way back into the earliest periods of the religion as it developed. So it is on that site. Al-Aqsa wouldn't be, no. Al-Aqsa is on the far southern edge of the platform.
Okay, so sorry, just one last thing. So since we did talk about how the Jewish people do go to the wall to do their prayers, not necessarily worship, but to do their prayers, why wouldn't they be able to do that at the Dome of the Rock as well?
Okay, so it's problematic in several ways. First off, the Israeli government banned Jews from praying up on top, because it would be viewed rightly as an incitement, because there are Jews who want to rebuild the temple, and the prayers people do at the Western Wall, because at the Western Wall there are people davening all day, every day. Their prayers are, please God, send the Messiah so we can rebuild the temple. And that, of course, would obviously involve destroying the Dome of the Rock. So it's literally praying for the Messiah to come and change everything. If they did that on top, it would be viewed as more offensive and would likely cause riots. So that was a relatively intelligent decision that they made after 1967, banning Jews from praying up there. Jews can go up there because there's an hour every day when anybody can go up there and explore and walk around. And Jews can go up there, they just can't start davening on top of it because no one wants a riot. The dome itself, this is one thing, I disagree with the reasoning on this, and I've had arguments with Muslims there about it. It's actually restricted only to Muslims. You can't go in it if you're Christian or Jewish. And I think part of the reason for that is they're afraid of the damage. The Crusaders actually did a lot of damage to the Dome of the Rock that had to be corrected afterwards. Fortunately, they didn't destroy it, because they destroyed plenty of things, but they didn't destroy it, but they did damage it. And that sacrilege provides there's a cultural memory of that. They don't want Christians back in it because of that. And they're afraid, obviously, the Jews would do damage to it too, because, again, it is the site of the temple. I've been in there, and I'll tell you, it was difficult to get permission. It's not easy, because it is literally restricted to Muslims to go inside for quiet contemplation. So it's Jews couldn't get access to it if they wanted to in general, and they're not legally allowed to pray on top of the Haram al-Sharif by Israeli law.
Okay, so the exclusivity is mostly due to tradition rather than religious law when it comes to that.
What was the first part?
It being exclusive to only Muslims is more due to tradition.
Yeah, it's exactly it's the Muslim tradition in the area. There's no like specific law around how this should work or whatever what they should do. It is traditionally restricted to Muslims now, and I hope someday that changes. But I think it won't change until there's real peace in the area and people have had time to recover and get over some of the hatreds because it would be a flashpoint. And realistically, if there's damage in there, it would cause such a fucking problem. I mean, Jerusalem would burn. I mean, I kind of understand why they would do it, but I wish they would made it easier for people that aren't going to be a problem to get in because it was actually relatively complicated to do.
All right, great. This has been amazing, and I have so much to learn. So thank you so much for all of this.
There was an addition in the chat that says settlers tried to burn down Al-Aqsa in the 80s.
They're trying repeatedly to bomb the dome too, to mine under it and bomb it, all kinds of shit. The government in Israel has actually foiled several plots to do so. This is where again I'll give credit where credit is due. The Israeli government is clever enough to stop its own extremists from trying to destroy it because they know what that would do. And they have. The danger here, and it takes us back to an earlier conversation about the uncomfortable direction that Israeli society is taking. If the hardcore right nationalists achieve full control and break the Supreme Court and break the institutions, then yeah, that could happen. Right now, it's not because the government still understands what it would do if that happened, and they're still watching. They literally have to watch the religious Zionists because there are continual plots that they have foiled to do so. But if their own politics change so much, yeah, it's scary.
Yeah, it is. I think random was next. So what I'll do is I'll do random, freedom, and then see how you're getting on time-wise, Liam. Yeah? Okay. Random.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for patience.
No worries, thank you. So just a quick background. So I'm originally from Iran and grew up, so I'm just coming from that background. And if I say anything is off, it's just the cultural sort of side. So I apologize in advance. So I've read a little bit and I researched a little bit about Zionism in I guess the 1980 somethings, and it seems like it was sort of more of a response to Jewish suffering in Europe. And I've read like there was labor movements at the same time which were sort of anti-Zionist. And I see Zionism as more of a right-wing imperialistic type of movement versus the labor movements as leftist movement. That's how I perceive it. And sort of unfortunately, the more right-wing imperialistic movement sort of won out, and sort of the leftist movement died out. And
They were interested in exactly these kind of left-wing Zionists who were perfectly happy working with Palestinians. This details a lot of that history and transformation.
Interesting. Yeah, so now what I'm seeing nowadays is that again the left, and I'm sort of more of a leftist myself, so I see the leftist sort of Jewish sort of Jewish thinking picking up. I'm in San Francisco, so I see that more here. I don't know how much of a representative of the whole country it is. And just one parallel I saw is like being from Iran in the revolution time. I don't know if anybody knows the history, but it was actually more of a leftist Islamic thinking that started it, but then the right wing sort of hijacked it like within a year or so of the revolution, and things really turned around. So my question is, how do you I don't know if there's an example of leftist movements, which in my opinion are more just movements, sort of having success. Do you see things right now having success?
Yeah, sure.
Success or not? Just more of a prediction based on history, I guess.
What was the last part?
So my question is, do you see right now, I feel like there's a more of a leftist movement within the Jewish community starting. I don't see it as much in the Muslim community. I see it a little bit in the Christian community. Do you see this movement sort of taking legs, especially in the United States? I know Israel is more right-wing now, and it's getting more right-wing nowadays, so that's unfortunate. Iran is more right-wing now, it's getting more right-wing. I think India is more right-wing, but a lot of countries are more left-wing. So I just want to see understand your prediction or hear your predictions based on history.
Pardon me. There are a lot of historical reasons that Jews have tended to be more liberal or leftist than conservative. And a lot of that is rooted in the generational trauma and being victims of religious and political discrimination for so long. So it's partly in response to that, and partly also that people used to focus on nicer parts of Torah. Like the Golden Rule is a Jewish thing too. And this idea of like welcoming strangers and just being good to people. It was always an important part of the overall identity. And then the fact that Judaism also always encouraged, civil argument and learning and whatnot. It creates a kind of a more tolerant environment when your idea is basically like, hey, we should all have different opinions and argue about them, rather than I'm going to impose one single vision. Sadly, one of the single worst things that Zionism and Israel has done to world Jewry is damage that value basis by pushing so many people more toward an ethnic right wing. It's been really, really harmful. And it's honestly one of the things that got me so interested in the topic too, and why I get so impassioned about some of the right-wing Haredim and the religious Zionists and all the horrible bullshit that you see there in terms of interpretations now, because it's so far out of the longer-term history. I think in the diaspora, there are opportunities to break the coupling that's been made between Zionism, in particular the ethno-nationalist Zionism, and Judaism. Because that's the problem here, is that the ethno-national ideal of Zionism dug in some roots in diaspora Jewish communities. And anytime you're talking about ethnic nationalism, it's going to predispose you to the right. Even the Israeli leftists are always a bit problematic in that way. So like Ben Gurion's economics are left-wing, but he's a hardcore ethno-nationalist. So in some ways, he was closer to the Zionist right than not, but he still fought with them a lot. But their arguments were more on the economics than they were on the nationalist side. In nationalism, Ben Gurion and Begin were not really any far apart at all. The problem there is the way it's affected the diaspora. I think if you can humanize the conflict for people, if people can understand that the ethnic nationalism of Zionism is really closely akin to the ideologies that caused so much pain for Judaism and have hurt so many of us, that maybe people can kind of like step back from it, but it has to be done in a way that's still respectful enough to it, because again, that generational trauma matters. If you're, as long as you're talking about as long as there's an impression given that Jews are not really welcome there, that it's not going to be a Jewish state for them, you're not going to sway people, which is why I tend to talk more about binationalism. I don't think the path is to say, let's have when you propose things like the secular democratic Palestine, like Arafat used to, even if Jews are a protected class of people, it doesn't make them feel safe and welcome there. And there's such a history of not being safe and welcome that I think any post-Israel state has to actually lock in some protections so that they feel safe along with everybody else. You need to take away all the discrimination shit, but you need to let them feel like they're okay there. If that is done in our rhetoric about this issue, I think you can pull American Jews out of the Israeli camp. That's the key to it, I think, because most Israeli Jews are solidly liberal, and a lot of us are flaming lefties. I know a lot of like commie Jews. So our basic inclinations are toward equality and human rights and tolerance. But so many have been captured by a combination of the rhetoric out of Israel and the generational trauma that they will reflexively defend Israel until the cows come home because they are terrified of what could happen to Jews without it. So presenting an alternative that still protects them, but also gives the Palestinians full status, and equality in the state, could actually break that and take more American Jews back to the left on this issue. But I think unless it's done in that kind of way, it won't happen. Most American Jews are subtly pro-Israel just because of the history. It's difficult to get around, and that history predisposes people to believe the lies the Israeli right tells. It's a simple fact that they can lie their asses off, and people are going to say, yes, that is absolutely true, because our truths as human beings are ultimately tribal. They come out of our own shared experiences, our own shared reality. What is going to make sense as real and true for us has a lot to do with the environment we grow up in and how we feel. And I think that if you take that into account, if we are sympathetic enough to why so many American and European Jews are supportive of Israel, then you can actually peel them away. Because it's true of European Jews too. European Jews are also predisposed to being leftists and liberals. Again, a shitload of them were involved as anarchists and communists and everything else. I mean, that is our history. That's a part of who we are, really. But on this issue, Jews end up falling for all the lies of the far right because they're terrified. Mm-hmm. So be sympathetic. It gets back to like one of the things that came up before about like feeling where people are like, emotionally, in a sense, like reaching them on values. If you reach them where they are and are sympathetic to that and present a future that makes sense, I think you can do exactly what you're talking about. Right now, no, it's not the case. Most American Jews are solidly pro-Israel.
Actually, so it's interesting. I mean, again, my connection is to San Francisco, where I live, and I can actually make a very clear drawing line from the people I know. On the wealthier side, the Jewish wealthier side are Zionists. On the working class side, they are they are sort of anti-Zionist. I can see it.
Because we were the commies originally.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I mean, unfortunately, there is a lot of wealthy sort of VCs and venture capitalists and stuff in the area, so they have the loudest voice. But the moment you take that away, like it's, but so I guess your perception is this is gonna continue. It's not some momentary thing. It's more of it has roots that can continue.
You have an interesting lens because of where you are, because there's a strong working class movement there, and activists working with other disadvantaged communities in Oakland and whatnot. So you got a sense of like the labor left that's still present in that area among the Jewish community. But there's also tons of filthy rich people, and simple fact is rich people tend to be conservative because they want to keep their fucking money.
Exactly.
So that will predispose them to Zionism. But most Jews in the country are just, average, middle income, what Americans call middle class. And a lot of them are reflexively pro-Israel because of the history. So they are the ones that you could actually sway if we frame the issue differently. But most of the Jews of the rest of America are still pretty strongly in support of Israel because the stories around it make sense. And this is also where I sometimes critique people's attacks on Zionism as a whole and not the specific manifestations of it, because Zionism, in the sense of a cultural yearning, has been present for almost 2,000 years. It's a part of Jewish cultural DNA. The ethno-national version of Zionism only goes back to the 19th century. What created Israel is a new idea. Zionism is not. And if we're respectful enough of the difference between the two, and we can acknowledge the fact that a kind of Zionism that says Jews love this land and are attached to this land and would like to visit this land or live there, and detach that from Jews need to control this land and oppress everybody else, I think you'll get a lot more people. When it goes out there and like, Zionism is evil and all Zionism is, and anybody who is more like liberal inclined or more sincerely committed to their Judaism is going to have a harder time hearing you. It kind of like puts people on the defensive. When people dig in their heels on something, they'll close their ears. They're shut down to you.
Yeah, that makes sense. No, I appreciate it. And one very sort of very unrelated thing. So again, my background in Iran. In Iran, at least the perception growing up, and I had like my city was actually Esfahan, which is it actually was founded by Jewish people. There is a there is a saying that they moved when they were freed from Mesopotamia. They moved to Iran, and basically they found the place that has the most soil and water that has closest to Jerusalem. And I think I have a lot of Jewish DNA. But
Daniel's tomb is in Iran. Esther's tomb is in Iran. There's a lot
Esther
of
is like next. It's like next to where my parents live. It's close by.
Cool.
So
there's a lot of history in Iran for Jews.
Yeah, but one of the things that the perception was growing up was that it was the perception was Judaism is a religion. I mean, it's funny. Like we always had Zionism as a concept that we sort of despised, like growing up. Basically, it was very clear that we were told they were very separate. I never understood as a kid. Now I understand it more. But they treated Judaism as a religion similar to Christianity, similar to Islam. And there are people in power in Iran that actually have Jewish heritage. And then the whole concept of Judaism being an ethnicity, sort of, I learned about it when I moved to the West. So is it historically everywhere that's its ethnicity, or has it been more European thing and then sort of reflected back, or?
Yeah, no, it is always it's been ethnic from the beginning because Judaism has its roots in ancient Canaan and a population that grew up in that territory with a distinct identity. It was a people more than a religion. The religion itself is transformed quite a few times and evolved over the years. And people can be Jewish without having that religion at all, as long as they're still a part of the community, as long as they still observe some of the traditions and memories and whatnot. It doesn't matter what religion you actually practice, as long as you maintain that link to that ethnic core of it. It is an ethnicity much more than it's a religion. We tend to think of it as religion much more in the contemporary world because of the way religions are understood and discussed in like comparative nature and whatnot. But internally, for Jews, it was never understood as a religion. Religion was just something that many Jews did. And I think one of the reasons that you have the reaction that you have there and the discourse in Iran is because of Zionism. And it's another one of the places where the Zionist movement has actually done a lot of damage to Judaism in the world, because it's made it such that people now look at Jewish ethnic identity as being essentially a kind of Zionism or proto-Zionism. Oh, you're ethnically Jewish. That must mean you love Israel and hate Palestinians. It literally has nothing to do with it. Zionism basically hijacked Judaism and bolted on a racist nationalist movement from 19th century Europe. But it's not the only way to understand Jewish ethnic identity. It's not the only way to understand Zionism. There's a lot more diversity here than people tend to think in terms of the thought of Jews. But I think it's another one of the places where it's harmful to attack the idea of Jewish ethnic identity, because that is going to it's going to put people on the defensive, and they're not going to hear your arguments. You've already lost. If you want to draw the Jewish community back to the left, we have to be respectful of their own cultural history.
Yeah, I understand. No, I mean, it's just more of because that within my city, I think a big portion of the city actually has Jewish heritage, because pretty much half was Jewish and half Zoroastrian, and there was a lot of conversion like 400 years ago. So genetically has allowed them, but that's how it basically manifests itself as more of a religion rather than ethnicity where I grew up. So.
Right, exactly, because they've lost the connection to a Jewish community.
Got it. Okay.
Here's a fun way to look at this. This is a neat aspect of it. Okay, so I don't know if anybody's ever heard of the Kaifeng Jews, but they were the most significant, or in terms of numbers, of China's Jewish population. it started along the Silk Road trades. There were a bunch of different, Sogdians, Armenians, and Jews all played a part in the trade across Central Asia. But, wherever people are going to go, you're eventually going to, maybe fall in love, marry, put down roots. So some Jews settled in China and intermarried there. And a Chinese Jewish community grew up and thrived. And it was pretty significant all the way up to the 18th century, thriving and holding on to its traditions. But its last rabbi died, and then its synagogue fell into disrepair. So they weren't able to maintain a lot of the ritual aspects of being Jewish, but they passed on a memory that they were Jews. They remembered things. They told their kids, son, you are a Jew. And this is what it means. This is what I remember of what it means to be a Jew. Even if we can't do all these other things that we used to do, they held on to as much as they possibly could. And as the world got more interconnected in the 19th and 20th century, they started interacting with Jews again, and they were able to recover some of their practice. And now there's a thriving Jewish community there again that actually does practice Judaism. But they were Jewish for a long time without the religion entirely, because they didn't have it. It was just gone for them. Judaism is much more than just a religion. It has a lot of other elements and layers to it that I think if we leave out, it misses something. But yeah, in the case of Isfahan, if you lose the sense of community, if you're not living in an area where people think of themselves as Jews, of course you're going to lose that sense and start thinking of it, well, it was just a religion that we converted out of. But even if you take the religion away, Jews can still be Jews. And we have a lot of examples of that in history.
Got it. No, that was very informative. I guess the culture plays a huge role in it, and that's I think part of something that I guess semi-lost. I mean, my city is still known to be very close Jewish sort of heritage in it, but yeah,
it is, yeah,
semi-lost, yeah.
And holy sites there are holy sites there, so yeah. We tend to forget a lot of that stuff. Iran was one of the first places that Jews started settling in large numbers because most of the Jews who were, and again, it was only the elites that were taken, with the Chaldeans, but they took a significant chunk into Mesopotamia, and they were there for a long time, and they stayed. Most of them did not go back. When the Persians said you can go back here, most of them chose to stay in Babylon, and many of them chose to move into Iran. And from there spread across the Iranian plateau and up into Central Asia. So a lot of those communities are among the oldest Jewish communities outside of the Holy Land. Predating a lot more of the diaspora, because the Persian Empire was quite tolerant to Judaism. It had no problem with it at all. So I think the contemporary world has led us to forget a lot of that history.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I learned a lot about my city's history. Like even when in World War II, there was Polish Jewish kids that sort of got refuge in the city, and there's this whole stamp in Poland that's been published that is basically commemorates that whole saving thing. And I had a classmate that was half, I guess, historic Isfahan Jew and half Polish Jew, and it's interesting, but I've never heard it talked about in a sense.
Oh, I have a fun piece of trivia on Isfahan that I think might fit this well. Before the Safavids decided to make it a capital, it was relatively small. It was relatively small. It was not a big city. It wasn't terribly important, which is why a lot of the Jewish stuff is there, because the original community founding it was essentially a big town. But they picked it in part because it had that identity, so and they actually consciously drew in people from other places, so that there are Jews and Zoroastrians there, and there are Muslims, and they consciously moved Armenian Christians to it, because even though they were imposing, and this is one of the fascinating contradictions of the Safavid period, they pretty violently imposed the 12 form of Islam on the population, but they were actually very tolerant to the other religious communities, and they chose Isfahan for its diversity. And they actually increased its diversity by bringing in the Armenians, because they wanted a capital that reflected the broader cultural and religious diversity of the Iranian world. So I think that's another way that its Jewish origins were kind of honored, because Judaism also is a historically very cosmopolitan culture. It's because it's a culture of exile and diaspora. It's interacted with so many different people, which makes it kind of more open to other peoples historically. So that sense of like being linked into it. Oh, somebody says Persian. Okay, so the words can be used in some ways kind of interchangeably. It's like Persian is a historically English term for it, so it's useful there. But Iran goes all the way back to the very beginning. Iran Shar, like the land of the Iranians. It actually is comes etymologically from Aryan, the Indo-European population of the East European and Central Asian grasslands. But Persia and Persian are just English language words for it. Historically, that's what it was called. We started calling Iran as a country. We took Persia off the map because they said we'll break relations with you if you don't. They forced it. They forced it in the early 20th century. How they're used. I mean, they take on a political meaning for a lot of people. But there's a lot of history to it as well. So
Yeah, I mean, fun fact, they did the DNA analysis, and only 15% of Iranian genome is from the BMAC, which is from the Aryan sort of race. It's more of it's actually similar to the Jewish. It's more of a cultural thing rather than genetics.
Exactly. Everyone's always mixed and merged.
Yeah.
I mean, so a big chunk of the Southwest was originally the Elamite civilization.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just tons of different peoples there. So yeah, tons of different speakers of Iranian languages, Indo-European, that branch of the Indo-European family moved in. But it's the same stories in South Asia. They mixed and merged with the people who were already there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's a giant melting pot, and even linguistically too, it is. I think it's fascinating. Even after a century of a formal state education system teaching modern Persian as an official language, it's the first language of half the population. A lot of people a quarter of the population grow up speaking Azeri Turkish.
Yeah.
And there's and there's Armenian speakers and Laz speakers and all these different minority languages that are still there. I think it's great that so much of that diversity has survived, but like everywhere else in the nation state world, taking us back to our beginning topic, be blessed, that state education system has been destroying that diversity bit at a time and creating a kind of single monolithic Persian identity. It's slowly changing.
Yeah, it's the weirdest thing, I guess. I mean, just is when I learned about Assyrian sort of empire, and we have a very small Assyrian population in Iran. And you look at the history of how big of an empire they had and so how what they went through is just amazing. And there's a lot of connections to the past that I did not realize.
That's honestly a fascinating one too. This trigger warning for any Assyrian Christians in the audience. The Assyrian political identity is a modern nationalist identity. So again, taking us back to our first topic, it's as artificial as most national identities are. What makes them Assyrian is being Nestorian Christian. It's because of the particular form of Christianity they held to. They're not all descendants of the peoples who were ancient Assyrians. Some are. Some absolutely are because they live in the same basic area. But as they spread around, obviously people intermarried, people converted. It's a much broader cultural identity. It's bigger than a simple ethnic identity, and it doesn't actually retain the ancient Assyrian culture, in that sense. That went extinct ages ago. But because that population in that area adopted a particular form of Christianity, and then when that form of Christianity was declared a heresy and they said, fuck you, we're going to keep it, and, broke away from the church, that created the foundations for holding on to an Assyrian identity. And I think that's kind of remarkable too. But it's definitely different from the ancient identity, in the same way that modern Persian or Iranian identity is not the Achaemenid Persian Empire. When the last Shahs were trying to glorify the period, we need to honor this 2,500 years of blah blah blah. You're not the same people, bro. You've changed a lot. So it's evolved considerably since that point, but it is remarkable that they found a way to maintain an ethnic identity. that way happened to be Nestorian Christianity, but it did. It gave them a cultural identity that let them survive, which is why I think it's kind of remarkable that you got like Assyrian communities all around the world now. It's neat.
Thank you so much, Sai. Took a lot of your time, but I learned a lot. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no
Thank
worries.
you. So yeah, I think Freedom is the last person for now, but you let me know if you still want to continue. But we've been doing
Let's see.
quite a long time today.
Yeah, how are you not tired?
Yeah, because I actually slept very, very late. My clock has been completely upside down. So yeah, this is
Then
my day
I
plan.
will. Okay, I'll give it to you this way then. I don't have any particular time I have to get up tomorrow morning. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just doing some more work on my computer here. So I really don't mind continuing for a while. If as long as there's a moderator to keep this up, whether you want to keep at it or somebody else does, I can go for a while longer. But if we want to fold it up after the next questions too, I mean, it's kind of like it's up to the crowd, I guess. Like if people want to continue this, I'm not very tired and I don't have to get up early, so I'm fine either way. Although I really should take some medication soon.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like maybe we should let Freedom have his chance to speak, and then keep them coming back next week.
Keep what? And then keep what?
I said keep them coming back next week.
Oh, as in like, and then shut it down at that point?
Yeah.
If you like to, yeah. I mean, it's again, it's up to all y'all, but I'd rather I'll leave that to you more than anything else.
Okay, cool. Freedom, go for it.
Okay. I have two questions. One is the Zionists ripped off all the history books. Now, my question to you, as a Jew and a historian, were you ever allowed access to any of those books? They're underneath the Jerusalem Library, underground.
Do you mean the texts that were seized from Palestinian libraries?
No, I'm actually they were stealing history books from the homes, also. Family lineage books and things of that nature.
Yeah. There's tons of Palestinian documents that were seized. Those are accessible. You can get permission to do that. Scholars can get permission to do that. So yeah, I can for sure. But it's but yeah, it's fucked. It has made it more difficult to reconstruct Palestinian history because they want to control the narrative in a sense. The fear was that more of that material could be used to help flesh out a Palestinian nationalism. In the long run, they didn't need that material; they did it anyway. But that was the justification for seizing it because they knew that the history of the history that they had was the foundation of their own nationalism when they were creating a nationalist project. Mm-hmm. And obviously, Palestinians had the ability to do the same thing. They've been there forever. So the more that you could take away, the harder it was.
Right. So that's what I try to educate some of these young Zionists at, but they don't want to hear it. But
no, people don't. Yeah, I get it. I mean, but again, it's a complicated situation. If we can break the ethnocratic aspect of this, ultimately that material can become accessible again and be restored. I mean, hello. I mean, a lot of it's been preserved. They kept it. I mean, that's one decent thing about Jewish culture, aside from setting aside the Zionist part, is that there is a respect for history and scholarship and books and whatnot. Jews love books. So the material was saved. They just stole it from Palestinians to make it harder to build a Palestinian nationalism. So it's
right.
It's fucked up.
And my second question is, I have a batshit cousin that's, batshit cousin that's saying that in the Bible there's an encrypted code showing that the Jews are the people of the land and stuff of that nature, and that they have the right to it, and all of that. He's being taught that that these Zionists belong there now to bring on the coming of the Messiah or whatever, so the apocalypse. And I keep telling him, I'm trying to get him on here, maybe knock some sense into it. That I'm a Palestinian Christian. We're from the land, and reading throughout history and things of that nature, it reverted me back to the Orthodox faith because it says Orthodox means straight path, of course. So that brought me back to the Eastern Orthodox Christian, well, not Eastern Orthodox, but Syrianic Orthodox, Antiochian, and try to keep my faith in that way. But that doesn't mean that I'm not open to learning the aspects of it all and everything else. I know that they try to keep calling us idol worshippers and things of that nature to derail us, and
The iconoclasm.
yeah. So
I think one
I
thing
can see
that's
where that
helped.
comes into play as far as the Roman Catholicism and things of that nature, because they're pretty much with their statues and the hieroglyphics that and not the hieroglyphics, but in front of the Catholic Church in St. Peter's Square, they have Cleopatra's Needle, and they've got that Messianic symbolism.
That's a bit of historical triumphalism, and like the Romans took that shit.
Right.
So it's
And
been there since Rome.
and that's what I'm saying. So I'm thinking that the Vatican is still the remnant of the Roman Empire, and I believe that
It views itself as a successor. Yeah.
yes, I believe that inner London, kind of going into the conspiracy theories, but I don't know what your idea is about that. Like Washington D.C. being a country within the country, and inner London being a country within the country, and the Vatican basically having the same thing. What's your thought on that in Freemasonry?
The Freemason conspiracies are just nonsensical conspiracies, same as the Illuminati. There's nothing to it. Honestly, one of the reasons a lot of people liked things like the Masons at the time was because it was a way of having ritual and a sense of religion without being strictly Christian. Because a lot of the people at the time they were more deists. They had their view of God was a bit more abstract. They wanted a creator, not an interventionist God. So traditional Christianity was annoying to a lot of 18th century figures. That's the only reason that Freemasonry is popular for a lot of them. Freemasons are not like Templars. There's not some massive conspiracy to control things. It's not a power elite. Freemasons are just nerds who like to dress up in funny costumes and give each other funny titles and have a sense of brotherhood, and community.
Because I know they have all different religious backgrounds in there as
Yeah,
Freemasons.
I mean, I've even talked to people, and honestly, they're like, even my weird Spinozist pantheism is fine. Like they don't really care. They're not. They don't hold to a particular religious orthodoxy. It's basically just a fraternal club where people get together and dress up in funny costumes for things. It's not. It's not some giant world controlling conspiracy. I mean, people love to get into that kind of shit. But from a historian's perspective, it's just silly. Somebody likes Spinoza is my homeboy. But all the connections to DC and everything else, it's just because a bunch of people were into Masonry, because Masonry was open to deists, and deists were kind of like ostracized in the Christian world. They're basically like the free thinkers of their age. That's the only reason there. I mean, people forget that this was founded as an explicitly non-Christian country. The founders of this country wanted a republic that would not fall into the religious wars of Europe. So they wanted to build in a kind of religious tolerance to it and separate it from religion. free thinkers were a significant part of why this. I mean, the first three presidents were not really Christian. Some of them used some Christian symbolism, or made a show of it for public, like Washington did. Washington was a deist. Adams was a deist. Jefferson was probably an atheist. They made some show of Christian adherence because a lot of people were Christian, but they themselves weren't, which is why things like Masonry was appealing, because it gave them some of the ritual side that people get and the community side that people get out of religion without actually needing the hard beliefs, the dogma that Christianity required. But to get deeper in that, it gets much more complicated. It's a story. You brought up a couple of other important points that I think are worth hitting briefly. The term idol worship really, it's problematic. It's honestly a Christian misunderstanding and a Jewish misunderstanding and a Muslim misunderstanding applied much later to what polytheism ever was. No one worshipped idols, ever. I mean, statues were never gods. Statues were representative of gods in the same way that icons and statues of the Virgin Mary are. I mean, they're not the actual thing. They're things that you can use to focus your prayer. It's a tool. It's a ritual tool. But what people do is they think that if you're using the ritual tool, that means you're not worshiping actually God. Well, no, this is just a way of focusing people, of getting them to it helps them to channel their prayer in a way. But the statue itself, it's purely a symbol. It's not a god. So it's the fights over icons and idols and everything else. It's such a weird historical misunderstanding. It forgets what paganism really was, because we're too many millennia past it anymore. People don't remember what it really meant. So yeah, I get why people don't want any kind of imagery, and because monotheism does take on a more abstract understanding of God and doesn't feel it needs it in many cases. Yeah, some people don't like them at all. But whether you like them or not, whether somebody is hardcore against them, or not, I don't think we need to misrepresent what they really are either. I think it's kind of crude when people say that Roman Catholics are just pagan idol worshippers. That doesn't even make sense, because again, pagans didn't worship the idols. It's just
right.
Yeah, I don't know. I tend to think
one last question for you. There's this one rabbi that keeps saying that that if we believe in Jesus Christ, the Torah tells them to kill us, execute us.
Then whoever's telling you that is insane.
No, he's of course he's a Zionist, Zionist rabbi, and I'm sure he follows the Chabad and the Chabad.
I wouldn't say Chabad. Chabad are actually genuinely nice people usually. That's not, religious Zionists often take views like that.
Maybe far right wing.
Yeah, exactly. Like your hard right ethno-nationalist religious Zionists, they have some very problematic interpretations.
Like the Kahana guys and.
Yeah, exactly. Like Meir Kachan's idea has merged in with the religious Zionist trends that came from Rav Kook, and it's created a really toxic brew of bullshit in the West Bank today. So it's genuinely infuriating to most of the world's Jews. Mm-hmm. So yeah, those assholes exist, but it's again, it's kind of like holding up the KKK or Al Qaeda as the best example of Muslims in the world. Probably not. The other thing that I think was important too is that there is the interpretation you were talking about with a friend at the very beginning, if I'm remembering right, and where you're relating it to your approach to Christianity versus theirs. Ultimately, the idea of sending the Jews back is Protestant. The earliest elements of it start not long after the Protestant Reformation, and it really only developed a distinct movement in heavily Protestant areas like, say, the UK or the US. It's a distinctly Protestant ideal, and it's a radical reinterpretation of things, which is why most forms of Christianity historically did not believe it. So the Christian Zionism, there's a reason that it doesn't make sense to most Middle Eastern Christians, because they're pretty disconnected culturally from those Protestant trends that gave rise to it.
Good, cool, very informative. Thank you so much.
No worries, my pleasure.
Yeah, I love learning. It's never too old to learn, and you know, it's very positive.
It keeps you young, actually. It keeps the brain young, you know? I mean, the longer we keep thinking and learning new things, you keep creating new neural connections, your brain stays young.
Yes, and I wanted to tell you, stay away from the petrochemical drugs. You were saying you need to take medicine. I'm like, no.
Yeah. I mean, I have a defect in my peripheral nervous system that ties into allergies, so I have to take medication several times a day. Otherwise, I'm in intense pain. I mean, there
Oh,
was
yeah.
I mean, as it was developing and before they actually found decent medication for it, I had days I was just like spasming and twitching on the ground, like begging people to kill me. You know, it's fucked up.
Have you
So
tried magnesium?
yeah. I mean, there's nothing really beyond actually treating the triggers, which is the allergies, and then actually addressing the nerves itself, which is why I'm on a medication for the nervous system itself, for pain in the nervous
Right.
system.
Yeah, I used
Without
to
the
get.
those, I'm screwed.
I used to get cramped up all the time and stuff like that, and I started
There's a lot of
taking Celtic
I
salt.
take a lot of natural stuff like that too. You know, I take a few different supplements that have helped a lot with different things, but none of that addresses the fact that I literally have a defective nervous system.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
I'm thankfully alive, and it could be worse. So life is good.
I was using Celtic salt to replenish minerals because we're a lot of people are actually dying from the lack of nutrition because we're not getting all the minerals that were in the water. So that came from corners and stuff like that, where they're saying that people are actually dying due to the lack of nutrition because of all the genetically modified foods and things of that nature. So I do the Celtic salt because it has like 82 minerals that are good for the system. And my last blood test, my doctor's like, your electrolytes are completely perfect. Everything is good. So yeah, getting the
As far
right
as I'm concerned,
things in
whatever
there.
works for people, go for it. You know.
Yep.
You know, it's there's so much conflict in how a lot of that works, and so many of the different natural approaches haven't been studied scientifically. So while they lack evidence, it doesn't necessarily mean they don't have that they don't work. It just means it hasn't been studied.
Right.
So I mean, there are things that I'll take a position on. So like, if anybody's into homeopathy, sorry, that's bullshit pseudoscience. But there's a lot of there's a lot of open questions about some natural medicines and supplements and whatnot. And I keep hoping that more research will be done in a ton of areas like that.
Yeah, because I mean, I can't find it no more. But years ago, I had downloaded a PDF of the natural medicines that we used in Palestine. So we lived off the land for 3,000 years. So uh, like uh, I use mullein to get rid of the mucus instead of going and buying the over-counter drugs and stuff like that.
Mentioning mushrooms, yeah. There's a lot of things that are. I mean, we forget some of our earliest medicines did evolve that way. Like aspirin's from a natural tree bark. I mean, there's a lot of things that can come from.
Yeah, it's.
And the pharmaceutical industry is not very happy about people using mushrooms or anything else. So
yeah, aspirin's actually from the bark of a tree.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of things that were really, that were available,
Yeah, it's the white willow bark, I believe.
We've definitely improved. There's a lot of things that we can do that are better than some of the natural medicines for sure. It doesn't mean that a lot of them don't have their place and don't actually have benefits. And there's a lot of nutritional stuff that's important. I think a lot of our health issues come from really fucking up our diet and taking in so many weird over processed things. Like I'll make a point for a lot of people like about those artificial sweeteners. The body doesn't really know how to digest a lot of the artificial the
aspartame and
molecules that are put into them. Yeah, I mean, you're better off just like having very little sugar and trying to cut it out that way, or using more natural sweeteners. Adapting to stevias or shit like that. because your body doesn't know what the fuck to do with aspartame, and it's more likely to give you cancer. I mean, it literally gives rats cancer. Why would you want it?
Yeah, I use honey
For you,
because
bro.
honey is also a natural antibiotic.
No, Maria, I'm not a Mason. And anybody talking about secret societies controlling the world, please don't waste my time with that shit. I have so little patience for it. It is so nonsensical.
I really thought Maria would go
Well,
back and forth with
I
Cameron would keep her
really want to
busy.
hope people like that are like not serious, like they're trolling in some way. They're
yeah,
like
they don't understand that the corporations all work within each other, and
corporations. See that's a little different.
right.
There are plenty of places we should pay attention to the real power structures. But when people
Exactly.
say like Jews control things, Masons control things, nah, bro, capital controls things. Money
Yes,
controls things.
capitalism, money,
Neoliberalism
and
controls things. Like,
money is the
there
root
are
of all
power
evil.
structures. There is a real ruling class, but no, they're not satanic pedophiles. I mean, those are like a weird, simple modern mythology to help people stop paying attention to the real enemies. If you get people worked up about satanic pedophiles and secret rituals under pizza parlors, they won't really pay attention to the corporations that are actually fucking them.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, that's probably the main reason I have so little patience for that kind of conspiracy theory.
That's what it is. The corporations. I mean, yeah, there's a little bit of validity to like the Bohemian Grove and stuff like that. I've gone up and actually seen it, but that could be just a private club of nutcases. So, but that's besides the point. It's the corporations.
People that the people who are like attracted to prepubescent kids, that's a neurological defect. They're wired wrong. You don't like, because you're a rich powerful elite, suddenly you decide to like diddle kids. There's no satanic cult that introduces you into kitty diddling, because most people are rightly repelled by the idea, in the same way that most people don't want to sleep with their siblings, because we're biologically wired not to find them attractive. Some people, that wiring is a little fucked up. It's people taking a real evil and a real problem in the world and shifting their attention to that as a weird conspiracy to stop paying attention to what's actually causing problems for them.
Right.
I really have a problem with this.
They don't realize is that it's the corporations. They don't understand that the country itself is a corporation under the Constitution.
Well, in different ways. Corporate just means like an organized body. So like when people talk about fascist corporatism and then connect it to modern business corporations, they're actually misusing terms, because Mussolini's corporations were a completely different thing. Or like the corporate body of the church. So like corporate language works in the context of Christianity. It's using the word in different ways, because it really just means an organized body. So yeah, states are a kind of corporation, but the particular business corporations that evolved out of joint stock companies are a whole different animal. Like, it's very specific use. This is one of the problems of language: is words will have multiple meanings for the same. Like, you'll have multiple meanings for the same fucking word. It's really confusing. Right. Oh, look at that! It is almost 200,000. That's kind of cool.
Look at that. We're gonna get you up there.
No, we got to get them working overtime. So yeah, 200,000 is within sight. So I think that can be done in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, we'll be bringing you more. So.
Okay, so I'm going to jump to Ivory. Ivory, are you there?
Hey.
Hi, how you doing?
Can you guys
Did you
hear
have a
me
question
okay?
you wanted to ask?
Oh my gosh, so I've never been on one of these panels before, so like I'm kind of nervous. First of all,
no bite.
First of all, I'm really enjoying this live, and I appreciate you for your time and like all the knowledge. You're dropping gems, and I love that. So, fun fact about me, I am from like the South. I live in the Carolinas. And I grew up as like an evangelical Christian. And I've kind of gone through this disillusionment recently. And I'm realizing that I was kind of indoctrinated into like the Christian Zionism, um, shenanigan. Um, but what I'm kind of trying to understand is like how the modern day state of Israel got its name and how it's not the same as the Israel of the Bible. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it is. It's a complex question. So I'm trying to think of the simplest way to do this quickly. Okay, so there's in the ancient world there is a kingdom of Israel in the north. And a later mythology claims that the whole area was that, like Judah, when it absorbed the territory, claimed the history of Israel as well as part of its own. And out of that political myth in that period, Israel became a broader term for everybody, and it really does go back to the earliest origins of the faith. The god El. El is the Canaanite sky god. So this is about as old as it fucking gets. Like, I tell you, there's elements of Torah that still carry a lot of the polytheistic DNA. So El is the Canaanite sky god and becomes the first name, the oldest name for God in Judaism. So Yisrael is literally about, it connects to El. It's like, to struggle with El. Is the most common meaning given to it later, but we're not entirely positive what it might have meant in its earliest stage, but it becomes like wrestling with El, and that kind of fits a broader cultural sense of Judaism anyway, because there's always a really interesting conflicted nature with God. It's always kind of antagonistic. Here are the rules. Oh, we fucked up. Now you're getting punished, and then you got to get redemption and start the whole process all over again. There's a struggling with God that's basically fundamental to the nature of Judaism, which is, I think, why Yisrael becomes such an important part of like the identity. And because, again, it's a name adopted for the whole area of the hill country, Eretz Yisrael, and because that is carried into exile, and Jews remember, we are from Eretz Yisrael because that's what the freaking Bible is talking about, and blah, 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 all these stories about the united monarchy. Essentially, the political mythology of later Judah becomes a defining part of the cultural identity of Jews. So it honestly doesn't even matter what the actual truth is. The actual archaeological history of the kingdoms there isn't really important, because it's not how people understand themselves or what they believe. People want to think about this united monarchy of David and whatnot, and how it goes back to the Abraham originally granting all the land, and like this is the land of El, and that's what it has a certain mythic resonance for people. That's an important part of Jewish cultural identity. It's why they chose the name when they created the modern state, because Jews were named for Judah, the southern kingdom. But the problem for the founders of Zionism in using that is that Judah is more closely associated with Jew as a like in a kind of like religious sense, and these guys weren't even religious, right? They wanted something that touched on the political mythology of the time, which is why the conquest. It's why Ben Gurion focused on things like the conquest narratives in Joshua. So Joshua, the supposed
I'm gonna screenshot that.
Here, let me flip this around. It's not perfect, but this is basically about how that rhetoric from the Bible was manipulated. It was taken up by the Zionists and given a kind of like political use. Because the conquest narrative, again, physically didn't happen. It never really happened, but the idea that the area was conquered and created a single united monarchy in the entire area, that myth is really important to Jewish identity. And tying to that, in the modern sense, ties you to that violent conquest. Do you see why that one might be valuable to the Zionist movement? because Joshua conquered the area, and then David expanded this area, and they built a powerful empire in it, and all of that was, Yisrael. King David, there's likely a person at the root of that, but David would have been a Judahite ruler, and Judah was a very weak, tiny state early on. No archaeology supports the way that it's described in the earliest periods. But there was something there. So David is a person, but the stories as they exactly exist in the Bible are not. There's a difference there. There's always, again, I used the King Arthur idea earlier. There is a historical Arthur, and then there's the Arthur of our historical myths and identities. And that the latter is the one that actually affected the development of English consciousness and English national identity. The original historical figure did not, because the original historical figure is a Romano-Celtic tribal figure. That's the original David too. The original David is like leading a small tribal state in Judah. That doesn't have the same power as the political myths of the Bible. Like the beauty of that. The beauty of those stories became such a part of what it meant to be Jewish, and because it has that conquest aspect and the power aspect, that made it more appealing than Judah as a name for the modern country. It goes back to a powerful biblical story. So the people didn't have to be religious. Again, getting back to our earlier questions about like Judaism, you don't have to be religious to find power in those stories.
Right. My other thing was, I found it interesting that the Jewish homeland wasn't necessarily going to be Palestine. It was going to be like, what was it, like Uganda or like Argentina or something?
Nothing like that was ever taken seriously.
No.
Like the British Empire proposed it. I mean, there are people that talked about it, but you would never have gotten anybody to move. It wouldn't have happened. The Zionist movement from the very beginning only fixated on Palestine. Everything else is like, yeah, I'll listen to you, bro, and hear what you got to say, but no one's going to take it seriously, so they always dismissed it.
Yeah. Well, cool. That was a lot, and I loved it. But I appreciate you for your time.
Yeah, no worries. Always happy to help.
Thanks, Ivory. Mads, you had another question earlier on, so I just wanted to check in with you and see if you wanted to mention again the one that you had in the chat.
Yes. Sorry, I just have one quick question that came from the last question, the last person talking. Did they mostly focus on Palestine because I know I always talk about the Jerusalem walls. I'm just so fixated on them now. Did they focus on Palestine because of the Jerusalem walls being there? Is that
You mean the temple?
Yes, the temple.
Okay, because it's like the walls of Jerusalem and the walls around the Temple Mount are two different things. So I want to make sure.
Sorry, I'm still learning all this, but yes.
Totally fine. That's why I try to ask clarifying questions where I can. The ultimate reason is just it's the Bible. It's because the only thing that linked all Jewish communities together all around the world was Torah. So, and in Torah talks about the promised land. So if you're going to link together Jews and make a national identity out of it and turn that national identity into a nationalist project to create a state, why not base it on that history? It's the only thing that would really speak to enough people. How else can you link together, South Asian and, Polish and Moroccan Jews? What else do they have in common but Torah? That's literally it. But they all have those stories about Eretz Yisrael. So it's something that you can base an identity around. So it's not just the temple. Because again, the religion wasn't important to the founders of Zionism. Most early Zionists were not religious in any way. But they all grew up with those stories. They all had Torah in common. They all had that cultural history. The ethnic part of Judaism that goes back to that period. So this is why you couldn't have gotten people to move to Uganda. Like, why would they go? Like, what the fuck? Well, I'll just move to Brooklyn. I mean, why not? It's better there. Like, why go to Uganda? No one's going to take it seriously. But if you say, let's go back to where we're from and following these stories that we've all heard growing up, I'm listening. And there's always been a sense since the collapse of the old states where people have remembered and yearned to go back, yearned for redemption. Something like, well, nothing against Uganda. I'm just saying, like, what does it have to do with, like, Judaism is the thing. So it just, but it's yes, Uganda is chill. It's a matter of building. Okay, so getting this back to our beginning topic today about nations and nationalism, right? To build a national identity, you have to have certain elements, right? You're picking certain elements. And if you have a shared history, a shared narrative that you can build on, that's really important. A shared history is one of the easiest things to use in building a national identity. Mm-hmm. So it's the only way that it would have, Zionism would have failed. It would never have taken off as an idea. But Azerbaijan is a nice example. Yeah, you couldn't get people to go there. Stalin had to deport people to it, but world Jews were never going to move there. People never going to take it. That's not a Jewish homeland because it's literally a remote part on the border with Mongolia. No one gave a shit about it. But Palestine is in the Bible. Like, it's a part of that history. So it's the only place that ever could have worked. It's the only way Zionism could have actually survived as an idea.
Okay, that makes sense. I was always confused when the Uganda theory was brought up. So this totally makes sense. So a question I asked in the chat was, and I'm sorry if this does seem ignorant, but I just learned about East Asian Jews. And so I just wanted to know, does this mean that their mother or father was Jewish or they converted? I did look it up right after I asked the question, and it said that they migrated from the Holy Land and then through like Iran and then into Central Asia and then through China and then later on to Japan. So I guess that did answer some of my question, but I did want to know, did the Jews in diaspora not lose connection when some of them did end up in East Asia versus some of them in Morocco? Did they not lose connection to each other in diaspora and to the central traditions? And how much did the Jews from different parts of the world differ when they reconnected in Israel?
Well, that's why you have things like this in the first place, because Jews didn't have connection to each other. They were scattered all over the world. What they had was a common set of myths and traditions. So the Jews of Morocco didn't interact with the Kaifeng Jews, the Chinese Jews. They just didn't. But Jews spread around the world, carrying with them their ideas. They carried their ideas with them, and everywhere they went, they intermarried. People joined and converted. So this is why Chinese Jews look like other people in China, and why Moroccan Jews look like other Moroccans, and everywhere they went, they intermarried and intermingled with the population. So people do convert to it. But it was a matter of, like, Jews moving there in the first place. So some Jews actually moved across and settled in Ethiopia, and they're like, hi, you want to get married? Oh, by the way, I'm a Jew, and da-da-da-da-da, and there you go. It just slowly builds a community around that. Yeah, it's a mix of both. The thing about, and it gets back to our earlier topics about ethnicities and nations. Ethnicity is just a social category. It's not biological. When people think that ethnicity is something in your blood, you're literally using 19th century race science. It's nonsensical. It's never made any fucking sense. An ethnicity is how you identify as a person culturally, how you relate to other people. People have always joined ethnicities. Okay, so just look at Italy alone, right? You think about the old Roman Empire. You know that Latin only comes from the area around Rome, and originally Romans were just people from the city of Rome. The peoples of northern Italy were Celts. The peoples of southern Italy were Greeks. They did not have anything to do with fucking Rome, but they became Romans. Right? They adopted Latin and they became totally Roman. People can always adopt new ethnic identities. That's just how culture works. So Jews, as they moved everywhere in the world, other people joined them and became Jewish, and it expanded along the way. But it always carries that core of Levantine DNA, and it always carries those ideas, those myths, those cultural legends that make you a Jew.
Yeah, so I guess that just shows my ignorance and how much I have to learn when I was so mind blown when I saw a Korean Jew on TikTok talking about their experience. So that's why I just had to ask you the question of how that would happen.
Yeah, it's honestly the story of Jewish diaspora is honestly fascinating because it does become a global religion despite not being a universalistic religion. It's interesting. It's because it's where other tribal faiths like Zoroastrianism that were a religion for a distinctive people didn't spread because people didn't convert to it. Um, but universalistic faiths want people to convert. Buddhism wants you to become a Buddhist. Christianity wants you to become a Christian. Like they consciously think of themselves as religions for anybody. Judaism doesn't. It doesn't say, "Hey, everyone should become a Jew." Hey, Judaism is for the whole world. But it's perfectly welcoming. So if you want to be a Jew, anybody can become a Jew. So it's always allowed people to marry in and become Jewish. And if you married a Jew and adopted Judaism, then you're a Jew from that point on. And your kids are Jewish, and there's no stigma attached to it historically. So it's an open religion and a tribal one at the same time. So it occupies a really distinctive niche in world religious history.
Okay, thank you. So, just another question regarding that. So, the people being able to convert to Judaism and being taken in as if, like you said, there was no stigma. So, I did read in a few articles that they said that even if you do convert to Judaism, there are some, I wouldn't even say ultra-Orthodox Jews, but there are some that wouldn't truly accept you as a Jew. Is that
Oh yeah,
true? Okay.
absolutely. Like there's a whole significant chunk of books up here about the whole like you're not a real Jew kind of shit. The Haredim can be horrible about that. According to Israel's chief rabbinate, according to the Haredim in charge there, I'm not a Jew.
Oh,
According
okay.
to nearly the entire Jewish world, I'm a Jew because I converted according to halakha in the 1990s, but an Orthodox rabbi didn't oversee it. A conservative rabbi did, and they only accept themselves because they don't trust anybody else to get it right. That's just a tiny minority of people being an asshole,
So
right?
if, oh,
It's a
sorry.
violation of halakha itself to take that view, but there is a very small minority of Jews who are just assholes about that sort of thing.
Hmm. So if an Orthodox rabbi did oversee it, would the outcome have been different in regards
Yes.
of your acceptance? Okay.
Oh yeah. Yeah. If I had been able to put up with them and actually had converted with Haredim, then yeah, I would have. Then yeah, then all Haredi Jews would accept me as Jewish. But
Okay.
I consciously went to somebody in a conservative synagogue because I split the difference. I was like, I want to like at least follow the Torah exactly to do this and do it right. But I I I don't really have the patience to put up with a lot of the way that they twist things. So yeah,
Okay.
I knew too much about it going in for my own good.
Hmm. So, sorry, one more question.
Somebody said ethnically, yeah, I'm ethnically Jewish because that's what it means. Ethnicity is not biology. My mother was not Jewish, so I was not born to a Jewish mother. But I am ethnically Jewish because that's how ethnicity works. So it's
Mhm. So, one more question. You mentioned Haredi Jews. So, I was speaking to this Jewish person before, right after October 7th, and we were just talking about what sect of Judaism accepts Israel as a homeland and what sect doesn't. And he said that there was a very small minority that says that Jewish people are not supposed to have a homeland according to the Torah. So, since you mentioned Haredi Jews, I did read that they are part of the sect that says that believes that, yes? Or is it specifically the not?
Especially Netre Karate. Although
Yeah.
there are significant chunks. Yeah, I mean, there are parts of. I can show you pictures of maybe. I mean, there are portions. There are parts. There are neighborhoods in Israel where people have signs all over the wall saying that Zionism is racism and Zionism is anti-Jewish, and like they fucking hate the idea. But a significant chunk of the Haredi population is perfectly fine with it. You know, I've also seen Haredim at, you know, protests waving Israeli flags and supporting settlers. So it's a much more complex picture than people sometimes depict it. All ultra-Orthodox are not anti-Zionist. Some are anti-Zionist. It's a broad mix. Traditionally, you know, the kind of ultra-Orthodox perspective, the Haredi perspective, is wait for the Messiah. But many of them are perfectly happy to be in Israel, to support Israel, to wave the flag, and to be Israeli nationalists. So it's a complex picture.
So would you say it's a very small minority that doesn't believe in a homeland until the Messiah returns?
It's not in general, no. That there's a lot of them that hold that view, but also they don't think it's problematic either because they actually interpret it the way it makes sense. Like what's wrong is you can't build the temple. It's not a religiously Jewish state until the Messiah comes. But a country full of Jews is fine to them. Okay. So most Haredim are perfectly capable of accommodating it and have no problem with Israel at all. But they don't consider it a Jewish state in religious terms. So as far as they're concerned, they live there, but they still live in Goles, to put it in Yiddish terms. You know, they're still in exile. Okay. So and their exile will last until the Messiah comes.
Great, thank you.
But the part that are actively opposed, like the anti-Zionist Haredim, that's a small minority of them.
And those are the Neturei Karta.
Neturei Karta is the largest faction of them. Yeah, if you want to look into them, they're very problematic people to be allies for Palestinians too. I caution people about that. You know, this doesn't help the cause much to work much with them. Leave them to do their thing because they're making a specific argument inside Judaism for religious Jews. It doesn't make a great deal of sense to work with them or to say that's the real Judaism because hell no, it's not. Most Jews would find them deeply repugnant in most of their views. And saying that like they're okay because one view aligns isn't, I mean, I don't know, like Hitler was a vegetarian. That's cool. He liked animals, but I'm not going to ally with him on anything. So you see the problem there? It's like you got to be careful on who you choose to be your allies. Just because you agree on not liking the Israeli state doesn't mean they're actually good people to work with in other areas.
Yes, I can totally see how problematic that can be, especially now that we have seen some neo-Yazis use the pro-Palestinian cause to dog whistle their anti-Semitism. And it's become so frustrating because I feel like they are drowning out the pro-Palestinian.
Yes. And I have seen pro-Palestine people innocently taking in and repeating anti-Semitic tropes from Europe. I mean, it's deeply disturbing. And the more people do that, the more people swallow anti-Semitic tropes and use them against Israel, the more it damages the Palestine cause. It makes it a lot harder to gain any real traction. So it's something we have to do a lot better at policing our own spaces in that sense and helping to educate people against this.
Yes, 100% agree. Thank you so much. This has been so enlightening.
Oh, my pleasure.
Thanks, Matt. How are you holding up, Liam?
Well, like I said earlier, it's up to you. I mean, I'm comfortable leaving it to you and the crowd to decide what we do. But if you want to fold it up, we can fold it up. I mean,
no, there's a few more people.
I'm not fired.
Yeah, no, there's a few more people wanting to come up, so I just wanted to check in before.
Again, that's on you. If you don't want to deal with any more of it,
we're good so far.
Fine.
Hi, Ellie. How you doing?
Hi, my name's Elle.
Elle, I'm sorry.
No worries. Thank you so much for having me up. If it's okay, I would just like to ask a really broad question. I'm just really interested on your thoughts. What do you think is like a feasible solution from here, like where we're at today? I would just love to hear any of your thoughts.
Feasible as in we can pull it off?
Yes. Like not
As in like
the ideal solution, not the perfect world solution, but what do you think we could actually like could be pulled off?
I mean there probably isn't one. Um it's yeah, it's way too complex honestly for some of that stuff. Even embracing the most liberal trends among Zionists and finding a way to work within that kind of framework, I don't think that even the most liberal government that you could possibly get in place in Israel could ever really give up the territories. So at that point, I mean, in terms of feasible, maybe reform Israel and then let it annex the territory and give citizenship to people. I mean, it might be sort of a back door to eventually a kind of binationalism. I think that's probably more possible, but it's really going to be upsetting to a lot of people to do it. Two-state is never actually going to work, just because of the structure of Zionism as an ideology and the population inside it. If anybody tried a two-state solution, it would literally cause a civil war. There's no way in fuck a lot of people in Israel would tolerate it. So
I agree with that. All right.
yeah, it's
Well, how about
I mean, yeah, there's honestly there isn't a truly good one,
right.
you know, but there, I think, as much as I dislike the idea of working within that framework, trying to tame the Israeli polity in its own drive is probably an easier way to get real civil rights for Palestinians than a two-state solution or a complete change to the government are, because both of those, there are significant difficulties in convincing people. It will be, but this is a hard fight no matter what. I'm not very optimistic, honestly, but we got to do what we got to do. I'm
Yeah, fair enough. I appreciate that. All right, setting feasibility aside, like magic wand in your hand, how would you fix it?
I would create a binational constitution that created a country with two names, two flags, set everyone's, cultural holidays as official state holidays. Your weekend is Friday and Saturday. Constitutionally protect both the rights of Palestinians and their right to return, so all Palestinians who want to come back can come back and live on the land, but also acknowledge the right of Jews to live there and to come back to the land as well. So like, because you acknowledge the special relationship that Jews have to it. So it kind of like a dual right of return in a sense, and create a shared world where both peoples can interact and mix and mingle and both have the best of their of everything, with absolutely nothing that privileges anybody over anybody else. So a truly equal democracy, like what it tries to lie and say that it is, but one that's for everybody. So in a sense, kind of like the way that Palestinians used to. So like go back to like classic Arafat days. We want one Palestine that's democratic for all peoples and no discrimination against everybody. Great. I love that one state idea that he was advancing there. But I'm going to broaden it to say, acknowledge that there are Israelis and they speak Hebrew and they want to call it what they want it as well, and let people call the country whatever the fuck they want to call it. In the end, what does a name matter? To me, Belgium has 3 official names. Who cares? Like, you can have a country with multiple official languages and names. Hell, how many official languages does South Africa or India have? I mean, you can obviously have a fully equal society where the names are all available and the languages are all available. The key is to remove all the discrimination. And I think the easiest way to do that is a constitutional binational solution that explicitly recognizes Palestinian identity and Israeli identity and just simply makes them co-equal, if that makes sense.
No, it makes a lot of sense. I absolutely love that.
I think that would be I think that's not only an ideal, I think in the long run you could convince people to do it. And in the long run, I think if you're going to win over diaspora Jews, that's the way to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can win over diaspora Jews and Christians to that idea, we can put pressure on Israel to eventually change and do that. I don't think you could easily convince a lot of Israelis to do that because the structural factors and the conflict are a real obstacle. It actually plays into the hands of the far right there. It makes it harder to do. So the real key here is shifting the fight to the diaspora and changing the views of Christians and Jews. And if you can help Christians to understand that it will still be a Jewish state, but Palestinians are also equal there. And if you can help Jews to understand it'll still be a Jewish state, but it's also a Palestinian state, I think people will be able to deal with that in the diaspora because they're not subject to the same structural conditions that are radicalizing Israelis. With that change in the diaspora, we have the ability to apply the power techniques, the pressure to force change where they don't want it. And I think that can help. But it's, so yeah, I don't think that my ideal is impossible, but it's a hard fight to convince that many Christians and Jews to make a difference. And I still don't, the reason I don't think it's really easy to do is I don't even see people really trying very much to win over, diaspora Christians and Jews on this kind of ideal, help them to understand it. We're still talking about all the wrong things. Especially as long as Americans keep talking about the two-state solution, all that does is gives cover to the far right to keep the settlements going. That's exactly what they want, is for people to keep spreading the two-state delusion, because they know that given their own situation, it's impossible. It may sound great to us here. Anybody might think, oh, sure, that's fine. But everybody in Israel knows it can't happen. That nothing has ever made it possible to happen. So playing into that, you're playing into their hands by talking about it here. I think if we change our rhetoric, that can really help. But not enough people, I think, are doing that in a way that I think will work. So that's just my opinion. That's why I'm a little skeptical about where we can go from this. I don't think my ideal is impossible by any stretch, but we need to change tactics a lot.
No, I really appreciate that. And is it okay if I ask one last question?
Well, ask the boss. Boss?
Yeah, no, go ahead, please.
Thank you so much. I've watched a lot of your lives, and I understand where the focus of conversation is. But I was just wondering, would you be open to having
There's a little thing popping up saying verify me. I guess I've been talking too long. Okay, go ahead.
Would you be open to having more, or just at any point, just a leftist centered live? As a communist, I would absolutely love to pick your brain on just an endless amount of things. Just, yeah.
We've done them before. The not long ago there was one focus on sex and gender. It still wandered a bit, just like this one did. And this one spent a lot of its time talking about nations, nationalisms, and ethnicities as a theme. And I keep trying to connect, for people who've been around for a long time, the later tangents to that broader theme. So today's theme was nationalism. So if we want socialism as a theme, yeah, sure, I'm down.
Awesome.
Anything that's sort of in my broader wheelhouse, I'm perfectly happy, facilitating a discussion on it.
That's great. Yeah, I was actually I Googled you because I'm just so intrigued, and I appreciate you so much. And I saw that you were on some sort of list, like a Canary Mission type list for professors. And it was
I think pretty much everybody in this room is probably in that place anyway by now.
Listen,
what an honor. It's because, I pick on the far right. I called Candace Owens a white supremacist, and they didn't like that at all.
Oh yeah, no, I saw the tweet or whatever I think you dropped this tweet. Absolutely
because
phenomenal.
She's literally paraphrasing Klan rhetoric. I mean, because they use her as the voice for it, it makes it more palatable, like they can get away with it. But they're literally using Klan rhetoric. Turning Point USA is a dangerous organization.
Oh, unquestionably. No, but I was just saying,
like Rainbow, I take it as a badge of honor, honestly.
No, that's how I meant this. If that wasn't clear, what an absolute honor to be vilified by awful people.
I was happy,
Congrats.
I was happy. Yeah, I did have some fun kind of canceling sort of experiences around that, but I think most people really understood what I was trying to say in my own ham-fisted way. And her rhetoric is deeply harmful, and in the in the thing in question to which I responded, for anybody who doesn't know the story here, she did two things. She, one, made an argument that black men are inherently violent and are a threat to white and Asian lives, and therefore we should all legitimately be scared of them. And two, she used an anti-Semitic trope from 4chan about Jewish control of the media, and that's the only reason that her truth isn't widely accepted. And I mean, like, that's bullshit. I mean, that's literally like 1920s Klan era shit. So,
what are your thoughts on her attempt to clean up her image a bit?
She isn't cleaning her image up.
No, not at all.
It's another one of the places where, like, a stopped clock can be right twice a day. You know, this is what it's like. This Schindler comment I just made a moment ago. Like, sure, I love the fact that he loves dogs and is a vegetarian, but he's still trash. I mean, the fact that she's critical of Israel and supportive of Palestinians does not make her anything less of a racist piece of shit.
Oh, I mean, I didn't see her as being supportive of Palestinian, more trying to echo the whole America First rhetoric. So it's like,
yeah, there's that. Yeah, and there's an element of her anti-Israel rhetoric that honestly at times gives me kind of cringy anti-Semite vibes. And I think she spends so much time on 4chan around literal neo-Nazis. I mean, you know that she's literally been a Hitler apologist in public. Like, Hitler was fine until he attacked Poland. I'm like, really? So 6 years of the Nuremberg laws weren't a problem for you? Like, I mean, that's... I think that she's at the very least very open to racist anti-Semitism. So,
oh no,
her
definitely.
Israel I take with a real grain of salt.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that part of, and I put this in quotation marks, her cleaning up her act is that she does see that the media career is really where she wants to be, and it's important for her to be able to occasionally seem palatable to different audiences so that she can gaslight tomorrow.
Yes. That's why she's dangerous.
Yeah.
And this is why I go out of my way to attack people like her or Ben Shapiro or Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson is a white fucking supremacist. He's literally a Klansman without the hood. I mean, the great replacement theory, that's like Jews are trying to like replace good white people with migrants. Fuck Tucker Carlson. He occasionally is right on some issues about trade relations or this or that. There are places where Tucker says something that's actually accurate, but he's a racist piece of shit, so fuck him. I think people like Candace and Tucker are significant media figures and do have a platform, and it's why they terrify me. Musk is another one. Musk is a vicious racist. Holy shit, Musk is constantly parroting Klan rhetoric. I mean, but he got away with it for a long time, you know? It's like we have to be a bit more skeptical about this shit, you know? I don't know. This is why I got on that list, because I will not stop criticizing people, and I don't care what they look like or where they're from if your rhetoric is bad. I care about arguments. That's it. If your rhetoric is dangerous, I'm going to point it out. And when people are literally paraphrasing Schindler, I get a problem with that.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, this is how they're managing to try and take over kind of YouTube right now. I think all of them are on a battle to try and get as many subscribers as possible, which I don't know, it feels like because it's not seen as traditional media, it's maybe becoming overlooked, but yeah, it's very dangerous.
Billionaires still.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, the fact that Rupert Murdoch is so heavily invested with Talk TV and everything that Piers Morgan is doing just shows how they're gearing up for that to be the move from traditional media, especially as a lot of them can't get away with what they want on traditional media.
Well, that's the thing. It still is a kind of traditional media. It's because it still is capitalist. It's a business, and it's still funded by the same kinds of people. You know, but it has an illusion of being somehow an independent voice because you're saying something that doesn't show up on the front page of the New York Times. But it's just because they appeal to a different audience. It doesn't mean it's not corporate media still. But the problem here is it's corporate media that is explicitly far right. And this is why, and this is a long running process. I mean, the Kochs have been involved in this for decades. I mean, it goes back to like the Birchers in the 50s. This has been a long running process to normalize extremist views and make them mainstream conservative views. A lot of people in the US today who call themselves conservatives are not conservative at all. They're not conservatives. They're reactionary neo-fascists. And they think that their conservatism is like the conservatism of 100 years ago. It's not. I mean, Edmund Burke would bitch slap these people. You know, it's not conservatism, but they can brand it that way, and they can create conservative media because conservative is a safe word to use. And next thing you go, it becomes mainstream. People like, you know, Shapiro and Peterson and all the rest of these people, they terrify me because they're the reason that so many of these countries are going to this shithole.
Mr. Liam O'Mara, yourself, are you a far-right Israeli or a leftist?
Oh gosh, that was very left of field. Where did you get that idea from?
I'm just asking because it seems like to me you are a right-wing Israeli to me.
And you got that idea from where?
He's actually a Rhodesian.
So it kind of it's to me because I mean I understand that you're saying these things about these people who have these
Which
right
people?
wing like Owens Candace and all and Musk and all these other people that you've mentioned and how and their views and how you're condemning them. You're taking a side. You're taking a side. That's the
I'm taking a side against the right. How does that make me right wing if I hate the right?
So you're not pro-Israeli, far right wing.
I am okay. So
You're not
if you
pro-Israeli, far right wing.
no,
Okay,
no.
you're confusing all of us right now. I'm condemning
Okay,
them.
so
Does that make
There's
me?
people with like
if you ever
So
have you ever
do
seen the
hammer
you
and
do you
political?
sickles in
do you condemn the Israelis who have been occupying the West Bank and terrorizing the Palestinians?
I've been doing that for decades.
You condemn their
Oh gosh, we're not using
illegal
Piers Morgan talking points.
international war crimes. They're human war crimes.
Yes, I've been doing that for decades.
Okay, but the way that you talk,
Most of the
sir,
Israeli government are war criminals and should be in prison or up against a
I
wall.
respect that point of view. I totally do, and thank you for explaining it to me. I know it might seem like I'm out of context. I haven't had any context, but the way that you speak sometimes, it seems like that you are taking taking a far right approach to your perspectives. That's the way that you speak.
Okay,
That's what I've been hearing.
Hold on, which
have
part?
you ever seen the political compass? You know, little two-axis political compass, right?
Okay.
So authoritarian to libertarian, right? Right to left. I am in the far bottom left corner next to Noam Chomsky. I'm an anarchist. You don't get farther left or farther libertarian than me.
Okay, so you're
Fuck all governments on the planet. Is the NSA listening? Hi. So we want to say like, oh, Israel is not a legitimate state. Okay, cool. How about no states are legitimate because I don't like power structures? Oh,
are you saying that there
dismantle
shouldn't
the
are you
U.S. I'm happy with
saying
that.
are you saying that there shouldn't be a Palestine or
I'm
an
saying that
Israel?
countries shouldn't exist
You're
because
saying that there shouldn't
countries
be an
are
Israel
Oh,
and there
hold on,
shouldn't be a
Pyman.
Palestine.
Hold on, Pyman. If you're
my
gonna ask a
ideal
question, you're
is
gonna
no
have to learn to listen.
countries. So
I
if my
understand.
ideal is no countries, by definition, I'm not going to be right wing or far right because I can't support a nationalist movement. That's just me as a person, right? My personal perspectives are explicitly anti-nationalist. So I am the polar opposite of far right. It is not possible to put me in the same room with the far right in any conceivable way. I don't know where you get a vibe of far right When I fucking hate nationalism and nations.
I think Pyman has realized he made a big whoops and ran away.
Cool. I don't know where that was confusing.
I think that was
I've never been told I give off far right vibes before.
I suspect he probably came in, was in the audience for all of probably 30 seconds and decided to request.
Well, that or he confuses discussing Judaism with Zionism.
No, I bet he like heard the conversation about anti-Semitism and was like, "Oh, well, he must love Israel."
Because anti-Semitism is fucked up, but anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism are two different things.
Was it my turn or I don't know?
Let me see if user wants to ask a question, then I'll jump to you because I know he's been trying to come up.
Hi, Professor. How are you?
Hi, I'm pretty good.
I have a statement, actually a couple of statements. The other day I was listening to you on Wednesday, and there was like I don't know if he was a Zionist or what, but he was from over there, Palestine, occupied Palestine. Yeah, he was over there. He was a Jewish. And then you were just telling him that the Palestinians and the Jews, they have just as much as right over there as well, the Zionists are living there, and the Palestinians have, because they're Canaanites. They're both Canaanites.
Yeah.
I disagree with you on that part.
Okay.
Simply, can I say something like a hypothetical statement to you and proving that? Okay. Do you agree that on TikTok I see a lot of videos? There's a lot of Americans they're converting to Islam, right? We see a lot of people converting to Islam.
People convert to all kinds of religions here.
Let's assuming hypothetically a few thousand or 10,000 people convert to Islam, and they just happen to move to Saudi Arabia, and they live in a city right there, and like 20 or 30 years later, their population grow to 100,000 or even 1 million, and then like 50 years later or so, they say, oh, we're gonna take over this part of Saudi Arabia now because we're Muslims. Do you think that they would have an authentic right to pretty much take over that part of that Saudi Arabia simply because now they are Muslims?
I think you're laboring under an illusion here that I think anybody has a right to take over anything, because no one does.
No, but that's exactly what you told that so-called.
It's not even close to what I said. Okay. It's not even close.
Do you know what the history of the Zionist people are, like where they came from?
Yes, I have 2 bookcases.
Ukraine and Poland generally, right?
No.
Well, mostly like Eastern Europeans. Would you agree?
Mostly Europeans. The first Zionist book was from a German.
Okay, so do you know that they were like a Turkic people too, right? At one time they were.
No.
They're
not
the Khazarians.
No.
You never heard of them?
I've heard of that, and it's false. It's a flat earther myth.
How is that false? Like from what I learned,
because it's literally false. It's like saying Muhammad is from Argentina.
Muhammad
is okay. That Muhammad is actually Native American, right?
So where do they come from, the Ukrainians and Polish people?
The Ashkenazi identity gradually moved eastward from its origins along the Rhine in Germany. And yeah.
Okay, I don't know much about the Ashkenazi, okay, but I do know about the Ukrainians and those Polish people.
Ukrainian Jews.
They came from Eastern Asia.
Ukrainian Jews spoke Yiddish and were Ashkenazim.
Well, yes, okay, they became Ashkenazi later on, but in like 900 years ago or so, they became Jewish, and they came from. They were a Turkic people.
I heard they were all Serbian.
Literally false. It's literally false.
You never heard of the Khazarians?
I have heard of it, and I extensively debunk it, and it is nonsense. It is made up horseshit. It's like saying Muhammad is an Aztec. That's what it sounds like to me.
So you literally agree that the so-called Zionists right now occupying Palestine, they are the original Jewish people, the one that came like 3,000 years ago?
No one is. Because the cultures
they have descendants. Don't get me wrong. They have descendants.
No, user, you're gonna have to listen. You're gonna have to really absorb the answer that you're getting.
Cultures change. All cultures have. No one in the area has the culture that existed 3,000 years ago. No one does. But
Okay.
biologically, Jewish people all around the world have Levantine DNA, as do Lebanese and Palestinians. They all descend from Canaanites. I mean, like, okay, so if you want to get into the Khazar bullshit, why
Yeah.
is it that countless genetic studies of Jews all around the world all show the same Levantine markers that exist in Ethiopian Jews and Arab Jews and Palestinians and Lebanese? It has the same elements. Not that it matters, because DNA is not relevant to any
Yeah.
of this. You know what I think you're mistaking here in the claim is that,
User, would you mind muting between points because we're getting a lot of
yeah,
feedback.
there's a lot of noise there. The your
User, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, can you mute while you get your answer?
mute
Okay.
button.
Okay, I will.
Thank you.
The what someone's DNA is does not give them a right to anything. DNA also does not create a nation. It just doesn't. The Palestinians having Canaanite DNA doesn't give them a right to anything any more than it gives Jews, because DNA doesn't give anyone the right to anything, because that's racist bullshit. And I don't go for that shit. So, by pointing out that people have a shared heritage, culturally, religiously, biologically, on some level, that doesn't mean someone has a right to take over anybody else's land, because no one has the right to do that anywhere at any time. So you were taking something I said and massively misrepresenting it. And honestly, I do not mind debunking the Khazar thesis when it comes up. It's actually come up like, what, this is the fourth time just today? I don't mind debunking it every time it comes up, because honestly, people need to let this shit go. But anybody who isn't going to let it go, despite the fact that all the scientists, like the tons of biologists, debunked the only study that ever made the point, and tons of historians have done it, and it has zero supporting evidence for it. If somebody won't let that go, that person is a racist piece of shit. So no offense, you can either learn from this and let it go because it contradicts archaeology, biology, and history, or you can hold to it and be some kind of weird racist flat earther. And at that point, I don't have any patience for you. It's your choice, not mine. I will patiently walk through why something is wrong for people, but I will not entertain something like that in a kind of a confrontational manner. You should support this idea because it's real. No, it's racist bullshit that someone made up. It's
So,
nonsense.
user, I'm going to give you a challenge. This is going to end up on YouTube. So you'll be able to then watch the previous answers and really absorb what's being said.
Yes.
If you still have questions, you're more than welcome to come back and we can help clarify that further.
Well, I was ignorant about the Khazarians. Okay, all I did was I learned it on YouTube.
No, that's fine. We all
Right? Yeah,
have to
and
learn.
people
I
do,
was
and it's
ignorant.
okay to talk about it. Yeah,
However, like hypothetically speaking, like the original Jews from 3,000 years ago, they could actually make an argument and say that,
that worked.
oh, they have a right to that land
No,
because
no.
at one time they could make an
Again,
argument.
user,
Yes.
hold on.
Yeah, again,
User,
from
hold on.
my perspective, no one can do that anywhere. Biblical
Hypothetically, I was saying hypothetically.
religious texts don't give anyone a right to land. Biology doesn't give anyone a right
I
to land.
agree. I agree.
It's nonsense as an argument.
I agree
So
with
it's
you
back to like
100%.
the what is it, payment or something? So with me, I was thinking like I give like I am not a Zionist. I'm an anti-nationalist. I don't think anyone has a right to take anyone else's land. If Americans convert to Islam and they choose to move to Saudi Arabia and settle in that area, they're free to do so, because human beings have always mixed and merged and intermingled with each other. Human beings fuck each other. We intermingle all the time. That doesn't give someone a right to go there and take from someone else.
True.
So if American Muslims went to Saudi Arabia and kicked out the Saudis, that would be unjust. If they move to Saudi Arabia and become Saudis, Great, good for them.
Okay, so at that point was kind of solved. Okay, I do have another statement or question.
Okay, hold on. You've
I
hit
think they
us with
take.
quite a lot today. So hold your thought. If you don't mind muting, let's see if we can circle back to you.
Okay.
Thank you. Pyman, do you want to see if we can try and finish what we were talking about earlier on?
Yes, ma'am.
Hopefully you've had a chance to calm down.
Oh yeah, I did. I had to pull over. I was driving. So yeah, we were talking about people perceiving Mr. Liam O'Mara. Are you a professor? How do you want me to address you?
I don't care.
Professor O'Mara?
Professor's fine, doctor's fine, Liam's fine, hey asshole is fine. I'm very informal.
I just want to
I
be
don't.
respectful. Anyway, so people, doctor, we people would perceive you, as controversial, and actually someone in the whole field as somebody that would be very meaningful for your opinion, and your opinion matters. So that's why it comes across to some people that you are let's say that just like very neutral in a way. You're taking a neutral you're taking a neutral stance on the whole thing and saying, hey, both sides are, you know, blah blah. We need to come to a solution, but you're not saying, hey, there needs to be a Palestinian state, and Jews just Israelis just live there. You're not saying, hey, uh, it's an Israeli state, and Palestinians just need to live there. You're saying that. There just should be a new state, and both of them should be live together happily. And that's what I'm getting from you, that both.
Yeah, like that. I think people should be able to live with people and not be hateful
Yeah,
assholes.
but you're saying that now you're saying that there should be a new state, like a whole new country there that both people would agree to be citizens of. And if that's your solution, you don't agree to a two-state solution.
No,
First of all, no, yeah, I could get.
because I don't think dividing up a tiny land with few resources makes sense, and I don't
Yeah,
think anybody's going to be happy with it.
no, I understand that you
It's
think like
unjust.
that. I understand that.
I don't think Palestinians should be kept from a right of return to where
Yeah,
Israel is.
I
And a two-state solution prevents them from doing that. A two-state solution rejects the right of return.
yeah, so you're saying the diaspora of all those people that haven't been expelled from the land, the Jews, the Christians, the Muslims, they should all come back to what? To what? To
I think human beings should be able to live wherever the hell they want.
Okay, but they should come
That's
back
it.
to a what? To a
No one
Palestine or
should
an
come back to
Israel?
anything. Most
But
Palestinians realistically aren't going to, just like most Jews realistically aren't going to, just like most people are never going to pick up and leave countries.
Okay.
But in the same way that I don't care if someone from Nigeria moves to California, I don't care if someone moves to Palestine, because if that's where they feel most attracted, if that's what
Okay.
feels like home to them, why not go there and assimilate and become a
Okay.
Palestinian?
So
Because
before the
hold on,
Israelis,
Pyman. Hold on 1 second.
yes, ma'am.
Liam, I think I might know where Pyman is trying to go with this. So I think this goes back to the earlier discussion we were having of essentially the Palestinians, the Israelis, everybody in the diaspora being able to reach a point of working out the trauma that has been that people have all experienced, getting to a point where they can talk and achieve some sort of peace in order to agree on what the land is going to look like, what the space is going to look like.
A
I know I've
one-state
paraphrased
solution. That's what you're
very
asking
badly.
for, is one-state solution.
essentially, yeah.
Yes.
But
What would
not a
that
Zionist state.
what would
No,
that one
not a
state
nationalist state at all.
what
A
would that one
one-state
state
solution,
solution be called? What would that one state be
whatever you
called?
want to call. From my perspective, people can call it whatever the hell they want. I think the safest way to do it is to let people call it whichever they want. I don't think
Okay.
it matters.
So it shouldn't be called Israel. It
But,
shouldn't be
but
called Palestine,
well,
right?
it could be called both. I mean, you could literally have both names, and there are countries with multiple names and multiple languages already existing in the world. So there's an existing model for calling it Israel and Palestine, and I could call it Palestine Israel, Israel Palestine, Israel
Okay,
or Palestine, and
that's
any
a
of those will
one-state
be fine.
solution.
Or we could just call it Canaan or something. I mean, I don't think it matters.
Well, before go according to your philosophy,
That's
according
right.
to your ideology, people that have been there for longer, those people have a right to keep that land versus somebody that came and they're trying to assimilate. So the people that are trying to that need to assimilate are the Israelis. They need to assimilate to the Palestinian land. They need to establish themselves in church and or synagogues and all that, but they cannot start to change the name of the land. Like you said, in Saudi
Yeah. Okay. So,
Arabia, people going to Saudi Arabia, you don't want to change the name,
but
and you don't want to this,
that
you just
that shit's
assimilate.
done. That shit's done. You've got what, 8 some million people there speaking Hebrew. It's sort of like
No, so you're saying
you're
the
telling me
Palestine is done.
if I no, I'm
No,
saying
you
that
need to listen, Hyman.
they already exist there with a distinct culture. Multiple cultures can
Mhm.
exist in the same land.
Yes,
If you're
sir.
going to tell me that because the Black Hills belong to the Sioux, that all the people who live in South Dakota today have to become Lakota and abandon the English language, I'm going to say that's dumb. For exactly the same reason as this. Now, do Palestinians have a right to an indigenous culture and full dignity and the right to their language and their culture and respect and for the right of all Palestinians to come back?
Do they?
Yes. But do Jews have to become Palestinian? No. Any more
No.
than I would say that Palestinians have to convert to Israelis. It's just
Okay.
what you are saying is just as unjust as Israelis saying that Palestinians have to assimilate and become Jewish. It would be stupid.
No,
People are
all
free
I'm
to be
saying is
whatever
to
they want.
assimilate and become a Palestinian citizen versus becoming a different religion or religious so what I'm saying is
Hold on. Why does
what
where you hold on? Why does where you hold citizenship have anything to do with your religion?
it doesn't. That's what I'm saying. So it does. You
That's what
don't
I'm saying.
have to.
They
But
would have a separate so those Israelis would have Palestinian citizenship. If the country has Palestine as its name and there's a Palestinian flag, then they
mhm.
are Palestinians. But
Yes,
if you're
sir.
telling me they have to assimilate and become Palestinian, then that addresses one injustice with another injustice.
Well, I
So
guess
the
there's
fact that
limits to the
Zionists seized
assimilation.
land and unalived people and committed atrocities and ethnic
Mhm.
cleansing, the fact that Zionists were horrible to people there does not give anyone the moral right to be horrible in return to their descendants because they didn't do it. They didn't take it. Any more than the people like of Canada or Australia are exactly the ones who unalived the indigenous populations there. It doesn't make sense. Like, to me, it's an ethical issue. What the Zionists did was wrong. It was absolutely ethically unjustifiable. Doing the same thing to them is also wrong and unjustifiable because human beings live there now, and the vast majority of Israelis were born there. And no one can help where they were born. I can't help being born on stolen indigenous land. It's not my fault. I didn't make my parents fuck. Nor did
Um,
I make my great grandparents move here.
if you
I didn't
take
tell
if
them
you
to.
take some kind of accountability, man, listen, if you take some kind of
Accountability is
accountability
different.
and
That's what I
and
want.
and you see the mistake that your parents or your grandparents made, and you take some accountability and you
Yeah,
don't and you
that's what I
don't
want.
follow into their steps, you would say, hey, yeah, I'm not gonna continue what wrongs my parents because my parents are not perfect,
Yeah,
and my some people they're not perfect. So all I'm saying is, hey, you're saying that it's not your fault if your parents are there first, and then you're just born into it. You
yeah.
know what? That's fallacious in a way, saying that it's okay to go ahead and stay there
To stay there, yeah.
and
Yeah,
say that.
I don't think. What am I supposed to do? Should I move to Atlantis?
You know what, sir?
I would move back to.
I would say, hey, you know what? If I have my own if there's a solution and we're not committing war crimes, it's okay to stay. But if my state is committing war crimes and
See, again, that's
and
different.
it's all this stuff,
I'm for dismantling that state.
then I should move. Then I should move. Then there
No,
are
no, no, no.
people who are actually
There's no.
leaving. There are people who
But
are leaving Israel because of
yeah,
this.
yes, they are. But telling people that they all have to is terrible. I am
No,
for dismantling that state and taking responsibility for the war crimes. I want restitution. I want justice for the Palestinians. I want compensation for what they lost. I want them to be paid and to have new houses built for them in the places where they used to live. I want Palestinian villages to be restored where they can be restored. I want actual compensation and restitution, and I
yeah,
think they all should be able to move back if they want. They should be able to live there because they were suffered an
yes,
injustice.
absolutely, sir.
Telling people to leave doesn't make sense.
You know
Like,
what?
my family came from a dozen different countries. What am I supposed to do? Chop myself up into pieces and mail one to Sicily and one to Poland?
No, sir. So no one should be really be forced or told to leave. It should be a one state solution, like you said, and people should
Yeah.
live there peacefully. Because
Yes.
I love my Jewish and I love my Christian brothers and sisters. I'm a Muslim myself, but I'm not one of those guys that is like, or I don't think anybody right now is thinking like that. I think we have each other confused and saying that we're extremists and we don't want diversification, we don't want diversions. I mean, we don't want diversity. So I think that what needs to happen, like yourself, um, what have you done to actually make this a possibility, make this a reality? Have you done anything to like, besides being on TikTok and spreading the word, have you actually put anything towards any legislative articles towards to your senators or to your politicians? Have you put anything forward?
Pikeman, do you want to ask Liam what his profession is?
I'm asking him right now. Have
Yeah,
what?
no. So do you want to ask him what his profession is first?
Okay. Simple point here. I have repeatedly been involved in protests, some of them getting a bit physical, with solidarity groups in Palestine against settlers. I have been shot at by settlers. I was driven off a road. I was walking along a road. I had a settler try to run me over in Palestine. I have fought to drag settlers out of houses in Sheikh Jarrah. I have been there. I have a record with Shin Bet. I'm not welcome in the country. If I bought a ticket right now and flew into Ben Gurion Airport, they would put me back on a different fucking plane and not give me my money back because I'm not welcome to return to the country.
Yes, sir.
You want to ask me what I have done? I'm literally a professor on this topic, and I've been teaching this at universities for 20 years, and I have been involved in the ground in supporting people trying to get justice for them.
I totally respect you for that.
If it's fine if you want to ask questions, but
I'm
the
asking.
way that you ask them is so profoundly alienating. This is how you get people to be angry about Palestinians. This is how you do not get justice for Palestinians. Because if you alienate Jewish people who want to fight with you for justice, you are asking Palestinians never to get anything. Because your attitude is so profoundly alienating.
Mm-hmm.
If I have put my life on the line for Palestinians there, I don't want somebody attacking me for that. Try to be a little nicer about this kind of shit and it'll work a whole lot better for people because what you are doing is a disservice to the Palestinian cause. You are hurting it.
I'm trying to protect it as much as I can, and I
Pikeman,
respect
are you Palestinian
what you've
yourself?
done. I will go ahead and mute myself, but I respect.
Hold on. Let's work through this all together. Are you Palestinian yourself? Pikeman? Hello, Pyman. Are you Palestinian yourself?
Am I Palestinian myself?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Do you see that number at the top next to the cross that says 287?
You're talking about the viewer count? Yeah.
Yes. That number hasn't changed, and it doesn't change week on week. We're now, I think, maybe 6, 7 weeks in. Liam has been very kind to offer us his time and has been a valuable resource for a lot of
I
people.
remember when Liam started his first TikTok live and he was scheduling it, and it wasn't that long ago, and I respect what he's doing. I just had to clarify a few things, and I'm sorry if I came off as offensive. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's honestly shocking that anybody could have been aware of me for a couple of months and think that I was a far rightist, a Zionist, or anything like that. It's honestly just shocking to me. I've never heard anything like this in my life. I mean, not that I'm like, I mean, it's fine. If anybody's entitled to take me however they want. It's just so confusing. Like, I just don't get it. Like, how do you get? I'm.
Yeah. I mean, are you able to offer some insight, Pyman, as to
So
what gave you that impression?
Some of the talking points, some of the way he was talking on some of the points that he was making
Oh, by the way,
earlier
you know
on.
Liam is here, so you can talk to him directly.
What
I'm
kind
sorry.
of point?
What was that?
What
I said
kind
you
of
can
point?
talk to him directly, so he's right here.
Right.
So rather than he, you say.
Oh no, that's
Yeah,
that's fine. I'm just curious, like which point he found that way. Like that's saying some points doesn't tell me anything.
I understand. I'm not being specific. I can't think off the bat what exactly points that you were making before that made me think like that. But there were a few points that you made that kind of that not kind of but did give me that perspective of you being a far right Israeli. But what I will say is that one of the points was that you were not advocating for a Palestinian state. You were saying that there should be a new country, a new state where all Christians, Jews, and Muslims come together back into that country, but it shouldn't really be Palestine or it shouldn't be Israel. It should just be a new state. That was where my confusion was. So I wasn't sure exactly what. So that's why I had to clarify.
Okay, so taking this back to the first topic when we started earlier today, the theme today was on nationalism. Like, how are nations, states, and countries different? How is nationalism and patriotism different? So if we take it back into that kind of language, the problem I have with the way that Israel is currently constituted and the way that most discussions of a Palestine have been constituted is that they are nationalist entities that are trying to create a nation state,
Absolutely.
a country for a people. And I find the concept of the nation state to be offensively racist. I don't like any nation state ever.
Okay.
Nation states are inherently prejudicial because they are giving state political power to a particular dominant ethnic group.
You think that Palestine is a nationalistic movement, or do you think Zionism is, or both are?
Well, the way that you've been describing this, you've actually been describing a Palestinian nationalism that demands full control over a state for Palestinians. And I find that, repugnant. And it's just as much as I find Zionism
That's what I'm
repugnant.
asking. What should the new state be called?
Palestine, or Israel, or both, or neither. I don't care.
But
you realize that really comes down to the Palestinians.
My model, when we described it earlier, when I was being asked about what is my ideal is a constitutional solution that gives the country multiple names. So Palestine is one of them.
So you would say that the Zionists should.
So you could call the country Palestine, and you can put up the Palestinian flag and say, "I live in Palestine," and it will be your country called Palestine, but your neighbor doesn't have to call it the same thing.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
a
constitution.
You can absolutely call it Palestine because I think it should. This is why I don't think that coming up with a whole new name like Canaan makes sense. I would rather have a binational structure that says Israel and Palestine are both names for the country and it's fine and who cares. Kind of like, go back to the Mandate period. Look at the British Mandate. There was Palestinian money, right? Like there was the Palestine pound, the currency, but it said Palestine and Eretz Yisrael. They were both on the currency. Both names were present. That is a useful ideal for me. Put both names on there and say you can use whichever the one you want. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
So it would still be Palestine. You would absolutely be able to call it Palestine. That's been my perspective from the start. I've been saying that for ages. What I don't want is a Palestinian ethno-state that expels the Jewish population. Because I oppose nation states. I think that nationalism is dangerously racist, and I think its history over the past 2 centuries has been the most violently destructive ideology in human history. So every bit of criticism we can have towards Zionism, it's the same criticism I could give you for so many countries in conflict in the world, so many G-sides, so many massacres, so many prejudicial laws. Nationalism is the core problem to all of it. Getting us back to our theme today. Nationalism is the driving factor causing tons of destruction in the world. And replacing one nationalist entity with another one doesn't solve the problem. I'm for long-term solutions. So while the Palestinians have been harmed and justice is necessary there, and they have their own claims to the land, I don't want to replace one bad entity with another entity that can also become bad. I want something different and something potentially better that doesn't actually fucking unalive people. That's my ideology in a nutshell.
So you're speaking directly against Zionism, which is a nationalistic movement.
Yes.
And I understand that, and I respect that to the fullest. So you've already answered this. People will cry for this answer. People that were expelled from the first Nakba in 1948, do you think they should return?
I think that anybody who wants to can and should be able to return. I don't think using the word should is an imperative. I don't think anybody should have to leave their houses wherever they want. So if somebody is perfectly happy living in California, I have a lot of Palestinian friends here. I have Palestinian friends in Minnesota. If they want to live in Minnesota, great. They're more than welcome. I love them. I hope they stay. So tomorrow, if you're still on, I'm sure you're asleep, but please stay in Minnesota if you like, because I like you here. But if you want to go to Palestine, do it. Anybody who wants to go should be able to go.
Mm-hmm.
They should have that legitimate right to go,
Mm-hmm.
and not only the right, they should be paid. They
sure.
need actual compensation, and much more than the Israeli state is given to Jews who want to make Aliyah. I think legitimate compensation. I'm like, oh, you want to come back to Palestine? Here's $1 million. Build a house. I want real restitution. I want the entire diaspora community to step up. I want the entire international community to step up. I want France and Germany and the UK and Canada and the US and every other country that has given a blank check to an ethnocracy to step up with billions of dollars and rebuild Palestine for Palestinians. So if any Palestinian wants to go back, here's $1 million. You can go back. That's my view on it. But I'm not going to say anyone should. So if Tamara wants to stay in Minnesota, great. I love her. She can stay in Minnesota. If she wants to go to Palestine where her grandparents came from, here's $1 million. Go build a house.
That's beautiful, man.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm glad we were able to work through that.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
I really think an apology is due there.
Well, I think that was, from my perspective, that was fine. If he wants to say anything else, but that was good enough for me.
Yeah, I am sorry if I did offend anyone. I'm sorry for that. Absolutely, I'll take accountability for any comments I've made that has offended. But at the same time, people need transparency, right? People need to know. Not everybody here knows about you, sir, and I myself, I'm pretty new. I have been following you for quite a bit, but I'm still learning about you. And these
It's fine.
questions
But
are
Pikeman, you know that
very
there's a
necessary.
way to come at these things. Coming in hot just doesn't help you more than anybody else. It doesn't help you. So yeah, you just need to take your foot off the gas next time.
Well, at the
Yeah,
same
in
time,
general terms, that would actually help too, because
these are
like
necessary questions. It's not. It's not.
they
The
are,
questions
they
weren't
are.
difficult.
The
It's how you
questions are
came in.
necessary, but the how is helpful because it's one of those like you attract more flies with honey than vinegar. It's one of those like if you want to have good productive conversations and bring more people into supporting Palestine, and I want to. I've spent decades trying to get more people to care about Palestinians. And it's hard in the US because most Americans just don't give a shit. But trying to get people to do so, I want to do that. But I'm not going to do that by attacking them and haranguing them. If I go around, yelling and screaming, "You're all racist because you don't talk about Palestine," no one's going to listen to me. But
Mhm.
if I try to talk to them politely and respectfully and go to them where they are, then people are going to listen, and people do. And I've got, oh yeah, I never thought about it that way. I've had a lot of people start into my classes as Zionists and leave it as post-Zionists. Because if you start off having respectful conversations, you can actually reach people.
Mhm.
That's all I think the Be Blessed is trying to say is just the questions are fine, but the way that they come across can be off-putting, and that I
Right.
don't think helps Palestinians.
Right. The whole tone of the past 2 3 months has been very confrontational, and I'm sorry if I was, being confrontational, but and I am, and that's the tone that. But you're right. Everybody should have a more understanding, a laid back type of attitude towards the whole thing, and be more
No, but
understanding
hold
of
on,
people.
hold on 1 second.
I totally
Again,
understand.
I don't think you're understanding what's being said, so I'm going to say it again. You can have difficult questions. You can have things that you are confused about. But if you come in accusing people without actually having your facts, it will never help you.
Okay, see, I
That's it.
understand that you guys are trying to discredit me and saying I don't
No,
have my
nobody's
facts
no, no. Again,
straight and
again.
all
Hold
that
on,
stuff.
hold
No,
on,
no,
hold
just
on.
describing how it
I
sounded.
only
Yeah,
ask
hold on. No,
questions
no. Hold on.
to
Again,
clarify.
hold on, hold on. Were you let up?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have plenty of time to work through this and understand what's being said and get full clarification on what was happening?
For the
Yes?
most
No?
for the most part, yes.
Okay. So
Questions are
there was no obstruction at all. And if there was no obstruction, coming in hot and like accusing only makes you getting to what you want, which is trying to understand, incredibly difficult.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's it. That's all it is. You're trying to understand, so come from the point of view of asking questions to understand rather than throwing out accusations.
You guys did sound a
One
bit
thing, hi Liam, it's me,
Now, hold on,
Athena.
hold on, please, everybody. 1 second. Go ahead, Pyman.
one of my other favorite, Hellenistic is here.
The only reason I'm spending, sorry for everybody in the chat, the
Minerva
only reason I'm
sisters.
spending a lot of time on this is because this is a common thing that happens on TikTok.
right.
And I think it is important that we're able to understand it is possible to have a conversation with each other. It doesn't always have to be a debate. It doesn't always have to be antagonistic. It definitely doesn't have to be a case of finger pointing and accusations of all of those things. So if we give each other just a bit of breathing room, we will get there, just like we just did.
And honestly, I'll apologize a little bit just for feeling like so aggrieved that someone accused me of being a nationalist. Because
Mm.
honestly, if somebody says, "I think you're a far right Zionist," I mean, like, holy shit, that's so far. I mean, it's like I find far right views offensive. So it's like it's like walking in and calling somebody a Yahtzee right away. It's like it's pretty off-putting. And it's really off-putting when it's said to an anarchist. you know? So it's just like, I know, yeah, I was really taken aback by it and shocked by it. But I get that you had questions and you were confused by something, and I never have a hard time. I'm always fine taking questions and working through somebody as long as somebody's willing to be respectful with me. I'll work
Absolutely.
through anything with them. But the more respectful you can be, the easier it is to. We would have gotten to where you want to be much faster. This
Absolutely.
didn't have to take as long as I think I'll be blessed is trying to say that if you come in less hot, we could have gotten to the point where you understood that I wasn't dissing Palestinians or anything like a lot quicker.
Well, you were very neutral. You weren't really taking a side, so that's why that was kind
No,
of
I
You
don't.
again, Hyman, you realize this is not the WWF, right?
Yeah,
This is a very delicate subject that's being
I
talked about.
understand. I
Okay,
understand.
yeah. I'm not.
on
I'm
here.
not neutral, but I don't take sides because I don't think any of the sides are right. I mean,
Okay,
I
that's what I'm
don't.
saying.
I'm not
So,
a nationalist. I don't think that one person has the right to oppress another person. So I will
exactly.
never take the position of any oppressor anywhere. I'm never going to pick a side like that. I'm going to say y'all are wrong, and we need to talk this shit out more. I'm for taking a higher road with it. That's just me and my ethical core. So no, I don't take a side. You are kind of right there, but it's not accurate to characterize it as neutral because I do have a very hard position on this, but it's a strongly anti-nationalist one.
Honestly, I feel like even though it was a bumpy several minutes, this probably couldn't have been a better way to kind of cap off what we've been talking about with regards to nationalism.
Oh yeah, it's really good
Yeah.
there. Honestly, I one I guess one weird thing about me kind of losing my cool for a minute there is I kind of mentioned my record in Israel. If the Mossad is watching, yeah, they don't like me, and that's fine. I don't care.
Well, I mean, again, I say
No,
that as a
I don't
badge of
talk about
honor,
that. I don't step very
but
often.
it is what it
So,
is. Pyman, thank you. And yeah, we'll see you at the next one.
Absolutely. Take care, you guys. Bye bye.
All right. Thank you. Okay.
Athena!
Gosh, who's best to go to? Hi, how you doing?
Salve.
So, Palestinian, how are you?
Good, good. How are you? How are you,
I'm
Liam?
good. I'm putting in the hours. I think I've become you now.
Oh, yeah, I don't. I mean, I know how I do this because I'm stupid. I don't know how you're doing
I
this.
am wide awake. But there we are. Jump in,
Well,
Palestinian engineer.
whoops.
That to come up and talk because like I'm just listening and learning. I don't need to talk all the time. But when he said that, what did you do? Like that really got on my nerves. I, I wanted to come up and be like, how dare you like say that? Because I'm Palestinian, and a lot of the people I know because of that are Palestinians, and we all love you and appreciate what you do. We know what you do, and we all appreciate you. And maybe he's just ignorant about who you are, and like he doesn't represent Palestinians. This is like what I wanted to say. And
Thank you. I appreciate that.
but since I'm already up here, I wanted to ask some things. So like the thing with like the ethnicity and the origins of people, when we try to talk to Zionists, to Israelis, and to these people, they would always say like they would deny any Canaanite relation. They would say like the Canaanite have died out, they were wiped by somebody in like the biblical times, and they have no descendants who are alive now. And they would say that they are all Israelites, and we Palestinians are descendants of Arab conquerors who came from Mecca and Medina, which is not true. Like if you look at our culture, our language, our like how we look. We're not alike. We're very, 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 very different, right? So like there is no way. So people so because of that, people start questioning the origins of like Jewish people, and they start like pointing out some things like for example, when they say we're Israelites, a lot of people would be like, no, you're not. You're converts who converted later on. You have nothing to do with the Israelites. And like it's true and not true in the same time. Like many Jewish people are descendants of the Israelites and the Canaanites, and some of them are people who converted to Judaism at some point, right? Like for example, recently when apartheid fell in South Africa, some white South African converted to Judaism to migrate to Israel, right? To escape from South Africa. And yeah, so I just wanted to like point that out. I don't know if you agree with that, that not everyone is necessarily descendant of the Israelites or the Holy Land Jews who were there thousands of years ago. And the second thing, like when you say you don't take sides because both sides are have injustice or have like some things that are incorrect. I mean, the Palestinians, we're like not one monolith. Like we don't all preach for the same solution. Like you have defeated Palestinians who just like whatever, just let us be living under oppression, just don't unalive us. And those people do exist.
Oh yeah,
And
no,
which
it's honestly
bothers
sad.
me, which bothers me a lot because
Me
like
too.
I do not accept that. And
Me too. Yeah.
yeah, and then like you have some people who want like who are like, okay, let's take the land back and kick them out, which is also a minority. But like in most cases, most of Palestinians, they don't want to kick anyone out. They want to take the land back and go back to their houses and homes and do not want to kick anyone out. They just, because like as everyone knows, 75% of people who are in Gaza are not from Gaza. They were ethnically cleansed from Asqalan, Asdod, Sderot, Haifa, Yafa, from all these places that's now called Israel. And the same thing applies to the West Bank. That's why you have refugee camps in the West Bank, because most of these people are not from the West Bank. They are also from Akka, Safad, Nazareth. That's where they came from. So I mean, when you say both sides are not right, that's why I don't take sides. I think that's kind of misleading. If I mean, I don't mean that in like a deceitful way or something. I think a lot of people, because like what Zionists try to do, they come up and be like, oh, both sides need to stop the unaliving. Both
Yeah, that's
sides need to do that, and that's not true. Like you can't have both sides. You have people who are oppressed and people living under oppression. So it's not a both sides equation.
no.
We have
I agreed.
people.
Agreed. We don't. I don't think we disagree there at all. It's not
Yeah,
about sides in that sense. My argument is about. I was taking it back to the conversation about nationalisms. I don't think any ethno state belongs there. I don't think a nationalist state belongs there. But I stand with human beings. My side is humans, and the Palestinians are the oppressed side here, which means that's why I march in solidarity with Palestinians. That's why I fight for Palestinian rights, because they are the ones who hurt. So I have taken a side. I'm for Palestinians, but I'm not for a Palestine in the sense of a Palestinian ethno state. That's a distinction there. It's about core ideologies where I oppose both. It's not the peoples. I mean, I definitely picked a side here. I'm always going to stand with the oppressed anywhere.
yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I just wanted to clear that out so people.
Thank you. That's great. I actually really appreciate that, because I don't want to give anybody the impression that I'm a both sideser. Like, oh yeah, well, the Palestinians need to stop fighting back. Honestly, I don't care if Palestinians fight back. They have a right to fight back. I mean, my family were, well, I mean, if the FBI is listening, my family were IRA supporters. Fortunately, that's not a thing anymore, so I can't be Guantanamo'd for that. But yeah, we didn't have any problem with that at all. Like that was just
Hello,
like
hello.
I just grew up with that. Like oppressed peoples have a right to punch back. Palestinians have a right to punch back. What I want is a more productive solution where they don't have to, because I think that their punching back actually hurts the situation. But that's very different from what they're saying here. It's not that there's something morally wrong with what they're doing in resisting. They absolutely have a right to resist, but I think that there's a better way to get what we all want, and that's the goal there. Because I think that the way that when certain things are done, it actually harms the Palestinian cause in a way that I find disturbing. Because I really, and that comes from being pro-Palestinian in a sense. I don't want Palestinians to I don't want this to be going on for another 150 years. And honestly, it can. Like this might not end, and I don't want that to be the case. So I have some strategic objections to the way things are done, but not a moral one. I'm not a both sideser. I don't think that Palestinians need to lay down their arms and accept oppression. No.
Yeah, I know you meant that, but like I wanted to clear that for the people, because this bullshit argument they keep using, that they're like, oh, it's both sides, it's Netanyahu and each group. I mean, like, no, there is no equivalent. It's not a both sides thing. It's not a war between two nations. It's an oppressor and oppressed people. And like I think it's very bigoted to like say both sides. It's like, do you think the Shetler and the Jewish
right?
so get over two sides, and like two sides have like, no, it's not both sides.
Exactly. I stood with the partisans. Exactly. It's the same. It's the same thing. All the people who were fine with the partisans against the Yazidis, the fact that they could be against Palestinian resistance is mind-boggling. But it's a matter of power relations. It's just the way they think. Yeah. I mean, but it's deeply toxic. I cannot express enough how much I appreciate you coming up and then clarifying this, like clearing the air on this, because I do not want anyone to get the impression that I'm a both sideser and that I think that there's some kind of moral equivalence between, what Palestinians do and what the Israelis do. There absolutely is not.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go. User, you had one final question? User? Cactus?
Yeah, just building on the theme of nationalism. I just recently came across this kind of weird like pamphlet that was passed around in like 1913 called Marxism and the National Question by Stalin, actually, and he comes to this kind of strange conclusion that that nationalism can slowly kind of grow into this like higher, it's like this higher order like meta identity, I guess. And I was wondering what you thought about that insofar as like local cultures facilitating, and freedom of movement and all of that facilitating like a destruction of nationalism versus some sort of like larger greater national identity that somehow compromises with that, like the European Union maybe would be an example, and what Stalin himself said about that, and acted on it to some extent, if you're familiar with that paper.
Yeah, I think that the easiest way to approach that, like my perspective on that, would be by analogy to something else that we can connect Stalin to, or really just Marxist-Leninism in general. Because for anybody who doesn't know,
Sorry, Liam. User, we can hear a lot of noise from your... Would you mind muting? User? Thank you.
For anybody who doesn't know, Marxism actually argues for eliminating states. In the kind of communist ideal that Marx was talking about, states would disappear. Where Marx and the anarchists argued was that Marx thought a temporary state would make sense, and that the development of socialist class consciousness would eventually make states redundant because people would develop labor institutions and everything else that would replace that, and that the state would quote unquote wither away. I think history is a sobering reminder that Marx was wrong about that. And the Marxist-Leninist ideal of creating a centralized state to, and I understand why they did it, because so we don't need to rehash that kind of stuff like, well, you have to protect yourself from the reactionaries. That gets into like an argument about how revolutionary approaches are problematic. But the ideal here of creating a state and giving it power and then hoping eventually the state will go away is very similar to the idea that we can play with nationalism and then nationalism will go away or morph into something better. I think that the record has disabused us of it. The fact that repeatedly anti-colonial nationalisms have actually turned into justifications for differing oppressive power structures suggests that that probably won't happen. Like the simple fact is when you tie ideas like that to power itself, they tend not to let go of it and they tend to use it badly. So I think Stalin was wrong in that, in the same way that I think he was wrong about socialism in one country and everything else. I think that he was just a bad socialist in that way. So yeah, I think that it's as nonsensical to me as that the idea that centralized states will just wither away because of socialism. It doesn't work that way. If you give it a state, it doesn't matter that you have socialism. If you give it a powerful state, it's gonna hold on to that power indefinitely. They're not going to.
So it's just more proverbially, I guess, grassroots, like decentralization when it comes to that sort of thing.
Yeah, again, I take very different views on the path to socialism than the Marxist-Leninists or the revolutionary anarchists do. But that's a different question, and that's one for somebody asked before. Like, can we do a whole day where we talk about leftist, ideologies and politics and everything else? I'd love to do that. Let's do that sometime. That'd be fun. Because my views are kind of unusual in that sense. But I'm using it as an analogy in this case because I think that it's playing with fire in a very similar way. I think what Stalin is talking about here and trying to toy with nationalism, and on some level, Stalin was actually quite conservative, and I think this is one of the reasons that the Soviet Union took the direction it did, was that his reflexive conservatism got the better of him. This is one of those places where he's trying to, well, on the one hand, let's not throw out the baby with the bathwater, kind of, to use an old cliche, old statement. He wanted to find some way to make use of nationalism, but the problem is, it's fundamentally flawed as a concept, and it leads naturally to the creation of in and out groups, to othering, and that othering leads to violence. And I think Stalin's own record shows that. What did Stalin do to the Volga Germans? What did he do to the Crimean Tatars? I mean, Stalin did a lot of deeply racist shit, that played with a kind of nationalism. Just the fact that he's Stalin and not Jukashvili. He tried to Russify himself. I mean, there's a way in which there's something really harmful in adopting those kind of ideals. I think his own record actually speaks against nationalism being able to be tamed. So I'm deeply skeptical of things like that.
Yeah. And so I guess what are some examples of maybe just thinkers who have illustrated more compelling, actionable things to dismantle nation states that are just less reliant on state institutions?
There aren't many, but there's a few things we can talk about. But I think that's better for a day that we actually can dive more into that as a topic. Just going along with the suggestion that came up earlier about having a day where we kind of set that as a theme. There are a few people that kind of toy with the kind of evolutionary approach that I have. And the simplest way, like the short answer is, for me, build an alternative. Build mutual aid networks. Replace things. Oh, cops already exist. Cool. We're going to ignore the cops and we're going to build our own community policing network. And when someone has a problem, we're going to call them and not the cops. And then eventually cops are not necessary. We build viable alternatives to everything that you get from the state, and then the state, at that point, you can make the argument, hey, why do we have this shit? What's the point? Because you've proven that you don't need it. But as long as you can't prove that you don't need it, most people aren't going to accept it. Like making a case to people, this is where revolutionary movements are problematic. You're trying to make a case all at once to people about something that seems very radical and different from them. So make it less radical. Make it normal. Make it a part of everyone's everyday life. If we turn to mutual aid networks instead of the state when we have problems, then you have proven that we can do this shit. And at that point, you make the case and say, look, let's get rid of this shit. And if you've converted millions of people to thinking this is normal, then those millions of people are going to be with you and like, yeah, cool, let's abolish the state. But I think until then, without that work, I don't think any kind of change in that direction is sustainable. I think at the end of the day, it will always have reactionaries because people will be afraid of it and think it doesn't work. So that's the short answer to that. But we can talk a bit more about it, and I can try to point to some people that have kind of danced around the edges of that. But realistically, it's another one of those places where I need to write a short book on this one, just to get my view out there into the discussion, because I have my disagreements with everyone on one piece or another, but there are some elements that I can point you to another thinkers for sure.
For sure. Thanks.
Baby.
If I might say something, Professor Liam, first of all, are you okay? Just chaplain check with you of water.
Are you worried about my immortal soul?
No. More like I should say former chaplain. More like
teasing.
Yeah, just and also it seems like we have a few trolls or a few people that are not being completely honest.
Oh, I haven't been looking.
You're talking about earlier on, Erica?
A little bit, but
yeah,
I just wanted to kind of check in and see how you're doing. And
I'm fine. I don't hold grudges. And on things like that, I prefer not to make an assumption. So whether or not he's Palestinian or not, I'm not going to say one way or the other. It doesn't matter to me. I won't even think about that.
Okay, we have that information, and it's but
the thing is, though, Erica,
it wouldn't have occurred to me one way or the other to question it or think about it, because it doesn't matter. I tend to give the benefit of the doubt wherever I can, and I don't hold grudges. He really took me aback for a minute there, but I don't care at that point.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I know. I know that you were really excited when Athena came up, and I know that I adore Athena, and
What happened then?
Hold on for me 1 second, Erica. I think Athena was just aggrieved by maybe his attitude, but definitely the understanding that he wasn't Palestinian, and he said he was, which I responded with, "We've moved on." I think that we had a bit of an up moment, and it was important that we try and ease back from it a little bit without going back and forth.
Agreed. I just know that this is an important relationship, so I just want to kind of acknowledge that important relationship for.
I understand that Athena was about the lie, but again, trying to go back over it now is not a good idea.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's anybody's entitled to feel upset about something. And again, I don't know who the person is, and from my perspective, I really don't care who the person is. I mean, it's fine. But if somebody was lying about something, and in that lie, given the kind of attitude and attacks, that's actually harmful, and that is something that people should do in terms of, like, I don't know, spread awareness, block the person, whatever. But yeah, I kind of agree with Be Blessed in the sense of there's no need to keep talking about it. but I do think people should do something about it if there's a real problem there. Because I
Okay.
don't think people should tolerate that kind of bullshit.
Yeah, I think okay. I understand. I just wanted to kind of address the okay. Yep.
Thanks,
I'll
I
stop.
appreciate that.
Um
I didn't catch what
yeah,
happened at all.
I know Athena said that she'll DM you, so she'll send you a DM. So
Okay,
all
cool.
right.
Yeah,
I'll
whatever I
drop
can do to
down.
make her feel better or anything else. Yeah, I mean,
No, Ellie, it was not
No,
wild.
I think it was just pointing out something there. So but anyway, I'll drop down. And yeah, there'll be a DM there. So thank you. Okay.
Okay.
And yeah, self-care, Liam, whatever you need to do.
oh crap! I should take my antihistamines.
I was
Yeah,
actually
let's
going to
do
say,
like water
Give me a few
I think
check,
it's a
seconds.
good
medication
idea.
check.
Give me a few
Yeah, hold
seconds
on,
for
Earth.
some drugs here because otherwise this
Yeah,
might start hurting.
but this won't interfere with your sleep or anything, will it?
Oh gods, no.
Okay.
I,
Yeah,
I,
because
I have a really weird physiology for this sort of thing. So I take two antihistamines at max doses per day, and I take a very high dose of gabapentin, which is also supposed to like make you drowsy. I'm frequently an insomniac. It doesn't. I mean, nothing slows me down. I was once in a bad car accident. They had me in a morphine drip, and I pissed off the people in urgent care by never falling asleep. So, I'm terrible this way.
um, yeah, no, Ellie, it is definitely not a wild. Again, we had an up moment. Things needed to calm down for us to now go back over it again and blow the situation up again. Really wasn't going to help. We have a calm space most of the time. Occasionally, we will have situations like this. It's best to try and find a way to work through it. Ultimately, if the person got too wild, he was going to get dropped. So please trust me to be able to moderate.
Nice to see you. Plus, you're handling this amazingly. I like you guys.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I came out for
Apologies, L. Yeah.
I came out when like maybe the beginning of the war with the professor, and we was waiting for him to come. And I see you guys every once a while. Like I be looking for lives, and I listen for a few minutes. It's amazing how this gentleman thinks about the solution and how he always doing the human work for human beings, and putting things together how we can live. I love to wait for him because I have a few things to say, and I would love to ask him a question about certain thing about back home.
Yeah, sure. I'm gonna pass to user first, let him get his last question in, and then we'll go to you. But you have been here before. I'm sure I remember you from about 3 weeks ago or something like that.
Yes,
Yeah,
I do.
I remember you coming through.
Yeah.
Your name reminded me that I need to revisit some books after a few years.
and
Yeah.
come visit Palestine, I hope.
No, we are not holding space for harmful people. Somebody who had, again, the topic of today's conversation was nationalism. This was somebody who had very clear ideas that he clearly did not understand, and it was important that he was able to ask the question. At
I like
any point,
I
if
like
it
how
got
you
out of
guys
control,
how
sorry,
you
give me one
handle.
second, Edward. If it got out of control, he would have been dropped. So again, please trust me to be able to moderate. Sorry, Edward, go ahead.
I like how you guys handled the gentleman, but I believe he was kind of, he went to ask, he was judgmental in the beginning, and then he wants to understand, and then
He was completely judgmental. Again, hence why we worked through it. He was able to understand, and hopefully that was a very important lesson to make sure that he doesn't continue to hold those ideas. And thankfully, I think he apologized. I believe he apologized. And we move on.
We did a few times, actually.
Yeah. Yeah.
I decided also to grab some proper medicine.
Cheers,
Okay.
cheers.
User, go ahead.
Okay, Professor, I have a question. Do you believe that the education system in America, is specifically when it comes to teaching history, is correct? Are they teaching it correctly?
I get the products of that education system in my classes. No.
No. So do you agree that they're only like speaking one-sided, or
Well, sort of. I mean, it's primary and secondary education were not designed to teach either critical reasoning or what actually happened. The way history works there, it's mostly a collection of the useful myths because it's meant to serve a nationalism. This is, gets the problem with nation states. We have improved it over time. So the way that we talk about Native Americans is better. The way that we talk about African Americans is better. There's a lot of ways, and I don't mean like we, I mean like the sense of like the textbooks that actually show up for high schools and whatnot. They have improved, but they're still full of so much nationalistic horse shit. But it's not as bad as when I was a kid or when my mother was a kid. You know, it's definitely gotten better. But it's a hard fight, and and conservatives especially, as well as liberals, they fight us tooth and nail about getting things really straight in there. There is so much. Yeah, some of it is deeply one-sided in terms of narratives, but at the end of the day, that's kind of what it's about. It's intended to serve the interest of a nation state. They're trying to produce useful subjects. So they're never going to teach you in, public school history classes for elementary or high school kids that this is an evil empire. It's
true.
Why would
True. Okay, I agree with you.
Every country teaches it's a good guy. They all do.
I believe I agree with you on that respect, and I also agree with you on the. I don't believe that no country should have a border at all. Like I'm against nationalism as well. Okay, I'm 100% agree with you on that point. I wanted to say that. Are you familiar with democracy?
I'm not sure.
Democracy, because I mean, most
like
countries
as a concept. I mean, that there's
as an idea.
Yeah, there's. I mean, I'm familiar with tons of permutations over millennia. So yes,
yeah, most of the world today they follow democracy.
Well, to varying degrees, yeah. The idea of like having some kind of representative democracy is kind of common, yeah.
Okay, well, the reason I asked because I studied it, I studied it, and I was able to write an article on it. Eventually, it's not what most people right here think that that it is. Like most people are taught that democracy is like really a really good thing to practice, but it's a very dark way of life.
How so?
Well, it has main aspects, five aspects, and one of those aspects is mass incarceration. Other one is corruption, and the third one is enslavement. The fourth one is exploiting the poor, enriching the rich, and the fifth one is killing men, women, and children of a country or of a people those people who do not want to be conquered or does not want to accept the Greek way of life. They will kill their men, women, and children. Those are the five main aspects. But there's other little aspects about torture and all these things that can't.
Athenian democracy was imperialistic as hell, and based on slavery and everything else. Yeah, that's all accurate if you're thinking about that. But it's not what the word means, and it doesn't mean it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to take any of those forms.
Okay.
But yeah, if you're going back to like the direct democracy practiced by Athens, it's not, it wouldn't even be recognizable to people. I mean, hell, a lot of jobs in Athens were, you got them by drawing by drawing lots. Like, oops, I guess I'm now the governor, kind of thing. Like, it was a very weird system, and it used ostracism. You could like vote to throw people out of the country. There's all kinds of terrible things about it. I mean, a lot of forms of democracy are bad, but democracy at the end of the day means that people directly rule themselves, which means anarchism aims for a kind of democracy, but a democracy that doesn't even involve states. It just means people directly ruling themselves and working together. So it can take any number of forms. I mean, there's a huge diversity in the both praxis and theory of democracy.
Yeah, my thing is that okay, most governments of today, including the American government, they follow that original democracy, the authoritarian way of democracy.
No. They do follow the key there. It's not democracy. You're talking about states. States do that.
Yeah.
Because monarchies and theocracies also were based on slavery and corruption and imperialism and all the rest. So the problem there is concentration of power, regardless of the actual system. The political systems, in every country in the world today that's democratic, they don't have anything in common with the Athenian democracy other than the word.
There's a democracy in itself. It has a what you're saying is that it's about voting and everything. It's a lot of that stuff is in theory only, but like the actual practice of it is what the Zionists of today are practicing over there in Palestine. They're killing men, women, and children simply because it's an aspect of democracy. Because the Palestinian people do not want to be conquered. They do not want to be conquered, so they want to kill their men, women, and children, especially their kids. That's an aspect of democracy. Mass incarceration. They're imprisoning as many people as they can.
It's not democracy though. It's states that do that, because North Korea isn't a democracy.
No,
China isn't a democracy.
China
Russia's
is.
not a democracy.
China and Russia is though, but they're
not democracies.
They're the Spartan way. They have Sparta. Sparta was a communistic, communitarian way of life they practiced, and Athens was a more capitalistic way. If you
Sparta had two kings and a gerontocracy.
Yes, it's true.
Easy, user. Hold on.
But not remotely democratic.
But they had the communitarian way of life over there.
Communism. No, they did not. What they had was an aggressive oligarchy based on slavery. 85% of the people of Sparta were literally slaves.
True.
So that's not communism. That's that's not even close to communism. That's like, I'm going to conquer my neighbors and I'm going to force them to do all the work so I can spend all day exercising. That's Sparta's model.
Yes, I agree with you on that. But the communism of Soviet Union and China kind of is capitalistic, but their government is kind of run by that system. They have especially the Soviet Union was practicing that communitarian way of life in Sparta. That's why there was a big difference between the U.S. and because the
Union. They don't really have anything in common with that, other than the fact that they're states. They're not. They don't actually have any recognizable elements of those old systems. Sparta was a proprietarian society. It was based in private property and the accumulation of wealth. It had a literal ruling class.
They had
it had a huge slave population. I mean, a rite of passage into adulthood for Spartan males in their teens was go out and live in the countryside and live off the land, and if you happen to see any slaves, unalive them as practice of getting used to unaliving people. That's not communitarian. That's a tyranny.
Okay.
Sparta was a terror state.
It was, but let me explain my point of view as far as why it was a communitarian. they had three different sets of people. It wasn't. They were called the Hemoyoi. Hemoyoi were called the equals. They were the equals. They were like all the people who were like literally above the age of 18. They were called equals, and they had all the rights, citizenship under every right they had. And then the other set was called Peroikoi. Peroikoi were just the dwellers about or resident aliens, and then he had the helots. The helots were the state slaves. So today, like most governments, especially the Zionist government over there, is practicing that over there. They have the equals, the Zionists, they're calling them the equals, whatever. And then you got the dwellers about, which is like they have sort of like Zionist passports over there, and they live right there within the occupied Palestine. And then you got the helots, which is the Palestinians and the people of Gaza and the people of the West Bank, and they have sort of made these kind of they have pretty much instituted these kind of institutions over there within Palestine. So they do practice that. And not only that, but right here in the United States, it's kind of the same thing.
I can get that as an analogy.
Yes.
And as analogies, they can be fun and useful. So Palestinians are analogically like Hilotoi, but they're literally not, because they're not literally chattel slaves. I mean, they're often treated as badly, but they're not literally chattel slaves doing all the work for people. You know, I mean, otherwise, no Israeli would have a job, because the actual Spartan citizens had no jobs. There were no jobs available. If you actually worked for a living as a Spartan male, you would have your citizenship stripped from you. So if the Jews of Israel were all like Effendi, living off the land, eating grapes and just kicking back and never working a day in their lives because the Palestinian Hilotoi did everything for them, then okay, maybe that's a little closer. But it's a very rough analogy at best, and it is certainly not the same. That all Spartan males had to do was stay in shape, learn to fight, train with weapons, and then occasionally engage in combat. But even that was relatively rare, because Sparta was actually an isolationist state, and it rarely engaged in warfare, because the Spartans were terrified of leaving home for fear of a slave revolt, because 85% of the population were slaves, and they could easily rise up and unalive the women and take over the territory. They didn't want to leave. The Athenians were imperialists because they didn't have the same problem. Spartans were terrified of leaving home for fear of slave revolts. So if you're going to apply this as a literal thing to Israel, then Israel would never have been able to attack any other country. It wouldn't make sense. It's a very, very rough analogy, and I think it's easier just to say that both states were tyrannical.
Yes.
The Israeli state is tyrannical and the Spartan state is tyrannical, but the actual shape that they take is so alien to one another that they defy easy comparison.
Okay. I do have an example that the Zionists today, they make an example from the Athenians. They practice both the Spartan and the Athenian system, because that's right here. It's also practiced in the United States right here as well. But there was a Jewish woman on another live I was watching, and she was claiming that another Jewish woman had converted and that she's not real Jewish. And she was saying that the reason for that was that her mother was Jewish. And she got that reasoning from Athens, because in Athens, for one to be citizen, both of your mother and father had to be citizen. And so those reasonings, they're really like the Zionists, they're really
but yet literally people can become citizens in Israel. You have to be Jewish, and so it's an ethnocracy.
Your mother has to be Jewish. Yes, your mother has to be
No. You have to be Jewish. So frequently when the Supreme Court is in the ascendant in Israel politically, I could make Aliyah if I wanted to, because frequently I'm considered Jewish. Occasionally, the chief rabbinate is in the ascendant politically, and then I'm not Jewish. But it depends. My mother's not Jewish. But frequently I have been considered legally Jewish in Israel and could move. So it really just depends. Israel is an ethnocracy, but it's not like ancient Athens where you literally could not become a citizen. And that's not true. That's not a democratic thing, and it's not Athens or Sparta, because it was literally true of all of the
Western world.
of the polis. So you couldn't become a Corinthian either. An Athenian who moved to Corinth and wouldn't be able to marry a Corinthian. He would have to marry another Athenian to live there, and their kids would be Athenians, and their grandkids would be Athenians. You could never become Corinthian.
Yes, they had like 200 policies.
Talking about a common Greek understanding of citizenship that doesn't matter if it was a monarchy or an oligarchy or a democracy or any of the other models they experimented with, they all had in common a chauvinism. The ancient Greeks were chauvinists. They didn't like mixing with other people, and they had a very restricted idea of citizenship. That's not directly applicable to any country on the planet. There are no countries where that's the case. Well, actually, maybe North Korea is close.
There's a well, I mean, the
User,
systems,
just to let you
the
know, I'll
systems
be
are
moving
copied
on.
from this.
User, just to let you know, I'll be moving on to the next person shortly. So,
Okay.
do you want to ask your last question? Thanks.
Okay. All I'm saying is that the system, most countries in the systems, the governments are kind of designed to do that, to practice those ideas.
They're designed to be problematic,
Yeah.
and some of that goes back to the concept of territorial states from the Neolithic. All states have problematic power structures, and nation states in particular have some pretty aggressively negative power structures, but they're not all based on the Greeks. They just aren't. The state model long predated the Greeks, and tons of models all around the world had different models, and every single Greek pole is quite different from one another. They're all radically different, but they all shared a very similar concept of citizenship that's very problematic. No country in the world is modeled after either of them, but you can make some very weak analogies in a few places if it's useful for a particular conversation. I kind of get that, but trying to say that any state is directly borrowing those systems, I don't think holds up empirically. But I can, if it's a pet interest of yours, like to study Greek political systems, I can kind of see where you might want to see those. I'll just tell you, like from my perspective, it doesn't actually hold up.
Okay, I respect your view. I respect it. I think you're pretty educated on the subject. I do believe that people should be aware a bit, at least at the minimum, of what is going on, what really goes on over there. Because I do believe that, there's one thing they commonly say that Netanyahu today keeps saying, we're just defending ourselves. And
oh yeah, they've been saying that. They've been saying that since 1947.
Every word
they've always been.
Every word the U.S. fought, they also say that too. We're just defending
Okay, but
ourselves.
hold on, user. 1 second.
Yeah.
Can I make a suggestion that you kind of process what the kind of discussion you just had, and then maybe circle back in another live?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem at all. Random.
Okay. Appreciate your time.
Yes.
Hey again. I mean, I feel for you. It's really challenging to have a nuanced conversation on TikTok. I have
it is. It's interesting though.
I have friends who are quote unquote educated, like engineers, PhDs and stuff. But even to them, when I say like, okay, I'm a leftist, it was like, well, they want me to defend Nancy Pelosi, and I'm like, no, I hate that person. Like, it's like exactly. It's like that is not me. Like, there's a lot of differences. There's a lot of nuances. Sure, like I'm for equal rights, but a lot of our differences, like similarities, stopped there and all. So anyway, so again, it's commendable.
Defend oligarchy then. Oh, you're a leftist? Defend capitalism.
Exactly. Then. It's like what? So anyway, but actually, there's an interesting thing you touched on is basically reparation. And this is a thought that I've had like the past, I don't know, few months. And how can, like, it's a very hard subject. The only thing that I could think of is that the only way that you can sort of make it fair, because like it's hard to dig into the past and decide like okay, where we draw the line, who has to give up what. And the only thing I could think of is like, well, if we do sort of have a law that everybody who sort of passes away, their holdings become the property of state, and then it equals being or state or the entity, and then be equally divided. That is one solution, or something. We have a guarantee for every person who is born, but at the same time they don't hold, or there is not much inheritance when they're sort of passed away, type of thing. But what's your view of like how to address sort of equality at the same time as sort of reparation?
Yeah, that's interesting. There's a psychological trick here. Um, there's a they found that, for example, um, if you say we need to end poverty, so let's invest in these communities and help people out, a lot of people are like, no, 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 no. But if you say, oh, let's give everyone some money, they're like, oh yeah, that's fine, that's totally fine. It's really difficult for some people to get over the fact that some people have had it worse and need some investment and work there. And it seems to be unequal if you actually give money to some people and not others. But that's not a matter of being unequal. It's a matter of trying to rectify an inequality. Pardon me. So if somebody has $1 million and another person has $100, then giving both of them $500 isn't being equal. It's actually being unjust. So that's the basic way I would point to that. And it's not a matter of trying to equalize everything either. People sometimes caricature the left position saying we want everyone to be the same. No, the matter is, the trick here is trying to remove historical obstacles and legal obstacles and technical obstacles. So somebody from a better off family has a choice of colleges and careers and time to think about things and a safety net, because if their business fails or they lose their job, they can move back home and people will take care of them. But somebody who is impoverished doesn't have the same kind of safety net. They literally don't have the same opportunities. They don't have the same education. It's difficult to get ahead. So trying to improve the situation for them is by definition trying to create equality. Not equality of outcome per se, but equality of opportunity. And that's the key there. Trying to get to a kind of equality of opportunity for people where people don't have massive structural advantages and others have massive structural disadvantages. And sometimes that requires reparations. I bring the statistic up a lot for people because I find so many Americans are deeply disturbed by it. But when MLK was talking about the black-white wealth gap in the 60s, it was less than half of what it is today. We went from 4-to-1 to about 9-to-1. American black people have less wealth, have a smaller share of the wealth than they had when segregation was just being dismantled. So the situation has actually gotten worse, not better. Meanwhile, everyone convinces themselves that things are better. Oh, we ended segregation, everything is great. Well, actually, since the 1970s, communities all across the U.S. have been resegregating in different ways, but largely based on wealth hierarchies. And that simply advantages the people who already had the wealth. So you can't say no black people are allowed in my community, but if your community requires you to have millions of dollars to move in and the black-white wealth gap is increasing, well, your neighborhood's going to be lily white. And that's just how that works. So there are serious issues here that we have to address that do actually require reparations, but they require them to create a kind of equality of opportunity. And people arguing that it's unequal because it's not the same, I don't know, it's really hard to address, honestly. I don't really know how to reach people like that, because frequently, because I've seen arguments for this. Getting back to what I think is the core of the question there, I've seen people try to answer the argument, and honestly, I don't think it makes sense to do so, because I think the core of the objection, is actually emotional. I think it's a sense that I don't want other people to have something that I don't get. I don't think it's fair that those people get something. That's the problem I think a lot of them have. It's a kind of emotional or irrational response that they're having that really trying to present a logical argument won't help. You're kind of talking past each other at that point. I think it makes more sense, and getting back to a point somebody raised earlier today about values discussions, trying to address it differently. If we address the values that people actually have, why do you feel that way? Why do you feel it's unequal? What is it about that? And try to get them to understand that the value they profess to have might not be, well expressed by what they're describing, that there's something else going on here. But just attacking it in factual terms, I have never seen it work out right. The people who make the arguments that it's unequal to give reparations, I've never seen a single one respond well to a factual argument. You have to find a way to address the core emotional reason for their position.
So, but I mean, that makes sense on a practical matter. Would the implementation, would it be, or the amount of it, would it be in the form of, like, let's say, do a wealth tax and guarantee a certain level of sort of comfort for everybody in the society? Would that be the best form of it? Or, like, how do you see it, the best practical sense of it?
There's any number of ways to go about things like that, and it depends very much on the kind of system that you want. So for me, I don't like capitalism, so my proposed solution would be quite different than, say, like, I don't know, Andrew Yang's solution. UBIs would actually help in many ways. I don't have a problem with a basic income. I actually I'm quite fond of the idea of a basic income and providing a basic standard of living for everybody, but it's not my ideal as a solution. So I think it would depend very much on the situation you're in. What are the circumstances in the country? What are the circumstances in its politics? What can you get away with? How can you do it? The hows of that are going to vary tremendously from place to place. There's no single model that'll work anywhere, in all the same way,
Yeah. So as one of the examples that I have no answer for, and I sort of struggle, and again, I have no power to implement it anyway, but from an intellectual sense, like for indigenous Americans, like there is all, like, what right now, I mean, they have a very specific structure. I mean, they were not even citizens for 50 years ago or something, but
1922.
yeah, it's like
it's a long time to get it.
Yeah, so in a sense, for them, I don't know how would it make sense or how they should do it, but they should do it. But it's one of those things that I think the lack of answer has prevented any solution type of thing.
Yeah, people have proposed models that could work in the U.S., and it's not really the reason they haven't been taken up. They do exist in the U.S. without so assuming we don't fundamentally change the system, so assuming we don't fundamentally change the economic structure of the U.S., I think that, well, for me, okay, so again, not changing the system, capitalism still exists and whatever. Tax the billionaires out of existence. I mean, I think maybe you say, like, you have $900 million. You've won capitalism, bro. Here's a trophy. Everything after this point we're taking, because you don't need any more goddamn money. You can't spend it. It's not possible to spend that money. And then you take all of that money and you actually invest it in people. I think just distributing it directly, while giving people money actually does help. It's not the only thing necessary. You have to rebuild opportunities. So in the U.S., for example, our school systems are deeply unequal because they're based in property taxes. So if you live in a poor area, your schools are going to suck. If you live in a rich area, your schools are going to rock. And that gives you a major advantage through your entire fucking life. So break the connection with property taxes. Schools are no longer funded by property taxes. They're funded by, a wealth tax and paid for by the federal government. So all schools can be awesome. So I have in the poorest neighborhood the best school possible, so people have a better education. Invest in creating jobs in areas. invest in, building up real opportunities for people to express themselves. And yeah, hell, a basic income. If you don't want to get rid of capitalism, a basic income is necessary. This is a point actually made in the 19th century by John Stuart fucking Mill. If you're going to have a capitalist economy that keeps automating jobs, at some point you have to tax the fucking machines and give the money to people so they work fewer hours. At this point, we should already be working 25-hour weeks. Yeah. But instead, most of us are working much more than 40 because we don't actually distribute the productivity benefits. The automation creates far higher levels of productivity, but all the benefits stay at the top 1%. That money has to come down to ordinary people. So it's a matter of investing in communities, investing in education, invest in healthcare, and give people fucking money. And at that point, I think you're better off. So without fundamentally changing the system, yeah, I tax the holy hell out of the rich. I would put taxes on the wealthy and on taxes on corporations back where they were under Eisenhower. And I would pass an immediate and retroactive wealth tax that takes all the money away so billionaires no longer exist. No one should be a billionaire. It's not possible to work hard enough to be a billionaire. You would have to work for 20,000 years without spending a dime to be a billionaire. It's fucking stupid. Take that money and give it to people who need it.
Totally agree with that. I have stories living in Silicon Valley. I know how people get rich. Trust me.
They don't get rich by working hard. They get rich, golfing and playing video games.
Those are the best scenarios, like the other stories. But anyway.
Yeah.
What a random question now, going back to sort of...
Hold on, random. Hold on. I just want to check in with Liam that how you doing for time? Because I see you're beginning to wind down a bit.
Yeah, again, same basic point to you. It's more a matter of whether you're too tired since no one else has stepped up to do your job, and you've been doing an unbelievable job for a long fucking time. I have no idea how you're still awake.
I'm actually shocked I'm still wide awake right now, to be honest, but there we are.
I need to unwind a bit, which is why I switched to a different beverage, which will help and get me yawning. I think, but it'll take me another hour or so to wind down personally. So whether I'm doing this or watching TV, it doesn't make much difference. That's why I have another in the wings.
Okay. So
and at that point,
propose,
I can wind down.
Yeah, I propose that random gets like we finish up with random, and then maybe TV might be a good idea because today has been a marathon session.
Yeah, sure. Sounds great to me. I don't mind whatever we want, but yeah, I'm gonna slow down a bit and then go to sleep.
Okay, cool.
Because I'm still way too awake to go to sleep, but I'm starting to get tired, which is nice.
Okay. Random, floor is yours.
All right, sounds good. So I'm gonna finish also just last, I guess, semi-related, unrelated question. I'm looking through history. Is there an example of a sort of a truly communist type of society? I always thought of Indus Valley civilization as something like that, but that's probably maybe for lack of knowledge, but just last sort of...
We don't know anything about it ultimately until we can actually read their writing. We really don't know anything about their political and economic structure. We can only guess. There's a lot of really fascinating speculation, but that's all it is.
Got it. And any other example, or basically?
It really kind of depends on what we mean. So if you're saying is there a historical example of communism? Not really.
Stateless, yeah.
Because, but communism does require a lack of states. So on some level, yes. I think that the best one I can try to point to right away is the ways that people organize themselves both as hunter-gatherers and as early agrarian societies did not have the wealth concentrations that developed later. So, and when they happened, this happened over and over and over again in the Neolithic period, and everyone conveniently forgets this. They think, oh, we settled and we're farming, everyone loves this, and we love the king, and everything is great. No. Every single time People settled and started farming. Some people ended up richer than others, and people eventually burned shit down and unalived the rich person, and the whole state collapsed, and they had to start over again. This happened over and over again for thousands of years before it finally stuck. States were imposed by force, and I think we tend to forget that a lot. The attempts made by earlier communities were to better distribute things, to actually look out for each other, because they remembered how hunter-gatherer societies worked. In a hunter-gatherer band, they're not communist per se, but because you don't actually own much of anything, there's no ownership of land, no one has a structural advantage over another. So there's a tribal chieftain. Here's the guy that's in charge, right? And he's going to lead us. But we all decide that he's a douche nozzle. We don't like him anymore. He's leading us in a bad direction. We don't like that. So we decide, bro, we're not going to follow you anymore. And he has nothing he can say about that. He can't be like, no, bro, you have to follow me because I'm going to call the cops, because they don't exist. He loses, and we pick somebody else. That's what we call a natural hierarchy. People self-select in the natural hierarchies. Not everyone wants to be in charge. That's fine. But unnatural hierarchies are held up by structural conditions, by wealth hierarchies, by power hierarchies, and those are inherently more problematic. So while not communistic, the lack of land ownership, meant that you didn't have the wealth hierarchies, and the fact that they were only like the kind of flexible, organic, natural hierarchies, you could replace a leader, took away like the state aspect of it. So it's closer, at least, and it shows that for hundreds of thousands of years, humans were able to manage themselves without these kind of institutions. Flash forward a long way and look at how people have frequently managed to take care of themselves in the absence of the state actually doing things for them. States existed, but the governments usually didn't care about people. They didn't intervene. They didn't build the roads and build police and everything else. You can still see elements of this all over the world today with volunteer fire departments. Rural areas in the U.S. don't have full-time fire departments because they don't have the money for it. That people volunteer to do it. And in a sense, that's kind of like what people think about when they're thinking about communism. It's not like everyone is all the same or all the rest of this crap. It's like people organizing to take care of needs themselves and supporting each other. Monty Python reference in the chat. Woohoo! I have literally played that clip in classes before. It's fun. It's fun. But people have been able to organize to support themselves. Oh, great example in the modern world, disaster stuff. I've got a good book on this. Like, when there are disasters, people often organize and take care of things themselves. Oh, my neighbor's houses are all flooding because of Hurricane Katrina. Let's go out there with boats and take care of them. People have an astonishing capacity to organize relief efforts all on their own without a government telling them what to do. We can do these kind of things. There are examples of that stuff that you see all around you, but there's no direct example of the way anybody has actually described communism in a kind of Marxist or anarchist sense, because no one's had the opportunity to do so. The ideas only developed in the 18th and 19th century, and states have existed for thousands of years. So how do you get rid of them to find out? You have short-lived experiments, the Paris Commune, Barcelona under the anarchists there, Rojava to some extent. There's tons of places where people have actually put them into practice, but they're always sort of marginal in many ways. They only last as long as power structures allow them to last. So they're not really a good example of how it would work long term. We just don't have good parallels there. But we have a lot of smaller scale ones. Places where we can see parallels or ideas that show us how we could do it if we were able to do so. So that's, I guess, the shortest I can do with that. There's no simple way where you can say, oh yes, in this particular culture were commies, because there weren't any. But there were a lot of historic societies that redistributed wealth, that took care of people. Hell, in ancient Sumerian civilization, much of the wealth coming off the land was actually taken directly by the temples and then redistributed to ordinary people. And then anybody who fell on hard times and couldn't take care of themselves, they could go and live at the temples and be given a job and have housing there. It was a lot more democratic and equitable than we tend to think. It wasn't all powerful kings telling everyone what to do and taking everything, because they couldn't get away with it. But it also wasn't communist either. So it's like you find little pieces where you can, but nothing that ever matches what Marx was talking about.
No, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries.
Wow, I think we've hit a new high. Today must be 10 hours.
If you count the 2 parts of the last time, it was 12.
Wow.
I actually
Yes.
uploaded the 2 parts of the last one, and in each case I trimmed off like 15 some minutes. From the beginning of, like in the beginning of the first one, I was like changing light bulbs and shit, like, but altogether it was 12 fucking hours. You can definitely tell I'm on winter break.
Wow.
This shit's not going to happen in the spring, I'll tell you that.
I know. At this point, I think we're going to have to start getting people to start putting their student loans in and all sorts of things that they need to do, because that was definitely a semester's worth of class. But yeah, no, I think it was a good live today.
It's fun. I like that. A few people have told me they really like the name of it. I like calling these lives office hours, because that's kind of what it feels like. Because people just come in randomly with funky questions, and talking. So it very much has that feel to it. So yeah, I like it, and it's so much more free form and interactive than classes can be. I try to, as much as I'm able, build a more Socratic environment where people can ask questions and I get a little kissy, where people can talk and bring things up, and I always try to integrate their question into where we're going, find a way to fold it into the broader themes, and that's fun. But much of the time, I have material I have to cover, so that you can make it through a whole semester and cover the material that I want to cover. So if I get lost in long conversations and tangents, then nothing gets done. You don't get there. So this is a lot freer, and I enjoy that, honestly.
Yeah, and I think
it's cool.
Relatively we stayed on topic though. It did feel like we did amble along to different sections, but they somehow kind of managed to circle back, and in a way.
Pull them back. Wherever I could, if I could, that's kind of what I'm talking about in classrooms. If I can see an element of their question, even if it seems totally different, I can find a way to draw it back. That's what I'm trying. I'll try to do whenever we have a themed day. I'll try to do that as best I can. So it's fun to do. I enjoy the challenges that way.
Cool. Yeah, no, today's been interesting. Interesting in the chat, interesting in the panel. It's been interesting all around. Yeah. But
is it just me, or Belgian ales? Chef's kiss.
Chat, you're gonna have to answer that one, since I don't drink. So yeah.
I love me a good sharp ale.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you again. Much appreciated. Hopefully you all caught the books either by doing your screenshots or when they were put in the chat.
Was that?
The book titles. I put them all in the chat. So hopefully everybody managed to catch them. If anybody didn't and would like them, just send me a DM. I have them on my notes, so I'll just cut and paste it and send it over to you. At some point, I think we have to try and find a way of you doing a link tree or something. Then do it as a, what's it called? Amazon list, and people can just buy their books as they wish.
That sounds like a lot of work.
It is. I'll see if I can
make a
find
link
a
tree
way
for
around
my
it.
social type stuff, but I think the best way, again, is if people have specific interests there, talk to me, help me know what they most want. Because if you just say, what are some good books, I will start talking, and you'll get back to me sometime in 2025, and I won't have shut up. It doesn't help anybody.
All right. One last question, if you don't mind. Again, I think it keeps coming up, and since we've had 200 plus people who have not moved this evening, could you just cover again your professional role? Because we've got it in the chat, but also I think it's come up a few times. So yeah. So somebody said I wanted to know his field. So
lunatic, mad professor. Yeah, I well, there was. Oh God, I'm gonna forget this. There was something I needed to ask. Oh yeah, okay. So, um, I have a question for all of you in just a minute. Um, make a note because otherwise I'll forget. Um, I am I'm a historian of ideas, so I study systems of thought around the world. So economics, religion, politics, philosophy, things like that. So I have a very transnational focus in my history interest, but I'm a historian because for me, history is like the center of a spider web that lets me deal with all of my little interests. So I can talk about psychology and biology and economics and philosophy and religion. All this stuff is cool because the key to being a historian is looking at change over time. As long as you're looking at change over time, the transformations, the evolution, you're doing history. And for me, the way that peoples and ideas have interacted are fascinating. I'm often drawn more to questions of like identity and conflict. Um, but there's a lot of things that have sucked me in over the years. But I am a historian by profession and training, although I came to it relatively late in life. I'm always been a nerd, but I didn't even start college until I was 30. And it took me quite a long time to finish, but I did finally get into college and pushed all the way through to a PhD, although it took quite a while to do. Um, and yeah, I at this point I have my dream job. I've had my dream job for the last, I don't know, 15, 16, something like that years, since grad school. I get to corrupt the youth. I get to inspire people to think critically for themselves, and talk about things that I think are genuinely interesting. And in a lot of my work and a lot of the classes that I've developed, and the fun thing about being a university professor as opposed to being like, I don't know, a high school teacher, they do great work, but I get to produce my own classes. No one tells me what to teach or how to teach it. So I'm like, hi, I want to do a class on political violence. Cool, go write it. And there you go. Here's my course on political violence. It's a very distinct profession in that way. It doesn't pay you worth shit. I'm dirt poor. This is my only wealth. I have a tendency to accumulate books. What little money I get, it's like there's a great quote from Erasmus, but I would mangle it if I tried to remember it exactly. But it's like when I have money, I buy books, and when I have a little bit left over, I buy food or clothes. That's the gist of what he said there, and I kind of agree. That's pretty much me in a nutshell. But I don't have much of anything else. This profession doesn't pay very well, but I get to actually try to inspire people to, I don't know, to think, and that's worth everything to me. I'd live under a bridge to do that job. So that's my, I guess, my profession in a nutshell. If anybody has any follow up on that, if they're confused by something, let me know. My question to y'all, since there's like still 200 some people in the room here, I think if I'm reading this right, we have in the coming few days here, we're heading toward like the New Year's Eve, New Year's type holiday. I'm assuming y'all have better plans. My idea for New Year's is like do the same thing as every single other day, but at midnight go outside and annoy the neighbors with my bugle. That's about it. So if you guys want in the next few days, I can do some more things, maybe not some as long, but I can pop in for a few hours here and there and do something. Otherwise, if you want, we can just reconvene sometime next week. Definitely Fridays will be the norm, and I think we should settle on that even during interterm here to create like the regular Friday schedule. And the question then there for you, Be Blessed, is does 3 p.m. on Fridays work?
Yeah, no, that would be
Is it
amazing if
so?
we could do that.
Yeah, I'm fine with that because on my Fridays in spring, I finish at 11. I have a commute back, of course, but I'm back up here by 1. Maybe 2 if I do a couple of errands. So 3 p.m. on Fridays should work most days. Maybe if I have an errand or something a little bit later, but not by much. I don't want to start as late on Fridays. But other than that, because it's interterm, I do still have a bit more time than I will in the rest of spring term. So if people want a few other days here and there, throw out some ideas, give me some thoughts on that. If anybody wants anything before New Year's Day, I mean, I've got no problem doing things on the 1st, but I assume you all want to do like picnics and hot dogs and whatever the fuck people do on New Year's. Me, I just pet cats, drink a beer, and blow my bugle, so I don't I got nothing else to do.
Uh,
But it's up to all y'all.
yeah. The time is 3 p.m. PST, so LA time. Yeah, Pacific.
That's my regular Fridays. We'll lock that in. But if you guys want anything else, so if you guys want to see me before Friday, let me know when and how, and we can do that. But otherwise, the next one will be Friday at 3 p.m. Pacific.
All right. Well, the chat is open, so if you can give a yes if you would like one between now and Friday, and then
so that's New Year's Day. Is someone saying?
I didn't see that.
Let's see. If during the day, I'm fine doing one on New Year's Day, but it wouldn't be as long as this because I do have to get up at 4 a.m. on that Tuesday. But a few hours in the afternoon would be fine. Let's see, anything else? Okay, I'm not seeing any other date ones.
So far we've got yeses for people would like one between now and then.
Lots of yeses, but not really one.
Oh yeah, no, I thought you could do it in stages. So yeah, if we've got yeses, then
New Year's. Oh gosh, New Year's Eve with drinks. Little known fact, I have a bartending certificate. So I have fun inventing cocktails.
I think we might have to get you to show us some of your records as well.
Yeah, I mean, when people do come up and they are interested, I enjoy trying to come up with something that works for them. That's neat. But I mean, I live on a mountain. I don't get guests a huge amount, but I do have a small bar, and I do enjoy doing that sort of thing. When I build onto the house, I'm going to build a formal bar in. I've always enjoyed that. It's fun. It's entertaining to try and come up with something fun.
I think the chat might be filled in a minute with people inviting themselves over. So be very careful.
I wouldn't mind, but at midnight, I'm going to take my bugle and go out and try to piss people off because that's a tradition. I inherited my grandfather's Marine bugle, and I play very badly deliberately. But it's like a tradition to go out and just make a little bit of noise. So if we meet on New Year's Eve, I do have to take a moment to go and like step out and the one fun thing about living on a mountain is sound carries amazingly. So my off notes are going to be heard a mile away. It's amazing.
Well, if by any chance you have some sort of stand for your phone and you're able to film it, I think we'd all enjoy seeing that on your feed.
I don't know. Can you imagine what that would do to the story? I don't know. Like, cause you're blowing a freaking bugle, and what would it sound like coming through there? It'd be so loud.
You know, I think people would still like to see it. You know, even if they have to tolerate the sound for a few minutes. But yeah, there's been several requests for it, definitely in the chat saying they'd like to see it. So if you're up to the task, then you'll definitely see people wanting to view it.
Mind you, I'm terrible. I literally touch the thing once a year.
Oh no, but I think that's the beauty of it is that the worse it is, the more entertaining it is.
Super embarrassing. It's just like, what are the worst? And I deliberately, what are the worst possible combination of notes I can try to attempt here? It's not intended to be musical. It's literally intended to be annoying as fuck. But my grandfather did it when I was growing up, and I thought it was hilarious. He was terrible at it too. So
New Orleans lady said, "Take us with you." Yeah, so the offers are definitely there. So yeah.
Okay, so maybe that, and so maybe I don't know who would be available to moderate something like that. But if we meet like later meet sometime in the evening on New Year's, and then chat for a little while there, and then have a brief like little New Year's toast, and then chat a little bit, and then go to sleep. Instead of like New Year's Day. If New Year's Eve is more appealing, we can do that. Otherwise, New Year's Day for a few hours I can do, but no marathons again.
Okay, well, chat, it's over to you again. Are you happy to do New Year's Eve? Do New Year's and then come back, or how would you like to do it? Give me yeses or nos, and we'll see what's happening. So we've definitely got one for yes. Oh yeah, New Year's Eve. Everybody's happy with New Year's Eve. Yeah, we've got a few of these New Year's Eve ones.
More of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. New Year's Eve it is.
I mean, on my own, I will seldom make a cocktail, but on New Year's Eve, if you guys are with me, I don't mind. I have a weird thing about having a beer or two is not like drinking. It feels weird to me because I mean I think that if you're drinking whiskey by yourself, there's something wrong. You know, like so not a judgment against anybody else. For me it feels wrong. So I seldom do it. Only if people are around. But on a New Year's like that, I'll make a drink for sure. So we can toast the new year and say welcome 2024, and we can sip a little and be blessed cannot. But any of us would want to have a little drink, and then I will make some noise outside and piss people off, and then we can chat for a little bit and then go to sleep.
Okay. Oh, that
sound
sounds
right?
good. All right. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, so yeah. If you can mod, let me know and give me a time and send me a DM again. If not, we can find somebody else who can do it for to meet sometime.
Yeah, I think we'll be able to tag team it between us. So yeah.
Yeah, maybe like starting like maybe no earlier than 8, like 8 o'clock or so, maybe 8, maybe 9, whatever like would work. That way we've got time to talk for a little bit, and then we can celebrate New Year's and.
Okay, let's do that. Shall we say 8 o'clock then? Yeah,
it works for me. Yeah.
Okay, 8 o'clock on New Year's Eve. In the meantime,
actually, gosh, it would already be your New Year.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, so yeah. Sorry.
No, actually, it works out quite well for me because it means that
you're already
I would have celebrated and we're good. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I'll be from the future. Thanks, everybody. Make sure that you follow if you're not already following. And also, if you can just pay a visit to Liam's feed. He does put videos that often are prompted by discussions that come out of these lives. So, yeah, you'll find some of those interesting that are worth going through and of course, like and share and all of that stuff. But if you hadn't had a chance to come up today, then hopefully you'll join us for the next one and we shall go from there. Cool. Thanks, Liam.
Thank you very much. This has been fun. Segway.
Echo, we're going to have to make you come back the next time, unfortunately, because we've literally just wrapped up. But yeah. Cool.
After another long time here too.
Exactly. All right, cool.
Oh wow, that is actually it is almost 12 hours, isn't it?
Yeah, 12-hour one.
Yeah, another 11-hour session here.
Exactly.
Whoops.
Cool. All right. Thank you very much. See you later. Bye.
Have a good night. Sleep well. Okay. Oh, I can't put you in the chair because Socrates is there. These guys never got along terribly well. It's neat when they're kind of in proximity because he tends reflexively to defer to anybody else. So whenever Moshe or Minerva wanted to spot, he'd have to go. But he's getting a little bit better about hanging out nearby. But if he gets too close, she'll take a swipe at him. So this is kind of cool. Yeah, they're not normally together. Okay, Kitty's saying goodbye. Someone says, oh, like a looking cat? Yeah. Losing bits of hair. Yeah. Cats lose hair. Yeah. It accumulates. Do you have books on lucid dream? I think something on it. That's something that the high school sweetheart might have gotten into. There might be something, but not really an interest of mine, no. But I think there's some things on that here. But not of things that I originally got. Anyway, so good night, folks. Oh, somebody's asking about Israel. On another day. I mean, we're just finishing up 11 hours chatting, so let me know. But yeah, and same thing. If anyone wants books recommendations, let me know on future ones of these. I'm always happy to show different things. I mean, there's 52 bookcases worth of shit here, so if I've got something on it, I'll show you. Anyway, have a great night, folks. This has been fun. Lovely seeing all of you. All right, where's that little closing button? Yeah.